The top male player in the entire server has achieved a double kill against the infamous killing Porn King. The top male player in the entire server has slain the Harbinger, securing a triple kill. The top male player in the entire server has vanquished ATM Shi, accomplishing a quad kill. The top male player in the entire server has defeated Wham Ching, attaining a pentakill. Wow, impressive, my brother. It is truly remarkable we triumphed before the opponents even realized it. Zhang Yu remarked to Liu Yi beside him. Just average. Really, in competitions like this, the level of skill is quite low, Liu Yi replied, puffing on a cigarette. I spent 2 days and nights assisting you all, elevating you from bronze to platinum. That's commendable enough. Next time, you ought to fend for yourselves, he said, making his way toward the entrance of the internet CAF. Where are you headed? Home to sleep, and perhaps grab a bite to eat, he replied, exiting the CF. Boss, how much do I owe you? Liu Yi inquired after finishing his barbecue. That'll be 160 in total, but it'll charge you 100. Thanks, Liu Yi said. After his meal, Liu Yi prepared to head home when he suddenly noticed a girl lying in a corner, appearing to be about his age. She wore a purple outfit, her long black hair cascading like water, framing her face. She stood at least 173 centimeters tall, quite statuesque. Hey, wake up, what's wrong? Liu Yi nudged the girl. Ow, it hurts. Who are you? How did I end up here? Where am I? The girl asked, clutching her head. This is Pudong. How could you not know where you are? You're not suffering from amnesia, are you? Liu Yi replied. Oh, so this is Pudong, she said, before suddenly exclaiming, oh no. Why has my cultivation dropped to the mid-foundation stage? It's impossible to lose 2 levels of cultivation due to a failed tribulation. What am I going to do? Foundation? Cultivation? Surely you jest. You don't really think you're a cultivator, do you? Liu Yi said with a bemused smile. The girl glanced at her hands. Then at Liu Yi, displaying a mischievous grin. Hey, what are you planning? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I know I'm handsome, but I won't acquiesce to your advances, Liu Yi retorted, shielding himself. Excuse me, do you know where the hotel is? Take me there, she insisted, pressing against Liu Yi. Ow, ow, ow. It'll take you there. Just let go of me, will you? Liu Yi said, leading her to the hotel. 1 room, is 500 enough? She asked, pulling out 5 red bills from her pocket. Wow, she's definitely a rich beauty. This guy has some serious luck, the innkeeper thought to himself. After receiving the room key, the girl pulled Liu Yi into the room and shut the door behind them. She then turned to face him. What do you want? Just so you know, I will not yield. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated, Liu Yi said, sitting on the bed, a hint of fear in his voice. Alas, it seems you've gotten lucky. If it weren't for my urgent need to restore my previous cultivation, I would not allow you to take advantage of me, she declared before leaning in to kiss him. What the heck? What did you do? I feel so hot. Liu Yi exclaimed in agony. After the kiss, the girl uttered storage space, and a dark, otherworldly dimension appeared above her head. Grasping a sword, she pointed it at Liu Yi and proclaimed, My name is Zhou Jiayue, and I am a cultivator. This sword is called Silver Sky. Forged by my ancestor at the edge of heaven, it is my life's treasure. I originally possessed a heavenly spiritual root with lightning attributes, and my cultivation level was peak foundation stage. After appraising Liu Yi, she continued, Now that I have become like this, it may be due to my failed tribulation. To swiftly regain my former cultivation and enhance my power, I need to find another person to cultivate with me. Since you have just heard my words and witnessed these things, you must cooperate with me in dual cultivation. I have a question, Liu Yi said. Speak. Can I opt out of cultivation? Liu Yi asked nervously, as this situation far exceeded his ability to cope. Of course. However, I will kill you, and your demise will be quite tragic. For during that kiss, I've already transformed you into a cultivator, Zhou Jiayue replied with a smile. But I haven't consented yet, Liu Yi protested. The following morning, Zhou Jiayue remarked to Liu Yi, I have some matters to attend to. I shall seek you out later. Alas, this weekend has been quite bizarre. On Friday, I was merely an ordinary university student, yet now I find myself transformed into a cultivator. Liu Yi sat at his desk, reflecting on the bewildering events of the weekend, feeling as if he were caught in a dream. Igu, please help us level up this weekend, Zhang Yu implored. Oh, I understand. It will depend on the situation. My mind is quite foggy right now. I need a moment of peace, Liu Yi replied. By the way, Yi, have you heard? A new female student is joining our class today, and rumor has it she is a rich beauty, Zhang Yu said with a mischievous grin. Oh, I'm not interested. Please let me have some quiet, Liu Yi retorted, burying his head in his arms. Aren't you usually quite interested in beautiful girls? What is going on today? A classmate inquired, puzzled. Liu Yi chose to ignore him, but suddenly startled, he exclaimed, Are you referring to the new female student? Classmates, today we welcome a new female student who has been directly admitted due to her outstanding academic performance. Please come in, the homeroom teacher announced. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Jiayue. It's a pleasure to meet you all, but I kindly ask that no one pursues me, as I am already fond of someone, she stated, pointing directly at Liu Yi. Liu Yi stared in astonishment at Zhou Jiayue, while the surrounding students and teachers looked equally shocked. Zhou Jiayue then walked over and took a seat beside Liu Yi. What is this performance all about? Liu Yi whispered. Isn't it obvious? You are my cultivation partner. Which is why I sought you out, Zhou Jiayue responded straightforwardly. Double cultivation? Yi, how could you betray us like this, finding such a beautiful girl behind our backs? Zhang Yu and his friends lamented dramatically. It's not what you think. You've misunderstood, Liu Yi insisted. How could it be a misunderstanding? Weren't we at the same hotel last night? Zhou Jiayue countered. At her words, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of speculation about Liu Yi. Hey, Zhou Jiayue, could you help me clarify? This is truly just a misunderstanding, Liu Yi pleaded, anxious. How could it be a misunderstanding? Did you not kiss me last night and now wish to deny it? Zhou Jiayue replied, her expression devoid of emotion. I can't take this anymore. Liu Yi exclaimed, overwhelmed by the girl's chatter and the boy's ire, and he dragged Zhou Jiayue out of the classroom. Impressive. Our Yi not only excels in gaming, but also seems adept at charming women, the classmates commented. The news spread like wildfire throughout the school. Liu Yi had wooed a new, wealthy beauty. When Liu Yi finally emerged, preparing to speak, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had mistakenly pulled out the ugliest girl in their class, Arya. Yi, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Arya asked bashfully. Upon seeing her freckled face, Liu Yi gasped and fled. Subsequently, rumors began circulating that Liu Yi had a peculiar taste, not only juggling two relationships but also pursuing Arya after wooing the beautiful newcomer. Yi, Li Chang has reserved a spot for us. Let us go eat barbecue, Zhang Yu said, patting Liu Yi's shoulder. All right, let us hurry. I don't want that Zhou person to find me, Liu Yi replied, tugging Zhang Yu along. Upon arriving at the barbecue stand, they found Li Chang and the others already feasting. Hey, we just arrived, and you've already started eating? Liu Yi exclaimed. Well, we waited for a long time, and when you didn't show up, we decided to dig in. What's wrong? Did you have a spat with your girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her along for us to meet? Li Chang asked with a grin. Who is your girlfriend? Zhou Jiayue and I are completely innocent, Liu Yi protested. Oh, you mean Arya? Yi, you should be playing with two boats at once, Zhang Yu chimed in. I can't handle this topic anymore. Can we please change the subject? Let us drink, Liu Yi urged. But before long, a voice came from behind Liu Yi. Where have you been? We couldn't find you anywhere. It was Zhou Jiayue, glaring at him. I mentioned I would find you tonight. But when I arrived at your dorm, your roommates said they didn't know where you were. It took me quite a while to track you down, he explained. Sister-in-law, you must be hungry. Since you're here, please sit down, Li Chang offered to Zhou Jiayue. Yes, but I need to borrow Liu Yi for a few days. So please do not disturb us. Oh, and help us request a few days off, Zhou Jiayue announced as she sat down. Borrow? All eyes turned to Liu Yi, grinning mischievously. Of course, we welcome you to borrow Yi at any time, sister-in-law, Zhang Yu replied. Thank you all. Let us eat. Zhou Jiayue began to dig in. Hey, I haven't agreed to this. Why are you all making decisions for me? Liu Yi protested. Yi, no need to pretend to be a virtuous person in front of us. We all understand, Li Chang replied. Cheers to Yi's successful romance. Liu Yi observed his friends' revelry, choosing to ignore them as he began to eat alone, oblivious to their chatter. Are you done? It's time to start our training. Follow me. Oh, Liu Yi was led away by Zhou Jiayue. How fortunate is Yi to have such a sister-in-law? Someone remarked. Indeed. When will I have a girlfriend like that? Zhou Jiayue brought Liu Yi to a secluded area and instructed him. Review what I've taught you over the past few days and gather your energy. Each afternoon after school, Zhou Jiayue had brought Liu Yi to practice. disguised as a date, but in reality, she was teaching him to cultivate his energy for future endeavors. Liu Yi concentrated, and a faint aura began to coalesce around him. Excellent. After these few days of training, you have learned to gather energy. The strength of your gathered energy determines your cultivation level and the extent of your spiritual awareness. Then why do I feel like I lack spiritual awareness? Liu Yi questioned. Because your current cultivation is merely at the initial stage of qi gathering. You will develop spiritual awareness once you reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Now, let me teach you the incantation for the wind control technique. Oh, the basic wind control technique requires one to gather energy, creating an illusion of wings behind oneself, allowing for free flight in the skies. In contrast, the advanced wind control technique does not require energy gathering. It allows one to fly freely in the air, relying solely on one's cultivation level. There is a difference between the basic and advanced wind control techniques. Liu Yi inquired. Yes, the basic technique consumes physical stamina, while the advanced one consumes your gathered energy. This is the primary distinction, Zhou Jiayue clarified. Then why have you got me practicing the basics? Shouldn't I be learning the advanced technique directly? Liu Yi asked. The basic technique is primarily for self-preservation, while the advanced technique is meant for combat against foes. Oh, after Liu Yi finished speaking, he began to concentrate his energy, while Zhou Jiayue observed him closely, simultaneously working to restore her own original cultivation. Is the foundation not like this? Suddenly, a pair of blue wings, formed from condensed energy, appeared behind Liu Yi. Excellent, quite commendable. Just like that. As you become more proficient, the color of the wings will change accordingly, the most advanced being golden yellow. Zhou Jiayue remarked, glancing at Liu Yi. You must practice diligently, striving to utilize it at any moment. Oh, understood. Following this, Liu Yi resumed condensing his energy and continued practicing. After soaring through the air for a short while, Zhou Jiayue suddenly exclaimed, Not good. Someone has discovered us. Quickly descend and hide. Who is there? There isn't a soul in sight. Liu Yi questioned, perplexed. Are you foolish? Did I not mention before that every practitioner possesses their own range of spiritual awareness? Thus, when you were flying using the wind control technique, you were sensed by them. With that, she guided Liu Yi to take refuge in a nearby grove. Soon after, they witnessed a woman dressed in a red leather outfit descending from the sky. She appeared to be a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, on the brink of reaching the late stage of core formation. Our current cultivation levels are insufficient to contend with her. We must suppress our aura and depart quietly, Zhou Jiayue whispered to Liu Yi. Afterward, the two began to stealthily make their way back toward the school. The woman in red, having failed to detect their presence, muttered, I must locate those two individuals within the next few days to present them to my master. Only then can I regain my freedom. After lingering for a while, the woman departed. Based on her earlier spiritual awareness detection, she identified them as being at the initial stages of qi refinement and foundation establishment, and they might even be partners. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi returned to the school, aware that this would be the first challenge they would face as partners. This Sunday, the weather was exceptionally pleasant, and Honging arrived at school as expected. However, she lamented, how can I possibly find my way in such a vast school? Unless they reveal their cultivation levels once more, or that male companion of mine frequently browses the internet. With that, she attempted to cast a charm on those nearby via WeChat. This charm could only be effective on individuals of lower cultivation than herself. To her astonishment, within moments, 3 to 4 dozen people arrived, each bearing precious flowers and gifts. She found this quite baffling. Did he not use his phone? Or perhaps he lacked WeChat? In truth, Liu Yi was quite fond of using his phone and computer. However, due to Zhou Jiayue's insistence on having him accompany her for errands and shopping, he had been deprived of his phone, as she feared he might become distracted and lose track of her. Their shopping spree began at 9 in the morning and continued until 5 in the afternoon. Liu Yi remarked on their endurance, you women are truly remarkable. Shopping for such an extended period without feeling fatigued. Zhou Jiayue shot him a glare in response. What? Do you dare to voice your discontent? Liu Yi, realizing the consequences of angering her, quickly replied, serving the goddess is my honor. He knew well that if he overstepped, she would have countless ways to punish him. The last time he had failed to gather energy, he was made to do 100 push-ups. An ordeal for someone like him who rarely exercised. Upon returning to the dormitory after their shopping, Liu Yi collapsed onto his bed. Hey, is that you, Li Chong? Hurry and bring me 3 servings of chicken chop rice and 2 bottles of soda. Li Chang was momentarily taken aback. What? Ego. Are you really going to eat that much? You and your sister-in-law haven't eaten yet? Liu Yi sighed. She dragged me out shopping since early morning, and I haven't had a single meal. Impressive. I'll go get it right away. After receiving the food, Liu Yi devoured all 3 boxes of chicken chop rice in no time. Li Chang observed him. Ego, are you okay? What's wrong? Your sister-in-law hasn't eaten yet. Liu Yi dismissed his concern. Don't worry about her. She can take care of herself. After eating, Liu Yi lay on his bed and began browsing his phone, searching for nearby individuals, when he stumbled upon a stunning woman with red hair, instantly captivated. Hey, Ego, what are you up to? Liu Yi, without uttering a word, left the dormitory. Zhou Jiayue had been waiting for him outside, ready to take him back for training. Hey, why didn't you answer my call earlier? Oh, I was busy today and couldn't accompany you, he replied, continuing to walk ahead. Zhou Jiayue, noticing the dazed and infatuated expression on Liu Yi's face, speculated the reason, especially given that the woman was the school's recognized beauty. Liu Yi felt as if he had lost his soul, clutching a large bouquet of flowers and walking dreamily. I sensed the scent of infidelity. I must discover who has stolen my boyfriend on the rooftop. Liu Yi approached Hong Ying. Esteemed lady, I am an admirer of yours. Here, these roses are for you. I have come to confess my feelings today. Kneeling, he offered the flowers to her. Of course, someone like Hong Ying simply inhaled the fragrance. What a handsome fellow. But what a pity. With that, she dispelled her charm and activated a barrier. What is happening? Where am I? Who are you? How did I end up here? Liu Yi looked around, utterly bewildered. Oh, handsome, you came here on your own? How could you forget? Just moments ago, you were confessing to me. Hong Ying stepped closer to Liu Yi. You are quite attractive. Were it not for my master's orders to capture you, I might have considered you as my partner. Thank you. I know I'm quite charming. How about this? I'll be your partner if you let me go. Do you think that is possible? With that, Hong Ying brandished her magical whip, preparing to strike Liu Yi. Suddenly, a silver sword blade blocked her path. Who goes there? Hong Ying stepped back, aware that her barrier was designed to conceal the presence of cultivators and their actions. However, those of higher realms could still detect it. I'm here to capture the homewrecker, Zhou Jiayue declared, pointing her sword at Hong Ying. Zhou Jiayue, this person is silence. Zhou Jiayue interrupted, opening her storage space. These are some of the finest weapons from both domestic and international sources. You kneel before me, and after I deal with this homewrecker, I'll settle the score with you. Oh, so you're a henpecked husband? Handsome, how unfortunate for you. Why not join me instead? What business is it of yours regarding our affairs? With that, the two engaged in a fierce battle, whip against sword, each striking at the other. My name is Liu Yi, a soon-to-be graduate. Today, I find myself caught in a fierce conflict between 2 enchanting women vying for my attention. Having to choose between them is truly a dilemma. As Liu Yi observed the intense clash, he began to speak to himself. Get lost. Don't conflate my intentions with yours. I'm here to complete a mission. If you're on a mission, go find someone else as partner. Don't involve us. I'm curious. Despite being a pair of partners, one is in the foundation establishment stage while the other is in the chi refinement stage. And yet you dare to unleash your chi so brazenly. Zhou Jiayue thought. It seems we've drawn attention, yet she was more intrigued by the fact that despite being partners, Liu Yi still seemed to be a virgin. How pitiful. This man is clearly terrified of his wife and utterly inept. Liu Yi thought. Seeing you so miserable, I almost feel reluctant to strike. It would be embarrassing for an experienced woman like me to bully a little girl. Little girl? You're the little girl. You don't even know how a girl gets a baby. Humph. As an experienced woman, I certainly know. On the day of Qixi festival, 2 lovers gather beneath the love tree and vow eternal love. After kissing, the woman will conceive the man's baby the next day. Uft. You really don't know anything. Your experience must not be that rich. Hong Ying exclaimed in shock. What? Is that incorrect? Let me enlighten you. A man and a woman must sleep together on the same bed for 49 days, and then the woman will conceive the man's child. Oh. So that is how it works. So, who is the little girl now? Liu Yi was left speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? Was your biology class taught by the gym teacher? Both Zhou Jiayue and Hong Ying huffed in unison, neither willing to concede. In reality, Zhou Jiayue was a liberal arts student, while Hong Ying had never attended school. That woman is at the peak of foundation establishment, even combined. We are no match for her. I'll hold her off. You take this chance to escape. What about you? There is no time for that now. With death looming, there remains time for idle chatter and sweet nothings. Your relationship is indeed quite remarkable. As soon as the words were spoken, a sudden flash appeared before Liu Yi. Not good. Liu Yi quickly dodged. Yet, Liu Yi had no time to react as a fiery whip lashed out towards him. When Liu Yi opened his eyes once more, he beheld Zhou Jiayue unfurling a protective barrier. Alas, at this rate, it cannot endure much longer. As Hong Ying wielded her second strike, the protective barrier shattered. Subsequently, the two resumed their fierce combat. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Jiayue fell to the ground. Lying there, Zhou Jiayue was covered in blood. My word, I was utterly terrified. I could no longer endure it. Immediately thereafter, Liu Yi dashed outside in a frenzy. Ha! This is the partner you seek, possessing merely superficial charm without any substantial prowess. Truly, it is a source of great embarrassment. Surely, he cannot be just a pretty face, seeking the affection of a wealthy beauty. I do not hold him accountable. It is his choice alone, and I have no right to interfere. Until now? You still protect him, yet he has long fled far away, indifferent to your plight. Allow me to bring you a swift resolution to conclude this matter. I am deeply sorry, dear brother and sister, and to you, my beloved parents. I have betrayed the trust you placed in me. Farewell. As Hong Ying was about to strike, she suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "Behold my manipulation technique." Immediately, a multitude of tables and chairs came hurtling towards her. Upon noticing the impending barrage, Hong Ying swiftly evaded the onslaught and exclaimed, "Oh, why have you returned to court death once more?" The young man asked. "I merely stepped out for a moment and have come back to settle the score with you," he replied. Hong Ying glanced at Liu Yi's demeanor and, feeling exasperated, remarked, You, if you intend to hold me accountable, could you perhaps refrain from trembling? Look at you, drenched in sweat from fear. And no, it's not that. It's just that I'm experiencing excitement for the very first time, and that's all," Louis stammered. Standing alone at the rooftop entrance, he levitated tables and chairs with his manipulation skills, preparing for his next assault. Yet, at that very moment, his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, his heart gripped by terror. Good grief. Am I a fool, a complete fool? How could I have returned? Isn't this courting death? Yet, Zhou Jiayue now lay on the ground, her body drenched in blood, struggling to lift her head to gaze at Liu Yi. She cried out, "Why have you come back again? You cannot defeat her. You must flee." Hong Ying observed the two and chose to remain silent, directly striking at the fallen Zhou Jiayue. Upon witnessing this, Liu Yi rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Jiayue. However, due to the disparity in their cultivation levels, a single blow was sufficient to send Liu Yi crashing to the ground. "Why did you return? I am not worth such sacrifice on your part." "Why? Though I am also consumed by fear, I am your companion on the path of cultivation, and more importantly, I am your boyfriend. As your boyfriend, it is my duty to take responsibility for you, to share in your suffering, and to protect you eternally." Zhou Jiayue gazed at Liu Yi, who lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, feeling an indescribable emotion within her heart. He is now the only person, aside from her family, who has shown her kindness. Liu Yi was barely managing to hold himself up. Just as he felt himself on the brink of closing his eyes, he suddenly sensed as if he had traversed into a realm of immortals. In that moment, he beheld a young man clad in white cultivation robes, draped in a black cloak adorned with a large character Zhou, gazing skyward. After contemplating the heavens for a moment, the young man turned his head towards Liu Yi and inquired, "Young man, can you tell me why the sky is sometimes dark, sometimes bright, sometimes thunderous and rainy, and at other times windy and snowy?" Liu Yi looked at this man, feeling utterly speechless, his mind filled with confusion. Is this fellow truly foolish? Even such a simple question eludes your grasp. "Sir, although I am unaware of your identity, this is at least a matter of common knowledge among humanity. Firstly, we inhabit this earth. As for why the sky is sometimes dark and at other times bright," Liu Yi began to elucidate this to the young man. "Oh, so that is how it is. So this is the reality in which we live." Liu Yi felt a renewed sense of speechlessness. "Young man, I am Zhou Jiayue. I am profoundly grateful to you for elucidating a question that has perplexed me for many years. It appears that you are currently practicing the heart method of my Zhou family, and you must be a fellow cultivator of my descendants. Thus, I present to you a precious artifact, the Void Pearl, which will enhance your cultivation. Within it lies another item that will undoubtedly assist you in the future." With that, Zhou Jiayue soared into the sky. "Senior, where are you headed? I still have countless questions regarding the path of cultivation." "Young man, your queries shall find resolution in due time. This is all the mastery I possess, sufficient for you to utilize for a brief quarter of an hour to address the current predicament. I shall now proceed to refine this realm. At this moment, Liu Yi felt as though he had awakened anew, rising to his feet. What is happening? It feels as if I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of primordial energy, as though I can command everything. Liu Yi sensed a formidable spiritual essence converging within his body. What is the meaning of this? How has my realm suddenly ascended so dramatically? Core formation? Nascent soul? Out-of-body experience? Or perhaps spirit division? Could it be that he is intentionally concealing his cultivation to lure me in? Hong Ying contemplated. She had always regarded these two as mere novices in the realms of qi cultivation and foundation establishment, but she never anticipated that they were concealing their true levels of mastery and to such a remarkable degree. Confronted with an opponent of such elevated stature and a vast disparity in cultivation, it was evident that she stood no chance of turning the tables. Subsequently, Hong Ying decisively lifted the barriers of confinement and leapt down from the upper floor. Hey! Hasten to bring her back and examine whether her master has placed any restrictions upon her. Should such restrictions exist, her master would immediately sense her demise and ascertain her geographical location, rushing to her side. Zhou Jiayue struggled to articulate this, for her injuries were grievously severe. Oh, understood. Liu Yi responded promptly, invoking his wind manipulation technique to soar downwards and rescue Hong Ying. He then enacted spatial restraints to confine Riyue. Subsequently, Liu Yi commenced the healing of Zhou Jiayue's wounds, diligently working to eliminate the scars upon her. Hey, release me at once. You formidable cultivators. Is it truly entertaining for you to deliberately conceal your prowess and bully us, a mere assembly of inconspicuous practitioners? Why can't we be allowed to genuinely enhance our own cultivation? Is it truly enjoyable for the masters to bully the bronze? After the commotion subsided, it became evident that the adage from the realm of cultivation rings true. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and even the manner in which the feeble choose to meet their demise is beyond their control. I must candidly inform you, esteemed individuals before me, that my master has attained the late stage of golden elixir. He is, in fact, no match for you. Therefore, I beseech you to assist me in eliminating my master. Whom do you intend to slay? Your master? Surely not. I speak the truth. In fact, I do not genuinely wish to harm you. I merely sought to observe the extent of your capabilities when cornered, to ascertain whether you could be of assistance to me. It appears I have not misjudged you. However, we cannot place our trust in you. Once we lift the restrictions, you might clandestinely inform your master. Zhou Jiayue remarked. I speak nothing but the truth. Please believe me. If you doubt my words, then look upon my back. With that, Hong Ying lifted her garment, revealing a scar on her back, a conspicuous rune etched into her skin. Behold, this is the consequence of defying my master's commands. The moment I disobey him, the runes activate, inflicting unbearable pain upon me. Thus, I earnestly wish for you to free me by eliminating my master. Tears streaming down her face, Hong Ying knelt. In response, Liu Yi unbound the restrictions. I can assist you, but my power is borrowed from others and will fade after a time, Liu Yi declared. Hong Ying, my obedient disciple. Who would have thought you would conspire with outsiders to slay your esteemed master? It seems you are truly courting death. Just as Liu Yi released the spatial constraints, a man clad in a yellow robe, around 50 years of age, descended from the heavens. The realms of these two individuals have shifted since the beginning. Especially this man. His current level is beyond my comprehension, the yellow-robed Taoist mused. You must be this girl's master. I bear you no grudge. Yet you come to provoke me. It appears we are destined for a duel. Just as Liu Yi prepared to strike, he suddenly felt his cultivation regress to the initial stage of qi refinement, followed by a voice that echoed, young friend. The time I allocated for you to harness my power has elapsed. I wish you the best on your path of cultivation. What the hell? Brother, how has the time come so soon? Are you toying with me? It seems your cultivation was merely a transient burst. None of you present are my match. Moreover, that girl at the initial stage of foundation establishment must possess an exceedingly rare thunder-refining body among the celestial roots. Such a splendid root. Yet her current cultivation remains stagnant at foundation establishment. How regrettable. With that, he charged at Zhou Jiayue. Give me your celestial root, and I shall make good use of it. What to do? What to do? We will surely be slain. Wait, the void pearl. Yet when Liu Yi searched his pocket, he found the void pearl was missing. It should not be. I distinctly placed it in my pocket. It cannot be lost. Just as Liu Yi realized the void pearl was absent, he noticed Zhou Jiayue's cultivation plummeting rapidly, nearing the qi refinement stage. Without hesitation, Liu Yi rushed forward. I will fight you. A futile struggle, courting death. With that, the yellow-robed Taoist drew a sword from his pocket and plunged it into Liu Yi's abdomen. Liu Yi collapsed instantly. At that moment, a glowing orb emerged from his body. Blood absorbed, the Master's identity confirmed, awakening complete. Immediately, a woman clad in a pink and white dress materialized from the orb. She glanced at Liu Yi and declared, "You have lost nearly half your blood. You are in grave danger and require immediate treatment." She began to heal Liu Yi, who subsequently regained consciousness. What on earth? Who is this voluptuous beauty? Liu Yi wondered. Master, it seems you have awakened. May I ask who this lady is? I am a puppet imbued with spiritual energy from the Void Pearl, now at your service. Huh. It appears this truly is an exceptional artifact. I must claim this treasure for myself. Storage space, manifest. Seeing that the yellow-robed Taoist was entirely focused on the puppet, Zhou Jiayue seized the moment to summon her own innate artifact and launched a surprise attack. Simultaneously, Hong Ying discreetly summoned her innate artifact, striking towards the yellow-robed Taoist. Liu Yi stealthily employed the explosive technique Zhou Jiayue had initially taught him, concentrating his energy into his fist, a highly practical method of self-preservation. In dire circumstances, one can focus their energy on the area where the enemy is about to strike, akin to a protective barrier. However, it cannot be used repeatedly, as it is exceedingly taxing. The younger generation truly is remarkable. I have carelessly lost an arm and 2 artifacts because of this. Regrettably, both of you have now exhausted your spiritual energy. Just as the yellow-robed Taoist felt victory was assured, he suddenly received a heavy blow to his back, collapsing to the ground. The punch was the culmination of all Liu Yi's gathered energy. It should have been us who fell. It is only due to your carelessness that we triumphed. Have you not heard the saying? Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Finally, Liu Yi drew a dagger from his pocket and plunged it into the yellow-robed Taoist, ending his life. That should settle the matter, Liu Yi remarked, glancing at the two. Soon after, exhausted from depleting his energy, he collapsed. You are awake, Zhou Jiayue said upon seeing Liu Yi regain consciousness. Where am I? I cannot move my body, and I feel as though I might fall apart. Liu Yi observed Zhou Jiayue, who appeared as though she had not slept for an entire night, and asked, Where's this? You drained your spiritual energy and collapsed, so Hong Ying and I brought you to this inn. How are you now? And what of Hong Ying? She has departed. She wished to return to her homeland and intends to withdraw from the cultivation world. She expressed immense gratitude for our assistance in reclaiming her freedom. Oh, she has left, has she? What is it? You seem particularly eager for her to stay. Moreover, who is this woman? Why was she following us when Hong Ying and I carried you to the inn? Zhou Jiayue glared jealously at the girl standing nearby, pointing at her. I am a puppet imbued with spiritual energy. Also, Master, this is a letter from the individual who entrusted me to you. Liu Yi took the letter, which read, Young friend, please do not divulge our meeting to others. Furthermore, this puppet is under a restriction. Be cautious. The letter bore a mischievous smile. After reading the letter, Zhou Jiayue snatched it away, saying, Let me see. A senior told me you have a restriction? What is that? Master, remember this. If you engage in any of the following actions, the moment you do so, the restriction on me will activate. 1. Should the master perish, I will self-destruct 10 seconds later, following the master. 2. If the master engages in intimate relations with me, the restriction will also activate at the moment you enter my body. 3. If the master betrays your partner, the restriction will activate, leading to an explosion that takes you with me. After hearing the last restriction, Zhou Jiayue chuckled. The last condition is splendid. It saves me the trouble of keeping watch. Liu Yi noticed Zhou Jiayue gazing at him with a mischievous smile. May I inquire what this restriction entails? Within a 10-kilometer radius, all living beings, including me, will be obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace. However, the restrictions I mentioned are merely a reference for the master's conduct. How the master chooses to act is beyond my authority to question. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi broke into a cold sweat, pondering, such an extreme style of conduct. It surely must be the ingenuity of Zhou Jiayue's ancestors. Looking at Zhou Jiayue, it seemed she was silently challenging him, asking, Do you dare? If the master insists on engaging in intimate relations with the servant, even at the risk of triggering prohibitions, the servant shall comply wholeheartedly. For you are the master of the servant, and every command issued by you is, in the servant's eyes, an undeniable law of nature. Do you have any further inquiries, master? At this moment, Liu Yi had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information, rendering his mind unable to process it all, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. It was only after approximately half an hour that he regained consciousness. Miss Zhou, the master has awakened. Upon seeing Liu Yi come to, the puppet roused the sleeping Zhou Jiayue. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. Master, I am merely a puppet. And names are unnecessary for beings like me. Then let us create one. Since you are adorned in a pink and white dress, I shall call you Little Pink. Zhou Jiayue was at a loss for words. This fellow's naming skills are truly lacking. Rather than engaging in such trivial conversations, and since a name is merely a label, it would be more prudent for you to rest and recuperate your health. Observing her impassive demeanor, Liu Yi mused. Clearly, she is dissatisfied with this name. I must think of a better one. May the deity of naming guide me. How about this? Since you are an intelligent puppet, I shall name you Ling'er? The puppet paused for a moment before responding. If this is your decision, master, then I shall obey. It seemed this choice had pleased her. Ling'er, master. Do you have any commands? Ling'er, yes, master. Ling'er, master, please cease this trivial behavior. Ling'er, do you not see that Ling'er is already annoyed with you? Zhou Jiayue could no longer tolerate Liu Yi's monotonous antics and slapped him. Miss Zhou, please be gentle. Your slap has knocked the master unconscious again. After an evening of cultivation, Zhou Jiayue produced a black pouch from her pocket and handed it to Liu Yi. Here, take this. What is it? This is a storage pouch, akin to a storage space, but it can only hold items like spirit stones. Whereas a storage space can accommodate anything from a vehicle to a mountain. To open it, simply infuse a bit of your own spiritual energy. Such a remarkable item. And you wish to gift it to me? No, this is a token from Hong Ying, who entrusted me with it before her departure, stating it contains 10 low-grade spirit stones that she has painstakingly collected over the years. Spirit stones? Liu Yi took the pouch and infused it with his spiritual energy, withdrawing a spirit stone that resembled a translucent yellow crystal. What is the function of this spirit stone? Spirit stones can be used to purchase magical artifacts in the cultivation realm and can assist in your training. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi's face lit up with excitement. This item is so extraordinary. Where can I acquire more? You can find them in shops within the cultivation realm. A low-grade spirit stone costs 1 million. What? 1 million? That is equivalent to playing in an internet CAF for 10,000 hours. Hong Ying must be incredibly wealthy. Please, this is merely a low-grade spirit stone. You are overly excited about 10 of them. How lacking in ambition you are. Zhou Jiayue felt a pang of regret for having chosen such a partner in her cultivation journey. Let me inform you, spirit stones come in various grades: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. A low-grade stone is worth 10,000 in the market, a mid-grade stone 1 million, and a high-grade stone 1 billion. The differences can be discerned by their colors. Low-grade is pale yellow, mid-grade is pale blue, and high-grade is pale purple. Remember this, lest you be foolishly deceived. So, how many spirit stones do you possess? How many? I have never counted. I estimate I have around 1 billion low-grade stones, 500 million mid-grade stones, and 100 million high-grade stones. 1? Yes, did I not mention? The storage pouch can only contain spirit stones and items, so generally, cultivators use storage spaces for their artifacts and larger items. Then how many storage pouches do you have? Zhou Jiayue retrieved a storage pouch from her pocket. I have 100 storage pouches, always carrying one with me, while the remaining 99 are stored in my storage space. Liu Yi was utterly astonished, feeling as though he had been swept into a world of unimaginable wealth. In truth, these spirit stones are the remnants of my family's fortune before our clan was annihilated. As she spoke, Zhou Jiayue's expression shifted to one of melancholy and sorrow. Annihilated? Indeed, my family, the renowned Zhou clan of the ancient cultivation world, has dwindled to a mere 50 members in the modern cultivation realm, which is already a considerable feat compared to other ancient families. Then how is it that you are the last remaining member? One fateful day, a black-clad man with crimson hair invaded our clan, and in a single night, he extinguished all my kin. At the time, I was only 6 years old, the sole hope of my family, and my relatives fought valiantly to protect me, enabling me to escape with our clan's treasures and spirit stones. My parents, siblings, uncles, aunts, and all our relatives perished that night. I, Zhou Jiayue, vow to avenge them. Why? Because he demanded that we surrender the ancient artifact, Silver Sky, forged by our ancestor Zhou Jiayue. As she spoke, Zhou Jiayue wept bitterly. And this was the first time Liu Yi had witnessed such a vulnerable side of her. You say that man with crimson hair annihilated your Zhou clan. Liu Yi was taken aback by Zhou Jiayue's tragic past and pondered how she had managed to live on alone. Jiayue, do you know where that man is now? No. Do you know his name or title? I do not. You must have seen what he looks like. Not at all. Liu Yi felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, You know nothing. So how can you seek vengeance? It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Our Zhou clan, which has endured through the modern cultivation realm, has only 50 members left. It is a miracle we survived at all. Yet, due to that man's intrusion, the entire clan was wiped out in a single night, leaving me as the sole survivor. Even without leads, I can find him. Why? Zhou Jiayue retrieved the silver sky from her storage space and declared, As long as I possess this silver sky, that man will eventually seek me out. Before we meet, I shall diligently train to enhance my powers, and with all my strength, I will confront him. Even if I cannot defeat him, I will self-destruct my soul to perish alongside him, using his blood to honor the souls of my deceased kin. By the way, what is that man's cultivation level? How powerful is he? If we were to confront him, could we prevail? I was unaware of this. At that time, the most accomplished patriarch of the Zhou family was at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, and the 9 elders, all above the nascent soul level, had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Even the ordinary disciples were at least at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. With such formidable combat prowess, we still could not prevail against him. How astonishing. I wonder if Zhou Jiayue's ancestor, the esteemed Zhou Jiayue, could contend with him? Nevertheless, Liu Yi must promise me that if I avenge my great enmity and manage to survive, we shall find a secluded place to live in seclusion, raise a multitude of little monkeys, and establish a sect of our own. Let our bloodline persist in this modern realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi was immediately struck with alarm, exclaiming, A multitude of monkeys. Do you think I am a breeding boar? If I were to bear so many, I would surely exhaust myself. Zhou Jiayue glanced at Liu Yi and chuckled, Hee. I was only teasing you. Observing the change in Zhou Jiayue's demeanor, Liu Yi continued, however. Jiayue, let me also be a part of your quest for vengeance. No, thank you for your kindness. This is a matter concerning my family. It does not involve you, and you need not be entangled in my affairs. Since I am your partner, your matters are half mine. Besides, do you not wish for us to live in seclusion together? I cannot rest easy knowing you are seeking revenge alone. After Liu Yi spoke, the atmosphere around them abruptly turned awkward. In truth, I pondered that if I wished to cultivate to the level of battling that individual, it would take at least several hundred years. By then, my parents may have long passed away, and I would be unburdened. Let us simply defeat the man who annihilated your family together. Liu Yi. Zhou Jiayue felt a rush of emotion upon hearing this, and she planted a kiss on Liu Yi's cheek. This is your reward for protecting me today. After the kiss, their faces flushed crimson. Before Liu Yi could fully comprehend the fleeting moment of the kiss, a flicker of desire surged within him, a wish for time to freeze at that instant. He resolved to protect Zhou Jiayue, ensuring that she would know there are still those in this world who care for her joy and sorrow. Zhou Jiayue. I will show you that there are those who will cherish your happiness and sorrow, and I will ensure you feel happiness in the future. Your smile shall be my safeguard. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jiayue's face turned beet red, and she shyly replied, Liu Yi, thank you. All right. It is getting late. Let us conclude today's training. What? Hasn't it barely been an hour? I said we are done. I do not wish to practice anymore. Fine then. By the way, take the day off tomorrow. We are going out. For what purpose? You will know when we go tomorrow. Get some rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, when the others saw Liu Yi dragging his weary body inside, Zhang Yu looked at him with a sly grin and said, Brother Yi, back so late. Did you accompany your sister-in-law again? Sigh. Ever since you got a sister-in-law, you've neglected your brothers. What nonsense. Liu Yi retorted as he grabbed some clothes and toiletries from the cupboard and headed straight into the bathroom. By the way, brother, this afternoon the instructor mentioned that the school plans to organize a trip to the Xinfeng Beach Resort the day after tomorrow and asked me to remind you. Got it. Also, please help me take a day off tomorrow, saying I have matters to attend to in the morning. What? Taking another day off? What is going on with you lately? You often miss class with your sister-in-law and keep making us ask for leave. The instructor knows we are here to help you with excuses before we even speak. You need not concern yourself with that. It's personal. Hey, who is this sister-in-law? Stop making things up. The next day, Zhou Jiayue took Liu Yi out early. Now that you are a cultivator, it is essential to possess some proper magical artifacts or defensive tools. Today, I will take you to purchase some. The two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Are you certain this place sells magical artifacts and defensive tools? Isn't this a shop for? Liu Yi pointed at the sign that read Nightshade Life Essentials. What does it matter? Let me share the password with you. Once we enter and you say the password, they will know everything. The shop was simply decorated, with only 2 staff members inside. Our adult product store's motto is, Nightshade, Nightshade, every night is vibrant. Hello. How may I assist you? Our store offers all renowned brands of products globally, with very reasonable prices and guaranteed quality. One of the employees approached them as they entered. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Upon hearing the cultivation password, the employee responded, Heaven's essence gathers in the realm of cultivation. In a single thought, one transcends to immortality, ascends swiftly to the heavens. Nature's beauty does not wait. The mountains and seas will change in an instant. Once a hall of golden stairs and white jade, now only the green pines remain. Seeing Zhou Jiayue complete the password, the employee said, Madam, please proceed to the back door. It is your turn, sir. Are you prepared? Liu Yi thought, oh no. I was just focused on the adult products and forgot everything else. What is this nonsensical conversation? Perhaps I have read too many novels. He decided to throw out a random phrase, thinking that since they were all saying nonsensical sentences, perhaps any one of the passwords Zhou Jiayue told him would suffice. Medicine. Medicine. Let's get it going. A set of pancakes and fruits. The group fell silent, baffled by his words. While it was indeed a password, this guy seemed utterly clueless. Sir, I suppose we will let that pass. They proceeded to the back of the Nightshade store, where a door led down to the basement level. Welcome, esteemed cultivators, to the Nightshade branch. I am the branch manager, Yi Yi. What level of magical artifacts do you require? Let us get straight to the point. I desire the treasure of your store from the 4th basement level. Madam, it appears you have done your research on our Nightshade products. However, with your cultivation level, you can only purchase items from the 1st basement level. But I have this. Zhou Jiayue displayed a card to the branch manager. What is this? This is the Nightshade Supreme 5-color black card. I apologize for my earlier oversight. Please follow me, madam. Liu Yi pointed at the card Zhou Jiayue held and asked, What on earth is that? Sir, as a cultivator, you do not know? This is one of 50 limited discount cards issued by our Nightshade headquarters to the modern cultivation realm, allowing a 10% discount on every purchase. Generally, only prominent families or those with exceptionally high cultivation can possess such cards. It seems your partner's background is quite remarkable. Encountering this card is worth a lifetime. Dear customer, since your companion is acquiring magical artifacts, why not select one that suits you as well? That makes sense, since I have the time. I might as well choose one. Do you have any handy weapons or something that looks cool? Perhaps something to show off? No problem. How about this imitation zigguang sword? The sword, when held, emanates a radiant glow, making it an undeniable tool for flaunting one's prowess and charm on the streets. Furthermore, purchasing the sword along with its scabbard grants an enticing discount of 15%. Attracting attention? Huh, would he dare? Zhou Jiayue had just ascended from the 4th underground level after making her purchases when she overheard the salesperson promoting the sword to Liu Yi. I wouldn't dare. With a beauty like you around, it's unnecessary. Even if I did, I'm wary of the void pearl. It's best to be cautious. I'll wait outside for you. Hurry out once you're done. We still need time for shopping and our date. With that, Zhou Jiayue flashed a smile at Liu Yi and stepped outside. Seems like you're quite afraid of your wife, aren't you? Truly a case of being managed by her. Enough of that. Are there any other artifacts available? How about these twin swords? They come in both authentic and imitation versions, named the Sword of Victory Oath, symbolizing the bond and love between 2 individuals. Purchasing the scabbard as well will also grant you the same 15% discount. They are quite popular among couples in our store. Liu Yi thought to himself, surely, such swords would not catch Zhou Jiayue's eye. After all, she is a wealthy and beautiful woman, already possessing an extraordinary artifact. But if I were to buy them, perhaps she would genuinely appreciate my sentiments. All right, I shall choose this one. How much for the scabbard? The imitation, after discount, is 60 inferior spirit stones, while the authentic one is 120 inferior spirit stones. How much? That equates to either 3 million or 6 million hours of playing League of Legends. Yet, I only have 10 inferior spirit stones. Never mind, thank you. The salesperson mused silently. Goodness, Turns out he is just a penniless fellow with a mere 10 inferior spirit stones, yet he has such an affluent and stunning girlfriend. How envious. Why can't I also find a wealthy and handsome partner? As Liu Yi was about to exit the store, he heard the salesperson call out, "Wait, handsome. We also have a divine artifact available for you to see, called the Soul of the Beast. It's on clearance. Legend has it that in the ancient cultivation realm, there existed a malevolent shape-shifting beast that wreaked havoc on the human world. It could transform into countless forms, confounding cultivators attempting to identify its true nature. No one has ever seen its real visage. Its power was so formidable that it caused many families to fall apart and entire cities to disappear. Eventually, a revered figure discovered it and slayed it, sealing its core within this dagger. Wouldn't you want to acquire such a weapon? Liu Yi felt a surge of excitement and took a look at the dagger. Did you say this is a relic from ancient times? Indeed, is there a problem? But why does this dagger have English on it? The salesperson thought to himself, oh no, I made a blunder. Well, you see, the ancient cultivation realm is vast and not solely inhabited by cultivators from China. If you wish to purchase it now, we are having a promotional event, waiving the import fees and offering a tremendous discount. Such good fortune. How much does it cost? The original price was 1,000 superior spirit stones. But now it's just 10 stones on sale. So cheap? Wonderful. I've struck gold. I'll take the soul of the beast. The salesperson thought. Thank goodness I graduated with a doctorate and spent 5 years writing novels. My persuasion skills are impeccable. Here you go, handsome. This receipt is for your purchase of the dagger. Please keep it safe. Once outside the store, Liu Yi eagerly awakened Ling'er from the void pearl and showed her the soul of the beast along with Zhou Jiayue. Master, the spiritual energy content of this dagger is exceedingly low. It's essentially a piece of scrap metal. What? I spent all my savings on this dagger. Is it still possible to return it? Zhou Jiayue looked at Liu Yi holding the worthless dagger and said, what are you thinking? In such shops as Nightshade, it's clearly stated that sales are final. It's no wonder they sell counterfeit goods. You should blame your lack of discernment. This is the transaction rule in the modern cultivation realm. Consider it a lesson learned. Ling'er glanced behind Liu Yi and asked, oh, master, what is that in your hand? Oh, this. They said it's a complimentary pillow for first-time customers at a cultivation store, featuring various designs. I chose one depicting my goddess, Yui Hitano. I've decided to call it Little Yi from now on. Upon hearing that her goddess was being given a name, Zhou Jiayue's expression darkened as she snatched the pillow away and commanded, Ling'er, burn it. Yes. Oh, no, my little Yi. You've only accompanied me for a fleeting few minutes before turning to ash. Sob. Little Yi, let us meet again in another life. In the Nightshade store, a salesperson asked the manager, given that the woman's cultivation level and her extraordinary black card only allow her to access the second underground level, why was she brought directly to the 4th level to purchase our prized treasure? Doesn't this violate the headquarters regulations? This was a necessary breach, as the amount of spirit stones she offered was simply too substantial. Even so, how much more could that be? She provided me with her storage bag. And how much spirit stones could be in that bag? Yumaizi opened the storage bag, and countless spirit stones spilled out. Take a look for yourself. It contains countless superior, medium, and inferior spirit stones. Those who can access the 4th underground level only need to spend 60 million superior spirit stones. Buyers like her are exceedingly rare. As Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Ling'er made their way toward the shopping district, Liu Yi suddenly recalled Zhou Jiayue had also made a purchase from the 4th underground level, prompting him to ask, Jiayue, what did you get? Well, this. Zhou Jiayue produced a jade necklace inscribed with the word seal. This is for you. Wear it well. What does it do? This is a seal chain, a one-time life-saving artifact. When you are subjected to a powerful attack, it can provide some protection, but after 3 months, the stored attack will fully unleash. At that point, it will be up to you to withstand it. Ling'er looked at the necklace and remarked, Master, this artifact is of medium-grade earth level, and in the modern cultivation realm, such items are exceedingly rare. Medium-grade earth level? What is that? Master, cultivators have their own levels of cultivation, which include Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine sense, void refinement, and infant transformation. Each of these stages can further be divided into early, middle, late, and peak phases. Artifacts are classified as celestial, earth, profound, and yellow levels, which also include superior, medium, and inferior grades. Therefore, the artifact Miss Jiayue gifted you is already quite extraordinary. Liu Yi, filled with excitement, prepared to embrace Zhou Jiayue, exclaiming, "You would give me such a remarkable artifact? You are truly too kind to me." Zhou Jiayue blushed, quickly pushing Liu Yi away, saying, Wait, let's discuss this when we get home. It's rather embarrassing to be seen like this on the street. Let's hurry along and go shopping." "Ah, Ling'er, since you are a puppet, you must also belong to the category of artifacts, correct?" "Indeed, master. Ling'er is classified as an artifact of medium-grade celestial level." Liu Yi, astonished, thought to himself, wow, Ling'er is actually a celestial-level artifact with sentience. I possess two extraordinary artifacts. Lost in thought, Liu Yi glanced at the enchanting Zhou Jiayue, and then at the captivating Ling'er, suddenly overwhelmed by some unwholesome thoughts, nearly causing a nosebleed. Ling'er, noticing Liu Yi's expression, warned him, "Master, please mind your mindset. If your mind harbors any inappropriate thoughts, you may inadvertently trigger the rules of the Void Pearl." Upon seeing Zhou Jiayue with her hands clasped and a mischievous grin, Liu Yi stammered, Jiayue, I didn't, better not. Come on, here is a keyboard. A reward for your earlier performance. Can we discuss this later? We still have our date and shopping to do." "All right, but you better kneel on the keyboard twice as long when we get back." "How about this?" Not bad. "And this one? Still good. What about this?" "Quite nice." Which one is truly beautiful? When girls shop, they often seek the opinions of friends nearby. They all look stunning. You are inherently beautiful. These outfits merely add a touch of elegance. Liu Yi's compliment was sincere. Those clothes were indeed lovely, and Zhou Jiayue, being the campus beauty, radiated charm even without adornment. Thus, every outfit she tried on attracted numerous onlookers, some so entranced that they neglected their own girlfriends. Wow, that woman is breathtaking. That man is truly fortunate. Since they all look good, let us buy them all. All right, I'll follow your lead today. Seeing Zhou Jiayue's happiness, Liu Yi couldn't help but reminisce about the moments they had shared over the past few months. How long had it been since he had seen her smile? Since she had relaxed? Ever since he met Zhou Jiayue, who, having lost her family, always appeared solitary amidst the crowd, deliberately keeping her distance from ordinary people. Deep down, she yearned for friends, for confidants, yet feared that her presence would endanger others, resulting in her profound loneliness. When she first revealed her identity as a cultivator, she mustered tremendous courage. She could have easily eliminated him, but instead, she chose to have him as her companion on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, he would still be a youth lost in internet cafes. At this moment, Liu Yi thought, "I will protect your smile, Zhou Jiayue. Hey, why are you dawdling? Hurry and grab the things. I'm coming. After their shopping spree, they continued their training that evening, with Zhou Jiayue successfully advancing to the late foundation establishment stage, while Liu Yi reached the late qi refinement stage. On their way home, Liu Yi suddenly recalled the upcoming holiday and asked, "By the way, there's a short holiday next week. What are your plans?" "I'm not sure yet. How about you?" "I'm thinking of heading to Jiangning to visit my family. I heard a new mayor was appointed, and the city has developed remarkably well. Perhaps I could take you along. I've heard they've built many fun amusement facilities, and the scenery has been beautifully managed." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue clutched her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, and shyly replied, "Ah, so soon? This is so sudden. You've made me nervous. I'm not ready." "Ready? Ready for what? Why be nervous about visiting my family? I haven't decided what gift to bring for my future mother-in-law yet. It would be so awkward if I went empty-handed. Moreover, I read in the news that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships can be quite challenging. Sometimes they even pose questions like, if your mother and your wife fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? It's so embarrassing." Liu Yi was taken aback, his mind racing. "Mother-in-law? What nonsense is this? We're still so young. Why are you thinking about that?" I thought we were going to meet your mother. You've got me all worked up for nothing." Liu Yi gently patted Zhou Jiayue's head, smiling, "Don't worry. We're just going to have fun. Besides, my family is wonderful. They will welcome you warmly. But it's still meeting the parents. No way. I need to rush back to the dorm and prepare." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue, her face a deep crimson, dashed towards the girls' dormitory. In the bustling area of Pudong, the night remained lively. A tall, slender girl with fair skin, dressed in purple, stood atop a building, preparing for her tribulation at the core formation stage. This stage represents the first significant bottleneck in a cultivator's training. Progressing further requires not only personal cultivation, but also specific spirit stones or cultivation tools, making advancement increasingly challenging. Having stabilized her peak foundation establishment, she thought, "Let us begin the evening's tribulation. Show me your might." The girl entered her spiritual sea, commencing her tribulation. Gradually, spiritual energy converged like a river into a solid form. After countless attempts and extensive practice, she had accumulated rich experience in controlling the flow, gathering method, and compression force of the spiritual energy. Approximately 5 or 6 hours later, a distinctly different energy, tangible and powerful, gathered for her core formation. Suddenly, the starry sky transformed into a stormy scene filled with dark clouds and flashing lightning. In the moment of successful formation, the heavenly tribulation would descend. The torment of being struck by heavenly lightning was undoubtedly dreadful. Even within the protective array of her stable foundation establishment, the assault on her spirit could not be avoided. This critical moment required her utmost concentration, with no room for error. At that moment, fire trucks, police cars, and a crowd of onlookers gathered below. "Students up there, don't do anything rash. Who is disturbing my cultivation? Students above, don't despair. Life is full of challenges, but there are no insurmountable obstacles. Those past difficulties will only lead to a more brilliant future. Please come down. Hey, miss, it's starting to thunder. The rooftop is dangerous." Yet, the girl in purple was overwhelmed by the commotion below, unable to concentrate. Just then, the heavenly tribulation descended. Seeing a bolt of lightning strike down, the crowd fled in panic. "Oh no. That lightning is coming down. Is that child all right? How could they be fine? Just wait and see what a lightning strike does. Forget it. With the power of that lightning, that child is surely doomed. Let us go back to the hospital." After a spirited discussion among the surrounding crowd, they gradually dispersed. Due to the thunderstorm, the young girl in purple collapsed amidst the ruins. "No, I cannot remain stagnant at the peak of my foundation. For the sake of revenge and my kin, I must become stronger." The girl in purple shakily rose and began to walk away. Upon reaching a corner, she fainted once more. "Hey, wake up, what is wrong with you?" When the girl finally opened her eyes, she found a young man in his 20s gazing at her. "It hurts so much. Who are you? How did I end up here? Where is this place?" she asked, clutching her head. "This is Pudong. How could you not even know where you are? You must have lost your memory." "Oh, so this is Pudong," she murmured. "I can't believe this place has developed so much in just 4 years of my university life." "Young man, you must have come back from afar, not realizing how much this city has transformed." "Indeed. In my recollection, Jiangning was merely a picturesque area with mountains and rivers, yet economically quite backward." "That is true. But a few years ago, a new mayor named Zhang Jiayue was appointed to revitalize the area. Within just a few years, it has become one of the national economic special zones. He has vigorously developed tourism and real estate, attracting visitors from various regions to sightsee and purchase homes here. He sounds like an excellent mayor." Indeed, he often. On the train home, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue conversed with another passenger returning home. After disembarking, they decided to buy a few items before visiting Liu Yi's family. "Hey, Liu Yi, have you noticed anything amiss?" "Not at all. The house is still the same, just more prosperous." "Why? Are you starting to feel nervous?" Zhou Jiayue, initially cautious about her surroundings, blushed upon hearing Liu Yi's words. "I was already quite nervous. How can one not be nervous with you suddenly bringing it up? You came here to enjoy yourself. What are you thinking? Isn't it time to meet my future mother-in-law?" "Exactly. Now that you two are partners, you must often cultivate your feelings to enhance your rapport. However, at this moment, you are merely partners, not a couple." Watching Zhou Jiayue and Appo's sudden shyness, Liu Yi felt his face flush as well. "You look truly beautiful and adorable when you and Appo's shy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue felt as if her heart was filled with honey, but her expression suddenly turned mischievous. Liu Yi sensed something was amiss. "What were you planning? Your tone earlier seemed to imply that I wasn't pretty or adorable before." I wouldn't dare." Liu Yi stammered in fright. "Wouldn't dare? Oh, no. You are beautiful, just even more so now." "Good. That's the right attitude." The two then headed towards the bustling area of the city to shop. "Hey, Liu Yi, the person we returned with mentioned a new leader has arrived and is organizing things here." "Yes, what about it? I was wondering if this tall tower existed before." "And is the city government center here now?" Zhou Jiayue pointed at a building resembling Shanghai's Oriental Pearl Tower and the city government building. "No. Perhaps the government is trying to replicate Shanghai by constructing this iconic structure, whereas the government building and police station used to be in the eastern part of the city. Why have they moved to the economic center now? There must be something amiss." What is the issue? The government can move wherever they please. It's none of our business. Zhou Jiayue eyed the government building and the tower, muttering, "There's definitely something strange going on." Meanwhile, at the top of a skyscraper, two individuals were present, one gazing out at the cityscape, while the other was counting the city's population. What is the current estimate of residents in the city? Around 100,000. It's time. Inform the lower ranks. We will take action in the coming days. Also, report to the superiors. Yes, sir. At the clothing and jewelry stores, Zhou Jiayue began an exhilarating shopping spree. We've been shopping for ourselves. Shouldn't we buy something for Ling'er since she is also a female puppet? As her master, you should get her something. Liu Yi, upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, agreed and summoned Ling'er from the void. Ling'er, we plan to buy you some clothes and accessories today. What would you like? Don't hold back. Master, Miss Zhou, I am merely your puppet. I have never aspired for material possessions like clothing or jewelry. Forget it. Ling'er, I'll take you to the women's section. You don't need to be so reserved around us. Without further ado, Zhou Jiayue took Ling'er's hand and led her to the women's service area. After approximately 2 hours, they emerged. You look so adorable. Thank you, Miss Zhou. No need for gratitude, since you possess a human form and human thoughts. You need not act like a puppet in front of me. If Liu Yi dares to bully you in the future, I'll teach him a lesson. Liu Yi thought to himself, what is this sudden friendship among girls in just a few days? All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Subsequently, Zhou Jiayue and Ling and Appos followed Liu Yi as they made their way home. Your home is right here? It's quite cozy. How is it? Let us hurry inside. By the way, I have a little sister named Liu Ying. Don't scare her. Do you think I would scare her? Didn't you see? We girls get along best. Liu Yi thought, that's because you're with a puppet, not a real person. Zhou Jiayue linked her arm with Liu Yi while Ling'er trailed behind them as they entered. Liu Yi felt quite anxious, after all. It was his first time bringing a girlfriend home. Yet, he forgot to send Ling and Appos back on the way. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Why are you back? Did something happen? Are you hiding from trouble? Liu Yi, scratching his head, replied, well, it's just that if you have something to say, spit it out. We're watching a show. It's commercial time, dear. Hello, Uncle, Aunt. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's greeting, Liu Yi's parents and sister simultaneously noticed the bags Liu Yi was carrying in the presence of Zhou Jiayue and Ling'er beside him. Just now, they were little sister. I'm your brother's girlfriend, and she is his servant. What? These two beautiful sisters are my silly brother's girlfriend and servant? Bro, did you force them? Liu Yi's parents and sister regarded him with disdainful expressions, as if they couldn't believe it. During this vacation, my brother invited me here to visit. And since I haven't found a suitable place to stay, I hope it's alright to stay here temporarily until the holiday ends. This situation presents quite a challenge. You see, our residence consists of merely 3 bedrooms and a living room, one for Liu Yi, one for his sister, and one for my spouse and myself. Upon hearing his parents' words, Liu Yi had already surmised the circumstances and contemplated suggesting that Liu Ying share a room with Zhou Jiayue for a few days. Just then, Zhou Jiayue produced a card along with some items she had recently purchased, saying, this is a gift for Uncle and Aunt. And here is a Global Travel VIP Diamond membership card. With this card, you can travel anywhere in the world for free, enjoying privileges akin to that of a chief in certain regions. Additionally, little sister, here is a bank card for you, containing 100 billion. Spend freely. And when you run out, just ask your sister for more. At this moment, Liu Yi's family was at a loss for words, pondering how fortunate their foolish son or brother was to have found such a benefactor. The trio then exclaimed, great. Feel free to stay here for as long as you like. If you need anything, just command this fellow. If he misbehaves, let us know, and we will take care of him. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Xiao Yi, take good care of these two and do not neglect them. Where shall we travel first? Dear Mom and Dad, let us go to the Maldives first. Could this really be the same anxious Zhou Jiayue from before? Moreover, would I dare to disobey? Ling'er, return to the Void Pearl for now. Understood. Liu Yi, what shall we do next? That evening, Zhou Jiayue took Liu Yi to the yard to begin training, instructing him to summon Ling'er for supervision. Today, I will impart some fundamental knowledge about the cultivation world. Here, take this. Isn't this just the piece of paper you bought from the night shop? Liu Yi remarked as he took the paper from Zhou Jiayue's hand. What is its purpose? This is a property paper that reacts to spiritual energy, allowing you to determine the attributes associated with your own spiritual energy. Just when I was finally accepting the idea of being a cultivator, now I must learn the knowledge of the cultivation realm as well. This is truly overwhelming for Liu Yi. In the cultivation realm, every cultivator possesses certain attributes unique to them, akin to the elemental classifications in a popular modern anime: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. The red tassel we previously encountered wielded a fire whip, indicating her attribute was fire. How can you determine your attributes using this paper? Simply channel your spiritual energy into the paper, and it will reveal your attributes. Zhou Jiayue extracted a piece and infused it with her spiritual energy, causing the paper to crumple. See, my attribute is lightning. The paper crinkles for lightning, becomes damp for water, crumbles for earth, burns for fire, tears for wind, freezes for ice, and dissolves for poison. In truth, everyone possesses varying degrees of these attributes. This paper merely identifies the most suitable attribute for one's spiritual essence. Thus, most individuals focus their cultivation on the attribute that aligns best with their spiritual root, often neglecting the others. Understood. I shall give it a try. Liu Yi began to channel his spiritual energy into the property paper, awaiting its response, yet to no avail. After another attempt, still, the paper remained unresponsive. What is going on? This is strange. Everyone should possess their own attributes. Why does yours not react at all? Perhaps my proficiency in multiple attributes is causing the paper to fail in detecting anything. That is unlikely. Stop boasting. At this moment, Ling'er glanced at Liu Yi's hand and mused, Master, if I am not mistaken, you may possess a waste spiritual root. What? A waste spiritual root? What does that mean? It signifies an absence of any natural attributes. Cultivating natural attribute spells is considerably challenging. Hearing this, Liu Yi felt utterly defeated. To discover that his attribute was a waste spiritual root was disheartening. Do not lose heart, Master. The specific nature of your spiritual root is not of utmost importance. You can develop spells from various attributes. Zhou Jiayue, upon hearing Ling'er's words, was rendered speechless. She had never before encountered the concept of a waste spiritual root, especially not in her partner. Regardless of what your spiritual root may be, remember that you are a cultivator capable of wielding spells. Moreover, you are my partner, and I will not allow you to fall behind others. At the very least, you must learn to protect yourself in battle, otherwise you will distract me. Their prolonged companionship led Zhou Jiayue to feel a rush of anxiety whenever she mentioned their partnership, occasionally stuttering. Oh right, you must also remember that even a slight difference in cultivation levels can result in significant disparities between us. Understood. Just as Zhou Jiayue was about to finish her thought, she abruptly exclaimed, Quickly, release your spiritual energy to protect yourself. Huh? Suddenly, a massive barrier enveloped the city. And with a resounding boom, the entire city was awash in radiant light, as if divinity had descended upon the mortal realm. Within the city, some residents began to suffer headaches, while others fainted. What is happening? My head is pounding. It feels as though all my strength has been drained away. Mommy, what is wrong with you? Is anyone there? Call 120 immediately. Someone help us. At that moment, atop a skyscraper, two individuals surveyed the sprawling cityscape. The blood-absorbing formation is complete, yet the ease of it all leaves one feeling uneasy. Calm down. There's no need for concern. Did we not dispatch someone yesterday to investigate potential threats? Soon, once the spiritual energy is fully absorbed, we will report our findings to the higher-ups and depart. In the mayor's office on the rooftop of the municipal building, 3 men and a woman sat in silence, awaiting the absorption of spiritual energy. Report. The crystal cauldron indicates that some individual spiritual energy has not been absorbed. What? Did not the reports confirm that no threats to our plans existed below? Do not panic. Perhaps there are cultivators within this blood-absorbing formation. If we capture them and extract their spiritual energy, the headquarters will surely reward us handsomely. At this point, 2 individuals seated on the wall-mounted sofa stood up. Boss, let me assist you in capturing those individuals. Very well. In this city, you, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, should have no trouble handling the cultivators within the formation. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the city were using their spiritual energy to protect themselves while seeking the formation's focal point and its liberator. Master, according to Ling'er's search, the formation's focal point should be near that tall building. The closer we get, the stronger the absorption of spiritual energy. Zhou Jiayue, after hearing this, glanced at the tall structure, pondering for a moment, said, It seems this is a type of cage formation. Cage. This formation is one of the most common and fundamental types, centered around an object that releases a vast area of isolation, rendering individuals unable to exit, much like birds trapped in a cage. To escape this cage, One must eliminate the conjurer and the object of the spell. After hearing this, Liu Yi pondered. Since his family had departed, he felt no reservations. Ling'er, please return to the Void Pearl to replenish your spiritual energy, and then you may come back. Yes, Master. Jiayue, when you inquired about the government building and the tower earlier, did you already suspect a conspiracy was afoot? Liu Yi asked. Indeed, she replied. As soon as we entered the commercial district, I sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. I brought Ling'er not only to shop for clothes, but also to conduct a spiritual energy test. A test? Yes, upon releasing a bit of spiritual energy, I discovered it was gradually being absorbed by that tower. Thus, I concluded there must be something amiss. That is why I gifted your parents a luxurious travel card, to facilitate their escape from this place. Liu Yi was in awe. Even while shopping, Jiayue remained vigilant of their surroundings. Thank you, Jiayue. What are you saying? Let and Oppos S hurry toward the formation and Oppos S core. The two began to cautiously approach the formation and Oppos S focal point, only to find a dozen corpses lying on the ground, each covered in a spectrum of colorful liquids. In the center of these bodies stood a man clad in a white suit. Humph, a pitiful lot. A group of Qi refining stage juniors thinking they could defeat me with sheer numbers. What a farce. The two observed the scene from the nearby underbrush. Judging by the situation and the man's actions, his cultivation level was likely below the core formation stage. How did you discern that? Jiayue shot him a glance. In the hierarchy of cultivators, once one enters the core formation stage, the disparity between each realm is vast. A foundation establishment cultivator cannot easily defeat a group of Qi refining cultivators. Conversely, a group of peak foundation establishment cultivators would struggle against a core formation novice. We are both still in the foundation establishment stage. What should we do? As Liu Yi and Jiayue deliberated, the core formation cultivator remarked, Young ones in the grass. No need to hide. My divine sense has already detected you. They had initially intended to launch a surprise attack and discreetly dismantle the cage. But now that they had been discovered, they felt they had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Huh, you plan to face a core formation cultivator directly? No, we must defeat him, but our cultivation levels are far too disparate. Therefore, I believe we should employ strategy rather than engage in a frontal assault. No, we should. As they were strategizing, the core formation cultivator slowly approached. Jiayue stepped forward. Wait a moment, there were two of us just now. How is it that only one remains? I spared him because I did not wish for his demise. Your opponent is now me. Spatial storage, reveal. Upon seeing the weapon Jiayue wielded, emanating an extraordinary aura, it was evident that she was formidable. Young lady, before we proceed, I propose a transaction. I am Su Feng, one of the 4 cultivators under the branch leader Su Qiguang of the Nightshade faction. Given our respective powers, it is impossible for you to prevail against me. Besides, it is a waste for you to wield this high-grade heavenly artifact. Therefore, if you hand over your artifact, we will allow you and your companion to leave the cage. Enough with the chatter. I must defeat you and destroy the cage. That is the only way for me to escape. With that, Jiayue swung her artifact towards him. It appeared the negotiation had failed. Just as Jiayue prepared to strike, Su Feng summoned his innate treasure, the golden poison staff, and swung it. The surrounding vegetation began to corrode, leaving a desolate expanse in its wake. I am a cultivator of the poison attribute, and I have refined my treasure into an innate artifact, imbuing it with my poisonous essence. Thus, a toxic mist now envelopes you. Suddenly, Jiayue vanished with a loud pop. Gone. Yet I am certain you will return. I shall await your return here. In a corner, Liu Yi was with the real Jiayue, and as she disappeared, he coughed up blood. Concerned, Jiayue asked, Are you all right? It and Oppos S nothing. This minor injury is inconsequential. As long as you and Oppos refine, have you gleaned any information? This cultivator is Su Feng, one of the 4 under the branch leader Su Qiguang of the Nightshade faction, a mid-core formation cultivator, and he has transformed his artifact into an innate treasure, granting it a poison attribute, likely a medium to long-range attacker. Liu Yi summarized the intelligence based on his clone's observations. He reflected on how the beast's soul could have adverse effects. While the clone could substitute for the original, its disappearance would inflict some harm on the body. Before long, Liu Yi's complexion began to darken, prompting Jiayue to summon Ling'er from the Void Pearl. Ling'er, what is happening? Miss. The master's spiritual energy was likely infused with his blood when creating that clone. It's nothing to worry about. The beast's soul can sustain the clone for an extended period if infused with sufficient blood, and this clone possesses half of my strength, thus enabling us to gather more intelligence. Otherwise, it would dissipate shortly after creation. At this moment, Liu Yi's complexion began to return to normal. The method of infusing blood into the beast's soul was painful upon the clone's dissolution, but it was not dire. This method is effective, yet it should not be employed too frequently. Suddenly, Liu Yi heard a peculiar sound. Ling'er, was that you speaking? Master, what are you talking about? I've always been by your side. How could it be me? Jiayue, could it be you? What nonsense are you spouting? How could it be me? Surely you haven't lost your mind from infusing your blood. While they were resting, a man and a woman conversed on a rooftop. What is Su Feng thinking? How are they still alive? Ling'er, I'll replenish Liu Yi's spiritual energy first. You keep watch outside and ensure no one disturbs us. Understood. With that, Jiayue enacted a barrier and began treating Liu Yi. Miss, 2 individuals are approaching us. What? Have we already been exposed? Just as they spoke, a man and a woman descended from above, appearing before the trio. Look, this is typical of Su Feng. He often lets people go. Regardless, is it not typical for such individuals to behave in this manner? They perceive themselves as cultivators at the core formation stage, often boasting in front of those with lesser cultivation, yet they dare not utter a word in the presence of those more powerful than themselves. Indeed, as these two approached Zhou Jiayue, she pondered, it appears these two are allies of that venomous cultivator, Su Feng. Presently, Liu Yi was also in a wounded state, leaving him with scant chance of confronting the duo head-on. What to do now? Little girl, escaping from Su Feng's gaze is no small feat, feasible or not. We shall see. Spatial storage, Silver Sky, manifest. Upon summoning Silver Sky, Zhou Jiayue swiftly struck towards the two. The male counterpart responded promptly, conjuring an ice wall with a flourish of his hands. Ice escape, cold barrier. I am Su Fei, a cultivator of the ice attribute, and she is Su Shan, a fire attribute cultivator. The earlier Su Feng is on an entirely different level than us, thus you cannot possibly escape from us, the pair of cultivators. With that, Su Shan launched a fireball at Zhou Jiayue, which she effortlessly cleaved apart. My Silver Sky possesses my intrinsic nature, and my nature is severance, which signifies the ability to cut through all. Indeed, commendable. It seems your magical artifact has already adapted to your own essence. From a distance, Su Feng was sensing the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Upon detecting Zhou Jiayue and her companions, he hastened towards them. Upon arrival, he found Su Shan toying with Zhou Jiayue, using her spells. Su Fei remarked, "Hey, how come you only just arrived? Your spiritual awareness seems to be lacking. I thought you would return sooner, hence my wait." Meanwhile, Liu Yi's spiritual energy had nearly replenished. Upon awakening, he beheld Zhou Jiayue, battered and bruised. He quietly communicated with Ling'er and Zhou Jiayue, using a barrier sound transmission technique. Ling'er, as soon as I count to 3. You must immediately retreat into the void pearl to replenish your spiritual energy, while Wanqing, you must fervently absorb my energy and flee at once. Yes, master. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. Just follow my instructions. 1, 2, 3 now. Upon uttering these words, Ling'er swiftly retreated into the void pearl, while Liu Yi released his spiritual energy, and Zhou Jiayue fervently absorbed it. Subsequently, she invoked the wind control technique to hastily escape. Trying to flee? Not so easily, tidal wave. Su Fei, witnessing Zhou Jiayue's frantic escape, instantly unleashed his spells. Yet Liu Yi, from an unknown location, darted towards the 3 of them. You shall not harm her. You 3 must contend with me. As the trio observed Liu Yi's approach, they realized that his energy was not that of a human, but rather the power of a beast. Humans possess wisdom yet lack strength, while beasts are strong yet lack wisdom. When a human loses their magical power, they become exceedingly fragile, whereas a beast, even without magic, retains brute force. Beast Spirit, State 1. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue, hastily fleeing the scene, glanced back, her heart heavy with the thought, Liu Yi, please do not come to harm. At that moment, Liu Yi had transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. However, he understood that his cultivation was still at the foundation establishment stage, and thus, the duration of this transformation was limited. The beast spirit could serve as a dagger or allow him to morph into a beast, temporarily enhancing his cultivation and granting him the offensive and defensive capabilities akin to a beast. Yet the sole drawback was the excessive consumption of his own spiritual energy. My time is limited. Come at me all together. Huh. Boy, do not think we are unaware of your cultivation level. You are currently at the mid-core formation stage. Though our cultivation levels are the same, can you truly face all three of us simultaneously? Enough idle chatter. Let us see what you can do. At this juncture, Zhou Jiayue had reached the birdcage, unaware that she was about to confront a cultivator at the late core formation stage. I am Su Wei, the foremost among the 4 cultivators under Master Su Qiguang. He anticipated that one of you would come to disrupt, and I have been waiting here for quite some time. Another one? Surely your master is not also within this birdcage? Indeed. Therefore, even if you defeat me, as long as our master remains, victory is unattainable for you. Oh, by the way, I can disclose 2 pieces of information to you, completely free of charge. First, our master is a peak core formation body technique cultivator specializing in swordsmanship. Second, this birdcage will gradually constrict towards the center over time, and the force of its pull will intensify. Are you not aware that villains often meet their end through excessive chatter? Behold the sword. Zhou Jiayue swiftly brandished Silver Sky towards Su Wei. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, facing 3 mid-core formation cultivators, was utterly exhausted. Although the beastly form endowed him with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities alongside regenerative abilities, his time was limited. He could endure for at most 5 more minutes. He must alter the tide of battle within this brief window. Observing Liu Yi's labored breathing, Su Feng could not help but chuckle. Boy, your time is nearly up, having absorbed far too much of my poison. Your courage is commendable. Yet you are no match for us 3. Surrender, and spare yourself further suffering. Ha! Indeed, a true man knows when to yield. Surrendering is not disgraceful. The trio took turns taunting him, unaware that Liu Yi was poised to utilize the reserved spiritual energy stored by Ling'er for his next counterattack. Master, the spiritual energy is replenished and ready. As soon as Ling'er finished speaking, Liu Yi dispelled the beast spirit's state 1, reverting it into its dagger form, gathering all the spiritual energy into his left hand wielding the dagger. May fortune favor me. I hope this endeavor succeeds. With that, Liu Yi lunged at the now complacent Su Feng. Before Su Feng could react, Liu Yi struck decisively, severing his head, resulting in the rapid dissolution of the poison within Liu Yi's body. Just as I surmised, upon his demise, the toxins within me are expelled. Surprised, Su Shan and her companion could hardly believe that a mere foundation establishment cultivator had vanquished a core formation cultivator. Having successfully eliminated one, the next targets are you. Eliminate us? Absurd. Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. How could you possibly continue fighting? It is not just I. We shall defeat you, Liu Yi declared, gesturing toward the rising figures of the cultivators around him. What is happening? Shouldn't those individuals have perished from Su Feng's poison? Su Shan and her companion were taken aback at the sight of the standing cultivators. Did you not previously declare that Su Feng was beneath your notice, being a cultivator of lesser cultivation? Thus, during our battle, I stealthily summoned a beastly avatar to inspect those previously afflicted by poison. Indeed, as I anticipated, Su Feng did not poison all the cultivators to death. Instead, he inflicted a debilitating poison upon them, rendering their existence worse than death. Su Fei glanced around and mused. This young man is indeed remarkable. Young man, you are indeed extraordinary. Faced with 2 opponents superior to you, I am truly impressed. Yet, I am keen to understand how you discerned that eliminating Su Feng would unravel the poison afflicting everyone. At this moment, both Su Fei and Su Shan had grown wary of Liu Yi, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, fearing he might uncover their vulnerabilities. It was quite simple. At that time, my avatar engaged him at the formation's core and unexpectedly discovered one of his flaws during combat. Oh, what was it? While battling, I noticed that when he released his spiritual energy, he was offensive, but when defending, he would retract his own energy. Wasn't that akin to the way cultivators fight? No. He was retracting the poison from the cultivators he had incapacitated. When the poison was expelled, I observed a slight recovery of spiritual energy in one of the cultivators, who even managed a slight movement. Thus, I decided to take a gamble, risking everything on the notion that if I could eliminate that poisonous cultivator, perhaps the poison affecting us all could be lifted. To my astonishment, I was correct. Now, Liu Yi contemplated using these few minutes of conversation to restore his strength. Spiritual energy was of little concern, as he realized that the beast spirit was an artifact that, while immensely draining in terms of energy, primarily sapped physical strength. The more formidable artifacts consumed less physical energy while requiring significant spiritual energy, whereas the inferior ones drained both abundantly. Young man, what occupies your thoughts? In a battle, one must remain focused. Distraction could cost you your life. As Liu Yi pondered how to seize precious moments for recovery, he found Su Fei advancing toward him. Ice scale. 36 arrows. 36 ice arrows shot directly at Liu Yi, but due to the state of the beast spirit, he was too exhausted to evade. Yet, just as the arrows were about to strike, they shattered midair. Young man, thank you for freeing us from the poison. Liu Yi turned to see the cultivators, now rid of their toxins, approaching him step by step. I appreciate your assistance. Miss, how long do you intend to endure? You must realize you stand no chance of victory. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue faced the scorn and assault from Su Wei, frantically dodging. You must also have noticed that your companion's spiritual energy has dwindled to a mere whisper. Relinquish your futile resistance. You are no match for me. Should you surrender? Perhaps our master might show mercy and grant you a chance at survival. No, I shall never surrender, and I believe he will not fall so easily. I have faith in him, and I know you will be defeated by my silver sky. Defeated me? Huh. Young lady, your jest has gone too far. Our cultivation levels are evident. As Su Wei prepared to advance on Zhou Jiayue, he suddenly heard Su Shan's voice through their spatial communication. Boss, Su Feng has been defeated. Oh? What transpired? We underestimated that young man. He took advantage of Su Feng's momentary lapse in vigilance, and I do not know how. But he suddenly surged in strength and defeated Su Feng. That is of no consequence. If that young man has vanquished Su Feng, he must be utterly drained of energy. We shall eliminate him now. But, what is it? Is there more? Su Feng did not kill all the cultivators, but merely incapacitated them. So now they have all awakened. What did you say? Upon hearing that Liu Yi had defeated Su Feng and was temporarily safe, Zhou Jiayue exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing she no longer needed to tread cautiously and could confront her opponent without reservation. Damn, young man, you can recuperate safely by the side. We will shield you from those two. Thank you. As Liu Yi prepared to restore his strength, a girl in a white dress with sparkling eyes, seemingly 18 or 19, approached him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Hello, I am Zhou Jiayue, a water element cultivator, but I excel in healing. Please, allow me to assist you. Certainly. I would be grateful, but you need not call me benefactor. Just Liu Yi will suffice. All right, Liu Yi. As Zhou Jiayue began to heal Liu Yi, Ling'er suddenly emerged from the void pearl. Master, are you all right? I am fine. Have you completed gathering your spiritual energy? Yes, we must retreat quickly. Heading towards the formation's core. Humph. Do you believe you can escape? Fire element, flame wall. Su Shan conjured a wall of flames, which, unlike ice, would not shatter easily. Fire element, fire serpent. She released a fiery chain that twisted around her like a serpent, swirling menacingly. Su Fei, hearing Su Shan's mockery of his ice wall, retorted defiantly, Hey, Su Shan, do you claim my ice wall is ineffective? Isn't it? What did you say? Brother Su, how about a contest? Let us wager. Very well. What shall we wager? I know you hold affection for me, and we are partners. So let us see who can defeat more opponents, and who can claim that young man's head first. What do you think? Oh, if you win, I shall grant you a day each month to command me, and I will not resist. Upon hearing this, Su Fei was invigorated. And if you lose? Well, I desire the treasures meant for you, the water guardian pearl, the heavenly fire killing sword, the earth sealing soft armor, the wind bell needle, the thunder flash phoenix spear, and the illusionary wave shield. That is rather excessive. Humph. If Brother Su refuses, I shall ignore you henceforth. No, I agree. You are the best, Brother Su. You are the finest man in the world. After casting a flirtatious glance at Su Fei, he thought to himself, once again, I am recognized as a good person for the 366th time in my life. Whenever I am dissatisfied while out shopping, I merely turn and leave until I appease her to the point where she forgives me and declares, You are truly the best. However, this time, Su Shan, you are destined to lose. Although your attributes may counter mine, you remain at the initial stage of core formation, while I have progressed to the mid-stage. How can you possibly match my speed? Su Fei was plotting his strategy. Defeated me? Huh. Young lady, your jest has gone too far. Our cultivation levels are evident. As Su Wei prepared to advance on Zhou Jiayue, he suddenly heard Su Shan's voice through their spatial communication. Boss, Su Feng has been defeated. Oh, what transpired? We underestimated that young man. He took advantage of Su Feng's momentary lapse in vigilance, and I do not know how. but he suddenly surged in strength and defeated Su Feng. No matter if that boy were to eliminate Su Feng, he would undoubtedly be devoid of any spiritual energy and physical strength, making it easy to kill him. But what is it? Is there something else? Su Feng had not killed all the cultivators previously. He had merely wounded them with poison, and now those cultivators have all awakened. What did you say? Upon hearing that Liu Yi had dealt with Su Feng and was temporarily safe, Zhou Jiayue let out a sigh of relief, realizing that she no longer needed to hold back and could confront the opponent before her with confidence. Damn, you, just focus on recuperating. We'll handle those two for you. Thank you for your trouble. As Liu Yi prepared to recover, a girl clad in a white dress, with sparkling eyes that appeared to be 18 or 19, approached him, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Hello, my name is Zhou Jiayue. I am a water element cultivator, but I am more adept at healing. Please, allow me to assist my benefactor in healing, may I? Of course. I appreciate your kindness, but you need not call me benefactor. Just address me as Liu Yi. All right, Liu Yi. While Zhou Jiayue was healing Liu Yi, Ling'er suddenly emerged from the void pearl. Master, are you all right? I am fine. Have you finished gathering spiritual energy? Yes. Prepare to retreat quickly, heading towards the formation's core. Do you think you can escape? Fire element, flame net. Su Shan immediately conjured a wall of fire. This fiery barrier is not as easily shattered as ice. Fire element, fire serpent. Following this, Su Shan unfastened the chains around her and ignited them, resembling a long serpent entwined in flames, swirling around the area. Su Fei, hearing Su Shan's mockery regarding his ice wall, retorted indignantly, Hey, Su Shan, you say my ice wall isn't formidable? Is that so? What did you say? Well, Brother Su, how about we have a competition, a wager? Sure. What shall we wager? I know Brother Su likes me, and since we are partners, I propose we compete to see who can take down more opponents, and whoever claims that man's head first wins. What do you think? Oh, if you win, I promise to grant you a day each month to command me without resistance. Upon hearing this, Su Fei felt invigorated. And if you win? Well, I desire the treasures Master possesses, the Water Guardian Pearl, the Heavenly Fire Killing Sword, the Earth Seal Soft Armor, the Wind Bell Needle, the Thunder Flash Phoenix Spear, and the Illusion Wave Shield. Isn't that a bit excessive? If Brother Su disagrees, then I shall ignore you from now on. No, I agree. Brother Su is the best. You are the finest man in the world. After saying this, Su Shan threw a flirtatious glance at Su Fei, who thought, again. Once more, being recognized as a good person, the 366th time in my life. Each time I walk away dissatisfied, only to appease her until she is happy and declares me the best again. But this time, Su Shan, you are bound to lose this wager. Although you possess attributes that counter mine, you are still in the early stage of foundation building, while I am already in the mid-stage. How can you possibly outpace me? Su Fei was devising his plans at this moment. At this time, all present were taken aback. Kid, I am quite curious about how you discovered me. If your answer does not satisfy me, I shall kill you immediately. Liu Yi did not expect his conjecture to be correct. Senior, given the immense spiritual energy fluctuations we created, it is impossible for no one to notice, so I merely took a gamble, and I surmised that the senior must be interested in the void pearl I possess. Are you not afraid I would kill you immediately and take it for myself? I am afraid, but I know you cannot kill me. As the void pearl has recognized its master, and should the master fall, the pearl would self-destruct. You are quite clever, knowing I would not resort to such measures. Therefore, I implore you to assist us this time, and I shall personally present the void pearl to you afterward. Su Fei and the others were momentarily stunned. Kid, are you threatening me? You possess a measure of audacity. However, I can only assist you once, either by saving your woman or eliminating this obstacle before you. I am well aware of that. The void pearl is indeed precious, and it would be impossible to have you intervene twice. Hence, I intend to. Liu Yi took a deep breath, thinking, Jiayue, if you were awake, you would surely support my decision. He then called out to the heavens. I am willing to form a contract with the senior, to serve for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. To serve for 1,000 years, 10,000 years? Yes, indeed. Kid, you possess quite the spirit. This is amusing. I can assist you, but my location is not easily found. I require you to reach the nascent soul stage within 3 years, using any means necessary, and come to my dwelling. Once the 3 years have passed, even if I do not desire the pearl, I shall ensure your annihilation. Subsequently, a star symbol appeared in Liu Yi's hand. This marks the location of my residence, though I cannot disclose it explicitly. You must discover the clues yourself. Where I reside is governed by rules. And the highest rule is, no information can be divulged. I understand. As for the four of you here, I shall intervene only once. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi was perplexed. For people? Where did the fourth come from? Aren't there only three? Even if there were four, wasn't the previous one already eliminated? While he pondered this, a person suddenly appeared before Liu Yi. Boss. Su Fei and the others were startled and exclaimed in unison. Wait, senior. We four are also willing to serve for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and we shall offer all our spiritual stones and treasures to you. The treasures of mere ants cannot be compared to the void pearl. With that, a flash of light struck down, ending the lives of the four. I need to treat this person. You may leave. When Zhou Jiayue awoke and saw Liu Yi, she was both pleasantly surprised and deeply touched. She was overjoyed that she had survived, and the threats had vanished, while she was moved by the fact that Liu Yi had willingly offered to serve for her sake. Even in her unconscious state, where she retained some awareness. Jiayue, Ling'er, do you know? At that moment, I had only one thought, to ensure both of you survive. No matter the cost, I would see to it that you live. Surviving is better than anything else. Yet, when I uttered the words to serve for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I realized how cowardly I truly am. Ling'er then spoke. Master, I have lived in the Void Pearl for many years, witnessing countless people and events. In the realm of cultivation, surviving is no easy feat. Yet no matter how one survives, it is not shameful. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue embraced Liu Yi. Thank you, Liu Yi. You have made such a tremendous sacrifice for me, so regardless of how our fate unfolds, you shall forever remain a hero in my heart. Thank you both. At that moment, Liu Yi began to weep. In a certain place, a man uttered, Liu Yi, do not disappoint me. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the beginning of the school term had arrived once more. However, this time, both Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue chose not to return for classes. Instead, they simultaneously submitted their applications for withdrawal from the school. Jiayue, is this truly wise? I have yet to graduate and obtain my diploma, and here we are, choosing to withdraw. What do you mean? Since your talents have already been revealed, we must leave this place. Otherwise, remaining here will inevitably lead to your discovery and persecution by other cultivators. Master, everything is packed, and we can depart now. After Zhou Jiayue ensured nothing was left behind, she stored all her belongings in her storage ring. How long have you possessed this ring? I had no idea. Liu Yi gazed in astonishment as Zhou Jiayue extracted a ring from her pocket and drew everything into it. This ring is a storage artifact. You can refine any item into your personal storage tool. Moreover, the higher your cultivation level, the greater the capacity of the storage artifact. After explaining, Zhou Jiayue produced another ring from her possession and tossed it to Liu Yi. Here, this ring is a gift for you. I'll refine it into your storage tool. You can set the password yourself. Liu Yi examined the ring he had caught and then glanced at the one Zhou Jiayue wore, suddenly noticing that the ring was inscribed with a multitude of tiny characters. For a lifetime, for eternity? Wait, are these rings for couples? Zhou Jiayue's face turned crimson upon hearing this. I merely saw a promotion for rings, so I bought a pair. How was I to know? Then this. What? Do you have further inquiries? If so, I shall reclaim the ring and you can refine one for yourself. No issues, no issues. Everything you provided is fine. After hearing Liu Yi's words, Zhou Jiayue huffed and turned away, leaving Liu Yi standing there in a daze. What are you still doing? Hurry up and leave. Complete the withdrawal procedures and depart swiftly. Oh, Liu Yi's close friends gathered at the school gate upon learning of his impending departure. Brother Yi, once you leave, who will lead us in the game? Who will take us to competitions? His friends clamored in complaint. Liu Yi, touched by their concern, replied, Brothers, I shall return to visit you. Indeed, it's all your sister-in-law's fault for insisting on this withdrawal. Now we might truly never see Brother Yi again. What were you just saying about me? Zhou Jiayue, overhearing the conversation, turned back to glare at them. Nothing. We were merely wishing you a safe journey and happiness. Witnessing the sudden shift in demeanor of his friends, Liu Yi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After exiting the city, Zhou Jiayue remarked, We have now offended a sect of cultivators, thus we must hasten to elevate our cultivation levels. Before that, we need to seek refuge within a sect. Seek a sect? There are indeed sects in the cultivation world. Precisely. For instance, there is Ling'er on Kunlun Mountain, Fenghua on Lanling Mountain, and Qinkuan Palace in Yinshi Mountain. These three sects are among the most renowned in the cultivation realm. Just as Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue stepped out of the city, an individual suddenly blocked their path. Liu Yi? Zhou Jiayue? It is us. What is the matter? Come with me for a moment. Why should we follow you? As soon as the words left Liu Yi's mouth, someone appeared behind him. What is happening? Why did I not notice this person? Just then, the newcomer struck Liu Yi with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Zhou Jiayue, witnessing Liu Yi collapse, quickly drew her silver blade, prepared to strike. But before she could advance, another assailant sent her flying. Thus, Zhou Jiayue could only watch helplessly as the two figures carried the unconscious Liu Yi away. On their way back, the captors discussed, how could these two be so weak? Yet they managed to defeat young Master Su? Who knows? But this marks young Master Su's first defeat in a long time. When Liu Yi regained consciousness, he found himself bound in a hall, his hands and feet restrained. At the front of the hall sat a middle-aged man, approximately 50 or 60 years old, flanked by a dozen individuals. Liu Yi immediately recognized that they were all cultivators. Young man, do you know why I have summoned you here? Summoned? It seems more like I have been forcibly brought here. Haha, interesting. I am known as Su Fuji, referred to as Old Su in the cultivation community. Su Fuji, you cannot be the father of the one we recently defeated in the birdcage, can you? Indeed. That would be me. Now that you have deduced the truth, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Su Fuji, a mid-stage out-of-body cultivator, launched an attack. As he struck, the jade pendant around Liu Yi's neck, the chain of seals, emitted a brilliant light, absorbing the force of the blow. However, due to Su Fuji's superior cultivation, Liu Yi was still sent flying. By 8 or 9 o'clock that evening, Zhou Jiayue awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, she overheard several passers-by discussing something. Did you see that? It looked like someone flew through the air, and he seemed gravely injured. Zhou Jiayue hurriedly approached and inquired, excuse me, was the person you mentioned wearing a black and white sports jacket and jeans, accompanied by a bead? Yes. Young lady, how did you know? Did you see him too? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue became increasingly convinced that the individual was Liu Yi. Did you see which direction he flew? Toward the southeast. The passerby gestured toward the southeast. Zhou Jiayue, upon hearing the direction, swiftly unleashed the wind control technique and soared toward the southeast, knowing that the chain of seals around Liu Yi's neck had activated. Liu Yi, please be safe. At that moment, Liu Yi, like a kite cut from its string, found himself on an island. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying on a bed, with a young maiden tending to his various wounds. Upon noticing Liu Yi and Appo's awakening, the girl kindly asked, "You are awake. Where's this? How did I end up here? Who are you?" "This is Shuangfeng Ridge, and I am Miao Wushuang, a palace master exiled for breaking sect rules." "Palace master? Which kingdom do you hail from?" "No. I am a palace master of the palace." Thus, after Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang got to know each other, he expressed his gratitude and gifted her some spirit stones as a token of appreciation, preparing to take his leave. However, upon opening the palace door, he was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. It resembled an ancient and mysterious island, densely forested with babbling streams. In the center of the island stood various buildings, adorned with countless inscrutable inscriptions. This inscription details the island's long history, along with thousands of sculpted runes and various incantations and techniques. Liu Yi mused, it appears to be an island inhabited by many cultivators. As Liu Yi ventured deeper, he perused the esoteric mantras above, searching for a set of teachings uniquely suited to his own disposition. As they progressed, the two arrived at the foot of a magnificent pagoda. This structure, known as the Scripture Repository, was entrusted here by an elder of our Miao clan. It is said that our clan once endured a significant purge, and this elder journeyed across great distances to Shuangfeng Ridge, dedicating his life to guarding our invaluable scriptures and artifacts. Thus, one can surmise that it harbors an abundance of extraordinary treasures. Indeed, in the higher one's cultivation or innate talent, the greater the number of levels one can ascend within the pagoda, consequently acquiring more formidable artifacts or scriptures. Upon hearing Miao Wushuang's words, Liu Yi resolutely prepared to approach the grand entrance of the Scripture Repository. "What are you planning to do?" "I intend to venture inside and see how far I can ascend." "No, you cannot enter. Those who do not belong to our sect are not permitted." Miao Wushuang directly blocked the entrance, obstructing Liu Yi. Hey. It appears, esteemed Miao Gongzhu, that our cultivation levels are quite comparable. Should we engage in combat? It would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Without uttering a word, Miao Wushuang brandished her celestial day halberd, positioning it defensively with the spearhead directed towards Liu Yi to thwart his advance. Observing the artifact in Miao Wushuang's grasp, a cursory assessment suggested it was of the mid-tier Xian grade. Glancing at his own injuries, Liu Yi swiftly realized his inevitable defeat and raised his hands in surrender. Very well, I concede defeat. I shall not proceed. Just at that moment, a sinister black creature leapt from the sky, materializing before the two. As this ominous being appeared, Miao Wushuang was immediately drenched in cold sweat, her voice trembling as she spoke. The creature stood approximately 6 feet tall, its body cloaked in black fur, with bloodshot red eyes and disheveled blue hair that cascaded nearly to its torso. It was unmistakably it. It is indeed that. Liu Yi wore a perplexed expression as he gazed upon the creature before him. What manner of beast is this? Run swiftly. What is this entity you're? Before the words could escape her lips, Miao Wushuang seized Liu Yi's clothing and dashed frantically into the thicket. Upon witnessing their retreat into the woods, the monstrous creature also charged after them. Just as Liu Yi intended to glance back, the beast was already perilously close, its right hand swelling to an enormous size, poised to strike the two. In an instant, a massive boulder was reduced to mere fragments. Goodness, what is this? It is truly terrifying. Liu Yi's face turned ashen, resembling a frightened rabbit, as he frantically dashed deeper into the unknown. In truth, we remain oblivious to the nature of this creature. The only thing we know is that a revered elder named Miao Ruofeng once fled to this spiritual realm to safeguard the invaluable cultivation materials housed within the scripture pavilion, which we now refer to as the Blackling. Why, then, is your scripture pavilion being scrutinized? Does it conceal treasures that are better left unspoken? Suddenly, the Blackling seized Liu Yi's arm with such force that he let out a pained cry. Then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. With a sudden force, Liu Yi's left arm was violently yanked down. Due to the momentum, he stumbled towards Miao Wushuang. The two of them were subsequently drawn into the scripture pavilion. Yet, He Liang remained relentless, preparing to follow them inside. However, for reasons unknown, the door refused to yield at this moment. Zhou Jiayue felt an increasing sense of unease. When they had parted ways, she had bestowed upon Liu Yi a spirit contract pendant, which contained the essence of their energies and vitality. Now, Zhou Jiayue fervently repeated a silent prayer within her heart. Liu Yi, please be safe. The spiritual energy within the pendant has dwindled to a mere 30%. It appears that we have penetrated the first level of the scripture pavilion. Miao Wushuang, gazing at the surroundings, expressed her awe to Liu Yi. No sooner had she spoken than Liu Yi swiftly enveloped Miao Wushuang in his embrace, retreating into the corner of the wall. What are you doing, huh? Immediately, hundreds of arrows, flying daggers, and concealed weapons were unleashed in a relentless barrage that lasted for 5 to 6 minutes. Once the onslaught of hidden mechanisms ceased, the two individuals gradually rose to their feet, relieved to find themselves safe. Thank you, they exclaimed, a note of astonishment in their voices. What has happened to your arm? Miao Wushuang exclaimed, gazing in horror at Liu Yi, who was left with only one arm. Oh, this is the deed of the black spirit from earlier. Who are you, and what is your purpose in intruding upon my scripture repository? As the two individuals heard a sound, they turned to look behind them, instantly startled. At that moment, a wisp of smoke materialized before them, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure. Miao Wushuang promptly raised her celestial sun halberd and demanded, Who are you, and why have you appeared in our Miao clan's scripture pavilion? Are you human or ghost? I am Miao Ruofeng, one of the 6 elders of the Miao clan, the figure replied. You two young ones do not recognize me? You speak nonsense. Our elder Miao Ruofeng has long since passed away. Otherwise, how could I be here in this spiritual realm to guard the scripture pavilion? Little girl, you are correct. I indeed have long since departed. But do you not know that even after a cultivator's demise, they can ensure their essence remains for 3 years? Moreover, you claim to be a member of the Miao faction? Indeed, I am Miao Wushuang, one of the 12 lords of the Miao faction. Miao Wushuang, you are Miao Wushuang? I recall the last time I encountered you. You were merely an infant swaddled in blankets. It is astonishing to see how much you have grown. If you find it hard to believe, I can certainly provide proof. With that, Miao Ruofeng revealed his left arm. You truly are Elder Miao Ruofeng. Indeed. But who is the current leader of the Miao clan? Oh, it is my father. Haha, I never expected that fellow would become the leader. Esteemed elder, I must interject. This is not the time for reminiscing. The dark specter still looms outside, and our immediate priority must be to eliminate it. Liu Yi observed the two engaging in conversation, utterly oblivious to the looming danger outside. Ah, indeed. I had not yet inquired of you. Esteemed senior, I am Liu Yi, unaffiliated with any sect, a solitary cultivator. At this moment, Liu Yi, having suffered the severance of one arm, has undergone rudimentary treatment, yet blood continues to flow profusely. The soul of the demon beast at his waist is already stained with blood, incessantly emitting a faint purple glow. By the way, esteemed senior, when we entered the scripture pavilion, we heard a strange sound. Was it emanating from this place? Sound? No, I have always been here alone. Liu Yi, the dagger at your waist. At this moment, Miao Wushuang suddenly noticed that the soul of the demon beast at Liu Yi's side emitted a peculiar purple glow. Immediately afterward, the soul of the demon beast suddenly soared into the sky, and Ling'er swiftly appeared before everyone. Master, we all previously believed that the soul of the demon beast was merely a piece of low-spirited scrap iron. However, it is not so. Ling'er has now discovered that this dagger is far from ordinary. What? Little girl, what did you just say the name of this dagger is? The soul of the beast. Upon hearing this, Miao Ruofeng's expression instantly darkened. Master, this is indeed a treasure of divine caliber, truly known as the soul of the beast. It is indeed the infamous shape-shifting demon beast of the ancient realm of cultivation, yet it is merely a creation born of confinement. As Ling'er finished speaking, the soul of the beast erupted into a violent explosion. When the smoke dissipated, a dragon maiden emerged before everyone. They needed to brace themselves. In the ancient cultivation realm, most demonic beasts harbored an immense hostility towards humans. Having just emerged from her seal, her bodily functions had evidently deteriorated significantly, almost rusting away. Yet, she was still formidable enough. The dragon maiden surveyed her surroundings and continued, "It has been a long time since I have savored the taste of human blood, especially that of a male." Without further ado, she soared toward Liu Yi, declaring, "As a token of gratitude for freeing me, you shall be the first to indulge me." Suddenly, a shimmering silver sword appeared, cleaving through the air. Wait, is that Silver Sky? A girl with delicate skin, clad in purple and possessing long, dark hair cascading like water, stood tall at approximately 173 meters, a striking beauty. Grasping the silver sword, she aimed it directly at the dragon maiden. Although distant, the reach of Silver Sky was boundless. The dragon maiden was startled. But the body of a demonic beast was not easily intimidated. She swiftly blocked with her elbow, retreating promptly, leaving a deep fissure carved into the ground by Silver Sky. Silver Sky? Could it be? Liu Yi turned to the direction from which Silver Sky had retracted, and indeed, Zhou Jiayue had arrived. After retrieving Silver Sky, she rushed toward Liu Yi, embracing him with concern. What is happening? Why is there a dragon here? And what happened to your arm? It's a long story, but let's deal with the immediate threat first. At that moment, the dragon maiden stood before them, gazing at Zhou Jiayue, seemingly pondering something. She then inquired, "Little girl, may I ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, perhaps I shall be in a good mood and spare you all." Zhou Jiayue hesitated, contemplating whether to respond. "You must understand that everyone's cultivation is vastly inferior to mine. Even with this extraordinary artifact, your power remains too low to harm me. Jiayue, do not trust her. It is evident she is deceiving you. There is a chance that once you answer her questions, she will renege and eliminate us all," Liu Yi warned. "If I do not comply, she will undoubtedly kill us. This is our only option," Jiayue replied reluctantly. "Fine. Ask your questions." She sensed the gravity of the situation. The little girl is quite astute. First question, do you know the whereabouts of that scoundrel Zhou Jiayue, who refined this Silver Sky artifact? What is your relation to him? Zhou Jiayue. He is indeed listed in our family tree as our ancestor, but he has long since passed on, and I am the last remaining descendant. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi felt an ominous premonition. Could Zhou Jiayue have any connection to this dragon maiden? Upon learning that Zhou Jiayue had passed, the dragon maiden's demonic energy began to seep out, intensifying the atmosphere. He has passed. Haha, it matters not, for you are his kin. Now for the second question. Did he leave any relics for his descendants? Relics? There is this Silver Sky. And what of the orb? Is there a black and white orb resembling the yin yang or taiji symbol? I have never even seen such an orb. Impossible. Such a significant item could not possibly be lost. You wretched girl. The dragon maiden's demonic energy grew oppressive, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Liu Yi inadvertently blurted out, "Wait. The orb? Could it be the void orb?" The dragon maiden abruptly turned her gaze toward Liu Yi, her eyes flashing with crimson light. "Boy, what did you just say? How do you know of the void orb?" I meant the continuity orb, not the void orb." "Senior, you must have misheard." "Nonsense. The physical capabilities of demonic beasts far exceed those of humans." "I did not mishear." The dragon maiden roared, her gaze fixed on the increasingly nervous Liu Yi, who was now sweating profusely. "Speak quickly, or I shall end you." Liu Yi was torn. To speak would betray the promise made to Zhou Jiayue. Yet to remain silent could provoke the dragon maiden's wrath. Suddenly, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He would summon the void orb. "Liu Yi, what is happening? How did that orb come to be in your possession?" "Jiayue, how could I possibly know your ancestor? He belongs to an ancient era. Someone of my humble status could never have met him." I thought you knew my ancestor. You frightened me." "Indeed, if that were the case, we would be quite fated. Turns out you're a fool too. Yet in some respects, Jiayue, you have a keen intuition. The dragon maiden described the void orb in detail, yet you failed to recognize it." 3 black lines appeared on Liu Yi's forehead. "Jiayue, many events have transpired recently. This is not the time for explanations. We must first resolve the immediate issue, and then I shall elaborate." But Zhou Jiayue seemed oblivious, suspiciously eyeing Miao Wushuang as though she were a rival. "Dragon maiden, please, is this the void orb you mentioned?" Liu Yi approached the dragon maiden, presenting the orb to her. "Indeed, this is it. Boy, where did you acquire this? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you?" "Senior, please calm your anger. I would never dare to deceive you. I encountered Zhou Jiayue by chance and had a brief encounter with him, after which Liu Yi's bold lie was audacious, yet unbeknownst to him, all demonic beasts, especially dragons, possessed unique abilities, including the ability to discern the truth of a person's heart through their dragon eyes." Zhou Jiayue began to ponder. It seemed necessary to devise a method to ensure he would not dare to lie in her presence again. As the dragon maiden activated her dragon eyes, she contemplated, "This boy bears no trace of deceit in my dragon eyes. How can this be? Zhou Jiayue, that scoundrel, has passed on. How could he have met him?" Meanwhile, Liu Yi silently chuckled to himself. A convincing lie must be a blend of truth and fiction, 3 parts truth to 7 parts falsehood. What I have spoken holds not a single falsehood, and those who hear it believe it to be true. More crucially, to convince others, one must first believe in their own words. And you have unwittingly fallen into the trap I meticulously designed, believing every word I uttered. The scales of victory are tilting ever so slightly in my favor. Now, let us witness the moment of truth. The true psychological battle has finally commenced. At this moment, Liu Yi was scheming within his mind. "Dragon maiden, I have a proposal that may pique your interest. Pray tell." "Currently, I am at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and within a few days, I aim to break through to the core formation stage. However, in my current state, I can barely hold on for 10 seconds. Thus, I hope you might assist me." "What? Is that your request? I am truly disappointed. I expected something more." "I might as well kill you directly. It would be quicker to seize the void pearl from your corpse." "My apologies, esteemed senior, but should you take my life, the void pearl shall remain forever beyond your grasp." "What do you mean?" The dragon maiden felt a pang of unease and opened her dragon eyes. No issues. Her heart remained undisturbed. Could it be that this young man speaks the truth? When Senior Zhou Jiayue bestowed this item upon me, he had embedded certain restrictions within it. First, if I were to perish, the puppets within the void pearl would self-destruct in 10 seconds, following me into oblivion. 3 days, is it? Very well, I shall hold them off for you." This was Liu Yi's thought. It seems the void pearl holds significant importance for her. Perhaps I should exploit this further. Rationality spoke. "No. She has already agreed to shield you from the heavenly tribulation as a good citizen of our homeland. One must learn to be content and find joy in simplicity." Greed countered. "Who cares? If I do not propose some conditions now, I may never have another opportunity." Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. "Esteemed senior, I have one more request. I currently possess but one arm, making the formation of my core rather challenging. Thus, how shameless of you. Very well. While we demon beasts possess immense brute strength and physical prowess, our dragon can also boast a remarkable trait, an unparalleled regenerative ability. I shall gift you a drop of my dragon blood to aid in regrowing your arm. With that, The dragon maiden sent a droplet of her blood toward Liu Yi. Instantly, Liu Yi's left arm began to regenerate, faint dragon scales appearing upon it. Is this the legendary Kirin arm adorned with dragon scales? I feel as though I possess an inexhaustible reservoir of primal energy. Liu Yi then succumbed to a bout of youthful exuberance. Hee. I am the true descendant of dragons. This arm serves as proof. Kneel and pay homage, lest you incur the wrath of my crimson lotus inferno, burning you to ashes. Zhou Jiayue swiftly delivered a kick that sent Liu Yi flying. Speak plainly. Hee. My apologies, Jiayue. I inadvertently succumbed to a moment of youthful folly. I assure you it shall not happen again. Liu Yi dusted himself off and, with a countenance more brazen than a city wall, flashed a sycophantic smile at Zhou Jiayue. He then approached the dragon maiden. Esteemed senior, would you care to join in discussing the matter of core formation? No, I have no interest in that. The dragon maiden mused insidiously. Do not think that good fortune will simply fall from the heavens, for once you succeed in core formation. Hand over the void pearl to me and lift the restrictions upon yourself. At that moment, I shall personally slay you and reclaim my drop of dragon blood. Time passed incrementally, and Liu Yi spent these days preparing for the tribulation. Liu Yi, my friend, though we have only met once, your performance these days suggests you will undoubtedly become a formidable practitioner in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Miao. By the way, where is Zhou Jiayue? I do not know. She and Wu Shuang have not been around for the past few days. During Liu Yi's period of focused cultivation, Zhou Jiayue had long since entered the scripture pavilion with Miao Wu Shuang in search of treasures, now only one level remaining to reach the pavilion's peak. Oh, what is this? A garment appeared before them, clearly a woman's attire. Could this be the celestial grade mid-tier treasure, the proud sky wings, that no one in our faction can wield? The proud sky wings? The proud sky wings are the traditional robes of our sect. It is said that a female practitioner who dons these wings feels as light as a swallow while flying, consuming almost no spiritual energy. This significantly reduces energy expenditure during aerial combat. What makes it so special? This is precisely what I was about to explain. This garment not only requires no consumption of flying spiritual power, but also has the ability to freely absorb natural spiritual energy, amplifying it several times over. What do you mean? For instance, if you expend 95% of your spiritual energy on combat and 5% on flying, with this garment, the 5% used for flying incurs no cost. Moreover, instead of depleting flying energy, it automatically draws spiritual energy from nature to replenish your physical and spiritual strength. Zhou Jiayue listened, half understanding. Miao Wushuang continued. It's akin to your phone being equipped with a power bank while in use. And a high-capacity one at that. There's always more power available than you consume. Oh, I see. Hey, what are you doing? That garment possesses spirit. It will recognize its master. If someone it does not acknowledge wears it, they will not only drain your spiritual energy, but also reduce you from a practitioner to an ordinary person. Miao Wushuang rushed to stop Zhou Jiayue as she seemed intent on trying the garment, but it was too late. Zhou Jiayue had already donned it. Oh no. This is impossible. That garment should not recognize foreign practitioners. Why are you unharmed? As the proud sky wings began to fuse with Zhou Jiayue, astonishment filled Miao Wushuang's expression, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Indeed, she felt her spiritual energy rapidly replenishing, and she truly felt light as a swallow. This is undoubtedly an exceptional celestial grade treasure. Miao Wushuang, though reluctant, had to concede, since the proud sky wings have acknowledged their master. It means this garment will not return to our Miao faction. Young man, the tribulation is upon you. Prepare yourself. At this moment, Liu Yi's time for the tribulation had arrived. Liu Yi gathered all his spiritual energy to begin his core formation tribulation. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning struck directly toward Liu Yi. Here it comes. The dragon maiden leaped into the air to confront the descending tribulation. For me, the tribulation of core formation poses no pressure, but the sensation of being scorched by it is truly unbearable. The dragon maiden thought to herself that if she could endure this for just 1 minute, all would be well. Young man, I am braving the tribulation for you. Hurry and come help me. What is this? Liu Yi tossed the emerald necklace from around his neck to the dragon maiden, and immediately, a powerful primal force surged forth, impacting her entire being. One force came from the nascent soul stage, the other from the core formation tribulation. The dual assault knocked her to the ground. The dragon maiden was gravely injured, her tail severed, multiple fractures and blood covering her body. How infuriating. You dared to sever my tail. If it weren't for this damned seal, I wouldn't even regard you. You little brat, just wait. After a quarter of an hour, once I recover, I shall flay your skin, strip your flesh, and devour you. Senior Dragon Maiden, since you wish to wait a quarter of an hour to recover before seeking my demise, I certainly shall not allow that to transpire. With that, Liu Yi placed the void pearl in his palm, commencing to strengthen the seal against the Dragon Maiden. No, please. I beg you, do not strengthen the seal. I will agree to anything, as long as you do not strengthen the seal. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi hesitated, contemplating. Liu Yi, have you forgotten? If you loosen her seal, with her current cultivation, she could easily annihilate us. Miao Wushuang interjected, reminding Liu Yi suddenly. Indeed, young man, you cannot hesitate. I will not do so. Please trust me, I assure you. However, Liu Yi did not heed the counsel of Miao Wushuang and the others. He merely reinforced the seal slightly. Thank you. Thank you. Due to the recent seal combined with the previous impact, the dragon girl was now speaking with labored breaths. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi turned away, fetched something nearby, and returned. What are you planning to do? The dragon girl's heart began to race as she noticed Liu Yi holding the soul of a previously shattered demon beast. Senior Dragon Girl, I apologize, but I cannot strengthen your seal any further. Your existence is indeed in unstable danger. Therefore, I must bid you farewell. With that, Liu Yi cut his finger and smeared his blood onto the demon beast's soul before thrusting it directly into the dragon girl's abdomen. No, I don't want this. The dragon girl's body gradually began to be absorbed into the demon beast's soul. I pondered for a moment. Rather than depleting your cultivation to seal you within the void pearl, it would be better to allow you to remain and refine you into my own life treasure. You little brat, you're capable. When I eventually escape, I will not spare you. That depends on whether you have that chance. Since it belongs to the dragon, your forms will be determined as two. One is a sword, the other as a spear. Its name shall be True Demon Beast Soul. Finally, it's over. That was terrifying. I thought the refinement might fail. Liu Yi held the true demon beast soul and remarked, it appears that this sword is indeed a fine treasure. It bore the carving of a true dragon, its crimson blade reminiscent of steel freshly scorched by flames, with two gemstones resembling the dragon's piercing eyes. What a splendid sword. It seems you have acquired a treasure today, Miao Ruofeng said, observing the sword. According to records, treasures refined from demon beasts can be enhanced according to the cultivator's prowess. But the drawback is that the higher the enhancement, the more difficult it becomes to wield, risking backlash. Indeed, with my current cultivation just entering the early stage of foundation establishment and still unstable, I would need at least 60% of my spiritual energy to control it. It seems wise to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. With that, Liu Yi stored it back into his spatial pouch. Senior, do you know of any good methods? There are methods, but it depends on whether you can accept them. I will try. It's better than nothing. At the top of the treasure pavilion lies a scroll called the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Technique. It is specifically designed for cultivating demon beasts and offers considerable enhancement for body cultivators as well. Upon hearing Miao Ruofeng's words, Liu Yi immediately became intrigued and swiftly made his way to the treasure pavilion. Wait, most cultivators focus on practicing spells. As the saying goes, a wise man excels in intelligence but not in strength. I advise you to avoid aiming too high and instead concentrate on honing your own spells. At that moment, Liu Yi thought, aim too high? In today's treacherous cultivation world, where everyone acts solely for their own benefit, if I do not strive to enhance my strength, how can I protect myself and Jiayue? Thank you for your advice, senior, but I still wish to give it a try. Do as you wish. What are you all discussing? At that moment, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang emerged from the treasure pavilion. This is the heavenly wings. Miao Ruofeng exclaimed in astonishment at Zhou Jiayue's attire. How did you manage that? Esteemed elder, it happened like this. Miao Wushuang recounted how she and Zhou Jiayue entered the treasure pavilion, searched for treasures, and discovered the heavenly wings. You truly are remarkable. After listening, Liu Yi looked at Zhou Jiayue, adorned in the heavenly wings, and joyfully lifted her, spinning her around. Her beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, captivated Liu Yi entirely. What are you doing? Why did you stop? It's just that you look extraordinarily beautiful in it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's face flushed crimson like an apple. What should I say? I'll show you when we return. All right, await my good news. With that, Liu Yi headed toward the treasure pavilion. Hey, what are you planning to do? I intend to enter the treasure pavilion and see if I can obtain the legendary dark spirit demon heart technique from the top. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Liu Yi leisurely began his ascent. Is this the interior of the treasure pavilion? It's rather unremarkable. According to what they said, there are a total of 18 floors. And Zhou Jiayue and the others reached the second to last, the 17th floor, right? Liu Yi felt it was not a big deal. However, upon reaching the second floor, a faint pressure of spiritual energy began to weigh down on him. As he continued to ascend, the pressure intensified. By the 6th floor, the spiritual energy's weight was several times greater, leaving Liu Yi gasping for breath. Now I understand why it is so arduous to climb. But how did those two manage to ascend? My cultivation isn't vastly different from theirs. Based on the current situation, it seemed the pressure increased with altitude while the spiritual energy grew sparser. Like a snail bearing a heavy shell, he climbed step by step. Finally, upon reaching the 10th floor, an illusion suddenly manifested. Ego, where have you gone? Have you forgotten about us brothers? Ego, it's time for ranked matches. You haven't forgotten, have you? Now that you have a wife, you've forgotten about us sworn brothers, truly forsaking friendship for romance. Figures from the past materialized before Liu Yi. Son, after graduation, do you plan to find a job or pursue further studies? Big brother Liu Yi. When will you start working and earn money to buy me delicious treats? What is this nonsense? Why is my heart sensing this? Upon reaching the 12th floor, Liu Yi immediately knelt down. Suddenly, the void pearl glowed, and Ling'er emerged from within. Master, wake up. What is this? After surveying the surroundings, Ling'er promptly transmitted her spiritual energy to Liu Yi. What is happening? Ling'er, what is going on? Why did I faint? Master, you have fallen into the soul-severing array, a formation that strikes at the depths of one's heart. If your will is not resolute, your spirit may shatter. It was impressive that Zhou Jiayue and the others reached the 17th floor. How did they accomplish that? I should have inquired about the circumstances upon entering. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Liu Yi felt a mix of emotions, lamenting their capabilities. Suddenly, the true demon beast soul emitted the voice of the dragon girl. You little brat, endure your suffering but don't drag me into it. If I ever emerge, I will not let you off easily. Hey, senior dragon, you cannot speak carelessly. How can you possibly suffer? Do you not understand why a life treasure is called a life treasure? It is because you have offered your blood and it is refined from a living being. Thus, we share a connection. If you are affected by the soul-severing array, so too shall I be. My apologies. Please be magnanimous. Once I traverse this trial, we shall be liberated. The audacious young man. Could you not traverse without releasing your spiritual energy? Upon becoming a cultivator, are you unable to part with your spiritual power? Upon hearing the words of the dragon maiden, Liu Yi retracted his spiritual energy and ascended the staircase step by step. Indeed, he felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, as if he were merely climbing stairs. A moment later, 3 dark lines appeared on Liu Yi's forehead. It turned out he had been overly cautious, fearing potential dangers. Truly, the scripture pavilion was remarkable. With each additional level, the height increased by at least 10 kilometers. Externally, it appeared modest, yet within lay an entirely different realm. When he finally reached the rooftop, Liu Yi, utterly exhausted, glanced around, and then at Ling'er. Ling'er, why do you not seem fatigued at all? Master, Ling'er is merely a puppet and does not experience fatigue. Does that mean you could carry me up effortlessly? Indeed, Master. Then why did you not assist me? You did not express that wish. After Ling'er's revelation, the weight of realization loomed heavily in Liu Yi's heart. Is that the scroll of the dark spirit demon heart method? Chapter 40. The trap at the summit before Liu Yi lay a neatly arranged, thick scroll, clearly inscribed with the words Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method. This was the cultivation technique spoken of by the esteemed Miao Ruofeng. Its concealment at the pinnacle of this pavilion surely indicated its extraordinary value. Without hesitation, Liu Yi advanced towards it. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. What was that sound? Am I imagining things? No sooner had he pondered than thousands of arrows rained down upon him. Liu Yi swiftly summoned the true demon beast spirit. Why have you summoned me, you fool? Are you out of your mind? Dragon Elder, what do you mean? In an instant, vivid images of everyone flooded Liu Yi's mind. Ego, let us hurry and team up. Liu Yi, why bother with cultivation? Let us simply be a couple and live peacefully together. Damn, how could I have forgotten that? Thus, Liu Yi, now devoid of spiritual energy, frantically withstood the onslaught of arrows while enduring torment in his mind for over 10 minutes. Thankfully, his previous rigorous training under Zhou Jiayue had fortified his physical endurance. Otherwise, he would have perished. Finally, it's over. Or is it? With a creaking sound, irregular holes opened in the floor, followed by bursts of flames shooting upward. Cursed fate. After another 10 minutes, the ceiling's openings unleashed torrents of water, cascading down like a waterfall. My primal power is nearly depleted. What shall I do? I am completely unaware of what lies ahead. Then came fierce winds, searing heat, freezing cold, and toxic gas. An array of repulsive traps materialized before Liu Yi. The dark spirit demon heart method was tantalizingly close, yet remained unattainable, provoking a torrent of frustration within him. Nevertheless, Liu Yi limped forward, determined to seize the scroll. As he grasped the dark spirit demon heart method, a thunderous roar reverberated. Cracks began to form in the floor of the scripture pavilion, and the loft above began to collapse. Master, retreat swiftly. The pavilion has entered a countdown to collapse. Having lost the dark spirit demon heart method, it is estimated to fall within 15 minutes. Is it still possible for me to use my spiritual power? Absolutely. The traps have ceased to exist. Meow Senior, what is happening? How can the scripture pavilion be collapsing? Fear not. This is a natural occurrence. It seems he has acquired the dark spirit demon heart method. The rest is up to his fortune, whether he can escape this final trial. Master, hurry. Less than 5 minutes remain before total collapse. We must be swift. I am doing my utmost. Even transforming my wings for flight into the second stage, purple, is my limit. Furthermore, I have exhausted my primal power. With a resounding crash, the scripture pavilion fully collapsed. Yet Zhou Jiayue and the others did not witness Liu Yi's emergence. It appears this lad has perished. I warned you that acquiring the dark spirit demon heart method is no simple feat. No, Senior, you are mistaken. Liu Yi is not dead. With that, Zhou Jiayue removed the spiritual contract pendant from her person. As long as the pendant still reacts, it signifies he has not perished, but is merely trapped beneath the rubble. I believe he will survive. Cough. It seems I am truly fortunate. Thankfully, I had cast a spiritual defense upon myself and used my Qilin arm to shield against the falling debris. I am indeed lucky. After Liu Yi reflected on his fortune, he slowly closed his eyes. Zhou Jiayue watched the seconds tick away with mounting anxiety. What is happening? The spiritual contract pendant still indicates a life sign. Yet 3 hours have passed, and he has not emerged. Miss Zhou, Liu Yi is exceptionally fortunate. Since he managed to retrieve the dark spirit demon heart method from such perilous traps, he will surely be fine. Indeed. Plus, I taught him a spiritual defense before he entered the pavilion. He should be safe. Let us hope so. Master, awaken. Ling'er, where are we? Are we trapped beneath this rubble? Indeed. While you were unconscious, I assessed the situation. You are not gravely harmed, and the debris is not excessively deep. If you regain your strength and restore your vitality, we can escape. Upon hearing Ling'er's words, Liu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began to recuperate while practicing the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method. Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method, a dark arts technique that draws upon the power of myriad demons. Utilizing demon cores for cultivation, it absorbs the demon energy of heaven and earth, enduring the rigors of physical refinement. Cultivating this method yields thousands of practitioners. Yet successful individuals are scarce. Those who fail are besieged by countless demons, leading to madness and, ultimately, a tragic demise. At the outset, Liu Yi mused. It appears the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method is indeed formidable. Caution and prudence are paramount in its cultivation. He decided to store it within his consciousness for future reference. Given his entrapment beneath the rubble, he resolved to test the power of Zhu Yan. With that, Liu Yi harnessed his recently restored spiritual energy to transform into a demon. He felt an overwhelming surge of Zhu Yan's fury. As the heart method indicated, Zhu Yan ignites murderous intent, leading to a clouded mind. It thrives on anger, consuming others in an invisible blaze, renowned for the wrath of Zhu Yan. As Liu Yi sensed the fury coalescing within him, he unleashed a punch towards the rubble. Boom! The debris disintegrated into a heap of fragments. What was that sound? While the crowd stood in stunned silence, the rubble exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. Through the haze, a figure emerged. It's Liu Yi. He has come out. I knew he would be fine. As Zhou Jiayue rushed towards him, she noticed Liu Yi's eyes were vacant, his body resembling a fragile structure ready to collapse. Liu Yi, Seeing Liu Yi, battered and bruised, appear before her, Zhou Jiayue's eyes brimmed with tears. And she rushed forward to embrace him. Fool. It was merely a heart method. You need not go to such lengths. If you cannot obtain it, then so be it. There is no need for such desperate efforts. Why? I cannot fathom the reasons, yet I am acutely aware that the current realm of cultivation is rife with treachery, where individuals relentlessly pursue their own interests by any means necessary. If I do not strive to enhance my strength, how can I safeguard myself and, indeed, protect you? Is this your explanation? Indeed. If I were to choose my essence in the future, I would opt for the nature of a guardian, ensuring that you are never alone in this world of cultivation, always by your side, in unwavering companionship. What is this? What accounts for this disturbance? It seems to emanate from Twin Peaks Ridge. Let us investigate. The two speakers are disciples of the Miao sect. Upon their arrival, they discover that the tall scripture pavilion atop Twin Peaks Ridge has collapsed. Quickly, hasten to inform the sect leader. Observing the devastation of the pavilion, Miao Ruofeng addresses Liu Yi and the others. Liu Yi, my young friend, the scripture pavilion is now in ruins, and you shall inevitably face the wrath of the entire Miao sect. I am well aware, for it is the prized treasures and techniques of your sect. Any faction would exert every effort to reclaim what has been lost under such circumstances. Also, Wu Shuang, as a princess of our Miao sect, you should comprehend the consequences when such calamities occur within your domain. With her head bowed, Miao Wushuang finally speaks. I understand. In the wake of such a grave incident, the involved parties will be stripped of all positions, the sect will nullify their cultivation, and they shall be expelled, forever severed from the sect. Excellent. You are indeed aware. I advise you to return promptly to report and accept your punishment. Given your unique circumstances, perhaps those old fellows will not be too harsh on you. What? The scripture pavilion has collapsed? What transpired at Twin Peaks Ridge? What has Miao Wushuang been doing? Senior brother, the collapse of the pavilion signifies that the Outyin feather and the dark spirit demon heart technique have been seized. I shall lead my foremost disciples to reclaim them. With that, one elder rises and swiftly departs towards Twin Peaks Ridge. This place is no longer safe. We should withdraw. Wushuang, given the gravity of the situation, you cannot escape responsibility. Come with us. I. Observing Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue preparing to depart, Miao Wushuang finds herself torn between returning to face severe punishment from the sect or fleeing to evade pursuit. At that moment, they sense a multitude of cultivators approaching rapidly. This is bad. I did not anticipate they would notice so swiftly. We must flee. At this moment, Liu Yi, bearing dragon blood and having begun cultivating the dark spirit demon heart technique, possesses a heightened sensitivity to danger. Young ones, where do you think you can escape? Thunder firebomb. The elder leading the cultivators summons a massive fireball to rain down upon them. Since the scripture pavilion has been destroyed, I shall harbor no reservations. Recognizing the source of the fireball, Miao Wushuang breaks into a cold sweat. It is he, without a doubt, the radical elder of the Miao sect, Miao Yin. After launching a single fireball, Miao Yin perceives that Liu Yi and the others have not dissipated, prompting him to conjure hundreds of fireballs to bombard them. The fiery deluge transforms the island into a blazing inferno. Now, they are likely gravely injured or worse. You four, take them back and await orders. Miao Yin instructs his disciples to carry Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue away. Strange, why do I feel that one is missing? Is my divine sense failing me? Where could that black spirit be that was previously at the scripture pavilion's entrance? A creature of its caliber should not perish under these circumstances. After waiting a moment longer, Liu Yi dispels his spiritual barrier and surveys the surrounding devastation. Before him lies a heart-wrenching scene. An island once adorned with lush forests and babbling brooks now lies in ruin, engulfed in flames. My young friend Liu Yi, due to the recent upheaval and the passage of time, my infant soul will dissipate within the hour. In these final moments, I shall teach you my unique technique, the Annihilation Curse, rated at the Earth level, middle grade. Earth level, middle grade. Senior Miao, given my current early-stage golden core cultivation, I could at most grasp a high-grade yellow technique. How could I possibly master such a complex spell? Even if I could, I would only be able to harness a fraction of its potential. Upon hearing it is of the Earth level, Liu Yi cannot help but feel a flicker of desire. Yet he remains conflicted about his current capabilities. Trust in me. Even if you cannot wield its full might now, it will still lend you aid in times of crisis. After Miao Ruofeng's words, Liu Yi sets aside his doubts and diligently trains in the Annihilation Curse during their remaining time. All right, you have learned its application. Give it a try. Annihilation Curse. Following Miao Ruofeng's instruction, Liu Yi raises his index finger and unleashes the spell upon a nearby rock. A dark violet beam shoots forth. And to Liu Yi's astonishment, the rock is not destroyed but instead drawn into a swirling vortex, reduced to fine dust. This is merely a fraction of its potential. You have only annihilated this small rock. When you can wield it fully, even spell attacks will be subject to annihilation. Thank you, Senior. This knowledge is not imparted freely. I wish for you to rescue Miao Wushuang and the others. Also, once I have completely vanished, grant my infant seed to Miao Wushuang, as it will assist her when she ascends to the nascent soul stage. With that, Miao Ruofeng's spirit dissipates like smoke in the air, leaving behind his infant seed, which coalesces into a pill. Once Miao Ruofeng has entirely vanished, Liu Yi clutches the infant seed and bows deeply. Rest assured, Senior, even without your urging, I shall endeavor to rescue them. With that, he speeds off in the direction where Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were taken. At this moment, both women find themselves imprisoned in a dungeon, having been forced to consume a spirit-suppressing concoction, rendering them unable to channel any spiritual energy. What do we do now? With the spirit-suppressing elixir coursing through us, we cannot summon any power. We are utterly helpless. Do not despair. There is still hope. I believe Liu Yi will find a way to rescue us. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder. Who is it? The guard stationed at the door suddenly falls silent. Who is it? Miao Miss, do not fear, it is I. Upon recognizing the figure, Miao Wushuang is taken aback. Xuanning? Xuanning has been Miao Wushuang's devoted attendant since childhood. And though she is referred to as a servant, Miao Wushuang has always regarded her as a confidant and true companion. Miss, you must flee at once. The elders are convening in the Hall of Longing tomorrow to deliberate on your punishment, and it is likely that you will face execution by afternoon. Miao Wushuang realized that Xuanning's actions had completely violated the sect's regulations. If caught, she would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Xiaoning, thank you. With that, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue stealthily followed Xuanning as they escaped the dark prison, guided only by the faint flicker of a flame. As they traversed the shadowy corridors, Miao Wushuang noticed an eerie absence of guards. After covering some distance, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, bodies strewn in disarray throughout the hallway. Xiaoning, could it be you? Miss, do not speak. We must hurry. Miao Wushuang fell silent, trailing behind Xuanning. The trio emerged from the prison into the thick underbrush nearby. Under the moonlight, Miao Wushuang finally beheld Xuanning's condition. Her body was drenched in blood. Long scars marred her arms and legs, and blood continued to drip from her wounds. In her haste, in the dim light, Miao Wushuang had not noticed the extent of Xuanning's injuries earlier. Xiaoning, you. Seeing Xuanning so battered, Miao Wushuang instinctively covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's all right, Mississippi. You have never treated me as a mere servant. You have always regarded me as a dear friend. Therefore, everything I have done is worth it. With that, Xuanning handed Miao Wushuang 2 vials of potion and a storage bag. Miss, this is the antidote for the spirit-removing potion. And the storage bag contains spirit stones I have collected over the years. They should prove beneficial to you. Overwhelmed by Xuanning and Appo's selflessness, Miao Wushuang embraced her, sobbing. Thank you, Xiaoning. Suddenly, a voice cried out, report. Miao Wushuang and the female cultivator who was captured with her have escaped from the prison. And all the guards are dead with no survivors. What? Upon hearing this, Miao Yin erupted in fury. This is insurrection. Today, my father was supposed to plead for leniency with the elders to spare her life. But now, she dares to escape. No matter what, she must die. With that, he stormed out of the Hall of Longing, racing towards the prison. Miss, I can only accompany you this far. Take care of yourself. Xiaoning, you too. Watching Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue flee, Xuanning sighed. Miss, this is where my help ends. It's now up to you to find your way out. But as soon as she turned, she found Miao Yin standing behind her. Xuanning, you are quite bold to dare release a prisoner. With that, he hurled a fireball at her. Boom. At the sound of the explosion, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue turned to see a raging fire erupting in Xuanning's direction. It's Miao Yin. He has discovered us too quickly. No, I must return for Xiaoning. She sacrificed herself for me. With that, Miao Wushuang turned to run back. But Zhou Jiayue seized her. Think this through. Xiaoning has risked everything to save us. If we go back now, we will squander her efforts. No. Xiaoning is not dead. I must find her. Very well, I shall ensure you reunite with her. Miao Yin appeared before them. Elder Miao Yin, why do you seek to annihilate me? And what of Xiao Ning? Return her to me. With that, Miao Wushuang summoned her treasured weapon, the Sunny Day halberd, and charged forward. Breaking the rules means death, and I have long wished for your demise. I merely awaited an excuse. Why? I have never offended you. Only by killing you can I have the opportunity to assassinate your father and seize the position of sect leader. You. Miao Wushuang was devastated. The gentle and caring Miao Yin she had known in her youth was revealed to be such a monster. Die. Annihilation curse. Suddenly, a dark purple beam shot towards Miao Yin, startling him as he retreated hastily. Who is it? Step forward. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang turned to see a man clad in a black leather jacket, wielding a dragon-etched sword. It was Liu Yi. It's Liu Yi. Upon recognizing him, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exclaimed, "You are the survivor from Shuangfeng Ridge. I never imagined you would have the fortune to survive under my thunder firebomb and fire meteor. Indeed, if a mere initial stage core formation cultivator like me can survive, it seems your prowess as an elder is not as formidable as you claim." Seeing the battered Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, Liu Yi's fiery anger ignited. "You wretches dare to look down upon me." At that moment, Liu Yi stood defiantly before them. "I will hold this old man off. You two fly towards the southwestern peak. All right, but you be careful." With that, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang soared away. "Where do you think you're running?" Thunder firebomb. Miao Yin prepared to attack as he saw them attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by a beam of light from Liu Yi. "Is that your spell? The annihilation curse?" "Indeed. It seems you have encountered quite the fortuitous event at Shuangfeng Ridge." Liu Yi launched his true beast spirit attack. "You are overestimating yourself." Miao Yin retaliated with a thunder fire bomb, but to his astonishment, Liu Yi vanished upon impact. "Damn it, a spirit clone. You little brat. I will not let you escape." When Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang reached the peak, they found Liu Yi already waiting for them. "What is happening? How did you get here? Is that your clone?" "Exactly. Miao Yin has probably realized he has been outsmarted, but he cannot catch up with us now. We must hurry." As they fled, Liu Yi entrusted Miao Wushuang with the infant seed from his storage space and conveyed all that Miao Ruofeng wished to tell her. Days later, as they entered a city at night, the trio intended to rest at an inn, but suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching. "Be careful, someone is outside." Could it be pursuers from the Miao clan? They immediately became alert. "Stay here and do not move. I will check outside. Be cautious." Sigh. "It's our turn to patrol again. Our lovely vacation has been ruined. Who told you to insist on signing up for that trivial fame and fortune? Now look. I'm suffering along with you. All right. Next time, I'll take you to the seaside resort." Listening to the conversation between the two outside, Liu Yi deduced they were likely a couple. From the earlier sensing in the inn, he estimated their cultivation levels to be at the initial and mid stages of core formation. "Do not move." We aren't moving. Please don't kill us." Liu Yi promptly bound the two and brought them back to the inn. "May I ask who you are and why you have tied us up? You have no right to question us. Now answer my inquiries truthfully." We understand." The couple appeared to be quite frightened in the presence of Liu Yi and his companions. "Who are you? Why are you here in the dead of night? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" The man replied, "I am Lin Xiangtian, and this is my partner, Xia Ziming. We are members of the Night Eagle Gang, one of the two major cultivation factions in this city, the other being the opposing Sun Organization." Liu Yi and the others felt a wave of disbelief. The name Sun Organization sounds rather ridiculous. Is it composed of a bunch of clowns? Could the name be any more absurd? Brother, you think it's funny too, right? Their rationale is that a single character makes the name seem more prestigious. Akin to the Akatsuki in Naruto. I see. I'm a Naruto fan myself, and I particularly admire Itachi Uchiha. Liu Yi began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Jiayue, who kicked him, saying, "Listen to them properly, and don't act up again. Do you want to end up like last time?" Liu Yi broke into a cold sweat, recalling how he had forgotten their agreed training time while discussing One Piece, resulting in a day of kneeling on a washboard and sleeping on it at night. No. I won't say anything more. Please continue." After their little skirmish, Lin Xiangtian continued, "Our gang is called the Night Eagle Gang, while they are our adversaries, representing the opposite of night. As the saying goes, yin opposes yang, shadow opposes light, darkness opposes brightness. Hence, they named themselves the Sun Organization. They believe it is quite fitting, full of meaning and grandeur." Impressive. Those in that organization must truly be fools. Such a toxic organization. It's hard to believe they are one of the two major factions. Liu Yi and his companions could only listen in silence about this toxic gang, while also assessing whether the city was suitable for them to settle in. Currently, the Night Eagle Gang and the Sun Organization are on the brink of war over territory and control of the city, with tensions escalating daily. Hence, they send us out on patrols to prevent ambushes from the opposing side. Wait a moment, let us discuss, Liu Yi suggested, and the three retreated into a room to confer. It seems they aren't here to hunt us down, but we can take advantage of their situation. How can we do that? We are currently being pursued by the Miao clan and the Su family, so we need the protection of a faction. We might exploit the animosity between the Night Eagle Gang and the Sun Organization. Miao Wushuang suddenly understood. You mean we should join the Night Eagle Gang and assist them in seizing control of Jinghai City? That way, when the Night Eagle Gang becomes the ruler, we can remain safe. Exactly. They won't notice us mingling among the factions during their conflict, and then we can. After concluding their discussion, Liu Yi and the others emerged from the room and expressed their desire to join the Night Eagle Gang. You wish to join the Night Eagle Gang? What is your purpose? You aren't affiliated with the Sun Organization, are you? No, we are not. We are merely rogue cultivators who have offended some individuals and thus seek refuge within a faction. Liu Yi thought it prudent to speak the truth, knowing that honesty was the only way to secure an audience with the higher-ups. Earning their trust would guarantee their safety. Subsequently, Liu Yi explained their situation clearly and expressed their desire to join, even letting the two go as a gesture of sincerity. Thus, Liu Yi and his companions waited at the inn for several days, until, at the end of the month, the Night Eagle Gang sent an envoy to meet with them. Following the envoy, they made their way to the headquarters of the Night Eagle Gang. Along the way, they learned that the two factions' headquarters were not in the city center, but rather in the remote hills nearby. These hills flanked Jinghai City, which served as a critical hub for external exchange and cultivation resources. Whichever faction ultimately gained control would monopolize the surrounding cultivation resources. Such a prize was coveted by all. But if war broke out, both sides would suffer greatly, especially with the risk of third-party intervention. This was likely why both factions had thus far refrained from open conflict. Upon arriving at the Night Eagle Gang's headquarters, the trio was astonished by the sight that greeted them. The main hall was filled with trees cultivated in soil mixed with spirit stones. Such a practice would require a substantial financial investment annually. Liu Yi, do you feel that? Yes. Each tree nourished with spirit stones exudes an endless stream of spiritual energy, which would greatly enhance cultivation here. Observing Liu Yi and the others and Appo's fascination, the envoy reassured them, rest assured, you won't have access to these resources. Only our leader and a few key officials enjoy such privileges. Those of us in the outer circle cannot approach them. Cannot approach. It seems we must first establish ourselves within the organization and then earn the leader's trust to access those resources. You can rest here tonight. You may wander outside, but do not stray too far, or you risk being discovered by the Sun Organization. Our leader will conclude his retreat the day after tomorrow. You may meet him then. After the envoy departed, the three began plotting their future strategies. When we meet him tomorrow, merely offering spirit stones will not suffice to demonstrate our sincerity. What should we do? All we have are spirit stones. We lack anything else. Listen to me. First, we need to assess the strength of this faction and adapt accordingly to climb the ranks or achieve great merit. But we have no merit to claim. We have one day. Did you not hear about the strengths of the Night Eagle Gang and the Sun Organization? The Sun Organization relies on its leader and 3 senior officials, while the Night Eagle Gang counters with sheer numbers. Thus, we have one day to capture one of the 3 senior officials. With that, Liu Yi sketched out the distribution of power within the Sun Organization and the territories of each official based on what the envoy had shared. He then laid out his entire plan. Seeing that Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had no objections, he declared, "All right, tomorrow we will commence our operation, starting with this individual." The next day, under the pretense of shopping for supplies, the 3 successfully left the Night Eagle Gang's premises. On the way, Zhou Jiayue expressed her concerns. "Are you sure this plan will work? I still have my doubts." "Have faith. I've played my share of competitive games and achieved pentakills." "True, but those pentakills were usually by others, while you often led your team to defeat. Well, if it weren't for you dragging me around shopping and to training, I might have honed my skills better." Though Liu Yi muttered his complaints, Zhou Jiayue could still hear him. "What are you saying?" "Oh, it's nothing. Since the Nightshade Cultivation Shop is a chain, there are numerous branches scattered across various locations. This time, we require the teleportation artifact, the alien source talisman. When the time comes, the offense will be led by Zhou Jiayue, while I shall take on the defensive role. Miao Wushuang, your task is to eliminate the entire guard team. Not a single one shall be spared. Do you understand? Understood. All right. The current time is 10 o'clock. According to their statement from yesterday, the disciples of that individual will change shifts at the foot of the mountain at noon. How exhausting. Why must we fight over territory? It would be much better if the two factions shared resources instead of clashing. Exactly. This constant rotation is wearing us out. I'll take a short break over here and then come back to relieve you. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and his companions, masked and concealed nearby, realized that only one person remained, perceiving this as an opportune moment to act. The two individuals present were at the late foundation establishment stage and peak foundation establishment stage. Thus, they would not need to expend their energy. Allow me to handle this. It will be quick. After exchanging words with Zhou Jiayue, Liu Yi disguised himself as the resting individual and approached. Hey, have you recovered that quickly? I just remembered something I forgot to tell you. He continued walking forward, leaning close to the man's ear. What is it that is so mysterious? You are about to die. What? In an instant. That man was fatally stabbed by Liu Yi's dagger. Liu Yi then transformed into the fallen individual and proceeded towards the resting person, successfully eliminating the second target using the same tactic. Such weak cultivators who haven't even developed their spiritual roots yet still dare to complain. This is their fate. Why was it so quick? I didn't even hear any sounds of fighting. Sister, if we heard the sounds of battle, wouldn't we be exposed? We are ambushing them, not engaging them head-on. Hearing Zhou Jiayue ask such a naive question, Miao Wushuang couldn't help but scoff. Thus, the trio stealthily infiltrated the main camp of the watchroom step by step. Du Hong, at the initial stage of the nascent soul, possesses Earth-type spiritual roots, making him the only one among the three main leaders with 5 attributes. Liu Yi continued his explanation. Therefore, based on the principle of elemental dominance, lightning overcomes earth, making Zhou Jiayue the ideal candidate to confront him. However, remember that although you have the advantage in attributes, you still face a disadvantage in cultivation level. As noon approached, when everyone began their break, Liu Yi and his companions quietly spoke to Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang from their hiding place in the nearby grove. It's 12 o'clock now. We must complete our plan within an hour and a half. Understood. All right, let us commence our operation. On a scorching summer noon, the sun blazed like a colossal fireball, relentlessly pouring excessive light and heat onto the earth, making the ground feel as if it were ablaze. The morning patrol had finally concluded, allowing for a much-needed rest. However, just as he finished speaking, he fell victim to an unforeseen demise. Well done, Miao Wushuang. Your technique is remarkable, allowing you to silently eliminate the enemy. Liu Yi exclaimed, but then added, Brother, a good plan does not always unfold as we wish. We are now surrounded. At that moment, more and more cultivators began to encircle them, numbering around 50, with strengths ranging from peak foundation establishment to mid-core formation. A burly man stood at the back of the group. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon our territory? Upon realizing their plan had been disrupted, Liu Yi joined his hands together in a gesture of humility, resembling a monk. Brother, we are merely ordinary loose cultivators passing through and seeking alms. We hope for your kind compassion. Do you take me for a fool? From the foot of the mountain to here, my subordinates have been disappearing one by one. Do you think I wouldn't notice? Since our exposure has been discovered, the three nodded in unison. Given that the assassination plan had failed, they decided to engage in battle as per their roles. Accordingly, Miao Wushuang wielded the sunny heaven halberd to entangle with the group. Zhou Jiayue faced Du Hong directly with her silver skyblade, while Liu Yi assisted Zhou Jiayue with the true beast soul. Du Hong, a nascent soul cultivator and one of the three main leaders of the Day organization, adeptly countered the attacks from Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue with ease, leveraging his extensive experience from battles between the two factions without employing any magical artifacts. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang, facing mid-level cultivators, initially held the upper hand, but ultimately found it challenging to contend against multiple opponents. This is infuriating. We will undoubtedly be captured at this rate. Zhou Jiayue, Miao Wushuang. We must retreat and reassess our strategy. With that, Liu Yi raised both index fingers towards the crowd, devastation curse. After casting the spell, he transformed into a Kunpeng, intending to break through the enemy lines with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. You shall not escape. Heavenly Gate. A stone door soared into the sky, blocking Liu Yi's path. Due to the rapid transformation into a flying Kuanping, Liu Yi was unable to halt his momentum and crashed into it, falling to the ground. This appears to be the legendary technique from the Miao sect, the Dark Spirit Demon Heart method. Upon seeing Liu Yi revert to his human form, Du Heng thought to himself, I didn't expect this young man not only to wield the devastation curse, but also to have mastered the Dark Spirit Demon Heart method. He seems to be quite formidable. Thus, the assassination attempt by Liu Yi and his companions met with failure. Meanwhile, the leader of the Night Eagle sect, having completed his secluded cultivation in advance, upon hearing of the events later that evening, felt utterly speechless regarding Liu Yi and his companions. How could the three main leaders of the Day organization be so easily eliminated? If it were possible, the Night Eagle sect would have already dispatched their assassins. Boss, should we intervene on behalf of those three newcomers? After all, they took the risk to demonstrate their sincerity by attempting an assassination. Of course, we must rescue them. We are in dire need of talent and manpower at this moment. Zhou Jiayue, wake up, wake up. What a bothersome sensation. Once again, I find myself in a prison cell. Zhou Jiayue, realizing she was once more confined, began to complain to Liu Yi. It's all your fault. You insisted on achieving some ridiculous merit, and now look where we are, captured instead of accomplishing anything. It's my fault, but you ultimately agreed as well. Don't you know how much spiritual energy and stamina are required to use the devastation curse and the demon transformation technique? In the end, we still ended up imprisoned. I don't care. It's your fault, your fault. Observing Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue bickering once more, Miao Wushuang stood up. Enough. Your primary task should be to find a way to escape. I have been imprisoned in the Miao sect before, and it's not my first time. After a while, when Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue's relationship had cooled, they began to brainstorm how to escape from this prison. However, Liu Yi stubbornly refused, claiming he had no strength left. Thus, only Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue searched, but after a long time, they found no escape route. Forget it. Let me show you my method. Your method? But just as Miao Wushuang finished speaking, Liu Yi pointed his finger at her and Zhou Jiayue. What are you planning to do? A rush of dark violet light surged between the two individuals, and shortly thereafter, a small section of the wall crumbled away. Having only recently accumulated a modicum of spiritual energy, the opening was not particularly large. Liu Yi pressed his left hand against the area where the wall had disintegrated and gently pushed. The entire wall collapsed like a house of cards. Isn't this a bit too blatant? Zhou Jiayue observed Liu Yi, clearly intending to escape stealthily, yet here he is, brazenly causing destruction. Nevertheless, this place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart quickly. When the guards arrived, they were left dumbfounded. How is this possible? This is a cell reinforced with ice-embedded stones. How could they have created such a large opening? Quickly, report this to Lord Du Heng. However, upon hearing the news, Du Heng was not particularly surprised, for he was aware of Liu Yi's mastery over the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart technique and the Annihilation spell. If such a cell could confine him, it would indeed be a waste of his formidable abilities. What should we do, Lord Du Heng? They must have escaped back to the Black Hawk sect. If the Black Hawk sect learns of this, they will surely use it as an excuse to trouble us. Rest assured, I have stationed personnel at every exit. They are utterly trapped. Yet Du Heng had miscalculated this time, for he overlooked the fact that the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens, and the one relaying this information to Du Heng was none other than Liu Yi. Oh, then I can rest easy, Du Heng replied. Shaolin, what's wrong with you? He suddenly sensed something amiss with the figure before him. It's nothing, just. Suddenly, Shaolin transformed back into Liu Yi, who then launched a powerful punch. Du Heng, caught off guard, was sent flying like a loose kite. Wow, what a powerful force. With my mere core formation cultivation, I can send a nascent soul cultivator flying this far. I wonder what kind of might I will wield when I reach the spirit separation stage. Just as he marveled at his own prowess, Du Heng had already emerged from the rubble. What is happening? How can this mere core formation cultivator's punch possess such strength? Du Heng was bewildered. Just now, I felt an immense force. How come you appear unscathed? Now it was Liu Yi's turn to be astonished. Behold the sword. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue prepared to launch a surprise attack from behind, wielding her silver blade. Since you possess earth attribute roots, your defensive capabilities must be particularly formidable. However, no defense can withstand the full force of my thunder body attack. My apologies. While your thunder attribute indeed counters my earth attribute. Who said I possess only one attribute? What? A cultivator can only have one attribute, right? Indeed, a cultivator usually has only one primary attribute. But that does not preclude the cultivation of others. Your thunder attribute may be a bane to all others, yet as long as my attribute cultivation surpasses yours, you will remain powerless against me. At last, Zhou Jiayue understood why Du Heng had risen to become one of the 3 top officials. Not only was his earth attribute formidable, but he also concurrently cultivated 4 other attributes. You've all had your turn to strike. Now it is my time. Du Heng declared, drawing forth the sword from behind. This is my life-as treasure spirit of the sword. The blade ignited, its form shimmering with varied attributes according to its wielder's essence. With that, Du Heng charged forward, disregarding Zhou Jiayue, and aimed to strike at Liu Yi. Die. Liu Yi met the attack with his own weapon, a true beast soul. Kid, fine treasure you possess. How is it you carry so many enhancements? Huh. No enhancement can compare to a cultivator of your caliber, possessing 5 attributes. As Liu Yi and Du Heng clashed in battle, Zhou Jiayue donned her outyin wings and joined the fray. Outyin wings, little girl, do you intend to engage in a war of attrition with me? Yet Zhou Jiayue paid him no heed, striking with her silver blade. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. If 3 core formation youngsters could defeat me so easily, I would have no place among the 3 top officials. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang was also engaged in combat outside against those dispatched for confrontation. What is happening? Most of these individuals are merely foundation establishment cultivators, yet they all seem far superior to me. In this manner, Miao Wushuang was gradually forced closer to Du Heng. Liu Yi and Du Heng, locked in a stalemate, noticed Miao Wushuang's predicament. What is going on? Miao Wushuang, weren't you supposed to be holding off his subordinates outside? Why have you come here? How would I know? The cultivators out there are mostly at the foundation establishment stage, yet I cannot defeat a single one. Seeing the 3 once again surrounded, Du Heng could not help but chuckle. You seem quite astonished. Regardless, your demise is imminent. Allow me to explain why our Sun organization, though fewer in number, can contest with the Night Eagle sect, which vastly outnumbers us. It is our manipulation ability. Manipulation ability? Could it be? Indeed. The 3 top officials and our leader possess manipulation abilities. The higher one's cultivation, the more individuals one can control, and those controlled will share the same cultivation level as us. Now it makes sense. No wonder we often find ourselves at a stalemate. At that moment, a man clad in black, bearing a long sword on his back and with piercing eyes, descended from above. You are the owl from the Night Eagle sect. That is correct. In an instant, a throng of Night Eagle sect members surrounded them all. With your arrival, it seems the officials of our 2 organizations shall engage in a proper contest. With that, Du Heng's forces clashed with those led by Owl. Truly, Du Heng of the Sun organization employs his 5 attributes with remarkable dexterity. Likewise, your swordplay is quite commendable. Perhaps no one among the Night Eagle sect's sword cultivators is your match. At this moment, Owl, utilizing his proficient swordsmanship, matched Du Heng blow for blow. You 3 core formation youngsters have impressed me. Our leader is aware of your exploits and has agreed to your induction into the Night Eagle sect. With that, a sealing technique ensnared Du Heng within its binding constraints. I know this seal can only restrain you for about 15 minutes, but that should suffice for our escape. Leading everyone away, they swiftly fled from Du Heng's grasp. Damn it, to have been outmaneuvered. It was merely a minor barrier. 15 minutes later, Du Heng discovered that the seal had yet to dissipate. Puzzled, he cautiously touched it, only to find it bore an uncanny resemblance to a simple barrier. Meanwhile, Owl guided his companions toward the Night Eagle sect's stronghold. Liu Yi, curious about the recent events, remarked, Owl, it seemed you had the upper hand in the earlier battle. Why then did you choose to employ a seal and retreat? Seal? I did not employ one. That was merely a barrier resembling a seal. Who knew he would take my word for it? Besides, my task was to rescue you, not to engage in battle with Du Heng. When the crowd arrived at the main hall of the Night Eagle sect, they discovered all the sect leaders gathered together. The chief, Liu Yi, and others had successfully rescued themselves and were now waiting at the entrance for their fate. Upon entering, Liu Yi noticed 6 individuals seated on either side, their gazes fixed upon him. In front of him sat a man clad in black, the leader of the Night Eagle sect, Huolin. Under the illumination of the lights, his sculpted visage appeared more chiseled, his straight nose casting a formidable shadow that exuded an unsettling chill. His pitch-black eyes resembled 2 unfathomable abysses, occasionally flickering with elusive, dark reflections, shrouded in mystery. His thin lips formed a cruel arc, the slight upward curve at the corners hinting at a perpetual resentment. "You are Liu Yi?" Huolin descended towards Liu Yi and inquired. A shiver ran through Liu Yi at the sight of this man's face. "Indeed," Liu Yi replied. Huolin patted Liu Yi's shoulder and continued, "Impressive, truly impressive, to confront a nascent soul practitioner with merely the cultivation of the initial stage of core formation. Remarkable, indeed. Thank you for the compliment." Liu Yi, intrigued, posed a question. "I am curious about how you infiltrated Du Heng's camp. And I heard you were imprisoned, but somehow managed to escape." Liu Yi recounted his journey of infiltrating the enemy's encampment with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, detailing how he faced Du Heng, was captured, and eventually escaped from the prison. Remarkable, to possess such cunning at such a young age. Certainly a wise choice to have sent the Raven for your rescue. After conversing further and understanding the circumstances of each individual, Huolin permitted them to rest. "Boss, it seems these individuals are indeed the three named in the high bounty issued by the Miao sect," one sect leader rose to report. "Should we capture them and hand them over to the Miao sect?" "No, they must not be surrendered to the Miao sect. Instead, we shall retain them." Given Liu Yi and that female cultivator, Zhou Jiayue's capabilities, it is evident they are not ordinary. They managed to elude both core formation and nascent soul practitioners multiple times. Huolin contemplated his strategy, determined to keep these three. In the Hall of the Sun organization, Du Heng knelt before a man, his posture apologetic. "Chief, I regret to inform you that I failed to capture the Raven and the three individuals." This man was Xia Wubin, the leader of the Sun organization. Tall with a fair complexion, his black attire accentuating his athletic build. His flaxen hair gleamed, and his sharp features radiated an imposing elegance. With long eyelashes framing his deep, crystal-like eyes and a perfectly sculpted nose, he exuded a complex aura of nobility and grace, further enhanced by a dazzling diamond earring in his left ear. "This is not your fault. After all, the intruder was a Raven, a mid-nascent soul practitioner. Yet, I am curious why Huolin would send such a person to rescue three mere core formation cultivators." "Chief, these three are extraordinary practitioners," one of Du Heng's subordinates interjected. "Oh," Xia Wubin raised an eyebrow. "It seems one named Liu Yi possesses the Miao sect's lustful annihilation spell, yet he has scarcely cultivated any spiritual root techniques. Focusing instead on the dark spirit demon heart method." Xia Wubin gasped in astonishment. "What? This man knows the dark spirit demon heart method and the lustful annihilation spell?" "Yes. And another named Zhou Jiayue was seen wearing the Miao sect's bestowed out-yin wings during our last encounter, wielding a silver sword that appears to be a superior treasure. Though her current cultivation is still at the core formation stage, limiting her ability to fully utilize it." Upon hearing this, Xia Wubin's expression shifted to one of realization. "Do you remember their appearances?" "The one named Liu Yi is approximately 20, with lustrous black hair and an oval face. Zhou Jiayue is tall, clad in purple, with flowing black hair framing her delicate features." "It must be them." "Who?" "They are undoubtedly the three individuals for whom the Miao sect has issued a high bounty. And the other must be the Miao sect's princess, Miao Wushuang." At this moment, two other officials arrived as requested by Xia Wubin. "Brothers, our fortune has arrived. If we can eliminate the Night Eagle sect and capture Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang, we shall revel in boundless riches." "Boss, are those three not the ones for whom the Miao sect recently offered 500 superior spirit stones?" "Indeed, we shall approach them for negotiations. If we cannot secure their surrender, we will prepare for conflict and inform Elder Miao Yin of the Miao sect." Kang Yi, one of the three officials, interjected, "Boss, I believe negotiating with them will be futile, as they have already sent a Raven for their rescue. There are two possibilities. Either they wish to recruit those three as their own forces against us, or they intend to deliver them to the Miao sect." After Kang Yi's remarks, the others nodded in agreement, planning a new strategy. That evening, Xia Wubin led Du Heng and several trusted subordinates to the Night Eagle sect. "Huolin, what do you think of my proposal? Shall we jointly hand over those three to the Miao sect? I am willing to offer a quarter of my territory as a gesture of goodwill. I'm afraid I cannot surrender them. Raven, show our guests out." Huolin waved dismissively and returned to the hall. "You have said this. Do not blame me later." Xia Wubin scoffed, turning to leave. Upon learning of these events, Liu Yi and the others were taken aback, having been preoccupied with evasion and recovery, oblivious to the external turmoil. Zhou Jiayue, appearing anxious, asked Liu Yi, "What should we do?" We have been marked for a bounty. This could attract numerous pursuers. I am uncertain. We must observe the unfolding events, Liu Yi replied. Miao Wushuang, who had been silent, speculated. What if there are two possibilities? They intend for us to become their forces against the Sun organization, or they plan to deliver us to the Miao sect. While this was not improbable, Liu Yi considered Miao Wushuang's insight and reflected, firstly, if we seize the cultivation territory in Jinghai City, it will be akin to acquiring an inexhaustible source of resources. Secondly, the Night Eagle sect and the Sun organization are already embroiled in conflict. And with their recent negotiations having collapsed, it will not be long before they engage in battle over us. At that point, our unique abilities will be invaluable. Zhou Jiayue began to feel that their words held some truth, and her previous tension started to dissipate. However, what Liu Yi did not anticipate was that due to his recent incident, a multitude of bounty-seeking cultivators from the cultivation world converged, forming an underground third-party force. It appeared that our objectives aligned. Why not wait until these two factions are embroiled in a fierce struggle, severely weakened, and then seize the opportunity to divide the spoils? I believe that would be prudent. The Nighthawk sect and the Sun organization, after all, belong to the same echelon of sects, indicating they possess considerable strength. Indeed, which sect or organization dares to operate without at least one nascent soul cultivator? That is simply inconceivable. Moreover, it is rumored that within the Sun organization, the distribution of cultivators is uneven, predominantly consisting of those at the foundation establishment to early core formation stages, with only a handful reaching mid-core formation. Yet, their three main leaders are all at the late to peak nascent soul stage, and their leader has already reached the out-of-body stage. Conversely, the Nighthawk sect has a remarkably balanced distribution, with no foundation establishment cultivators, all being at the early to late core formation stages, and 6 leaders at mid-nascent soul, with even their leader only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The underground third-party forces have also begun to unify their stance. This incident will ultimately determine the territorial division of Jinghai City. If we aim for maximum benefit from this, it could significantly influence our cultivation levels and statuses within the cultivation world. This may very well be the largest battle to occur in Jinghai City. Within the Sun organization, Xia Wubin shouted to all present, "Are you ready, brothers?" "Ready. Good. Tomorrow night, we will confront the Nighthawk sect." Simultaneously, Huolin of the Nighthawk sect addressed his followers, saying, "This will be our greatest battle against the Sun organization. If we win, we will claim Jinghai City. If we lose, you should know the dire consequences. We will lose everything." On the night of the battle, in the eerie path, silence reigned all around. The moon was shrouded. The winds howled, and darkness enveloped the land, as if the cold air had severed the light. The night was thick, like an unfathomable ink painting the horizon, devoid of even the faintest starlight. A chilling fog descended, lending a coolness to the midsummer night, with few stars visible under the hazy moonlight. The sky was not entirely black, but rather imbued with an endless deep blue stretching into the distance. All members of the Nighthawk sect stood vigilant at their posts, each one fully aware of the stakes at hand. Suddenly, a voice called from the east, "The Sun organization is here." A swarm of dark figures surged forward, led by one of the 3 main leaders, Du Hong. Following closely was the contingent led by Kang Yi, another of the 3 leaders, while directly ahead stood the Sun organization's leader, Xie Wubing. Upon receiving this news, Huolin quickly dispatched everyone to confront the enemy. The battle was destined to be one of leaders against leaders, a clash of titans. Huolin discreetly instructed Liu Yi and the others, "Remember, you 3 are the trump cards that will determine the outcome of this war. Therefore, regardless of what transpires outside, you must not venture out until the war concludes." However, the leader of the Sun organization is an out-of-body cultivator. Although you are at the peak of the nascent soul stage, you are still a significant distance from that level. I understand, but the reason the Nighthawk sect can withstand their long-term opposition is our numerical advantage and balanced strength. Despite Huolin's reassurances, Liu Yi knew that war is unpredictable and unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. Outside, Xie Wubin, wielding a long spear, faced Huolin, who was at the peak nascent soul stage, and a hall master at the late nascent soul stage. "Huolin, you are no match for me. I advise you to surrender and hand over those 3 individuals. I wouldn't mind having 2 major factions in this city, but if you refuse, do not blame me." "Huh, the condition you proposed is indeed tempting, but I will never hand over those 3, and I intend to bestow the title of Hall Master upon that Liu Yi fellow." Ha! Let us see who prevails. Meanwhile, Du Hong engaged in a fierce battle with Jiao, unleashing his full power. Jiao, this time I must make you understand the price of underestimating me. Is that so? Well, it seems you may be a bit too clever for your own good, unable to see through even simple illusions. Listening to the sounds of battle outside, Liu Yi, who had never witnessed a genuine conflict between cultivation sects, felt a surge of curiosity. Peeking outside, he beheld a chaotic battlefield where cultivators of 5 elemental attributes unleashed their powers, igniting trees with fire, flooding trenches with water, striking buildings with lightning, and whipping the surroundings with wind, while columns of rock erupted from the ground. The fallen were countless, consumed by flames, drowned by water, battered by winds, struck by lightning, and crushed by earth. If one were to describe the scene of battle, it could only be likened to the apocalypse. My goodness, is this what a battle between cultivation sects looks like? Overwhelmed by the sight, Liu Yi fell to his knees, nearly losing control of himself. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Observing Liu Yi's panicked demeanor, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged exasperated glances. Suddenly, a familiar voice cried out, "Ah! Miao Wushuang, what is it? Why the sudden scream?" Zhou Jiayue asked, "Sister Zhou, did your spiritual senses not detect the many cultivators approaching nearby?" After Miao Wushuang spoke, Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi began to probe with their spiritual senses. It was indeed true. Most of those nearby were at the core formation stage, with the strongest reaching the peak of core formation. At that moment, Liu Yi thought, it seems this war involves more than just the two factions. Many unknown variables are at play. It is necessary to inform Hualin when the opportunity arises. Xia, have you not noticed that many people are gradually converging here? So what? We have our barriers up. Outsiders cannot enter. Suddenly, individuals from both the Sun Organization and the Nighthawk sect began to fall one by one. Witnessing this, Hualin and Xia Wubin shouted in unison, "Xia, did you let the news slip? Hua, did you summon reinforcements?" Then they both exclaimed simultaneously, "You're full of nonsense. I would never call for help. You're full of nonsense. I would never share this juicy tidbit with anyone." Thus, while they bickered, Xia Wubin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Hee. While I wouldn't leak the news, I will form an alliance." "What do you mean?" Just as Hualin was processing this, he felt a sharp pain as a knife plunged into his back. "What? You?" The assailant was Ling, a hall master who had fought alongside him within the barrier. "Ling, I have treated you well. You and Jiao are both vice leaders of the Nighthawk sect." "Indeed." "Hua, you have treated me well, but when it comes to me and Jiao, you lean towards Jiao, do you not? Jiao has already been designated as the next sect leader." "Ha! Hualin, it appears your internal unity is nothing but a facade." After overhearing their exchange, Xia Wubin kicked Hualin, who was propped up by his sword. "Let me share some news with you. Initially, Deputy Ling advised you to hand them over to the Miao faction in exchange for a substantial bounty. But you chose not to do so and ultimately decided to shelter them. What? Is this the reason for your betrayal?" Upon hearing Xia Wubin's words, Hualin spat out a mouthful of blood, astonished as he inquired about Ling. Indeed, no one would turn down money, nor would anyone joke with their own life. And certainly, no minor sect would dare to oppose the Miao faction. After saying this, he stood alongside Xia Wubin. Nearby, Jiao and the various hall masters began to take notice, each displaying expressions of anger. When they saw Jiao and the hall masters glaring at him, Liu wore an indifferent expression and said, Hey, please don't look at me like that. It makes me quite embarrassed. After all, we've known each other for a while, haven't we?" Then, unexpectedly, something astonishing appeared before everyone. Have you not realized that Ling's speech and demeanor are markedly different from the person you once knew? Furthermore, why have only 2 of the 3 chief officers arrived, while the third has yet to show up before you? Immediately after, a shocking event unfolded before the crowd. Ling's face suddenly turned ashen, and a stranger's visage materialized. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Nichuan Xian, the true leader of the Sun Organization, and he is the foremost among the 3 chief officers." Nichuan Xian pointed at Hua Wubin, then unleashed his spiritual pressure, instantly causing everyone around to struggle for breath. Is this the true power of the mid-out-of-body stage? Hualin leaned against a nearby rock and remarked, "It seems we are destined to lose this battle. With the strength of the Sun Organization, you should easily annihilate us, shouldn't you? Why take so long?" "Why? Because it's amusing. In the realm of cultivation, you must have heard of the trickster known as the Thousand Changes Demon, who often plays with people's fates. Could it be that person is you? Bingo. It seems you are not foolish after all. Ultimately, the one to eliminate you will also be the one who understands well. Nichuan Xin teased Huolin by lifting his chin with his index finger, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Well then, I shall ensure you perish with full understanding. It is time to send you on your way. As he spoke, he severed Huolin's tendons and ligaments. Boss. The crowd outside the barrier shouted as they attempted to break it. Damn it. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhou had no choice but to dissolve the pact he had made with Huolin, vowing to reveal his true strength at the moment Huolin became the sect leader, as he rushed towards Huolin. So you are the true trump card of the Night Eagle sect, Zhou, but victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity, Du Heng utilized earth-based powers, striking heavily at Zhou's back. Puffed. Blood spewed from Zhou's mouth as he collapsed heavily. Despicable. In battle, there is no concept of honor. Achieving victory is the true path. Liu Yi and his companions observed the dwindling numbers of cultivators within the Night Eagle sect, anxiety gripping them. What should we do? Liu Yi, at this rate, the Night Eagle sect is doomed. Don't panic. Let me think. Liu Yi understood that the defeat of the Night Eagle sect was already a foregone conclusion. The sect leader was on the brink of crisis, with one deputy severely injured and the other already killed. The remaining hall masters were all at the mid and late nascent soul stages, unable to alter the outcome. Meanwhile, all the lurking third-party forces, the bounty hunters, were taken aback, initially believing they were witnessing a balanced battle between two factions that would result in mutual destruction. Yet, to their surprise, the tide had turned overwhelmingly against the Night Eagle sect. What should we do? If this continues, we will gain nothing and will ultimately expose ourselves to the Sun Organization's awareness. How about we retreat? Impossible. It is already commendable to infiltrate the sect. Must we let it all go to waste? Which is more important, money or life? Perhaps we could make a surprise attack? They pondered, envisioning a sudden disruption that would confuse the factions and allow them to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. I think it's feasible. After agreeing to the plan, all the bounty hunters charged in from all directions. Although both the Night Eagle sect and the Sun Organization were aware of their presence, the initial turmoil caused the morale of the Night Eagle sect to plummet, while the Sun Organization began to lower their guard, completely unaware of the bounty hunters lurking nearby. What's going on? Suddenly, the barriers created by Du Heng and Zhou, as well as those of Nichuan Xin and Huolin, shattered simultaneously. Be careful. I only have 2 of these dissolving arrows left. When I escaped from the Miao faction, Xiao Ning entrusted me with a storage bag containing just this amount, having brought various special treasures from the Miao faction for emergency use. Understood. With that, Liu Yi shot the 2 dissolving arrows, then employed the transformation technique to assume the form of a Kunping, swiftly bringing Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang into the midst of the chaos. Quick, retreat. Once Zhou and Huolin were rescued by the 2, he immediately urged everyone to flee the battlefield. You've finally shown up, kid. Upon seeing Liu Yi before him, Nichuan Xin approached slowly with the 3 chief officers. Huolin and the others were no longer of significance. What mattered was capturing Liu Yi. As long as we seize you, the Miao faction will surely offer a generous reward. After Liu Yi felt Zhou Jiayue and the others retreating, he smiled and released all his spiritual energy. What? Peak of the core formation stage. Du Heng had remarked that when he first encountered Liu Yi, he was merely a minor figure at the initial core formation stage, yet just a few days later, he had reached the peak. What of it? We are all figures of the nascent soul and out-of-body levels. Your cultivation is still far from ours, Du Heng retorted dismissively, charging forward with the intent to land a heavy punch on Liu Yi's head. However, Liu Yi blocked it with his left arm. Touching his left arm, Liu Yi was acutely aware that it had been fractured. Truly worthy of a nascent soul cultivator, with my Qilin arm and peak of the core formation stage. I barely managed to withstand that blow. Otherwise, my arm would surely have shattered. Given the Qilin arm and my current cultivation, recovery will take at least 10 minutes. Liu Yi then produced the true beast spirit. Based on the cultivation levels of Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue, I estimate that under normal circumstances, I could use it for about an hour, and with the transformation technique, for 40 minutes, allowing for 4 uses of the annihilation spell. You little rascal. Although you're currently relying on various enhancements, do you comprehend the burden your body will endure afterward? The dragon maiden sealed within the true beast spirit suddenly queried. Moreover, you are facing cultivators of the out-of-body and nascent soul levels. This is tantamount to seeking death. Senior, I am well aware of this. But I have my means of escape. Liu Yi chuckled, huh? Regardless, I will see how long it takes you to release me. Without further ado, Liu Yi employed the transformation technique to morph into the form of Zhu Yan, capable of harnessing the power of wrath, then charged into the fray with his sword. Everyone, come at me, subdue him, and I shall appoint him as an officer. Observing Liu Yi, who charged forward, Ri Chuanqing and Du Heng, along with the other 3 major officers, disdainfully remained seated, simply biding their time for Liu Yi's inevitable downfall. Liu Yi fought on, all the while waiting for the recovery of his Kirin arm. At last, the moment arrived. Sensing the restoration of his Kirin arm, Liu Yi promptly stored it in his spatial pouch. Demonic transformation, Qingqiu Nine-Tailed Fox. 9 tails. This is not good. Ri Chuanqing had always believed Liu Yi was capable only of the wrath of Zhu Yan and the speed of Kunping, never anticipating he would wield the Qingqiu Nine Tails. Suddenly, fluffy white ears sprouted atop Liu Yi's head. His eyes gradually transformed into the shape of a fox demon, and 9 white tails unfurled behind him. Foxfire. Liu Yi then swept his left arm forward, and the backs of the advancing cultivators were instantly engulfed in foxfire. This was the Qingqiu foxfire capable of extinguishing flames. The tidal wave of flames was upon them. Observing the burning cultivators and the surrounding foxfire, Du Heng began to lose his composure, unleashing water spells in desperation. Liu Yi, however, chuckled, waving his right hand to freeze all the water solid. The searing flames cannot contend with foxfire. The waters of the ditch cannot rival the brilliance of the icy ocean. How infuriating! I refuse to believe that this brat at the pinnacle of the core formation stage can rival me, a nascent soul cultivator. Enraged, Du Heng charged forward, launching an attack. I cannot, but I possess these 2 annihilation spells. He then directed both hands towards Du Heng, who, startled, swiftly dodged the assault. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals and the other 2 major officers, along with Ri Chuanqing, surged forward. Liu Yi, however, was evading while running. And just as Ri Chuanqing was about to seize him, Liu Yi suddenly halted, made a face at them, and said, "Farewell, everyone." With that, light erupted beneath his feet, and he vanished from their sight. How vexing, a teleportation array. At this moment, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, along with the surviving members of the Night Eagle faction, were hiding in a secluded cave. Oh my, you scared me to death. I almost didn't make it back. Just as Miao Wushuang had set up the teleportation array, Liu Yi materialized atop it. No worries. Just a bit of overexertion of spiritual power. Liu Yi patted his chest. But suddenly, everything went dark, and he fainted. Upon awakening, he discovered Miao Wushuang sleeping against the wall beside him while he lay with his head resting on Zhou Jiayue's lap, who was dozing off. A glance around revealed that Huolin and Jiao had been bandaged and lay nearby. Unable to restrain himself, he caressed Zhou Jiayue's fair, smooth skin. Thank you both for taking care of so many injured in my absence. Indeed, but I have taken on the burden of caring for you for 2 days. By the way, does my face feel nice to touch? Yes, indeed. You've worked hard. Ah, you're awake. Startled, Liu Yi attempted to sit up. But due to the excessive strain he had put on his body earlier, he found himself unable to rise. Don't move. Just lie there and accept this as a reward for helping us escape successfully. With that, Zhou Jiayue kissed Liu Yi and added, "Just enjoy my lap pillow and the kiss of affection. Thank you." At that moment, Miao Wushuang groggily awoke and, upon witnessing the scene, covered her eyes. Blushing as she exclaimed, "Ah, what are you 2 doing?" "Oh, I saw nothing. I saw nothing at all." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Jiayue gasped and flung Liu Yi away. "Ah, it's nothing. We were just..." Lying on the ground, Liu Yi felt like crying without tears. "Nothing? You just tossed me out while I was heavily injured. And my lap pillow, my kiss of affection, has been ruined by you. Thank you." Upon seeing Liu Yi awake, Huolin, battered and bruised, slowly approached. He then knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute. "If it weren't for you, the Night Eagle faction would likely have faced annihilation. Hua faction leader, you flatter us. If you hadn't sheltered us, we would still be without a foothold, deprived of any respite." Zhou Jiayue quickly helped Huolin to his feet and continued, "Given the current situation, you must quickly gather your strength and regroup to reclaim Jinghai City. The members of the reorganization must be searching for us, so we must not act recklessly. Moreover, we need to station personnel at all critical points. Currently, Huolin is severely injured, and Deputy Leader Ling has been transformed by Ri Chuanqing. So Jiao has become the backbone and acting leader of the Night Eagle faction. The remaining 4 hall masters are all nascent soul cultivators, each leading their subordinates. Stationed in the 4 cardinal directions to guard against the reorganization, Jiao explained the current distribution of forces to Liu Yi. But Liu Yi countered, while your strategy is commendable, all the hall masters are injured. Can you guarantee that any one of them can withstand an assault from the reorganization? Who is the primary target for the reorganization right now? It must be the 3 of us and Hua faction leader. Therefore, the 3 of us, along with Hua faction leader, should hide, while the 4 hall masters can act as the main force. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we sacrifice the 4 hall masters for our safety? Upon hearing this, Jiao fiercely grabbed Liu Yi by the collar, glaring. Don't think that just because you saved us, we will heed your commands. This is the Night Eagle faction. Due to his excessive exertion, Liu Yi could only submit to Jiao's grip. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang rushed over to intervene, but Liu Yi stopped them. I am well aware that this is the Night Eagle faction, but are you familiar with the empty city strategy? We can simplify it for our use. How can we imitate it when our territory has been occupied? Are you foolish? Our territory is our current refuge, and the city consists of the 4 hall masters. So what? We still cannot match the reorganization. While we may be outmatched, the Night Eagle faction should still be able to contend with one of the 3 major officers. Thus, we shall wait for their officer to arrive. And if they do not come, shall we simply sit idle? No, they will undoubtedly come, and it will surely be that individual. Zhou Jiayue suddenly understood. You mean Du Heng? Precisely. Among the 3 major officers and Ri Chuanqin, who do we have the deepest connection with? It is undoubtedly Du Heng. And I even played a trick on them in the end. Liu Yi then recounted how he transformed into the Qingxiu fox and battled them, demonstrating how he utilized foxfire and the icy ocean to thwart Du Heng's magical assaults. You have truly overdone it. 2 consecutive transformations are no wonder you bear such a heavy burden. Just as they were conversing, Ling'er suddenly appeared before them. Master, the Void Pearl has reacted. What? Isn't the Void Pearl a type of sealing treasure? Master, you, Miss Zhou, and Miss Miao, please come over here. Glancing around, Liu Yi quietly urged the 2 to follow him, saying, let me reveal a secret about the Void Pearl to you. Ling'er, just speak your mind. After the 3 gathered in a corner, Liu Yi inquired, what secret does the Void Pearl hold? Master, the Void Pearl, also known as the Void Demon Stone, is an extraordinarily unstable magical artifact. Void Demon Stone? What on earth is that? Ling'er continued, glancing around. The Void Pearl has always been an unstable artifact. When referred to as a pearl, it purifies all harmful elements in its vicinity, such as toxins and dizziness. Conversely, as a demon stone, it also possesses purifying abilities, even assisting in healing others. However, the injuries sustained by the healed individual will be returned to the healer several-fold. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue suddenly gasped and lowered her head. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Miao Wushuang. What is happening? Just as Liu Yi finished his sentence, he noticed Zhou Jiayue's face turn pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a wail of despair. Could it be that during my unconscious state, they were the ones healing me? Indeed, at that time, the master's cultivation level had been severely depleted from continuously casting advanced spells. If Lingqi were not promptly transmitted to the master, he would have succumbed to the void due to a lack of spiritual energy. Subsequently, both Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue began to writhe on the ground, enduring immense pain. Are they going to be all right? They are already in so much agony. It can't be life-threatening, can it? Not at all. The Void Pearl merely transforms your injuries into pain and mental torment that is inflicted upon Miss Zhou and Miss Miao. What? Why didn't you stop them? Master, Ling'er did her utmost, but Miss Zhou and Miss Miao insisted on proceeding. I feel so cold. Miao Wushuang began to tremble, while Zhou Jiayue was drenched in sweat. I feel so hot. Soon after, the 2 started convulsing on the ground. Ling'er, didn't you say it was pain? What is happening now? Liu Yi cried, holding both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang tightly. Master, Ling'er is uncertain. The Void Pearl is an exceedingly unstable divine artifact. Throughout history, even the esteemed Zhou Yanzi could only master 70% of its usage. Upon hearing the anguished cries of Liu Yi and the others, Hualin and the others hurriedly arrived, only to be filled with anxiety upon witnessing the situation. Time seemed to stretch, but eventually, the 2 began to stabilize. You are awake. They appeared as if they had just returned from the gates of death, their faces ashen. Liu Yi embraced them, weeping. Remember, You must never do this again. Do you hear? A man who allows his women to suffer is truly unworthy of being called a man. All right, we will remember. Just as they finished speaking, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang suddenly sensed a change. This is the power of late-stage core formation. Who would have thought we would gain from this misfortune? As the two felt exhilarated, a voice from outside interrupted. Master, Hall Master, Du Heng has discovered us. When everyone exited, they found only him, without a single subordinate in sight. At that moment, Du Heng appeared before them, battered and bruised. You must flee. Nichuan Xin will soon find you. Everyone was taken aback by Du Heng's words. Although he was their adversary, why would he assist the Night Eagle sect? This left them incredulous. Subsequently, Du Heng recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Nichuan Xin, unable to locate Liu Yi and the others, sent a cadre daily to search for them. If unsuccessful, they would be executed. Upon hearing this, Hualin immediately inquired, "What is going on? Aren't you his subordinates? Why would he act this way?" Nichuan Xin is known as the thousand-faced demon. It is not because he can change forms, but due to his unpredictable temperament. You see, you have not completed your task, which displeases him, and now he intends to vent his anger on you. Indeed, a few days ago, unable to endure his oppression any longer, the three main cadres and some junior officials decided to assassinate him. However, we never anticipated that he could employ divine sense even while resting, resulting in most of us falling victim to his wrath. When he arrived, he was cloaked, so when he revealed himself, no one could believe their eyes. A formidable nascent soul cultivator had lost an arm in this manner, although he could use his power to mend it. The injuries he sustained would certainly cause him to regress to the core formation stage. How could this happen? What is worse? One of the three main cadres has been killed, and Xie Wu being exhausted his cultivation to save me, now reduced to the initial foundation establishment stage. What? How is it possible for an out-of-body cultivator to regress to the initial foundation establishment stage? This revelation left many trembling in fear, dropping to their knees. Therefore, Liu Yi and Hualin, you must flee at once. No, I refuse to run, Liu Yi suddenly declared, drawing everyone's attention. Are you mad? Zhou Jiayue grasped him firmly. Right now, you, I, and Miao Wushuang, among us, you are the weakest at core formation initial stage, and the strongest only at late stage. How can we contend with him? Besides, the strongest among us is merely at the initial out-of-body stage and currently injured. Zhou Jiayue's words left Liu Yi speechless. But what? Are you suggesting that we owe a debt of gratitude to the Night Eagle sect for sheltering us? Precisely. Yes. They have taken us in and shown us great kindness, but you must consider, above core formation is nascent soul, and above that, out-of-body. Do you truly wish to challenge someone with such a vast disparity in cultivation? Everyone shared this sentiment. Although Liu Yi was determined to reclaim everything the Night Eagle sect had lost, he needed to weigh his own strength. Young friend Liu Yi, I appreciate your goodwill. But we are no longer a match for Nichuan Xin, and we care little for territory now. There is no need for more of our subordinates to be injured over a mere Jinghai city. If that is your stance, I have no further objections. However, I will find a way to defeat him. This was Liu Yi's secret. The Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method's supplementary spell, the Cannibal Infant Seed, could substantially enhance his cultivation for a brief period, granting him access to its signature spells. At that moment, Ling'er seemed to sense Liu Yi's intentions and cautioned, "Master, I advise against using that method. The risks are too great." Zhou Jiayue turned to Ling'er, asking, "What do you mean? What is he planning?" "It is an auxiliary spell within the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method, the Cannibal Infant Seed, which can greatly enhance one's cultivation temporarily while granting access to its signature spells. However, the consequences are the repercussions similar to what we are experiencing now, with a significant depletion of physical and spiritual energy. Indeed, while cultivating the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method can make one several times stronger than cultivators of the same level, in the end, it relies on one's willpower to maintain the breakthrough and improve cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged glances with Liu Yi and continued to inquire, what happens if one's willpower is insufficient? The dark attribute demon power within the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Law could consume one, transforming them into a creature devoid of kinship, neither human nor ghost. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi and the others suddenly grew serious. Although the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Law is a celestial-level cultivation technique, few dare to practice it. If one perseveres until the end, The spiritual attribute demon power will unleash spiritual energy, bestowing upon the practitioner immense physical strength and spiritual reserves. After Ling'er finished speaking, Liu Yi pondered for a moment, revealing a resolute gaze as he declared, "I have made my decision. I shall cultivate it." Meanwhile, in Jinghai City, Ri Chuanxin was significantly reorganizing the members of the reorganization, executing those who had previously attempted to assassinate or rebel against him. Next month marks the tribulation I must face at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. During this period, it is imperative to locate the Night Eagle faction and eliminate them to prevent any surprise attacks during that time. As Du Hong was once one of the 3 high-ranking officials, he was acutely aware that next weekend is my day of crossing the tribulation. The thought of Du Hong's ultimate betrayal only fueled Ri Chuanxin's anger. "Du Hong, since you dared to betray me, do not blame me for being merciless." At that moment, a voice from the entrance announced, "Report. Xia Wubin has committed suicide." So what if he has? What is there to report? He has become a waste at the foundation establishment stage. However, this was after he learned of Du Hong's betrayal that he chose to take his own life. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Ri Chuanxin immediately rushed towards the prison, only to arrive and sigh in despair. "Alas, it's all over. Everything is too late. I had hoped to utilize the remaining infant seeds to gather intelligence, but they have now dissipated, and I can no longer use my spiritual sense to search." He then slowly returned to his hall. "Ah, you frightened me. Thank you all." The reporting cultivator then reverted to his true form, revealing himself to be Xia Wubin. "It's nothing. Chief Xia, this is what we ought to do. When you served as our acting leader, you treated us well. This is our way of repaying you. We willingly offer our infant seeds to ensure the downfall of Ri Chuanxin." After this declaration, all present sacrificed their infant seeds, taking their own lives. "I will not let you down." After collecting everyone's infant seeds, Xia Wubin transformed back into an ordinary cultivator and escaped under the cover of night. Once Xia Wubin successfully fled the reorganization, he immediately employed the thousand-li transmission technique to inform Du Hong of his escape and explain the current situation. Upon receiving the message, Du Hong felt relieved. All the cultivators in the prison contributed their infant seeds to help Xia Wubin successfully escape the reorganization. Understanding this, everyone realized that those cultivators must have committed suicide. What stage is his cultivation at now? At this moment, Huolin hoped that Xia Wubin, having absorbed the infant seeds, would emerge stronger to bolster their resistance. Unfortunately, he was at the early stage of the core formation realm. Du Hong, sensing Huolin's concern, expressed his own helplessness, continuing, "But considering he was once a practitioner at the out-of-body level, reaching this level is already quite remarkable. Du Hong, are you here?" Upon hearing this voice, Xia Wubin appeared before everyone, looking as though he had expended considerable energy to restore his body. "Damn it. I toiled so hard, sacrificing so much, only to end up with this result. I will make him pay." Suddenly, Liu Yi, who had been silent, spoke up. "Indeed, that guy is quite the scoundrel. You labored for him, yet in the end, your cultivation was rendered useless. But have you considered how to exact your revenge? How will you and Huolin reclaim your territory? Trust me, it will be worth it. We are all tied together by the same rope now. I cannot harm you. No, there is hope. Next month, Ri Chuanxin will face his tribulation to advance to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. That will be his most critical day. Very well, we shall choose that day for his tribulation. However, we must remain vigilant in the meantime." Approximately a month passed, and everyone's injuries had mostly healed. Why has he not come to find us after all this time? I believe we are merely biding our time, expending our energy, waiting to see who will eventually falter and seek the other out. Perhaps he is preparing for his tribulation. Even though Ri Chuanxin is currently a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, both Jiao and Xia Wubin are at the early stage. Moreover, with the assistance of the nascent Soul Stage Hall Master, they could potentially contend with him evenly. However, if no one successfully organizes against him on that day, it would truly spell doom for all. This battle will determine the fate of everyone. Thus, it is a matter of success or failure. Understood? Understood. After hearing Huolin and Xia Wubin's words, everyone eagerly prepared for the night's ambush. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and the other 3 secretly readied themselves to utilize Zhou Jiayue's thunder attribute to deliver a decisive blow. Naturally, whatever they could conceive, Ri Chuanxin could anticipate as well. Thus, he had already arranged spiritual senses and barriers that evening, just in case. This night is critical. If successful, I shall become a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. As I gaze at the heavenly tribulation forming in the sky, it is evident that this tribulation is unlike any previous ones, transitioning from blue to purple. At this moment, those outside the barrier were also on high alert, awaiting the fate-determining tribulation. It's here. Ri Chuanxin's expression grew grave as he gazed skyward, watching a long purple lightning bolt descend. Seeing this, Huolin and the others surged forward from all directions. However, at that moment, Ri Chuanxin was entirely oblivious, preoccupied with defending against the heavenly tribulation, neglecting the fact that his barriers had already been breached. Charge! Kill Ri Chuanxin. Witnessing Ri Chuanxin seated in the open, bracing for the tribulation, Xia Wubin and Huolin brandished their magical artifacts and charged forward. Yet, as they approached, a second layer of barrier appeared before them. Did you truly think I would only set one barrier to stop you? A binding formation ensnared everyone. Ri Chuanxin slowly approached them, saying, Du Hong, Xia Wubin, I once held you both in high regard. I never imagined you would choose to betray me. If you seek to place blame, then blame yourself for your excesses. You merely failed to find the right people. Was it necessary to be so ruthless towards your own subordinates? Someone like you will inevitably face betrayal. Ha! Subordinates? Do not speak so sweetly. They are merely pawns in my game, their lives worth not a fraction to me. He then glanced at one of his subordinates, instructing, watch closely. With that, he seized the person's throat. You, surnamed Ri, assist me. Huolin and the others gritted their teeth and shouted, you are nothing but a deranged lunatic. Gradually, the color drained from the man's face. Yet he showed no signs of pain during this time. It seemed he had been completely brainwashed, devoid of any independent thought. Is it not done yet? Liu Yi, hiding in the shadows, spoke to Zhou Jiayue. It is still early. You needn't overthink it. This is the tribulation of the late stage of departure, and it must last at least an hour. Time is running out. If it drags on, that fellow will surely notice something amiss. As Liu Yi anticipated, Ri Chuanxin began to sense an unusualness, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation with them. Something feels off. Why am I conversing with you? I've inadvertently been led astray. Huolin and the others were startled. Has he discovered us? At that moment, Liu Yi transformed into the Zhu Yin form and charged forward with the true soul of a demon beast, praying to endure for an hour. Has it finally arrived? A being capable of transformation. At first, Liu Yi could barely resist using his transformation technique and Qilin arm, but as the disparity in cultivation levels became apparent, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Zhou Jiayue, aren't you done yet? I can hardly hold on. Finally, at the half-hour mark, Liu Yi collapsed, unable to endure any longer. Ha! At last, you can't hold on, can you? I shall treasure and utilize your infant soul. Suddenly, the sky lit up with thunder and lightning. This is bad. They aim to prevent me from transcending, hindering my advancement to the late stage of departure. I'm afraid you only got half of it right. They intend not only to stop you, but to kill you. Kill me? Surely you're jesting. It was then that a woman appeared, wielding a silver sword in one hand and a bolt of lightning in the other. She shouted, I am not deceiving you. Ri Chuanxin, look here. Ri Chuanxin turned abruptly to see Zhou Jiayue charging at him, silver sword in one hand and lightning in the other. Unprepared, he lost an arm and a leg to the strike. You little girl, you seek death. Upon speaking, Ri Chuanxin swiftly restored his limbs, albeit at the cost of his cultivation. Now at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he charged forward. At this moment, Miao Wushuang seized the opportunity to break the restraints on Huolin and the others. Everyone rushed toward Ri Chuanxin in unison. Faced with the approaching crowd and the tribulation of the late stage of departure, fear began to creep into his heart. You all shall pay. Await my vengeance. The formidable cultivators Jiao and Xia Wubin, along with the nascent soul practitioners, engaged Ri Chuanxin in battle. Yet, Ri Chuanxin, having once been a mid-stage departure cultivator, could still contend with them despite his diminished power. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me in this tribulation. Ri Chuanxin now understood he was utterly isolated, surrounded by enemies. Do you know, Ri Huan, that despite being a mid-stage departure cultivator with elite subordinates, they ultimately betrayed you? Huolin pointed his sword at Ri Chuanxin, declaring, You have already lost, yet you continue to eliminate those who have not even found us. This is the essence of your failure. Wait for the tribulation to descend, and we shall all perish together. Is this what you mean? Zhou Jiayue brandished a bolt of lightning toward him. You, how can you wield the tribulation? Do you not know that I am a body forged from thunder, capable of grasping lightning barehanded at a certain cultivation level? With that, she thrust the tribulation toward Rihuan Xin. In an instant, Rihuan Xin, a formidable cultivator, fell from mid-stage departure to the peak of nascent soul, ultimately succumbing to the tribulation. Bah! Scoundrel! Following this, many spat at him or kicked him as they passed. The following day, the Night Eagle faction and the reorganization began to re-establish their territories. Vowing to never expose Liu Yi and his companions to outsiders. Thus, Liu Yi and his companions quietly recuperated in Jinghai City for a few days before preparing to depart. Are you not planning to stay longer? No, this battle has likely drawn the attention of many, and we must leave. Otherwise, the Miao faction will inevitably come knocking. Liu Yi then expressed his gratitude to those seeing them off, saying, "Thank you for your care these days. May our paths cross again." With that, he departed Jinghai City alongside Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. Little did they know, as soon as they left, two masked individuals appeared in Jinghai City. Do you recognize this person? They brandished a photograph, questioning Huolin and Xia Wubin. Upon seeing the image, both Huolin and Xia Wubin were taken aback. Why do these two know her? I'm afraid we have never encountered her and do not know who she is. Is that so? I apologize, but we cannot leave you alive. With that, both unleashed their cultivation. The mere pressure of their spiritual energy, leaving Huolin and Xia Wubin gasping for breath. Who are you? I'm afraid mere ants like yourselves have no right to know. At that moment, Jiao and Duheng felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy emanating from the hall, sensing trouble as they hurried toward it. Upon arriving, they found Huolin and Xia Wubin kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure, while the two masked individuals held daggers, toying with them. Who are you? Jiao and Duheng immediately released their spiritual energy. Early stage departure, late stage nascent soul, impressive. Who would have thought that in the lowly Jinghai City, there existed such formidable cultivators? What a pity. Truly a pity. What do you mean? I lament the information known to your Night Eagle faction and reorganization. In an instant, two early-stage departure cultivators and two late-stage nascent soul cultivators met their demise, their eyes never having the chance to widen in shock. After dispatching the four, they exited the hall only to find hundreds of cultivators gathered at the entrance. The two masked individuals exchanged glances. There are roughly 591 present. 6 nascent soul cultivators, 290 core formation cultivators, and the remainder are mere foundation and chi refinement ants. Shall we have a competition? One of the masked male cultivators proposed. A competition? The masked female cultivator inquired. Let us see who can kill more. What shall be the wager? I want to participate without a wager. The wager is, if I win, you shall accompany me on a date. How does that sound? And if you lose? If I lose, I shall serve as your male servant for a day. No. Upon hearing the wager, the female cultivator immediately rejected it. Then what do you desire? If you lose, you must serve as my male servant for a month, and also give me your treasured infant-protecting jade pendant. The male cultivator was taken aback. The infant-protecting jade pendant? That is a low-grade earth treasure. What, unwilling? No worries. If you refuse, I shall simply seek my brother Jing. With that, the female cultivator huffed. Fine, it's a deal. If you cherish the child, you cannot ensnare the wolf. This is your word. Upon hearing this, the Night Eagle faction and the reorganization members cursed. How dare they look down upon us? Brothers, eliminate these two who have slain our leader. Yet, scarcely 30 seconds passed before all lay dead in pools of blood. You have lost. Tomorrow, accompany me on that date. Humph. I certainly did not. The last person was eliminated simultaneously by the two of us. Thus the wager is rendered void. In just a single afternoon, the two most formidable cultivation factions in Jinghai City were completely obliterated. Yet, no one knows who the two enigmatic figures adorned with masks truly are, nor the identity of the person they seek. Exhausted, Liu Yi remarked, shouldn't we take a well-deserved rest? Who told you to cease your training recently? Retorted Miao Wushuang. Look at me. I have not uttered a word about fatigue. In truth, I've been weary for quite some time, Miao Wushuang confessed. But you never turned around. Many times it was brother Liu Yi carrying me. After more than a month, the trio finally arrived in Pujiang by night. The city remained as vibrant and boisterous as ever. Neon lights illuminated the urban opulence, obscuring the gentle glow of the stars and moon, boldly casting a kaleidoscope of colors into the sky. The heavens appeared hazy. Even the darkness lacked purity. Ah, Pujiang. I, Liu Yi, have returned. Liu Yi shouted from the pinnacle of the city's tallest tower. Hey, is it really that dramatic? It's just a trip back to school, remarked Jiayue. Is this the school where Liu Yi is studying? This city is so beautiful. Of course, the excitement was palpable as they were on the verge of reuniting with friends. Without further ado, Liu Yi dashed towards the school, perfectly timed as evening classes were concluding. Jiayue and Miao Wushuang stood at the long-missed entrance, awaiting Liu Yi's comrades. Hey, is that not someone we know? No way. It's really that person. Zhang Yu and Li Chang exclaimed as they exited, spotting Liu Yi and Jiayue at the gate. Brothers, Ego, I have missed you all immensely. Liu Yi felt warmth in his heart upon witnessing their astonishment. It had been so long, yet they had not forgotten him. Truly, they were his loyal friends. Just as he prepared to embrace his brothers, they rushed past him. Sister-in-law. It's been ages. You haven't changed at all. You're still as stunning as before. What are you saying? Our sister-in-law is becoming more beautiful by the day. Ego is truly blessed to have such a wife. Zhang Yu and the others chimed in, showering Jiayue with compliments. Hey, this beauty wouldn't happen to be the second sister-in-law, would she? Miao Wushuang's face turned crimson like an apple upon hearing this. I am not. Hey, where's Ego? Did he bully you? If he did, we'll back you up. Jiayue, with 3 black lines appearing on her forehead, pointed behind the crowd. There, he is right behind you. As they turned around, they found Liu Yi standing there, speechless. Hey, Ego, when did you return? Did you bully the 2 sisters-in-law? What bullying? You what? They teased him. Liu Yi engaged in playful banter with them, while Jiayue took Miao Wushuang around the campus to admire the scenery. You need not take their words to heart. They are just like that. Oh, it's fine. I'm not bothered, Miao Wushuang replied, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing in turmoil. At that moment, Miao Wushuang found herself uncertain of how to perceive Liu Yi. From their first encounter at Shuangfeng Ridge, to the Miao clan, to the night organizations in Jinghai City, they had shared numerous life and death experiences. Yet, it was clear to her that Liu Yi ultimately belonged to Jiayue. What's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Jiayue inquired. Nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired from these past few days. How long until we find a place to rest? Hey, what are you 2 up to? Come on, my brothers want to treat us. Let us celebrate Ego and welcome the second sister-in-law Miao Wushuang into Egu's harem team. Get out of here. She is not your second sister-in-law. Still denying it? Miao Wushuang has been keeping her head down and is blushing fiercely. They continued to jest. After hearing their words, Jiayue turned to Miao Wushuang. Wushuang, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red and hot. Oh no, I'm fine. Look at you, starting to babble. You really are not fine. Yet, Zhang Yu and the others persisted in their teasing. Shut up, you lot. Do you want me to smack you? Jiayue and Liu Yi exclaimed in unison, causing Zhang Yu and the others to promptly fall silent. Wushuang, let us go. We'll head elsewhere. Hey, wait for me. As Jiayue and Miao Wushuang prepared to leave, Liu Yi contemplated following suit. It would be best to spend quality time with his brothers. She must be exhausted. Jiayue quickly pushed Liu Yi back, stating, You finally have the chance to gather. Cherish this time well, as it is limited. All right, but don't overexert yourself. I know. With that, Jiayue led Miao Wushuang out of the dining hall. Ego, why did the 2 sisters-in-law leave? Isn't it your fault for making a ruckus? They were upset. Come, let us eat. The group resumed their lively meal, while Jiayue and Miao Wushuang wandered aimlessly down the street. Hey, Miao Wushuang, can you be honest with me? Have you started to develop feelings for Liu Yi? How could that be? Jiayue, how could I like him when he is already your partner? You need not deceive me. We have shared such intense experiences. We are bound by life and death, true sisters through trials. So, there is no need for falsehood. Well, yes, I might have developed feelings for Liu Yi. Lately, I cannot articulate this inexplicable sensation towards him. However, after what his friend said today, as they approached a park, Miao Wushuang's head hung so low she seemed ready to bury it in the ground. Have you just realized your feelings for Liu Yi? Yes, but rest assured. Jiayue, I will not compete with you. I merely wish to be part of your lives. Do not worry. Should you wish to join us, you are always welcome. That is not against the rules, right, Ling'er? Suddenly, Jiayue called out to Ling'er, who had been secretly following them. Indeed, that does not constitute a breach of rules. Miao Wushuang jumped at Ling'er's unexpected appearance. What? How is Ling'er here? Shouldn't she be within Liu Yi's void treasure? I suspect Liu Yi was concerned for us and sent you to follow us discreetly. Yes, Miss Zhou, it was the Master's instruction. and as you mentioned, this does not violate any rules. Miao Wushuang immediately inquired. But if we encounter difficulties, how will he know? Miss Miao, Ling'er exists within the void treasure, allowing the master to maintain contact with her at any moment. The conversation we just had. Yes, because Ling'er is one with the void pearl. Everything that has transpired, and all your words have been conveyed to the master through the void pearl. Hey, go, what's wrong? At that moment, Liu Yi, having utilized the void pearl, was frozen in place, dazed, holding his food. Liu Yi pondered. How could Miao Wushuang possibly have feelings for someone like me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He then downed a cup of wine in one go. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang sat quietly on a bench. I remember the time he attempted to enter the Sutra Pavilion to seize the most prestigious treasures and spells. He appeared foolish in that moment. Over the years, many from the Miao clan have never dared to aspire to scale the highest peak, yet he wanted to try. But you stopped him then. Indeed, at that time, I was thinking of ways to drive him away, so I could quickly atone for my sins at Shuangfeng Ridge. However, we later encountered that black monster. How come I was unaware of this? What is this black monster you speak of? Zhou Jiayue inquired, realizing it was something she did not know. As for the black monster, I too am unsure of its origins. The only thing I know is that Elder Miao Ruofeng fled to Shuangfeng Ridge to protect the precious materials in the Sutra Pavilion from being destroyed. Miao Wushuang continued to reminisce about that day. On that day, we were eager to escape, and Liu Yi seemed more frightened than I was, running faster than me. As she spoke, tears began to stream down Miao Wushuang's face. When that black monster was close to catching us, I was acutely aware that it aimed to seize me. Thus, at that moment, Liu Yi sacrificed his arm to save you. Yes, because I was the one guarding the Miao clan, and just as it was about to catch me, Liu Yi shielded me with his arm. At that moment, Liu Yi was also listening intently through the connection between Ling'er and the Void Pearl. Does this girl have eyes on her back? How could she discern all this? Oh, Igu, what are you mumbling about? You seem lost ever since the two sisters left. It's nothing, nothing. Come, let us continue drinking. After about an hour, having finished their meal, Liu Yi made his way to the park. Upon arrival, he found Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang sitting on a bench, engaged in conversation. Have you two finished eating? Yes, we have. How about you? Not yet, but we're not hungry. Could you accompany us for a walk? Thus, the three of them strolled through the park. Liu Yi, what are your thoughts now? Suddenly, Zhou Jiayue turned and asked. I don't know. Sister Jiayue, today marks your return to school. Let us not discuss this now. We can talk about it later. That night, Liu Yi returned to his original dormitory, while Zhou Jiayue took Miao Wushuang back to hers, introducing her to everyone along the way. The information from that evening was overwhelming. Miao Wushuang actually likes me? Liu Yi lay in bed, unable to sleep. Similarly, Miao Wushuang was troubled by the thought that Liu Yi now knew her hidden feelings. How would she face him from now on? Zhou Jiayue too was at a loss about what to do. Thus, the three were destined to spend a sleepless night. The following morning, as the trio planned to visit the cultivation shop for supplies, silence enveloped them during the journey. So what do you plan to buy? I intend to get some items for weapon repair and maintenance. I feel the same. Once they exited the shop, they encountered a man standing before them. This aura of spiritual energy, it cannot be mistaken. It's Miao Yin, run. Immediately, the three turned and fled. Trying to escape? This time it won't be so easy. With that, Miao Yin activated a barrier. It burns. What kind of barrier is this? It's burning me. Liu Yi, having dashed too quickly, collided with the barrier. This is an elemental barrier. Seeing Liu Yi trapped within the barrier, flames erupting around him, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were momentarily stunned. It seems we truly cannot escape this time. Zhou Jiayue scanned the surroundings and spoke. What is there to fear? We've dealt with cultivators at the out-of-body stage before. Are we really afraid of a nascent soul cultivator? No. Last time we had the Night Eagle sect and the Sun organization with us. Now it's just the three of us. How do we escape? Zhou Jiayue said, anxiety creeping into her voice. No, I have a plan. With that, Liu Yi retrieved 2 talismans from his storage bag and affixed them to Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. What are you doing? Zhou Jiayue asked, puzzled, but Liu Yi offered no reply. He then produced a circular disc from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. The disc began to emit a faint glow, and he turned to step outside the circle of light. Zhou Jiayue glanced at it and exclaimed, is this? No doubt. This is a teleportation array. Zhou Jiayue suddenly sensed that the situation was dire. yet she found herself unable to move. Is this a paralysis talisman? Liu Yi nodded and explained. The reason I separated from you two to buy things was for this. I didn't want you to be harmed. Liu Yi then turned, smiling at Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. No, you can't do this. The spirit stones in your storage bag would be depleted by half just to purchase this. And teleporting one person consumes a great deal. If you truly can defeat Miao Yin, your spirit stones will certainly be insufficient. Liu Yi go. You can't defeat Elder Miao Yin. Let us escape together. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang urged frantically. Liu Yi, I command you. Come back and undo the paralysis talisman. You both have my tracking spells. If I can escape, I will definitely find you. At that moment, the light of the circle intensified, separating Liu Yi from Zhou Jiayue. Liu Yi go. Miao Yin, thinking they were activating some protective formation, strolled over casually, only to realize that Miao Wushuang and Liu Yi were gradually obscured by a barrier of light. Not good. That's a teleportation array. With that, Miao Yin rushed forward, attempting to intervene, but Liu Yi swiftly employed the demon transformation technique, morphing into the Zhu Yi form and knocking him away in fury. Just then, the paralysis talismans on Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang ended, and as they prepared to rush forward, they found themselves completely ensnared by the barrier of light. Liu Yi go. Hearing their desperate cries from within, Liu Yi turned to glance at them and addressed Miao Wushuang. I will definitely come for you. Take care of yourself. And you, Wushuang, this is my answer to you. Though your cultivation is on par with ours, your practical experience and life skills fall far short, so remember to heed Sister Jiayue's advice. As soon as he finished speaking, the two were teleported away. Liu Yi then summoned Ling'er from the Void Pearl. Ling'er. Yes, Master. What are our chances of victory? Master, there is still. Master, our chances of victory are less than 1%. Indeed, less than 1%, which means there is still a probability of winning, albeit minuscule. At this moment, Liu Yi had already retrieved the true beast soul from his storage space. Meanwhile, Miao Yin, furious at Liu Yi for sending Miao Wushuang out of the forbidden area, was seething with rage, especially after having just been struck. You little brat, your name is Liu Yi, right? You have thwarted my plans time and again, and this time, I shall ensure your demise. With that, he unleashed a thunder fireball towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi swiftly waved his sword, cleaving the thunder fireball in two. Early stage of core formation? Impressive. Last time I saw you, you were merely an inconspicuous foundation establishment stage cultivator. To think that in just a few months, you have progressed so much. Humph. Without any distractions, my advancement speed is something even I find alarming. Following this, Liu Yi and Miao Yin engaged in close combat. However, after a few exchanges, Miao Yin remarked, even if you have reached the core formation stage and are employing the demon transformation technique, there remains a considerable gap in close combat against someone at the nascent soul stage like me. Is that so? Thank you for the reminder, Elder Miao. Liu Yi then executed a backward flip, retreating several meters, returning the true beast soul to his storage space, and subsequently transforming into the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. Oh, quite remarkable. You have managed to transform into a nine-tailed fox with both ice and fire attributes. Quite an accomplishment. With that, Miao Yin slammed his hand onto the ground, instantly transforming the surroundings into a vast sea of molten lava, surging toward Liu Yi. I am eager to see whether your ice fire is more formidable than mine. However, Liu Yi remained undeterred, continuously unleashing his ice and fire, step by step extinguishing Miao Yin's flames. Yet, just as one flame was extinguished, another would ignite, proving that the clash of ice and fire was relentless. Master, while the foxfire is indeed the king of fire, it is still incapable of overcoming flames that are a realm above it. Ling and Oppos, who was beside Liu Yi, promptly cautioned. Of course, I am aware of this. Regardless of the realm, foxfire can extinguish peak-level flames if they are of the same realm, even in the early stages. However, the only transformation I can achieve among the demon beasts is the spell-based Qingqiu Nine Tails. At this point, Liu Yi was starting to feel overwhelmed. I can no longer hold on. I know you possess many advantages, so I must gradually deplete your spiritual power, rendering you incapable of utilizing them. With that, another fireball struck Liu Yi in the abdomen. Given that the Qingqiu Nine Tails was a spell-based transformation, its offensive capabilities were high, but its defenses were significantly low, causing Liu Yi to kneel in defeat. Cough. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Truly formidable, even though both are flames. The ice that counters fire has forced me back to this extent. Liu Yi observed as Miao Yin advanced toward him. It appears that I have expended approximately 60% of my spiritual power, while Miao Yin has barely used up 30. Could this truly be the vast disparity in realms? He must have weaknesses. I simply have yet to uncover them. What am I thinking? In battle, the greatest taboo is to let one's mind wander. Suddenly, Miao Yin flashed behind Liu Yi, delivering a kick that sent Liu Yi flying several meters. Liu Yi stumbled to his feet, shaking his dazed head. So fast, I could barely perceive his movements. But before Liu Yi could fully regain his composure, Miao Yin reappeared in front of him. Do you see clearly now? Miao Yin struck Liu Yi's abdomen with an almost invisible speed, causing Liu Yi to gradually revert from the form of the Qingxiu Nine Tails. Miao Yin approached the fallen Liu Yi and declared, "Do you understand now? This is the gap in our strengths. Still dreaming of being a hero to rescue the fair maiden? Perhaps you should consider whether you possess the capability for such heroics. I know I lack the strength to defeat you, but as a man, the most vital instinct in a moment of danger is to protect the one I hold dear. Is that so? But judging by your current strength, this will likely be your final attempt." With that, Miao Yin thrust his sword toward Liu Yi. Go. Annihilation spell. Liu Yi raised his index finger, directing it toward the sword Miao Yin had aimed at him. Damn it. Upon witnessing his sword obliterated by the annihilation spell, Miao Yin followed up with a series of heavy punches directed at Liu Yi. Liu Yi knew he had to evade these strikes. For success hinged upon the culmination of his long efforts in this new form. He summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual power to transform into the phoenix of the vermilion bird. The phoenix form, being of the fire attribute, possessed remarkable resistance to fire. While it may not match the foxfire of the Qingxiu Ninetails, its unique advantage lay in its ability to be reborn from flames. It seems you have discovered a powerful technique within the dark spirit demon heart technique. Indeed, as a youth of the 21st century, one must read more, keep up with the news, consume fewer snacks, and sleep more. Thus, while cultivating the dark spirit demon heart technique, I found that some transformation forms within the demon transformation technique closely resemble the demon beasts described in the classic of mountains and seas. Consequently, I revisited the text. And what of it? At your current level, I doubt you can maintain that form for even 10 minutes. Liu Yi remained silent, diving deeper into the sea of flames. Seeking your own demise, as that fire is of my making. Miao Yin pursued Liu Yi, but as he entered the depths of the fire, a fierce gust of feathers sliced across his face, drawing blood. Indeed, the phoenix undergoes rebirth in flames. By utilizing this fire, you can restore your physical strength and spiritual energy, but this fire is of my creation. Miao Yin was relentless, not allowing Liu Yi a moment to recuperate. He gathered all the flames onto his arm. Behold my fire fist. Are you serious? Do you think you are Ace or Sabo, bestowing such a name upon your move? Besides, their fire fist is far more splendid than your technique. As Miao Yin's attack descended from above, Liu Yi felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. He then channeled his recently restored spiritual energy to communicate with Ling and Appos, or within the Void Pearl. Do you remember, Ling and Appos? Yes, I remember. Do not worry, Master. With that, Ling'er vanished without a trace, while Liu Yi meticulously timed his actions. Now is the moment. Just as Miao Yin was about to strike Liu Yi summoned all his strength to dodge. Miao Yin, however, due to his excessive speed, drove his arms into the earth. Ling'er now? No matter what tricks you have. Once I pull my arms. Wait, why can't I extract my arms? Miao Yin suddenly found his arms stuck, his posture resembling one bent over, gazing skyward. What is happening? Why can't I pull my arms free? And why can't I unleash my fire? Elder Miao, prior to dodging your punches, I infused Ling'er with a portion of my spiritual power and instructed her to dig a narrow passage beneath me, awaiting your fists to strike the ground. And then? That is precisely the crux. Once you struck the ground, I took the opportunity to encase your fists with the earth prison technique, while simultaneously directing Ling'er to extract the air from the tunnel, thus creating a vacuum in the earth prison technique. Vacuum earth prison technique? Indeed. Fire cannot burn in a vacuum, which is why you can no longer wield flames. The reason your fists remain trapped is not merely the earth prison technique, but the pressure differential. Miao Yin suddenly froze, unable to comprehend Liu Yi's words. Elder Miao, perhaps it is best to accept your fate. You cannot extricate yourself. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Miao Yin persisted in his futile attempts to pull his arm free. Elder Miao, it appears you are merely a practitioner devoted to your cultivation, Liu Yi remarked with a mockingly absurd expression. Having excelled in academics since childhood, though this is a falsehood, Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Master mathematics and the sciences, and you shall fear no journey across the world. This illustrates the gap between you and us, the educated youth. Thankfully, my proficiency in physics is commendable. All those years of rigorous practice with the Huanggang papers were not in vain. Haha. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you. If I perish, the rightist faction within the Miao sect will not spare you. Yet Liu Yi paid no heed, dragging his battered body step by step closer. I'll be watching you. Dare to bully Miao Wushuang again, and I will make you regret it. Ah. Miao Yin recognized the futility of his struggle. His arm was irretrievably ensnared, and the humiliation of being chastised only fueled his resolve to sever his own limb for rebirth. With a sharp crack, Miao Yan's arms were violently wrenched from his body. Ah. Liu Yi observed as Miao Yan's arms were severed, his mind racing back to the character Akainu from One Piece. By heavens! Miao Yan's elongated arms resemble Akainu S from the Marineford War. Last time in Jinghai City. That Duhong also had arms like that, akin to Piccolo from Dragon Ball. How fascinatingly peculiar are the forms of these elongated arms. Have you reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage? Elder Miao, it seems that your sacrifice for rebirth has come at a considerable price. Who? You wretch. I shall take your life. Lightning fireball. With that, Miao Yan hurled a massive fireball towards Liu Yi. Foxfire. In response, Liu Yi transformed into the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu and unleashed fox flames once more. Impossible. You cannot employ the transformation technique again. Phoenix Nirvana, reborn from the flames. Elder Miao, have you forgotten? My spiritual energy replenishes the moment I enter the flames, and the intensity of the flames dictates the speed of my recovery. Thus, Miao Yan's flames were extinguished in an instant. The scorching flames cannot contend with the foxfire. The waters of a ditch cannot compare to the brilliance of the icy ocean. Next, Liu Yi unleashed an absolute zero technique, encasing Miao Yan in ice. Elder Miao, the unique characteristic of the nine-tailed fox's magic is that regardless of the realm, as long as the flames and icy oceans are of the same level, even those at the initial stage can extinguish flames and ice at the peak level. However, given your current state, it may take you over a year to recover. Ha ha ha. Due to Miao Yin and Appo's cultivation descending from nascent soul to golden core, his attribute restrictions also fell to the golden core stage. Foxfire. Extinguish. Liu Yi eradicated the restrictions with ease, turning back to Miao Yin with a comically smug expression. Hey, Elder Miao, do not oppose a university student from the 21st century, for we possess intelligence. Before I depart, allow me to leave you with this advice. Master the sciences, and you shall fear no journey. Knowledge can alter one's destiny. Farewell. Jiayue, where are we? I'm uncertain. It should be a safe place. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang have been randomly transported to a tropical rainforest via a teleportation array. Liu Yi, do you think he will be all right? He is our nascent soul elder. We must trust him. If he says he can do it, he surely can. But, trust me, with that, Zhou Jiayue led Miao Wushuang through the rainforest. Why not release our spiritual sense? It would allow us to leave here swiftly. What if there are cultivators present? If they are of a higher realm, what then? We must proceed cautiously. At this moment, a figure leaned upon a dragon-patterned sword, traversing a grassland. Master, you cannot use spiritual energy any longer. In your current state, even foundation-building practitioners could overpower you. Ling'er anxiously warned Liu Yi from within the Void Pearl. I am aware of that, but without expanding my spiritual sense, it is impossible to locate Zhou Jiayue and the others, or for them to perceive me. Liu Yi, utterly exhausted, persisted forward solely driven by his dwindling willpower. Yet, by the next day, he too finally collapsed. Goodness rewards the good, and at that moment, a man and a woman discovered Liu Yi. Hey, there seems to be someone collapsed ahead. Let us check it out. They hurried to assist Liu Yi to the side, and one of them released spiritual energy to probe Liu Yi's chest. It appears he is a practitioner. However, he has lapsed into unconsciousness, so his exact cultivation level remains unclear. Nonetheless, it is certain he is at the Golden Core stage. What made you conclude that? Upon entering the Golden Core stage, a practitioner generates an infant essence within. Hence, he is in the nascent soul stage. The reason he is not in the nascent soul stage is that those who have entered that realm possess an essence that embodies attributes. The one probing Liu Yi's chest continued, releasing spiritual energy again. Look, his infant essence exhibits no attributes. The person then retrieved healing herbs from their storage bag to treat Liu Yi. Where are we? We are in Qingyuan. Qingyuan? And you are? Liu Yi glanced at them. One wore a form-fitting rose-pink outfit adorned with fragrant sleeves, complemented by a flowing green skirt, tied at the waist with a golden ribbon and a large bow. Her hair elegantly pinned with a jade phoenix hairpin. The other donned a light blue cultivation robe, with striking lavender hair and bright, clear eyes. We are practitioners from Qingyuan. I am Sun Jia, and this is my junior sister Zhao Yinang. Hello, I am Liu Yi. Liu Yi suppressed a chuckle, greeting them with utmost politeness while internally musing. Sun Jia? Sounds like grandson. The phonetics are too similar. Given the absence of buildings nearby, may I inquire where you are headed? We are on our way to a place called Baichao Forest, akin to a tropical rainforest. It is rich with the medicinal herbs we urgently need. Baichao Forest? What is that place? Baichao Forest, also known as Wanxing Valley, is a valley abundant with spiritual herbs, just as I described earlier. It resembles a tropical rainforest filled with numerous healing herbs. Sun Jia continued, oh, by the way, I performed a spiritual power assessment on you earlier. You are indeed a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. Given your injuries, it would be best for you to accompany us to Baichao Forest, where you can find the sacred medicine for healing. Shall we go and take a look? Besides, these two seem harmless to me. All right. Jiayue Jia. Where are we? It feels increasingly odd. I'm feeling quite dizzy. Miao Wushuang leaned on her Qingri Fangtian halberd as they walked. I don't know either. Should we open our spiritual sense to survey our surroundings? No. What if there are others nearby? Zhou Jiayue steadfastly refused to use her spiritual sense. But just as she spoke, both of them collapsed simultaneously. At this moment, Liu Yi and his companions arrived above the Baichao Forest. Hey, guys, ahead lies the Baichao Forest. But remember my earlier words, safety first, for Baichao Forest is also known as the Cannibal Forest. So, be vigilant and maintain constant communication with us. Do not act freely. After speaking, Sun Jia instructed Zhao Yinhang to retrieve a manual from his storage bag. Here, this is a detailed manual on spiritual herbs. You should consult it first. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Liu Yi took the manual and flew into the forest. Wow, this place truly brims with astonishing spiritual energy. Walking along the path in the rainforest, he felt the chaotic spiritual energy. Indeed, one cannot remain alert without activating their spiritual awareness. Ling'er, I need to speak with you. Liu Yi summoned Ling'er directly from the Void Pearl. What is it, Master? We each need to find a copy of the herbs listed in this manual. Let us split up, and if anything arises, use the Void Pearl to contact me. Understood. With that, Ling'er vanished without a trace, while Liu Yi continued his search, clutching the true beast's soul tightly. Master, where are you now? What could it be? Ling'er, have you already found them? No, Master. I discovered that Miss Zhou Jiayue and Miss Miao Wushuang are both unconscious. What? Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang? How did they end up here? Master. This isn't the time for questions. Both Miss Zhou and Miss Miao are in a state of deep unconsciousness, and I cannot awaken them. What? How did this happen? Liu Yi asked anxiously. Hurry over. Their spiritual energy is rapidly depleting. They are in extreme danger. All right. Stay put. I will be there shortly. Due to Liu Yi's injuries still not having healed, he could not expend a large amount of spiritual power. He recalled that Zhou Jiayue had previously mentioned that spiritual stones are the best tools for enhancing one's cultivation. Therefore, this method should suffice. Liu Yi took a mid-grade spiritual stone from his storage bag and began to chew it. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. Indeed, spiritual stones possess such an extraordinary function. Feeling that he could now utilize 40% of his spiritual power, Liu Yi transformed into the swiftest form of the Kunping and flew towards them. Jiayue Wushuang. Upon arrival, Liu Yi saw that both were pale and exceedingly weak. What on earth happened? What happened? I can't detect any spiritual energy from them. Liu Yi checked their chests for spiritual energy, but found no response. Master, this isn't the time for such matters. Our primary task is to replenish their spiritual energy immediately. Right. This one do. I currently lack sufficient spiritual power. Moreover, the energy I'm using is derived from the spiritual stones. Liu Yi suddenly became flustered, but then regained his composure. The source is the spiritual stone, yes, spiritual stones. After speaking, Liu Yi took out 2 spiritual stones. Master, what is wrong? I can use the spiritual stones because I am chewing them to replenish energy, but then just chew them up and feed them to them. What is there to hesitate about? Right. Sometimes, in a panic, one can forget everything. Liu Yi promptly chewed the stone and fed it to Zhou Jiayue. However, When it came to Miao Wushuang, he suddenly hesitated. Although he had kissed Zhou Jiayue before, Miao Wushuang, this of my head hurts. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue regained some strength due to the spiritual stone, but was still slightly dazed from her prolonged unconsciousness. Huh, Liu Yi, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Liu Yi in front of her, she immediately became excited, but in just a second, her expression darkened. Liu Yi, what are you doing? The scene before Zhou Jiayue was Liu Yi holding Miao Wushuang, seemingly about to kiss her, yet he hesitated. Oh, Jiayue, you're awake. I seeing Zhou Jiayue come too. Liu Yi felt elated, thinking that the spiritual stones indeed had the function of replenishing energy. However, upon noticing Zhou Jiayue's terrifying expression, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Jiayue, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? If you have something to explain, do it while kneeling at the keyboard before the King of Hell. Zhou Jiayue then proceeded to give Liu Yi a thorough beating. Oh, is that so? Well then, hurry and save them. But Liu Yi glanced at Zhou Jiayue, then at Miao Wushuang, before pointing at himself and Miao Wushuang. Is this all right? Hurry up. I'm on it. Liu Yi then used the same method to replenish Miao Wushuang as spiritual energy. Ugh. Liu Yi. Ah. It's Liu Yi. Miao Wushuang, upon seeing Liu Yi before her, immediately embraced him with excitement. Later, Liu Yi explained the precautions they needed to take in the Wanling Valley. Oh, so it was because we didn't activate our spiritual awareness. Huh? But we were afraid back then. Now, everything is fine. See, Jiayue, I told you we need to activate our spiritual awareness. By the way, Liu Yi, how did you escape from Elder Miao? He is a nascent soul cultivator. Well, that's because Liu Yi then recounted his battle with Miao Yan and how he emerged victorious. Wow, Liu Yi, you're amazing. Of course, Liu Yi. As long as one is attentive, they will eventually find their opponent's weakness. Ha! Zhou Jiayue retorted with a smirk. How is that cleverness? Knowledge is power. That's no exaggeration. Just as Liu Yi was basking in his triumph, the surrounding plants began to sway gradually. What is happening? The trees around them began to shake, some appearing almost sentient, launching attacks against the trio. Liu Yi, can you hear me? Liu Yi, this must be the voice of that person named Sunja. What's wrong? Are there changes in the plants on your end? The spirit-eating time in this rainforest has commenced. What? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? What is going on? I don't know. We must leave quickly. After hearing this, Liu Yi swiftly took Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang and fled. Hey, what is spirit-eating time? Liu Yi's injuries had yet to heal, and Miao Wushuang also lacked sufficient spiritual power, so the trio relied entirely on Zhou Jiayue, who wore the Aotian feather wings, to escape. This place is known as Baichao Forest, also referred to as Wanling Valley, a valley abundant with myriad medicinal herbs and spiritual energy. It resembles a tropical rainforest, filled with numerous healing spiritual herbs. Isn't that good? How could there be dangers? The reason it remains rich in spiritual energy and various healing sacred herbs is that Baichao Forest has another name, Cannibal Forest. Liu Yi then consumed a piece of spiritual stone and unleashed a devastating spell against the approaching plants. Then he continued, stating that the spiritual energy emanated solely from the individuals who gathered medicinal herbs. Miao Wushuang, momentarily distracted, became ensnared by a plant, which lifted her off the ground. This is bad. Quickly, get her free. In a flash, Zhou Jiayue retrieved her silver blade from her storage space and struck at the plant. Liu Yi, seizing the opportunity, swiftly caught the descending Miao Wushuang and voiced his concern. You need to be more careful. I'm sorry. Just be cautious. The three of them, while fleeing, wielded their respective magical artifacts to fend off the attacking flora. Hey, Liu Yi, my friend, I am expanding my spiritual awareness to its maximum. Navigate towards my position. Understood. One of the features of the Aotian feather wings is the ability to rapidly restore spiritual energy and stamina. So Zhou Jiayue was the first among them to regain 70% of her strength. Jiayue, there is someone nearby who has cast a massive spiritual awareness net. Use your awareness to search for them. They're an ally. What? Is this person male or female? Be straightforward. Come on. Is this really the time to be asking that? It's a man, rest assured. Subsequently, Liu Yi recounted all the details about Sunja. Within 10 minutes, they all gathered in a secure location. This is a safe haven within the rainforest. You can rest easy here. You all appear quite fatigued. Let us head out to find some food. After introducing himself, Sunja departed with Zhao and Hang. Are you all right? After the two left, Liu Yi approached Miao Wushuang and examined her ankle. I'm fine. These next few days are the time for gathering spirit herbs. So we must be exceptionally cautious. Watch your back. Zhou Jiayue noticed a plant creeping toward them. In a moment of urgency, she raised her silver blade and struck. Wow, are you still disoriented? Liu Yi glanced towards the cave entrance and saw the sword energy still surging forward, leaving a multitude of rocks cleaved in half along its path. Phew, it's not like I'm scared or anything. Who was that just now? So impressive. At that moment, Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang returned to the cave and witnessed the sword energy soaring out. My apologies. That was me. Sister. This place necessitates releasing spiritual energy for protection. Seeing Zhou Jiayue, drenched in sweat and clutching her silver blade, Sun Jia guessed her fright. However, if one were to release those rather excessive spiritual energies, it would trigger the spirit herb contract here. The plants would begin to protect themselves. Excessive spiritual energies? At this moment, Zhao Yinhang, who had remained silent, explained, yes, those overly forceful energies. This is why typically, only cultivators below the core formation stage, including those at that stage, gather here. Consequently, clans usually dispatch their less experienced disciples. Zhao Yinhang continued, when the spirit herb contract was activated. Our spiritual awareness sensed just the 5 of us here. There were no outsiders. Could it be you? Zhao Yinhang pointed at Zhou Jiayue, but since we just met, your spiritual energy doesn't seem particularly high. It must have just recovered. Is it possible that the master... Shoo, don't say anything. At that moment, Liu Yi felt an ominous premonition, but Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang turned to him. Confess and be lenient. Resist and face severe consequences. Liu Yi, is it due to your use of the dark spirit demon heart technique? It should be. The dark spirit demon heart technique. Suddenly, Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang turned pale, clinging to each other in fear. Could it be that you are the notorious duo, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue, who have wreaked havoc across various sects in the cultivation world, kidnapping the Miao clan's matriarch and committing heinous acts without flinching? Please, don't kill us. We have nothing worth robbing. They pressed against the wall, terrified, gazing at Liu Yi and his companions. Liu Yi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Us? Kill without blinking? Commit heinous acts? When did we earn such a reputation? How should I know? Liu Yi approached the two. Please don't kill us. I believe you may have misunderstood us. We did not kidnap the Miao matriarch. Look, here she is. Liu Yi pointed at Miao Wushuang, who, due to her prolonged hardships, had lost much of her former regal demeanor and now resembled an ordinary rogue cultivator. Impossible. That cannot be. I have heard that the Miao matriarch is one of the most stunning beauties in the Miao clan, like a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, captivating all those young and talented cultivators from various sections. Sun Jia, observing the now ordinary Miao Wushuang, continued, although I am unsure of the details. It seems the Miao matriarch made a significant mistake and was sent to Garden Island, but she still possesses that matriarchal grace. Upon hearing this, Miao Wushuang felt a jolt of surprise. So this is how the outside world describes me? Wushuang, I can't believe they describe you this way. It's unexpected. This. Liu Yi, Jiayue, please don't listen to what they say. I truly lack that matriarchal presence. However, it is true that I can't take care of myself. Miao Wushuang hurriedly lowered her head, explaining to Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. We understand. Since you escaped the Miao clan and started living with us, we've known. You're just too much of a young lady, but fortunately, you lack that young lady's temperament. Liu Yi noticed that Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang still appeared puzzled, so he said, since the outside world describes Miao Wushuang in such a manner, you must know what her innate magical artifact is. The innate magical artifact is not like ordinary artifacts. It is exclusive to the individual. Of course we know. The Miao matriarch's innate magical artifact is the clear sky halberd, classified as a mid-grade profound artifact. And its appearances. Since you know so much, can you tell me what she is holding? Liu Yi urged Miao Wushuang to reveal her artifact. It's truly the clear sky halberd. You really are the Miao matriarch. Of course. Miao matriarch, do you know about the current state of the Miao clan? What happened? The current clan leader is Miao Yan. What? Impossible. I just fought him not long ago and even froze him. How can that be? Liu Yi exclaimed, astonished and puzzled. Frozen? Indeed. During my battle with Miao Yan, I used the ice powers of the Qingxiu nine-tailed spirit fox to freeze him. We weren't aware of that. It happened just a few days ago. The former clan leader was subsequently defeated and imprisoned, set to be executed with his confidants next month. What? My father is to be executed? Miao Wushuang nearly fainted upon hearing this. Although she had always felt overlooked by her father among her siblings, being appointed as the matriarch, he was still her father. There was undeniably a blood bond. Liu Yi, what should I do? I need to go to my father. Do not be anxious. There are still a fortnight remaining. Thus, during this period, your father is assuredly safe. Therefore, we must meticulously devise a plan to rescue him and usurp power. However, upon hearing this, Sun Jia remarked, Miao Gongzhu, Liu Yi, I comprehend your current sentiments. Yet, in your endeavor to rescue, you must also weigh the strength of your adversaries. They command an army of Yuaning level, and Miao Yin has already reached the pinnacle of Yuaning. The pinnacle of Yuaning? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The last time I battled him, he was merely at the mid-Yuaning stage, transitioning to late Yuaning. How could he possibly advance so swiftly? Liu Yi felt a pang of unease. If such rapid advancement were feasible, why had he, at the early stage of Jiadan, been unable to progress? Furthermore, in terms of innate talent, why had Zhou Jiayue, with her top-tier thunder attribute, remained stagnant at the late stage? That is beyond our knowledge. The rumors have already begun to circulate outside. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such matters. We should rest and restore our strength. I am famished. What do you have to eat? With thoughts in disarray, Liu Yi released his hands to see what Sun Jia and the others had gathered. We shall remain in this cave for 2 days, and after the spirit food period, we will venture out. 2 days? Brother, are we to remain here without sustenance for that long? Are you cultivating? Upon hearing Sun Jia's suggestion, Liu Yi immediately protested. Miao Wushuang, exasperated, exclaimed, Hey, Liu Yi, you are already a Jiadan practitioner. And what of being a Jiadan practitioner? The others looked at Liu Yi as if he were foolish. You are a Jiadan practitioner, which means you began your cultivation long ago. Ah, it seems so. I had not realized I could go long periods without food. If you truly intend to visit the Miao sect, could you take us along? That evening, Zhao Yinhang inquired of Liu Yi during their rest. This is a matter between us and the Miao sect. You need not involve yourselves. No, I wish to go to the Miao sect to see someone. Someone of great importance to me. Let them accompany us. Every additional person adds to our strength. Besides, judging by your cultivation, you both should be at the late stage of Jiadan. Indeed, in the following hours, they deliberated on their plans for departure. After the spirit food period had elapsed, the group arrived at the cave entrance. Zhao Yinhang retrieved the spirit herb manual from her storage bag. Everyone, pay close attention. Be wary of these specific plants. Moreover, since we aim to rescue someone from the Miao sect, there exists a wood spirit saint fruit that would greatly aid us. Please ensure we obtain it. Zhao Yinhang continued. The wood spirit saint fruit is the fruit of life in this rainforest, sprouting every 100 years, flowering every 500 years, bearing fruit every 1,000 years, and maturing in 3,000 years. Thus, it is a prime supplement for practitioners. It grows atop the Ling'er tree, located in the heart of this rainforest. Now, everyone must prioritize safety. Subsequently, Sun Jia paired with Zhao Yinhang, while Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang formed another group to head towards the Ling'er tree. Along the way, Liu Yi pondered, a significant boost to cultivation? If that were indeed possible, could he directly step into Yuaning? What are you contemplating? Liu Yi, you have been silent since we parted ways. Zhou Jiayue noticed Liu Yi's recent reticence and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating whether possessing that wood spirit fruit would substantially enhance my cultivation, especially since I cultivate the dark spirit demon heart method, which is not a conventional technique. We shall discuss that later. First and foremost, we must secure the wood spirit saint fruit. Liu Yi, we have arrived. Be cautious. Miao Wushuang promptly interrupted their conversation. As the three neared the Ling'er tree, the surrounding trees suddenly seemed to come alive and launched an attack. Goodness! Is this akin to the wood released from Naruto? How terrifying! The trio was astonished by the tree's assault, and as they drew closer to the Ling'er tree, the number of attacking trees multiplied, their speed and power intensifying. Thunder burst. Zhou Jiayue surged forward, channeling her energy to unleash a flash lightning sphere, creating a massive crater in the ground. Liu Yi, taken aback, exclaimed to Miao Wushuang, Is this the true might of the thunder attribute? Not even close. That is merely a fraction of its potential. What? Not even a tenth? Indeed, the thunder attribute is deemed the strongest because it counters various elements. Furthermore, during a thunderstorm, a thunder practitioner can wield lightning as a weapon. Upon hearing this explanation, Liu Yi, who once found Miao Yan's fire techniques impressive, now perceived Zhou Jiayue's thunder attribute as the most formidable. Miao Wushuang elaborated, precisely because the thunder attribute is so formidable. It is considered one of the most challenging elemental attributes to master, resulting in practitioners usually plateauing after reaching the Yuaning stage. What if one masters it? If mastered, one could harness the heavenly tribulations for their own use, making the tribulation crossing nearly effortless. Individuals like Jiayue, who have mastered their attributes, are indeed among the elite. However, what perplexes me is why Jiayue has yet to cross the tribulation, despite being capable. Hey, what are you two doing back there? Aren't you going to retrieve the wood spirit saint fruit? Zhou Jiayue wondered why the surroundings bore the marks of her attacks, but not Liu Yi's, only to discover they had been engrossed in conversation. Jiayue, feeling fatigued? Watch this. According to natural law, fire conquers wood, so I shall unleash a great fire. Go, foxfire. Liu Yi transformed into the nine-tailed fox and waved his arm, igniting the vegetation below. The nine-tailed fox proved to be a formidable force. In an instant, the once verdant flora was reduced to ashes. Incredible. Is this the power of the nine-tailed fox? Miao Wushuang marveled. Is this the true prowess of the dark spirit demon heart method? A technique that belongs to my Miao sect, yet it is employed by another. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring winds bring rebirth. Just as the land appeared barren, the vegetation suddenly surged forth from the ground. How is this possible? I cannot believe it has not been entirely incinerated. Allow me to freeze you all. Absolute zero. In the blink of an eye. Everything except the Bailing tree was encased in ice. This is not right. Something is amiss. Liu Yi observed the frozen surroundings and descended from the air. He gently stepped on the ground, only to see it shatter beneath his foot. Impossible. The ice from the nine-tailed fox's absolute zero should not be this fragile. Could it be? At that moment, the ice around them melted into water, which the plants eagerly absorbed, rejuvenating them as if replenished with energy. How can this be? Liu Yi, be careful. It appeared that Liu Yi's transformation into the nine-tailed fox and the subsequent release of ice had incited a frenzy among the plants, which launched a collective assault. Fortunately, Zhou Jiayue, equipped with her celestial wings, swiftly lifted Liu Yi back into the air. My apologies. I inadvertently put you in danger. Who are we to each other? The key now is to find a way to halt the surrounding vegetation. Strangely, the closer we approach the lark tree, the faster the vegetation grows. The core of this matter lies in the wood spirit's sacred fruit. Thus, if we can harvest the wood spirit's sacred fruit, the flora should cease its movement. Sister Jiayue, look over there. At that moment, Miao Wushuang pointed to the very center of the lark tree, where a heart-shaped fruit of a vibrant green hue awaited us. That must be the wood spirit's sacred fruit we seek. Wushuang, Jiayue, and I will provide cover while you go for the fruit. Brother Liu Yi, can you hear us? Brother Sun, what's going on? Just then, Sun Jia used his spiritual energy to communicate with Liu Yi. Zhao Yinhang and I have discovered that if we pick the wood spirit's sacred fruit, the lark tree will stop. Yes, we have also observed that. Where are you? Let us gather and pick it all at once. All right, we're at the southwest corner. Come join us. The group then converged at the southwest corner of the lark tree, where branches swayed like serpents undulating through the trunk. What is happening here? These are the spirit guarding branches. Spirit guarding branches? Indeed. These branches protect the lark tree, while the wood spirit's sacred fruit is its essence. The group then strategized that Miao Wushuang and Zhao Yinhang would be responsible for harvesting, with the rest providing cover. After approximately 10 hours, they successfully gathered the wood spirit sacred fruit. Lying on the ground, they marveled at the nearly 1-meter-long fruit, which appeared modest from afar, but revealed its true size upon closer inspection. Well, since we all contributed to acquiring the wood spirit sacred fruit, let us divide it into 5 equal portions. We all had a long day. Let us rest well tonight, and set off for the Miao clan in the morning. As everyone was exhausted from the day's endeavors, they quickly succumbed to slumber that night. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang sat alone at the cave's entrance, where the cave perched atop a mountain allowed her to gaze over the rainforest in its entirety. From the slope, rows of trees formed a verdant great wall, lush and full of life. Below, a crystal-clear stream meandered through the deep valley. As Miao Wushuang became entranced by the view, a pair of hands gently tapped her shoulder from behind. Ah, Brother Liu Yi, you startled me. Upon seeing Liu Yi, Miao Wushuang felt relieved. It's quite late. Why aren't you asleep? I'm deeply worried about my father and the situation in the Miao clan, which is why I can't rest. Would you accompany me for a walk? Thus, The two strolled through the woods, enveloped in mist that floated like delicate veils in the air. The trees stood silently in the night, arms outstretched as if welcoming the dawn. The paths of the rainforest sparkled with glistening dew, exuding the fragrance of fresh grass, blooming flowers, and moist earth. Countless tiny flowers of various hues, white, red, and yellow, burst forth from the soil, twinkling like stars and bestowing vibrant life upon the forest floor. Observing Miao Wushuang's troubled expression, Liu Yi felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Wushuang, now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. You must focus on strengthening your abilities. More importantly, you need to rest well to maintain your energy and vitality for the journey to the Miao clan. Brother Liu Yi, I understand, but human emotions are complex, and Liu Yi sighed deeply and affectionately ruffled Miao Wushuang's hair, causing her cheeks to flush. He then embraced her, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I will certainly help you rescue your father. Yes, I believe in you, Brother Liu Yi. Thank you." With that, Miao Wushuang planted a kiss on Liu Yi's cheek. All right. It's time to return and get some sleep. We depart in the morning." Yes. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Miao Wushuang peacefully drifted into slumber. "Is she asleep?" "Yes, she is." Liu Yi replied to Zhou Jiayue, feeling something amiss. "Wait, why are you still awake? I followed you after seeing you leave. Didn't you notice?" Apparently not. Was it enjoyable?" Sunja interjected, eyes closed. "What do you mean enjoyable? Hey, why are you also awake?" At that moment, Zhao Yinhang also chimed in, "No way. You really lack vigilance. Don't you use your spiritual senses at night? What is going on with all of you?" While Miao Wushuang and Liu Yi were at the cave entrance, "We noticed you too, but didn't know what you were up to. Later, we feared for your safety and quietly followed behind." Does that mean when we were in the woods, you all?" Zhou Jiayue huffed. "Of course we saw you, but you actually." "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Before Zhou Jiayue could finish, Liu Yi dropped to his knees in fright. "Hey, I wasn't done. I wanted to ask why you never gave me a head pat." Three dark lines appeared on Liu Yi's forehead. Didn't this imply Miao Wushuang had feelings for him? Why was there jealousy? Jiayue. Zhou Jiayue placed her hands on her hips, looking at Liu Yi. "What is the matter? Are you jealous?" "I'm not jealous of you. I just wanted to say that the head pat you promised me as a reward never happened." With that, he pulled out a keyboard from his storage bag. Can't you just stand? It's so late. Why not owe it for now?" "No way. You must kneel, and it has to be for an hour." Reluctantly, Liu Yi eventually knelt, but what could he do against Zhou Jiayue? The next morning, everyone set off early toward the Miao clan. Passing through a city, Zhao Yinhang suggested, "Let us stop by a magical artifact shop to purchase some supplies for emergencies. Liu Yi, Miao Wushuang, you both must come with me to select." After Liu Yi's previous experience with the teleportation artifact during the Miao Yin incident, which ensured Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang's safety while he nearly perished, Zhou Jiayue had grown vigilant, afraid Liu Yi would recklessly purchase dangerous artifacts to protect them. "What is the issue?" "Isn't it because you saved us from Miao Yin and almost died? So I must supervise you this time." "Exactly. I concur with Jiayue. You must not buy anything frivolous." Miao Wushuang then suggested, "Perhaps I should have Ling'er keep an eye on you while you choose." "That works. Someone definitely needs to watch you." Thus, Liu Yi summoned Ling'er from the Void Treasure Pearl. "Master, do you have any instructions?" "Ling'er, this time you must keep an eye on Liu Yi and ensure he doesn't make any impulsive purchases, understood?" "Understood, Miss Zhou." Subsequently, Miao Wushuang teamed up with Zhou Jiayue, while Liu Yi and Ling'er formed another pair to select magical artifacts. Demon Soul Pill. A sales clerk approached. "Young man, you have a keen eye. This is a core from a demon beast nearing the nascent soul stage, as is widely known. Demon cores can serve as miraculous healing agents or supplements for enhancing cultivation. Why not use spirit stones as supplements? Why resort to a beast core? It is well known that benevolent beings possess wisdom but lack strength, while malevolent entities are strong yet lack intelligence. Thus, the enhancement provided by spirit stones to spiritual energy is considerable, while beast cores serve to augment physical power." After hearing this, Liu Yi pondered. "I cultivate the dark spirit beast heart technique, which belongs to the realm of beastly strength. If I incorporate a beast core, will it amplify the power of my beast transformation technique? Very well, I intend to purchase this beast core. Do you have any others?" "Indeed, but it depends on the grade you desire. Our shop offers beast cores ranging from the chi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage, though we possess only one core of the out-of-body level." "Excellent. I will take as many as you have." Liu Yi then spent 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 500 high-grade spirit stones to acquire all the beast cores. Although Zhou Jiayue requested Ling'er to supervise Liu Yi's purchases, Ling'er was unaware of Liu Yi's true intentions for the beast cores, so she did not intervene further. What other treasures might there be? Huh, what is this? As he wandered about, Liu Yi noticed a purple crystal on the counter, and just as he reached for it, he inadvertently brushed against another pair of hands. Pardon me, but this is what I desire. Who are you? Do we know each other? At that moment, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue approached. Just as Zhou Jiayue was about to inquire about the stranger, her expression turned to one of astonishment. You are Xuanning? Miss Zhou Jiayue, what brings you here? That is of little importance. Weren't you supposed to have perished at Miao Yan's hands? Oh, I used a cultivation avatar at that time to escape. An avatar? Then you, Miao Wushuang, upon hearing that Xuanning had employed an avatar, immediately grasped her shoulders and asked urgently, Oh, I sent the avatar away, leading Elder Miao to mistakenly believe I was dead. Thus, I have now regressed from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the initial stage of qi refinement. The sudden reappearance of the presumed dead Xuanning naturally thrilled Miao Wushuang. To avoid disturbing the two, she took Zhou Jiayue aside and asked, Is the cost of the cultivation avatar truly so great? Indeed, if the avatar perishes, the cultivator's true self will lose the same level of cultivation as the avatar. Should the true self die, the avatar will also perish. However, if the avatar survives, the true self retains its original cultivation. I see, Liu Yi remarked, then promptly drew the dragon pattern sword from his storage space and aimed it at Xuanning. Liu Yi, what are you doing? Miao Wushuang interjected, stepping in front of Xuanning. Ling'er, step aside. She is not Xuanning. But before Miao Wushuang could respond, Xuanning swiftly countered, placing a dagger against Miao Wushuang's throat. Xuanning, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Miao Wushuang taken hostage, Liu Yi froze in place. Zhou Jiayue, noticing the situation, retrieved her silver sky from her storage space, while Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang rushed over. Who are you? Release Miao Wushuang at once. Impressive. I did not expect that. Despite my blood energy mimicking Xuanning so closely, I would still be recognized. However, I am quite curious as to how you discern my true identity. Because Zhou Jiayue once stated, if the avatar perishes, the cultivator's true self will lose the same level of cultivation as the avatar. If the true self dies, the avatar will also die. Conversely, if the avatar survives, the true self maintains its original cultivation. Liu Yi confronted the imposter Xuanning, saying, You previously claimed your avatar fled while your true self was slain by Miao Yan. A cultivator of the foundation establishment stage retains their life for a year after death unless their seed is eliminated. If Miao Yan did not eliminate your seed, your cultivation should still be at the late foundation establishment stage. Yet, you assert that your avatar escaped while your true self perished. Could it be that I am not capable of seizing another's body? Seizing another's body? Do not jest. At that time, the Miao clan was under strict lockdown. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator succeed in such an endeavor? Moreover, the Miao clan would never allow a lowly servant of such low cultivation to find a new body, especially one who assisted Miao Wushuang in escaping. Indeed, young man, I am truly impressed by your intellect. With that, the imposter Xuanning transformed back into her true form. I am Miao Hui, the chief disciple of Elder Miao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Miao Hui, why would you? Wushuang, do not blame your senior brother. I am, after all, the chief disciple of Elder Miao. A wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances, especially since your father's power has waned. You should comply and come with me. As she spoke, Miao Hui seized Miao Wushuang and leaped onto the rooftop, delivering a swift strike to her neck that rendered her unconscious. Just as Liu Yi and the others moved, Miao Hui hurled a sealing talisman at them. Farewell. The talisman ensnared everyone, while Miao Hui took Miao Wushuang and made her escape. Curse it. This is a sealing talisman, and only someone at the peak of the core formation stage can break it. Sun Jia declared, considering the highest cultivation levels among us, it would take at least 3 days to break free. At the peak of core formation, you say? Liu Yi replied, retrieving a beast core from his storage bag. This is a beast core, Liu Yi. What are you planning? It is merely a supplement for advancement. Ah, but you shall witness. Liu Yi chuckled and immediately employed the beast transformation technique, transforming into the Zhuyan form. What are you doing? He then swallowed a beast core whole, thinking, if my assumptions are correct, Combining the beast core with the dark spirit beast heart technique should grant me the corresponding power of a beast core. This is the strength of the peak of core formation. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue looked at Liu Yi in astonishment, though her anger overshadowed her surprise. For a cultivator, regardless of the method, a temporary surge of power beyond their cultivation would impose a tremendous burden on their body. Especially since Liu Yi was merely at the initial stage of core formation, leaping across both the mid and late stages would be exceedingly taxing. Behold my Zhu Yan beast transformation's wrath. Liu Yi effortlessly shattered the ceiling barrier. Not only that, but nearby structures were obliterated, the devastation extending for approximately 10 kilometers, leaving no trace behind. This left all spectators in shock. Is this the wrath of Zhu Yan's transformation at the peak of core formation? The wrath of Zhu Yan's transformation is indeed explosive in nature. While its power is immense, its range is typically limited. Yet, after consuming the peak of core formation's beast core, the might was amplified, and the distance extended significantly. Once Liu Yi reverted to his original form, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Zhou Jiayue, filled with concern and anger, exclaimed, "Liu Yi, are you all right? What were you thinking? Do you not realize such recklessness would force your body to bear immense strain?" "I am aware of that, but rescuing Miao Wushuang is of utmost importance." No sooner had he spoken than Liu Yi collapsed once more. What is happening? Even if he were exhausted, he should not lose consciousness so suddenly, especially after having had ample rest these past few days. At that moment, Ling'er emerged from the void pearl and remarked, "Miss Zhou, perhaps you are unaware that our master has not rested at all these past few days. What is happening?" Zhou Jiayue suddenly inquired anxiously. Following the confrontation with Miao Yan, their master had remained ever vigilant, fearing another incursion from the Miao faction. His nightly slumber never exceeded 4 hours. What Zhou Jiayue's concern deepened as she gazed upon the unconscious Liu Yi. 3 days later, Liu Yi awoke from his stupor, his body wrapped in numerous bandages. Zhou Jiayue looked at him and said, "You're awake. How do you feel now? Are you better? What happened to me? How did I end up here? How can you even ask? I want to know why you didn't tell me that you've been deprived of rest these past few days." Zhou Jiayue placed her hands on her hips, exuding frustration. "That I was merely worried about someone else attacking us. It was imperative that someone remained vigilant." "Then why didn't you suggest that everyone take turns on watch duty? Why must you suffer alone?" "Enough. From this moment on, your sole responsibility is to rest. I, along with Sun Jia and the others, will take care of the watch." Zhou Jiayue, taking precautions, confiscated Liu Yi's storage bag and the void pearl containing Ling'er, subsequently placing a barrier around Liu Yi's room to prevent his escape. "What am I supposed to do now? Everything here is sealed off. Rest well. And when you are bored, play on the computer or study your techniques." Oh, with that, Zhou Jiayue slammed the door behind her as she left. "Ling'er, come out." Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's summons, Ling and Appos re-emerged from the void pearl. "Miss Zhou, is there something you need? Keep a close watch on Liu Yi and ensure he rests properly. He is not to cause any trouble. Understood?" "Received." After instructing Ling'er on a few matters, Zhou Jiayue returned to her own room and pulled out a book on cultivation theory left by Miao Wushuang, pondering. "Let me see the connection between the dark spirit demon heart technique and the beast core." Zhou Jiayue understood that as cultivators, they possess significantly greater stamina and energy than ordinary individuals. It was akin to the celestial beings in myths, where a single day in the heavens equated to a year on earth. It could be said that a heavenly being's rest could rejuvenate them for an entire year. Similarly, cultivators could endure prolonged exertion. However, the issue arose. Despite Liu Yi being a cultivator, regardless of his exhaustion, as long as he rested, his stamina should last for at least half a month. Yet, the reality was that even after resting, he fainted after just one technique. Even during Hong Ying's breakthrough from Qi refinement to void refinement, he did not exhibit such fatigue. Ancient texts recorded that while the dark spirit demon heart technique absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth, it unleashed the force of demonic beasts. This force was chaotic and violent, while human power was more stable and manageable. As one advanced in cultivation, the ferocity of the demonic force intensified, increasing the risk of falling into madness. In severe cases, it could lead to the practitioner becoming a mindless beast, unrecognizable and dangerous. Upon reading this, Zhou Jiayue's face was filled with dread as she continued to read. What is this? How can this be now, with Miao Wushuang having been kidnapped? Liu Yi resumed his cultivation whenever he managed to rest. According to the dark spirit demon heart technique, This should expedite his training and activate its additional spells. To be cautious, Liu Yi had already concealed several demon cores in his pocket and began his cultivation. To ensure his safety, he ingested a Qi refinement demon core and commenced his training. Within his consciousness, he perceived a Qi refinement demon beast, and a surge of demonic force began to assault his mental fortitude. Was this the fusion with the demon core? Liu Yi pitted his will and determination against the demon beast's chaotic power. The potency of the demonic force was indeed formidable. Even a Qi refinement demon core could disrupt a core formation cultivator like himself. After about an hour, panting heavily, Liu Yi managed to absorb the demon core. The distinction between absorbing a demon core and consuming it in one go was stark. Previously, he had transformed into Zhou Jiayue and devoured a peak core formation demon core, which had merely drained his spiritual energy and stamina. This time, absorbing the core not only consumed his spiritual energy but also imposed mental interference. Liu Yi glanced at his left arm, now bearing the blood of a demon beast due to his Qilin arm. He realized he possessed sufficient resolve to stabilize his cultivation. With the blood of the dragon coursing through him and the Qilin arm at his disposal, he found himself capable of resisting the onslaught. This could be considered a form of external assistance. However, as he progressed further, the demonic force would grow stronger. Would this assistance still be effective? Thinking that haste makes waste, he opted for a steady approach to his cultivation, solidifying his foundation to prevent being consumed by the demonic power. As everyone was busy preparing for the Miao faction's mission, at that moment, Miao Wushuang found herself confined alongside her father in the Miao faction's prison. Give up, Wushuang. I have already tried. This prison is infused with purple crystal. I cannot open it, let alone you, who are merely at the late core formation stage. Surrender. In a few days, we will face execution. No, I will not give up. I believe brother Liu Yi and sister Jiayue will come for me. We will defeat Elder Miao Yin together. Elder Miao Yin? Wushuang, you seem to have erred. You should refer to him as the patriarch of the Miao faction. Miao Hui sneered at Miao Qing. How does it feel to be imprisoned? Miao Qing retorted, you traitor, colluding with Miao Yin. Once I escape, the first thing I will do is eliminate both of you. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await that day, Miao Qing, provided you can actually escape. Beast. Exorcism water. Sealing talismans, purple crystals, all are tools for sealing spiritual energy. What are we to do? Miao Qing slammed his fist against the wall in fury. Although cultivators primarily practiced spiritual energy techniques, physical strength was also essential, especially for a late-stage out-of-body cultivator. Despite creating a substantial dent in the wall, the purple crystal rapidly restored the structure. Having learned some secrets of the dark spirit demon heart technique, Zhou Jiayue hurried to Liu Yi's room, fearing he might practice that technique. However, upon opening the door, she found Liu Yi engrossed in his game. Quick, quick, on the road. What are you doing, you fool? What is your role? Why are you off fighting in the jungle? Can't you see we're defending our home? Liu Yi reached our doorstep. It seemed her worries were unfounded as she observed Liu Yi enjoying himself. She refrained from reprimanding him further, saying, why don't you rest properly? Remember, the day after tomorrow we will go for Sister Wushuang with that. Zhou Jiayue huffed out of Liu Yi's room. The dark spirit demon heart technique's accompanying spell, Demon Beast Avatar, was lifted. That very night, having returned to Pujiang City with Miao Wushuang from Jinghai City, Zhou Jiayue, after conversing with Miao Wushuang, intended to head back to her dormitory for a proper rest. Upon realizing that Miao Wushuang had developed feelings for him, Liu Yi found himself restless that night. He decided to take a solitary stroll, eventually wandering to the top of a tower. The city remained as it always had, devoid of true night, with the clamor of vehicles and the relentless glare of street lights evoking all his recent memories. Looking up, he saw the moon, a mere half of its full form, casting a dim glow that harmonized with the neon lights below, each reflecting the loneliness of celestial realms and the bustling vibrancy of mortal life. He reminisced about his journey into the realm of cultivation. From his encounter with Zhou Jiayue in Pudong to his trials in the world of immortality, from meeting his parents in Jiangning to being pursued by the Su clan, and finally, from his encounter with Miao Wushuang at Shuangfeng Ridge to being hunted by Miao Yin. He thought about the day he crossed paths with the Sun Organization and the Nighthawk sect in Pudong. Sighing, he pondered that had it not been for Zhou Jiayue, he might have remained an ordinary university student, as it was she who guided him onto the path of cultivation and introduced him to the world of immortals. Just then, Zhou Jiayue approached from behind him. Hey, didn't you take Miao Wushuang back to rest? She inquired. I couldn't sleep. and I knew Miao Wuxuan wouldn't be able to either. I felt too shy to disturb her, so I came out and found you sitting here atop the tower, he replied. Is that so? I was just thinking, what if I had never met you? What would my life be like now? Miao Wuxuan, observing Liu Yi's expressionless face, remarked, what are you daydreaming about? You were never like this before. No, I'm contemplating our future, Liu Yi responded. Let us not dwell on the future just yet. After all that we and Oppos, V been through, you're far less restless than before. Liu Yi gazed back at the sky and, after a moment of silence, mused. How long do you think it will be before we encounter that person? And if we do, will we be able to defeat him? I don't know. We will eventually meet him, but I believe we can triumph over him, she assured him. The two sat together atop the tower, with Liu Yi gently placing his hand over Zhou Jiayue and Oppos. Yes. You and Oppos, reburdened with too many thoughts. I regret pulling you into the realm of cultivation. And Miao Wuxuang's words today must be overwhelming for you to process, he said. Since Wuxuang is now with us, it's inevitable we will encounter them again. Though we are in the core formation stage and possess rather extraordinary equipment, our cultivation levels are still quite low. Let us embrace our limitations. Tomorrow, we can visit the cultivation shop to find some protective treasures. At that moment, Miao Wuxuang appeared behind them. Liu Yi Gu, Jiayue Jia. Wuxuang, how long have you been here? Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue turned to ask. I just arrived, but I overheard your conversation. Liu Yi Gu, Jiayue Jia. Am I a burden to you? Don't be silly. How could you be a burden? I heard you, Jiayue Jia. You seek vengeance, don't you? If that is the case, could you take me along? Why? This isn't your concern, Zhou Jiayue said, looking at Miao Wuxuang in surprise. Miao Wuxuang continued. You saved me and helped me, so I want to assist you this time. Consider carefully. This is a perilous path with no return. Indeed, I have made up my mind. The Dark Spirit Demon Heart method, along with its spell, the Beast Avatar technique, was indeed formidable. So much so that even Zhou Jiayue had not detected it. Afterward, Liu Yi consumed a demon core and practiced for a while before resting. When the day of their departure arrived, Liu Yi felt unusually light and invigorated. How was your rest over these past few days? Zhou Jiayue patted Liu Yi on the shoulder and added, remember, don't bear everything alone. You have us. With that, they began their journey to the Miao clan to rescue Miao Wuxuang. Upon their arrival, Sunxia took out a silver needle from his storage pouch and began to pry open a large door. We aren't fully aware of the number and strength of their personnel, so for safety's sake, we'll choose to infiltrate quietly with a command from Sunxia. The barrier before them shattered like a mirror. Hurry, I'll handle the rear. I'm familiar with the path to the prison since I was once confined there. Thus, they stealthily followed Zhou Jiayue into the prison. Hey, brother, and Oppos, it's time for your shift. Huh? I don't recognize you. Are you new? It's not time for a shift yet actually, it is time for your shift. With that, the guard was swiftly dispatched by Liu Yi's dagger. Sunxia, please guard the entrance with Zhao Yinhang while Jiayue and I go to rescue Miao Wuxuang. Understood, but be careful. Stealthily, Zhou Jiayue led Liu Yi deeper into the prison cells. Wuxuang, where are you? Suddenly hearing Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue's voices, Miao Wuxuang called out, Liu Yi Gu. Jiayue Jia, I'm here following the sound. They quickly located Miao Wuxuang, but despite their combined efforts, they could not unlock the door. Curse it. What kind of lock is this? Why won't it budge? This is a standard spirit stone lock, but it's infused with amethyst. Generally, it's impossible to open unless you have the key from the guard, Miao Wuxuang explained. Liu Yi noticed an older man in the cell, around 40 years of age. May I ask who you are and how you know so much? Liu Yi Gu, Jiayue Jia, I forgot to introduce you. This is my father, Miao Qing. Oh, so this is your father. He certainly has an imposing presence, a figure of significance, Liu Yi remarked. Ha ha ha, young man, no need for flattery. How did you manage to get in here? Liu Yi proceeded to recount how they had infiltrated the prison. Impressive. However, the issue now is that this amethyst is not something just anyone can open. If my spiritual energy hadn't depleted, I could have given it a try. Is that so? Then, senior, you can come out today. With that, Liu Yi produced a wood spirit sacred fruit from his storage pouch. This is a wood spirit sacred fruit. Young man, are you truly willing to give me such a precious item? Indeed. Senior Miao, you understand the effects of the wood spirit sacred fruit better than I do. I need not elaborate on its usage subsequently. Miao Qing and Miao Wuxuang each consumed Liu Yi's wood spirit sacred fruit. Remarkable. I've long heard that the wood spirit sacred fruit is a miraculous remedy for healing and restoring spiritual energy. Today, it proves its worth. Ha ha ha. This wood spirit sacred fruit is truly extraordinary. Miao Qing assessed his condition. Not only had his injuries vanished, but his depleted spiritual energy had also returned to its peak state. Thank you, young man. Please rise. After Liu Yi stood, Miao Qing struck the amethyst with a powerful fist, and the cell was immediately breached. Senior, what are you doing? Haha, although my cultivation and spiritual energy have been restored, prolonged inactivity has caused some degradation in my skills. Senior, just how high is your cultivation? Cultivation? Merely in the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Liu Yi thought to himself. Mid-stage of the out-of-body realm? But why would a cultivator at the nascent soul stage be defeated? This is perplexing. Miao Yan must harbor some unspeakable secret. Senior, since you are at the out-of-body stage, how could you be bested by the nascent soul Miao Yan? I am not entirely certain. During our duel, for reasons unknown, I was unable to defeat him, as if he possessed an immortal body with boundless stamina. It left me utterly baffled, and ultimately, due to prolonged exhaustion, I succumbed. Infinite stamina and an immortal body. This notion seems vaguely familiar to Zhou Jiayue, who pondered it deeply. Hurry, hurry, Brother Liu Yi, has he emerged yet? Move quickly. The Miao faction has sent people over, and we have already engaged them. Soon, nascent soul cultivators will also arrive. At that moment, Sun Jia and Zhao Yinang, stationed outside, communicated through spiritual energy to Liu Yi and the others. This place is not safe for long. Senior, Miao Wushuang, you have just regained your spiritual energy and stamina. It is unwise for you both to engage in battle. Please leave, and we shall cover your retreat. Very well, young man. Take care of yourself. Brother Liu Yi, Sister Jiayue. My father and I will be waiting for you outside. Understood. With that, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue retrieved their life treasures from their storage space and joined Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang, commencing a strategic withdrawal. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were all at the foundation and qi refining stages, and now they have suddenly transformed into core formation cultivators. Haha, that is due to my presence. The speaker was none other than Miao Yan, who, along with Miao Hui, hovered in the air, fixated on Liu Yi and the others. Not good, it's Miao Yan. Quick, retreat. Upon seeing Miao Yan, Liu Yi urged everyone to withdraw hastily. Do you think you can escape? Miao Hui waved his hand, immobilizing everyone instantly. What? What is going on? Haha. This is one of the forbidden techniques of the Miao faction, spiritual energy threads. Spiritual energy threads? Liu Yi shot a fierce glare at Miao Hui. It can't be a control-type spell, can it? Congratulations, you are correct. However, it possesses another feature. It allows the controlled individual to share the cultivation and spells of the controller. For instance, Miao Hui then manifested a spiritual clone using a controlled cultivator's energy. Furthermore, Miao Hui pointed a finger at another controlled cultivator. Could it be? Indeed. It is your signature move, the Annihilation Curse. After saying this, Miao Hui unleashed the Annihilation Curse towards the targeted individual. How can this be possible? Do not be too astonished, just watch closely. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Miao Hui executed Liu Yi's signature technique, the demon transformation technique, Zhuyan form. Liu Yi, imagine if your cultivation level could achieve this. Following that, Miao Hui unleashed a powerful strike, creating a massive crater in the mountain opposite, and then obliterated the remnants with the Annihilation Curse. All right, Miao Hui, have you had your fun? Let us make them disappear from the cultivation world. Yes. Following Miao Yan's command, Miao Hui pointed at Liu Yi. Do you know? You are quite fortunate, for the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique and the Annihilation Curse can re-emerge. And that girl named Zhou Jiayue is the reason the proud sky wings can manifest from the scripture pavilion. If I control both of you, I will obtain these monstrous techniques and treasures. However, if I kill you both, the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique, Annihilation Curse, and proud sky wings will vanish as well. But I cannot defy the master's orders. Miao Hui then turned his gaze to Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang, continuing, I feel like I've seen you two before, but it is of little consequence. As long as you do not obstruct us and voluntarily relinquish your cultivation, I will spare your lives. Yet Sun Jia remained silent, merely glaring at him, for Liu Yi and the others knew that among them, only Sun Jia excelled in spiritual energy communication. Senior Miao, are you all right? We are barely holding on. Just hold on for about 10 more minutes. Sun Jia conveyed Miao Qing's instructions to Liu Yi and the others, urging them to endure for another 10 minutes. All right, young friend Sun. Notify everyone to protect themselves with spiritual energy. As she spoke, Miao Qing unleashed a wind blade technique from a distance, severing the spiritual energy threads binding everyone, thus nullifying Miao Hui's demon transformation technique. Who did that? Miao Hui immediately turned to the source of the wind blade, which was cast by Miao Qing and Miao Wushuang. Miao Qing, Miao Wushuang, you scoundrels! Witnessing the restoration of their spiritual power, Miao Hui began to comprehend the situation. Since they have been released, I am very curious as to how they managed to escape, given the heavy guard. It is because of me. Zhou Jiayue stepped forward, brandishing her silver sky against Miao Hui. Once, I and Miao Wushuang were imprisoned here, but thanks to Xuanning's assistance, we managed to escape. However, I knew that one day we would return to the Miao faction. Therefore, I not only recorded part of your Miao faction's terrain with my divine sense, but also, during my conversations with Miao Wushuang, I gleaned some information about your faction. Miao Shixiang, you treacherous scoundrel, just watch me kill you. Miao Wushuang had never been so furious, brandishing her life treasure, the sunny day halberd, and charging forward. I will repay you for the insults you hurled at me in the prison. Upon hearing the word insult, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue disregarded everything and seized their treasures, launching their assault. Dare to insult Wushuang? I will take your life, you scoundrel. With that, Liu Yi unleashed his spiritual energy. What? Midcore formation. Surprised? Are you? Humph. Stepping into midcore formation has greatly increased my spiritual energy reserves. Moreover, Liu Yi suddenly blinked and appeared before Miao Hui. One arm transformed into its demon form, gripping his neck tightly. In our interactions, I realized that despite your vastly superior cultivation, the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique and the Annihilation Curse are spells I have previously employed. Thus, I deduce that your true strength lies not in your cultivation, but in the characteristics of the spiritual energy threads, which allow you to replicate techniques already used by others while infusing them with your own cultivation. Realizing Liu Yi had seen through his techniques, Miao Hui summoned his treasure, the 5-color threads. At that moment, 5 colors of threads enveloped him, each finger corresponding to a thread. I never expected you to discern my techniques. Indeed, it is said you are meticulous in battle. Attention to detail, you say? Your technique relies on infusing spiritual energy, does it not? The greater the energy, the more formidable the power. As Liu Yi confronted Miao Hui, he kept an eye on Miao Yin's movements, wondering why he had yet to intervene. Young friend Liu Yi, leave Miao Yin to me. You youngsters should focus on Miao Hui, as he is a 3-stage master of the Miao faction. 3-stage master? Indeed. Liu Yi, within our Miao sect. The ranks are categorized as follows. The sect leader and deputy sect leader constitute the 1st tier, the elders belong to the 2nd tier, and the most outstanding disciples under the elders are classified as the 3rd tier. Thus, aside from the sect leader and the elders, 3rd-tier masters represent the pinnacle of our sect's combat prowess. Miao Wushuang explained to Liu Yi, noting that 3rd-tier masters are at the peak of the Golden Core stage to the early nascent soul stage. Oh, the peak of the Golden Core and the early nascent soul stages? It seems we shall see if we can withstand the combined assault of myself and Zhou Jiayue. After speaking, Liu Yi glanced at Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, nodding slightly, and then the 3 surged forward. Overconfident, the aura lines. Miao Hui waved his fingers, and instantly the Miao sect disciples surged toward the 2 as if under his command. Liu Yi, do not concern yourself with them. This is a matter for Zhao and me. Miao Hui is yours. Sun Jia and Zhao positioned themselves on either side, guarding Liu Yi and his companions from any approaching threats. Infuriating, the aura staff. Miao Hui transformed a thread into a long staff, confronting Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang. Miao Hui launched an attack aimed at Liu Yi, but he effortlessly evaded it. It is evident that if a cultivator focuses solely on spell cultivation, their physical techniques will inevitably falter. Is that so? It appears I have been underestimated. Subsequently, Miao Hui retracted the aura threads enveloping everyone and employed spirit clones to launch separate attacks on the trio. This is what you refer to as lacking in physical techniques? With the retraction of the threads, Miao Hui's speed and strength surged dramatically, sending Liu Yi crashing from the air to the ground. Liu Yi Gil. Being distracted during battle is a detrimental habit. You should focus on taking care of yourselves. In a similar manner, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue were also struck down by Miao Hui. Liu Yi wiped the blood from his mouth and rose from the ground. Is this the prowess of a 3rd-tier master? Truly formidable, second only to the elders. But it is not over yet. Miao Hui extended the staff in his hand, thrusting it toward Liu Yi. Zhou Jiayue, seeing this, swiftly pulled Liu Yi to her side. resulting in a hole being punctured in the ground. Goodness! Is that a divine weapon akin to the Rui Jingu Bang? Not yet finished. Miao Hui continued his assault on the trio, but Liu Yi and the others were not foolish enough to remain still, desperately evading Miao Hui's onslaught. We must find his blind spots. I will take the offensive, you provide cover. Understood. Thus, Liu Yi faced Miao Hui head-on. Do you wish to catch my blind spot? Spare yourself that effort. Serpent strike. The threads surrounding Miao Hui morphed into a colossal python. Everyone quickly realized the nature of the threads that had been shielding Miao Hui from all attacks. How are we to combat such a massive creature? The serpent loomed before them like a behemoth, seemingly capable of devouring an entire building. Yet Zhou Jiayue remained unfazed, with a soft chuckle. She wielded Silver Sky and effortlessly cleaved the gigantic serpent in two. The unfortunate creature had barely registered its demise before being severed in half. How is this possible? This is a high-grade yellow-tier spirit beast. Apologies. The reason my sword is named Silver Sky is that it is forged from celestial materials. Following this, Zhou Jiayue declared with authority, if the heavens decree its demise, it must perish. If the heavens wish it to live, it shall thrive. Upon hearing this, Miao Hui trembled slightly. Is that so? Then let us see whether the heavens desire my death or my survival. With that, Miao Hui swung his staff forward. Indeed, I too am curious as to whether the heavens wish to see your end or your continuation. Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat, dust swirling around them. The surrounding spectators watched in awe. Is this the battle between the late Golden Core and early nascent soul stages? How is this possible? The late Golden Core stage is 2 realms above the early nascent soul stage. Observing the intense struggle, Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang realized there was no opportunity for them to intervene. Thunderstorm. Zhou Jiayue unleashed a volley of hundreds of lightning arrows, regardless of attributes. Lightning is among the most potent of all elemental forces. As the storm subsided, it became evident that Miao Hui had sustained injuries. I understand. My ability to inflict harm upon you stems from my elemental affinity, not my sheer strength. Miao Hui dusted off his clothes and wiped the blood from his lips. It appears you are not particularly astute. All 3 of you possess cultivation levels beneath mine, yet only your lightning affinity can inflict damage upon me. You have already utilized 3 of your skills, Spirit Threads, Aura Staff, and Serpent Strike, leaving 2 remaining. Do not squander time. Reveal all your abilities. At that moment, Liu Yi approached. Indeed, I almost forgot the last time I employed all my skills. Silk Needle. A thread shot forth, piercing through Liu Yi's thigh and leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Collapsing to the ground. Oh no, this needle is poisoned. Indeed, the silk needle is coated in potent venom, which inhibits the recovery of spiritual energy. You scoundrel. Cunning and despicable. Have the courage to fight me openly. In battle, the method is inconsequential, the outcome is paramount. As long as victory is achieved, any approach is valid. Miao Hui taunted Liu Yi with a mocking grin. Well, it is time to send you on your way. With that, Miao Hui swung his staff towards Liu Yi. But Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, poised to assist, were intercepted by Miao Hui and Appo's S2 clones. Apologies. I regret disappointing you. The beast substitution technique is now dispelled. Suddenly, the kneeling Liu Yi began to mist and then appeared behind Miao Hui, delivering a powerful punch with his Qilin arm that sent Miao Hui crashing to the ground. Miao Hui, now kneeling, spat blood, but before he could react, Liu Yi struck him again in the face. Is it amusing to rely on external aids? If that is the case, I shall hold nothing back. Miao Yin muttered, his body gradually enveloped in threads that pierced the surrounding cultivators. Come, become my strength. Late nascent soul stage? This is troublesome. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, Liu Yi struggled to devise a countermeasure. Not so long ago, you were quite formidable. How is it that you falter now? Let us see whether your external aid or my current cultivation prevails. Is that so? I still believe I am the most formidable. Who? But before he could finish, Miao Hui's head was severed from his body. Of course, it is I. The speaker was none other than Miao Wushuang's father, Miao Qing. Father, Senior Miao. Miao Qing, having suddenly appeared before them, swiftly eliminated the lesser adversaries. Miao Yan, come forth. Do not hide in the shadows. The one who dueled with me before must have been your clone. Humph. Old man. I did not expect you to defeat a clone imbued with 70% of my power so swiftly. I underestimated you. Apologies. But your 70% is hardly enough to fill my gaps. Is that so? Let us engage in a duel using our full spiritual powers to ascertain who is superior. With that, Miao Yin unleashed his signature technique, the Thunderfire Bomb. Casting it forth, it was as if hundreds of miniature fireballs rained down from the heavens. A tempest. However, the multitude of fireballs was swiftly dispersed by a fierce whirlwind. How vexing. The Fire Fist. At the mere mention of the Fire Fist, Liu Yi immediately recalled Ace from One Piece. Beast. You shall not tarnish Ace's ultimate move. Brat, I am using my own technique. It has nothing to do with him. After all, before Liu Yi became a cultivator, One Piece was one of his favorite anime series. In his fury, he transformed into the nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu using the demonic transformation technique from his dark spirit demon heart method and promptly consumed a foundation-building demon core. Did you hear me? Change his name. He then launched an ice arrow. Humph. I am an out-of-body cultivator now. How could a mere core formation cultivator like you possibly harm me? Watch as I use the Fire Fist to shatter your technique. Is that so? Let us see if you possess the capability. The Lust Obliteration spell was unleashed. A feigned attack, while the true offensive lay behind, as was your usual method. If you can evade this Lust Obliteration spell, you shall have no further opportunities. Just as Miao Yin thought he had discerned Liu Yi's strategy after narrowly dodging, Liu Yi wore a satisfied smile. Ah, Elder Miao, you are indeed astute. But when did I ever acknowledge that the Lust Obliteration spell was my true means of attack? What? At that moment, the Liu Yi who had cast the Lust Obliteration spell vanished from sight, revealing his true self behind. This was the very technique used to deal with your top disciple, Miao Hui. As Miao Hui turned around, Liu Yi had already transformed into the Zhu Yin form through the demonic transformation technique, unleashing all his wrath into his Qilin arm, striking Miao Yin squarely in the face. Vile. You brat, wait till I catch you. Yet before he could finish, Miao Qing struck him from behind. Miao Yin, as an out-of-body cultivator, you should at least be aware that one must be cautious of surrounding enemies during battle. Indeed, I certainly know that. But when did I claim to be oblivious to my surroundings? Just as Miao Qing prepared to deliver another blow, Miao Yin transformed into a blaze, vanishing before their eyes. Cursed. It was merely a spiritual clone. I have been so careless. Thus, Miao Qing activated her divine sense to locate the true Miao Yin. No need to search. Everything you witnessed was merely a manifestation of my 70% spiritual clone. I have long vacated this place. To truly find me, we shall meet at Twin Peaks in 3 days. At this moment, the disciples of the Miao faction who were battling Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang also dissipated like smoke. Elder Miao, since he claims to be at Twin Peaks, we should head there now and eliminate him, for he must still be weary after just using his spiritual clone. No, since he specified 3 days hence, he will undoubtedly fortify his defenses during this period, ensuring that his trusted disciples guard him. With Miao Hui deceased, the remaining ones are merely his second and third disciples, core formation cultivators, who pose no real threat. Miao Qing pondered, why does he not confront us directly? Instead, he sends forth his 70% clone and his top disciple. If he were to lose, it would not only cost him spiritual power but also result in the death of his chief disciple, Miao Hui, which would be an irreplaceable loss. Moreover, he chooses to engage at the already damaged Twin Peaks. Upon hearing Twin Peaks mentioned, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue instinctively stepped back among the crowd. I recall now, you are the pair of rogue cultivators who vandalized the Sutra Pavilion, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue, if I am not mistaken. Ah, Elder, that was all a misunderstanding, an unfortunate accident. Surely, someone of your standing would not hold such grievances against us. Liu Yi feigned a pitiful yet mischievous demeanor, saying, moreover, we even saved you and presented you with that precious wood spirit holy fruit. You should overlook our minor transgressions. After much discussion, and with Miao Wushuang's intercession, Miao Qing finally forgave Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Very well. Very well. While those items belonged to the Miao faction, ultimately, no one could have mastered them anyway. That evening, Miao Qing gathered everyone in the grand hall to deliberate. Friends, if you truly wish to accompany me to Twin Peaks, be prepared mentally, for this journey is fraught with peril. Elder, you are Miao Wushuang's father, and she has shared a bond of life and death with us. Thus, we shall surely accompany you, for we are not the sort to fear for our lives. Upon hearing Liu Yi's declaration, Miao Wushuang gazed at him. A friend bound by life and death? Does this mean Liu Yi truly sees me only as a friend? A sister? All right, since you all insist, let us rest well for these 3 days and replenish our strength, preparing for the confrontation with Miao Yan. Subsequently, Miao Qing informed everyone about Miao Yan's situation, and they exited the grand hall together. Liu Yi, come here for a moment. Once outside, Zhou Jiayue pulled Liu Yi aside into a small grove. What do you mean by that? Do you not have feelings for Miao Wushuang? Jiayue, what are you talking about? Liu Yi asked, bewildered. You claim to be life and death friends with Miao Wushuang's father. Do you not have feelings for her? Sigh. I thought it was something serious. Why are girls always so petty? I merely said that in the moment. Rest assured, since you, the main consort, have spoken, I will harbor no ulterior motives toward Wushuang. Humph, you better not. Otherwise, you will face my ire. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi mused. Other people's girlfriends fear their men straying. Yet, you encourage your boyfriend to pursue another woman. You are truly one of a kind. Are you all ready? Today we set forth to confront Miao Yan. With that, Miao Qing led Liu Yi, the others, and her loyal followers towards Twin Peaks. Upon reaching Twin Peaks, Miao Yan stood atop the mountain, gazing out, awaiting Miao Qing and the others' arrival. You have finally come, Miao Qing. Today let us settle this and see who is the true master of the Miao faction. Humph. The assets of the Miao faction shall never fall into the hands of someone as radical as you. With that, the two immediately drew their respective life treasures and commenced a fierce battle, while Liu Yi and the others engaged Miao Yan's disciples and subordinates. Brother, you have made remarkable progress since we last met. Indeed, I have been diligently cultivating these past 3 days, all to surpass you. But our cultivation levels are worlds apart. You cannot hope to defeat me. True, I cannot win against you. But she can. With that, Miao Wushuang appeared before Miao Yan, and Miao Qing infused all her spiritual energy into her. I had previously refrained from allowing her to take the stage, as I had tasked her with gathering the essence of the deceased cultivators around us. Now, I find myself infusing my own spiritual energy into her. Suddenly, Miao Wushuang's aura surged dramatically. After collecting such a significant amount of energy, she could now, within the span of a single incense stick, break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, her water spiritual root is the nemesis of your fire spiritual root, ensuring your inevitable defeat. At this moment, Miao Wushuang, wielding the sunny day sky halberd, approached Miao Yan alongside Zhou Jiayue. The water spiritual root counters the fire spiritual root, while the lightning spiritual root is the bane of all spiritual roots. Thus, Miao Wushuang executed a swift maneuver, appearing directly before Miao Yan to thrust the sunny day sky halberd towards him, while Zhou Jiayue unleashed a thunderstorm attack. Is this a forced enhancement of cultivation? However, it can only last for the duration of an incense stick. If you can endure this brief period, you will have no hope at all. Observing the approach of Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue, Miao Yan wore a sinister smile. Currently, all of you depend solely on Miao Wushuang and that girl named Zhou Jiayue. With their lack of combat experience, how could they possibly defeat me? As Miao Yan mocked everyone while engaging them, Miao Wushuang's stamina began to plummet rapidly, and Zhou Jiayue felt equally overwhelmed. Behold, this exemplifies the gap in power. Moreover, a forced infusion of energy is contingent upon the cultivator's constitution. Whether one can accept the influx of spiritual power remains an unknown. Subsequently, Miao Yan launched a kick that sent both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang flying. They crashed to the ground, spitting out blood, while Miao Yan dusted himself off and mockingly addressed the crowd. Indeed, the water spiritual root can counter my fire spiritual root, and the lightning spiritual root is the nemesis of all spiritual roots. Yet, without sufficient cultivation and strength, you remain unable to best me. As Zhou Jiayue, now on the ground, pondered, is this the power of the peak nascent soul realm? When will we ever attain such strength? Just as Miao Yan prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Jiayue, a voice suddenly called from behind. It seems you have forgotten us. We have not infused him with spiritual energy. The voices belong to Sun Jia and Zhao Yinang. Judging by your appearance and the weapons you wield, you must be a pair of dual cultivating sword wielders. However, your cultivation is far too low to pose any threat to me. A wall of flames erupted behind Miao Yan, effectively blocking the attack from Sun Jia and Zhao Yinang. Is that so? Yet, it appears you have overlooked an important individual. Suddenly, Miao Yan's fiery barrier was cleaved in two by a sharp sword, wielded by Liu Yi. At this moment, Liu Yi, with his powerful Qilin arm, brandished the true beast soul. What is this? Miao Yan was momentarily taken aback by Liu Yi's unusual left arm. Liu Yi pointed his sword at Miao Yan. Indeed, this is a fortuitous gift I received after losing my arm, a Qilin arm, ha ha ha. And what of it? Our cultivation levels remain distinct. What danger do your fortuitous encounters pose to me? It seems you and your chief disciple, Miao Hui, share a similar mindset, believing that higher cultivation can easily crush the lower. Today, allow me to impart a lesson. Having said that, Liu Yi transformed into his Zhou Jiayue form using the demon transformation technique. What does that matter? Isn't it just the same as last time? Hearing Miao Yan's words, Liu Yi revealed a confident smile. Heh, it is certainly not the same. Watch closely. Zhou Jiayue, upon hearing Liu Yi's declaration and observing all the transformations, suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "No, Liu Yi, I won't allow you to do this." Due to her injuries, Zhou Jiayue could barely stand, helplessly watching Liu Yi. Watch closely. Witness how my demon core fusion technique will defeat you. The demon core fusion technique? Miao Yan glanced at Liu Yi, curious about his next trick. During my transformation, do you not intend to attack? Ha ha ha. An elder would never bully a younger generation. I plan to observe your transformation before engaging in combat. You may come to regret that decision. With that, Liu Yi swiftly swallowed a purple demon core. Miao Yan, witnessing this, thought, swallowing a demon core? This is unheard of. Typically, demon cores are auxiliary items for cultivation, yet this boy has consumed one whole. You must pray for my success. According to the dark spirit demon heart method, given my current cultivation, I should be able to sustain this for approximately 10 minutes. At this moment, Liu Yi's veins bulged, and he was drenched in sweat. After about a minute, smoke began to emanate from his body. This is the power of the out-of-body stage? How is this possible? Just as Miao Yan was astonished, Liu Yi suddenly vanished from his sight. Miao Yan expanded his perception to its fullest extent, yet could not locate Liu Yi. Where is he? As Miao Yan searched in vain, Liu Yi appeared behind him and softly said, "Elder Miao, I sincerely appreciate your granting me this time for transformation. In return, allow me to bestow upon you my full wrath." With that, Liu Yi delivered a powerful punch to Miao Yan's back. Due to the disparity in cultivation level and the power of the Zhou Jiayue form, the blow was immensely powerful, resulting in a crack as Miao Yan was struck from midair to the ground. Damn it, he broke 3 of my ribs. Lying on the ground, Miao Yan wiped the blood from his mouth and felt his chest. This boy and Apos' sudden surge of spiritual energy suggests it could last around 10 minutes. If I can endure this period, none here will be my match. Damn it, huff huff, this old fool has not yet perished. According to the remaining time for this demon core fusion technique, I have less than 5 minutes left. I must resolve this quickly. Liu Yi charged toward Miao Yan from above, and realizing he was at a disadvantage, Miao Yan revealed a cunning smile as he rushed towards Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, brandishing a dagger at each of their throats. Not good. Miao Yan, you are despicable. Stop this at once. Ha ha ha. This is not about being despicable. As long as I can win and survive, that is all that matters. Moreover, judging by the time, you have less than 2 minutes left in this state. Meanwhile, Miao Qing, lying nearby, glared fiercely. Damn it. I should have never held hope in Miao Wushuang. I should not have infused her with spiritual energy. Is that so? Elder Miao, do you not know? The dark spirit demon heart method contains many additional spells. What do you mean by that? It means you are already dead. With that, another Liu Yi, wielding his life-bound treasure, the true beast soul, pierced through Miao Yan and Apos' back. What is happening? How is this possible? In our battle, I did not detect a similar spiritual energy clone from you. Indeed, I did not release a spiritual energy clone. Thus, you have remained oblivious to the truth. However, the beast substitute technique is one of the innate spells of the dark spirit demon heart method, which allows one to create an identical clone using a beast as a substitute. Consequently, you have been engaging in combat with my doppelganger all along. With that said, Liu Yi observed that Miao Yan's aura had vanished and proceeded to crush the emerging infant creature. The crisis of the Miao sect had finally come to an end. And I could with that. Liu Yi collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jiayue hurriedly rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Why are you so foolish? Are you not aware that this is exceedingly taxing on your stamina? Given your current level of cultivation, suddenly bearing such a massive influx of spiritual energy could put your life at risk. How could you take such a reckless action over such a simple matter?" At that moment, Ling'er emerged from the void pearl and assessed Liu Yi's condition. "Miss Zhou, our foremost task is to ensure that the master receives ample rest and recuperation, for he is teetering on the brink of life-threatening danger." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly transported Liu Yi to the Miao sect and found a splendid room for him to rest. In the hall, Miao Qing and Miao Wushuang expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Zhou Jiayue, Sun Jia, and Zhao Yinang, although it was ultimately Liu Yi who vanquished Miao Yan. Zhou Jiayue and the others played a crucial role in preventing any interruptions to Liu Yi's duel with Miao Yan. Esteemed guests, allow me to bow in gratitude for your assistance in resolving this crisis for the Miao sect. Furthermore, I hope you can convey my sincere thanks to the young friend Liu Yi. Without him, we would have had no recourse. Zhou Jiayue quickly supported Miao Qing, saying, Sect Master Miao, you flatter us. Had it not been for your prior confrontation with Miao Yan, which left him somewhat weakened, we would have had no chance of victory. Jiayue, Sun Jia, and Sister Zhao and Heng, please accept these gifts, Miao Wushuang said, presenting 3 boxes to the trio. What is this? The 3 were momentarily taken aback upon opening the boxes. This is a 1,000-year-old orchid grass. It is far too precious for us to accept. Not at all. It is merely a token of our gratitude. We implore you to accept it. It would be remiss of us otherwise, however. Just as Zhou Jiayue hesitated, Ling'er approached. Miss Zhou, you must check on the master. His physical condition and spiritual energy are becoming increasingly unstable. What? I have already administered the solidifying spirit elixir to him. How could this happen? Upon hearing Ling'er's words, everyone rushed to Liu Yi's room. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Liu Yi was engulfed in a blue haze, recklessly smashing items within the room. According to the narratives of martial arts novels, Liu Yi appeared to be succumbing to demonic possession. Liu Yi, what is wrong? What is happening? Brother Liu Yi, as everyone called out to him, Liu Yi turned to face them, then bellowed before launching an attack with his Qilin arm. Spirit Binding Lock. In that instant, Miao Qing swiftly secured Liu Yi with a Spirit Binding Lock. Quickly. You must restrain him while I administer the spirit-dispelling water to temporarily render him unable to use spiritual energy. Miao Qing instructed as she retrieved a vial of spirit-dispelling water from her storage bag. I apologize, young friend Liu Yi, but it is necessary to incapacitate you for the time being. Approximately 2 hours later, Liu Yi gradually opened his eyes. What would happen to me? Where am I? You are in a room provided by the Miao sect for you to recuperate. Observing the disarray of the room and the shards of porcelain scattered across the floor, Liu Yi felt a heaviness in his chest and painfully inquired, Is that so? But what was I doing just now? I feel something is amiss with my body. I am unsure. At that moment, you were akin to a character possessed in a martial arts novel, oblivious to your surroundings, violently throwing things, and even attacking us when we approached. Zhou Jiayue comforted Liu Yi like a mother would her child. But do not worry. You need only focus on recuperating and resting. Understood? I have matters to attend to, but will return shortly to care for you. Go ahead. Once Zhou Jiayue left, Miao Qing and Miao Wushuang anxiously inquired, How is he now? His mind is cleared, but he still appears somewhat fatigued. As long as he is conscious and recovering, I will handle the rest. Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's response, Miao Qing instructed 4 disciples to stand at each of the 4 corners. What are they doing? Zhou Jiayue asked, puzzled, as she watched the 4 manipulate strange artifacts. Sister Jiayue, these are spirit-restraining artifacts, which will temporarily prevent cultivators from using their spiritual energy within this space. In that case, I can rest easy. He tends to act recklessly when left alone. Once the artifacts were arranged, everyone departed from Liu Yi's room to allow him to rest undisturbed. This is strange. Why can I not sense my own spiritual energy? Liu Yi, unable to remain idle, realized his cultivation level was insufficient and intended to resume his training, only to discover that he could not summon his spiritual energy. Could it be that I am temporarily incapable of using spiritual energy? Subsequently, Liu Yi attempted to summon the void pearl from his storage space, seeking Ling'er's assistance to understand the situation. How is this possible? I cannot even access my storage space. Just as Liu Yi prepared to exit and seek Zhou Jiayue for answers, he found that he could not open the door. What the hell? Are you all attempting to imprison me? I have gone to great lengths to assist you, and yet you treat me this way. Frustrated, Liu Yi lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and soon fell asleep. Alas, this is too dull. If only I had a computer or a phone. It would alleviate the boredom. I wonder how my friends are faring at this moment. As he pondered, Liu Yi gradually drifted into slumber, dreaming of a carefree life with Zhou Jiayue, Miao Wushuang, Sun Jia, and Zhao Yinang. Uncertain of the efficacy of the invigorating incense, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang waited together for Liu Yi. This was also a form of breakthrough cultivation, as overcoming inner demons is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Sister Jiayue, rest assured, if Brother Liu Yi does not overcome his inner demons, the spirit-restraining artifacts will ensure he cannot release his spiritual energy. As time passed, the room remained enveloped in silence. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? By Liu Yi's nature, he should be either training or playing games right now. Upon opening the door, they discovered Liu Yi soundly asleep on the bed. This reckless Liu Yi. Does he not realize how worried we are for him outside? How could you still be asleep here? With that, Zhou Jiayue directly kicked him. Ouch! What the hell? Who is it? Are you not aware that I am currently in the midst of slumber? Upon hearing Liu Yi's words, Zhou Jiayue was instantly filled with fury. You wretched being! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you been itching for a reprimand after all this time? Having said that, Zhou Jiayue tugged at Liu Yi's ear and produced a keyboard, compelling him to kneel. Who are you, two lovely ladies? Why do I not recognize you? Where am I? Liu Yi noticed two beautiful women gazing at him, and he inquired with great perplexity. Upon hearing Liu Yi's remark, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged bewildered glances, immediately left in a state of astonishment. What could possibly be the reason for this? Have you perhaps lost your memory? Brother Liu Yi, do you no longer recognize us? I am Miao Wushuang, and this is Sister Jiayue. Moreover, Sister Jiayue is your companion on the path of cultivation. Miao Wushuang exclaimed anxiously. Cultivation? Companion? Two enchanting ladies. Have you perhaps indulged too much in the captivating realm of fantasy and immortal cultivation novels? Moreover, I am entirely unfamiliar with any of you. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jiayue promptly summoned Ling'er from the void treasure pearl and inquired, Ling'er, what on earth is happening here? Why has she forgotten about us? Just as Zhou Jiayue summoned Ling and Appos from the void pearl and inquired Liu Yi about a question, Liu Yi was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, what on earth is happening? How did a beautiful woman emerge from this bead? Although Ling'er is but a puppet, she is nonetheless of a celestial mid-tier grade. Upon observing Liu Yi's condition, she swiftly arrived at a decision. How about this, Miss Zhou and Miss Miao? You may channel your spiritual power to place our master into the void treasure pearl. This will allow him to recuperate and heal within its confines. Master, I can't believe it. I am indeed the master of this enchanting beauty. Moreover, did she just suggest that you can find me within the orb? As Liu Yi had yet to finish his words, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang unleashed their spiritual powers, encasing Liu Yi within a barrier. Subsequently, they cast him into the void pearl. How astonishing! What are you intending to do? Thus, Liu Yi was drawn into the void pearl. Miss Zhou, Miss Miao, I shall now enter the void pearl to assist our master in healing, striving to restore his former consciousness. Very well, I entrust this task to you. It is imperative that he return safely. For the void pearl is an inherently unstable artifact, one that we are not yet capable of controlling. Once all preparations are complete, Ling'er entered the void pearl. To ensure the preservation of the void pearl, Zhou Jiayue placed it directly into her storage space. Sister Jiayue, is it truly safe to proceed this way? A lingering sense of unease washes over me. Surely he will regain his memories and return safely, for I have faith in him. Within the void pearl, Liu Yi surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white, stretching infinitely, while behind him loomed an oppressive darkness, obscuring all visibility. What manner of place is this? The amnesiac Liu Yi is a stark contrast to his former self before embarking on his cultivation journey. Previously, he was ensnared by internet addiction and abhorred inconvenience. Now, stripped of his memories, he resembles an unrefined child, brimming with a sense of novelty and curiosity towards the world around him. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang engage in a similar discourse. With Zhou Jiayue pondering in her mind, why is there such a significant disparity between him and his former self? It is not a single individual at all. Sister Jiayue, based on Brother Liu Yi's recent behavior, I sense that he is not truly himself, or perhaps his consciousness has been usurped by another. Just as Zhou Jiayue was pondering this, Miao Wushuang suddenly spoke up, inquiring, why do you think so? Within our Miao sect, there exists a technique known as the search for the spirit, and I happen to be well-versed in this art. Thus, when I observed Brother Liu Yi speaking in such a manner, I employed this skill to delve into his consciousness. So, what is it that you wish to express? Miao Wushuang immediately spoke with urgency. I have discerned a certain demonic beast's spiritual energy within Liu Yi's body, which is gradually taking possession of him. To use a metaphor of blooming and bearing fruit, it has already begun to sprout. Once it flowers and bears fruit, Liu Yi will truly be usurped by that demonic beast. Could it be the creature from the dark spirit demon heart technique? It is indeed questionable. It merely represents a technique of transformation employed by a demonic beast. At this moment, Liu Yi was wandering within the void pearl, when he suddenly heard a voice from behind, strikingly similar to his own, uttering, "Who am I? Where am I? From whence do I come? And to where am I bound?" As Liu Yi heard these words, he turned around and caught sight of an individual whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. However, this person's eyes were a ghastly crimson, and his mouth displayed sharp, pointed teeth. His arms resembled those of a fiend, with elongated claws smeared in blood. From his back sprouted a pair of bat-like wings. This is a monster. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Yi felt a surge of astonishment. However, he soon realized that his body was entirely beyond his control. Instead of reacting like an ordinary person and fleeing in terror, he remained remarkably composed and continued to walk forward. Liu Yi found himself in a state of despair, pondering, what on earth is happening? Why am I utterly unable to control my own body, and where exactly am I? Liu Yi calmly advanced towards the radiant light, while the creature resembling a monster behind him turned towards the ominous darkness. As Liu Yi, who resembled a grotesque being, trudged towards the shadows, he muttered to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? Where do I come from? And where am I destined to go? Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Ling'er observed the movements of the two individuals. Given that the master was practicing the dark spirit demon heart technique, it follows that I possess a certain understanding of this art as well. If my conjecture holds true, this must be the ancient demon beast Shura, the transforming holy beast, sealed within the dark spirit demon heart technique. Although it currently lacks consciousness, it will inevitably seek to seize the master's body over time. Today marks the 7th day since Liu Yi entered the void treasure pearl. Throughout these 7 days, Liu Yi has wandered in the realm of white light, while another Liu Yi has been enduring the darkness day by day. No, this is certainly not my own doing. I must have forgotten something. Why did I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon encountering those two girls? Who are they, after all? In the realm of radiant light, Liu Yi pondered deeply, while in the shadows, another Liu Yi contemplated, who am I truly? What has led me to become this way? As they continued their journey, the two Liu Yis unexpectedly encountered one another once more. Who are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me? This question ought to be posed by me. Why do you resemble me so closely? Two individuals engage in a mutual exploration of one another, posing questions that delve deeper into their understanding. Gradually, I ponder the essence of self-love. Who am I truly? Where do I originate? And to what destination do I journey? I am Liu Yi, a university student at Pujian University, and I am also a nascent cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. My Dao companion is Zhou Jiayue, and there is another girl named Miao Wushuang who harbors feelings for me. Gradually, the two of us have merged into one. Meanwhile, Ling'er in the sky has also realized. This is the moment when the master has successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Congratulations, master. Heartfelt congratulations. Now, the master's cultivation has doubled. As Liu Yi looked up at Ling'er, he remarked, the one who deserves the most gratitude is you, Ling'er. I am aware that the Void Treasure Jewel is an extraordinarily unstable artifact, surpassing even the highest quality celestial treasures. Throughout my wandering these past few days, only you have maintained the balance between yin and yang. Otherwise, I would have long been consumed by the demons of my heart. Now, Ling'er, please release me, so I can surprise them and show them my transformation after advancing to the mid-stage of core formation. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had spent a full 7 days in Liu Yi's chamber. It had been 7 days. They wondered how Liu Yi was faring inside. Could he regain his previous consciousness? Just as their concerns deepened, a surge of mid-stage core formation spiritual energy gradually emanated from the Void Treasure Jewel. This is the power of mid-stage core formation. Could it be? Please proceed. The Void Treasure Jewel released Liu Yi and Ling'er. Jiayue, Wushuang, I have returned. Upon seeing Liu Yi's appearance, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang realized that he had completely regained his memory and successfully advanced to mid-stage core formation. Liu Yi, welcome back. Brother Liu Yi, you have finally returned. The two rushed towards him. Liu Yi affectionately patted Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang on the head, delivering a comforting gesture. I apologize. I have caused you worry these past few days. Zhou Jiayue, with a hint of pride, retorted. Who was worried about you? I merely accompanied Wushuang. So she would feel bored with me here every day. All right. You weren't worried. Not worried at all. Liu Yi's expression gradually shifted to one of disappointment. But, to say you were not worried would be impossible. Of course. You were concerned for me to some extent. Miao Wushuang chimed in. Brother Liu Yi, don't listen to Jiayue. In fact, she was more worried than anyone else. And she even. But just as Miao Wushuang was about to elaborate, Zhou Jiayue quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. You must be starving after not having eaten anything for days inside the void treasure jewel. Here, let me serve you. Zhou Jiayue then brought forth a steaming bowl of noodles. Upon seeing the noodles, Liu Yi's face lit up with emotion and excitement, and he devoured them with great enthusiasm. Jiayue, how did you know I was hungry? I hadn't eaten anything these past few days in the void treasure jewel. Well, it's not hard to guess. What could possibly be inside the void treasure jewel? Plus, when you were in a state of amnesia, you didn't even know how to eat. Miao Wushuang quickly added, that's right, Brother Liu Yi. Ever since Ling'er brought you into the void treasure jewel, Jiayue has insisted that Ling'er report your condition to her daily, and Zhou Jiayue promptly covered her mouth again, lightly scolding her. Wushuang, haven't you been told not to speak of this anymore? Understood. Miao Wushuang stuck her tongue out playfully at Zhou Jiayue. In truth, although Liu Yi was within the void treasure jewel, he could see everything that Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang did outside. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Now, let us find the leader of the Miao clan and report our current situation, as I have some matters I wish to consult with him. With that, Liu Yi headed toward the door. Are you curious about that creature resembling you inside the void treasure jewel? Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's remark, Liu Yi suddenly halted, turning back to her with a question. How did you know? Didn't Miao Wushuang just mention it? She has been reporting your every action inside the void treasure jewel to me faithfully. Zhou Jiayue explained. When Ling'er informed us of this, she also shared her suspicions, prompting me to ask my father about it. What did the Miao clan leader say? Liu Yi inquired. Just then, Miao Qing entered and stated, if my guess is correct, that creature is likely the ancient beast known as the Thousand Transformations Sacred Beast, Shura, sealed within the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique. Thousand Transformations Shura? What is that? Liu Yi asked, perplexed. I am not entirely sure, but I know it is an ancient beast. Although it currently lacks consciousness, it will eventually seek to seize your body. Hearing this, Liu Yi broke into a cold sweat. Why do I always end up learning about such sinister techniques and those perverse artifacts? Is there not a single normal one among them? My life-bound treasure, the true soul of the monster, also known as the dragon pattern sword, harbors a dragon maiden within. My left arm is the Qilin arm gifted by her, and the dark spirit demon heart technique, while a formidable spell, has given rise to an ancient beast within me, not to mention the indulgence curse. Noticing Liu Yi's distress, Miao Qing said, in truth, as long as you maintain your path of cultivation and stabilize your celestial heart, growing stronger while keeping your cultivation steady, that beast will not be able to take possession of your body. Stabilizing the celestial heart? While this method is certainly beneficial, how many can genuinely achieve such stability in the realm of cultivation? If it were so easy, wouldn't breakthroughs to the realms of divine separation, void refinement, and great power be trivial? Liu Yi understood that although stabilizing the celestial heart was the most convenient and effective approach, achieving it was far from simple. Senior Miao, I understand your advice. However, if that is the case, I would have to forsake my partner, which I cannot accept. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue felt a wave of emotion. After all, perhaps Liu Yi was the only one in this world who still cared for her. Had she not encountered him, where would she be now, and how many would have cared about her? Liu Yi, you need not go to such lengths for me. But before Zhou Jiayue could finish, Liu Yi interjected, Jiayue, there is no need for you to persuade me. I have promised to be your partner, and I shall keep that promise, ensuring you are never alone in this realm of cultivation. His words deeply moved Miao Wushuang as well, for she envied Zhou Jiayue, envied Liu Yi's devotion to her, and envied how he would rush to help her in times of danger. Enough. Enough, there's no point in saying more. I have said all I can. The future path is yours to choose. I can only offer this convenient method, and the choice ultimately lies with you. Understood. In the following days, Liu Yi focused on self-cultivation, while Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang took turns caring for him. It has been several days. You both should rest well. You need not worry about me. Having two beautiful ladies attending to me feels rather uncomfortable. Others would be eager for our care. Yet you express discontent. How fortunate you are. Cough, cough. That is not what I meant. I just worry about tiring you both out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue feigned annoyance. Oh, so you are concerned about us getting tired now. From now on, Let us refrain from taking such great risks in battle, shall we? Otherwise, in the event of your injury, it would be us too who would be left to care for you. All right, I'll be more careful next time. What? You still wish for a next time? No, no, no. There will be no next time, and I assure you such incidents will not occur again. At that moment, Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang suddenly entered the room. Liu Yi, how is your recovery coming along? Are you feeling better? Yes, I am improving. Look, I can. Liu Yi demonstrated his spiritual power. I'm almost back to normal. In fact, Zhao Yinhang and I have come to bid you farewell. Master Miao, I apologize for the inconvenience over the past few days. It's no trouble at all. Since you are friends of Liu Yi, you are also my friends. This is how friends should treat each other. Thank you. Here are our spiritual infant cards. Should the need arise, we will surely meet again. Spiritual infant cards? What are those? Liu Yi asked, holding the 2 cards in his hands, perplexed. Oh, you really are quite dim. As the name suggests, a spiritual infant card is a combination of spiritual energy and the essence of life. With this card, one can locate its owner and ascertain their physical condition. Oh, so it's akin to the life card in One Piece. If you dare to mention another comic or animation, I will not hesitate to tear your mouth apart and gouge out your eyes. I won't. I promise I won't next time. Since he had to rest daily, Liu Yi reverted to his previous self, spending his days online, playing games, and watching anime, indulging until late into the night. Initially, Zhou Jiayue was unaware of this. However, one evening, while preparing to go out to find Miao Wushuang, she discovered Liu Yi still awake in the middle of the night. Although cultivators rarely required sleep or sustenance, Liu Yi's recent health condition necessitated that he indulge in rich foods daily, leading a carefree life. Remember, I permit you to browse the internet, play games, and watch anime or novels, but everything must be done in moderation. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Yes, I will heed your every command, Jiayue. That's more like it. Zhou Jiayue gently ruffled Liu Yi's hair. At that moment, everyone realized just how much Liu Yi feared Zhou Jiayue. It was then that Miao Wushuang stepped in to explain, you all have misunderstood. Jiayue and Liu Yi often interact this way. Whenever Liu Yi makes a mistake, Jiayue will make him kneel on the keyboard or on a washboard. I'm beginning to feel sympathy for Liu Yi now. He truly is under the thumb of a strict wife. Compared to you, I feel incredibly fortunate. Sun Jia expressed a profound sympathy for Liu Yi, who began to question, what do you mean? I mean the relationship between my partner and me is vastly different from yours and your partner. What? You also have a partner? Didn't I mention it before? Zhao Yinhang is my cultivation partner. What? You said she was your. Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang were utterly taken aback. Didn't I mention it before? We are not only siblings in cultivation, but also partners. Well, that is something I certainly hadn't heard before. All right. That is not important anymore. All right, here, I hope this helps you. Sun Jia then pulled a wood spirit sacred fruit from his storage bag. This is a complete wood spirit sacred fruit. Where did you obtain it? It wouldn't be. Liu Yi asked incredulously while cradling the fruit. Indeed. Due to your recent injuries, I sought permission from the master of the Miao sect to accompany his disciples alongside Zhao Yinhang to the Baichao Valley to find the wood spirit sacred fruit. Zhou Jiayue, seeing the fruit, interjected, but was the wood spirit sacred fruit already harvested by us? How could there still be one? Is it possible that such a large tree only bears a single fruit? This gift is truly too precious. It's nothing. This is merely our heartfelt gesture. Please accept it. At that moment, the usually quiet Zhao Yinhang spoke up. This is not just from us, but also from those disciples of the master of the Miao sect. Is that so? Then I sincerely thank all of you. It and Appos, nothing. We are brothers. And brothers do not speak of such matters. Well then, it's about time. We should take our leave. With that, Sun Jia and Zhao Yinhang departed from the Miao sect. A few days later, the Miao sect held a celebration banquet in honor of Liu Yi for resolving the recent crisis. Come. Let us raise our glasses in gratitude to Liu Yi. After the drinks were finished, Liu Yi inquired, Master of the Miao sect, why is the banquet only being held today, after Sun Jia and his companion have left? Young brother, it isn't that I did not wish to invite them. It was their request that we only hold the banquet after their departure. I see. After several days of recuperation, half a year had swiftly passed at the Miao sect. Master of the Miao sect, thank you for your care during this time. It is now time for Zhou Jiayue and me to depart. Are you truly leaving? What is wrong with the Miao sect? After all, it is one of the great sects in the cultivation world. And while you are here, you can directly utilize the resources available for your cultivation. Let us not dwell on it. Zhou Jiayue and I are both free-spirited cultivators, accustomed to independence. We have also offended the Su family, so to avoid causing you trouble, we must take our leave. Liu Yi explained the reasons for their departure, detailing how they had offended the members of the Su family. So the rumors were indeed true. I never imagined you had not even reached the core formation stage at that time. Yet, seeing Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue remain unfazed, he continued. What astonished me further was how you managed to evade Master Su's attack given your level at that time. Indeed, it was largely thanks to the life-saving treasure Zhou Jiayue possessed. Otherwise, I would have long since been done for. Liu Yi cast a grateful glance at Zhou Jiayue. Honestly, we could have managed to stand against the Su family if we had to. If you truly wish to stay, we would do our utmost to protect you. But since you insist on leaving, I will not press the matter. The master of the Miao sect made repeated attempts to persuade them. But upon seeing Liu Yi's firm decision, he ceased to insist. In that case, here, take this. This is a spiritual infant card. Indeed, regardless of how long it takes, should you wish to visit, I will make an exception and allow you to become an outer elder of the Miao sect. Upon hearing this, all the Miao sect members, including the elders present, were utterly astonished. Many of them had higher cultivation levels than Liu Yi, yet could only be inner disciples. Liu Yi had saved the Miao sect, but it was unthinkable that he would be made an elder directly. Thank you, master of the Miao sect. Until we meet again. With that, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. What is it? Is it merely a return to the Miao sect? Is it really necessary to impose such restrictions? Naturally, Miao Qing must have overheard these remarks, and she smiled. I believe everyone is curious about the reason behind this. You will soon understand. Like a prophet, Miao Qing watched as Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue departed towards the entrance. Please, wait a moment. A voice suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. Liu Yi, if you and Sister Jiayue are leaving, please take me with you. Upon hearing these words, both Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue halted in their tracks. Turning around, they were surprised to see Miao Wushuang rushing towards them, breathless as she spoke. Liu Yi, Sister Jiayue, after spending so much time together, I have realized I can no longer be apart from both of you, especially my feelings for Liu Yi. The entire assembly was taken aback by Miao Wushuang and Apos' declaration. The esteemed leader of the Miao sect, uttering such sentiments for a man, was indeed astonishing. Many future leaders from prominent families had previously sought her hand, yet she had turned them all down. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Good heavens! Miao sect leader has actually said such a thing. After Zhou Jiayue spoke, Liu Yi approached her. Jiayue, the threat posed by Miao Yin has been eliminated, and the misunderstandings between you and the Miao sect have been resolved. There is no need for you to follow us. However, upon hearing that Miao Wushuang was about to speak again, Zhou Jiayue interjected. We are well aware of that. After all, we have spent a considerable amount of time together. Naturally, there would be some reluctance to part. We shall miss you dearly. But as a member of the Miao sect, and as its esteemed leader, you must bear the responsibilities of your position. At that moment, Miao Qing joined them. Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, you should take her with you. Having never experienced the vast world outside, it would be beneficial for her to venture out and gain some experience. This left Liu Yi feeling somewhat perplexed. Thank you, father. Sigh. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You have already fallen for him, yet according to our sect's rules, one cannot marry outside our clan. Thus, Miao sect leader, are you implying? Indeed. If Miao Wushuang wishes to be with you, she must become a member of our Miao sect, allowing her to be with you. But what if I choose not to join? Liu Yi asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhou Jiayue, who had been silent, began to show interest. If you do not join our sect, and Wushuang still wishes to be with you, she would have to face the consequences according to sect rules, exile from the Miao sect. Upon hearing this, Miao Wushuang immediately lowered her head, though her eyes remained fixed on Liu Yi, eager to discern his response. Wushuang, I know you have feelings for me, and I feel the same way. But I cannot hold you back or allow you to face expulsion from your sect because of me. Initially, she had harbored no hopes, but upon hearing Liu Yi reciprocate her feelings, a wave of excitement surged within her. She glanced back at her father, who smiled and nodded in encouragement. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, Father, thank you. Liu Yi, Sister Jiayue, I can accompany you without violating sect rules. With that, she embraced both of them. Wait, what is happening here? Miao Wushuang and Apos' sudden embrace left Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue momentarily stunned. What do you mean, Wushuang? Just as I said earlier, I will join you without breaching sect rules. After explaining her reasoning and bidding farewell to everyone, Miao Wushuang set off with Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Wushuang, are you truly not having any regrets? We are embarking on a life of escape and must grow stronger to seek vengeance. On the journey, Zhou Jiayue inquired of Miao Wushuang to ascertain her genuine willingness to accompany them. Sister Jiayue, I anticipated you would ask this. Thus, I shall tell you, as good sisters. We should share both joy and adversity. I have long been aware of your past. Hearing this, Zhou Jiayue turned to Liu Yi. Did you confide in Wushuang? And why did you share this with her? I thought I expressed my desire to keep others out of this. Indeed, it was I who shared this with her. It was merely a casual conversation, and to my surprise, she remembered. Liu Yi shrugged, feeling helpless. Jiayue, this is the final opportunity, if you still wish to accompany us. I will not force you. There is no need for such discussion. No matter what, I will stand by you. Not only do I wish for you not to leave me, but I have also come to realize that only by following you will I grow stronger. Very well. Your desire to grow stronger aligns perfectly with what I seek. Thus, Miao Wushuang joined Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue on their journey of cultivation. Days later, the trio arrived in a bustling metropolis where the streets were clean and wide, adorned with vibrant flowers. Towering buildings and parks were scattered throughout, with various sports cars speeding along the expansive roads, embodying unparalleled prosperity. Is this Kyoto? It is truly beautiful. Indeed. Let us first find a shop to exchange some currency. Meanwhile, in a hall in Kyoto, plans for their assassination mission were being discussed. This time, we must succeed. Failure is not an option, or all will be lost. Yes, however, it seems we have a new arrival of a man and two women who are cultivators. Oh, what level of cultivation do they possess? One person suddenly became intrigued and inquired. Based on their sudden appearance and their performance this morning, they are all at the core formation stage, with the highest being a late-stage female cultivator, who appears to be a companion of the male cultivator, while the other is likely their ally. Is that so? Then you should keep a close watch on them. After all, cultivators at the core formation stage possess their own unique attributes. Understood. Little did they realize that this seemingly inconsequential conversation would lead to a significant upheaval in the Kyoto cultivation region, nearly resulting in the downfall of Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Enchanted by Kyoto's allure, the trio planned to delight in the city for 10 days to half a month. This Kyoto is truly remarkable. Everything within it is so entertaining. Liu Yi and his companions spent an entire day at an amusement park, where the joyful laughter of Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang echoed as they enjoyed various attractions. Sitting on a bench, Liu Yi found himself lost in thought, reflecting on how long it had been since he felt such happiness. He couldn't even recall the last time he had a break to enjoy life. Just then, a man wearing a baseball cap sat beside Liu Yi. Excuse me, is this seat taken? As Liu Yi looked up at him, the man began to exude his spiritual pressure. Indeed, as we first entered the commercial district, I sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. My companion Ling'er and I were not merely there to shop for clothes. We also conducted a spiritual energy test. A test? Indeed. Upon releasing a bit of my own spiritual energy, I noticed it was gradually absorbed by that towering structure. Thus, I concluded that something was amiss in this place. This is precisely why I gifted your parents an extravagant travel card, urging them to escape from here. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi was astounded that, amidst our leisurely stroll, Zhou Jiayue remained ever vigilant of her surroundings. Liu Yi felt a profound admiration for her. Jiayue, thank you, he exclaimed. What are you saying? Let us hasten towards the focal point of the formation, she replied. Thus, the two cautiously made their way to the focal point. However, as they approached, they discovered a grim scene. A dozen corpses sprawled across the ground, each adorned with a variety of colorful liquids. At the center of these bodies stood a man clad in a white suit. Humph, a pitiful sight indeed. A group of mere chi practitioners dares to act grandly, believing they can overpower me through sheer numbers. What a farce, he scoffed. The pair concealed themselves in the nearby foliage, observing the unfolding situation. Judging by the scene and the man's actions, he appeared to be a practitioner of the golden core stage or lower. How did you discern that? Liu Yi inquired. Zhou Jiayue cast him a sidelong glance and replied, in the hierarchy of cultivators, once one transcends to the golden core stage, each subsequent realm is vastly different from the last. What are your thoughts? Liu Yi inquired as he approached Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. After a period of training and Zhou Jiayue's guidance, Miao Wushuang had begun to acclimate to the outside world. She elaborated. Based on the descriptions and analyses provided by a person named Dongfang Ji regarding the aristocratic families, to my knowledge, everything seems accurate. Information about these families is not permitted to circulate in the common cultivation world. Only those from the respective sects and noble families have access to such knowledge. Therefore, I am quite well informed about these matters. Is that so? So, by your reasoning, everything he said is indeed true? Zhou Jiayue responded. Absolutely. Having once held the position of palace master in the Miao clan, I possess a considerable understanding of these families. Furthermore, there is indeed an Oriental family in the capital, which holds a significant position in the realm of cultivation. Miao Wushuang then retrieved a book detailing the distribution and strength of various families and sects from her storage pouch, explaining it to the two. It seems that this Oriental family is embroiled in a serious predicament. Moreover, the individual we encountered mentioned that many prominent families are withdrawing. There must be some underlying issues. If one wishes to survive in the capital, it is nearly impossible without joining a family. What does this have to do with us? Liu Yi interjected. I sense that an organization is lurking within this city. If they are capable of commandeering even the direct disciples of these families, then we three are undoubtedly in greater peril. We might even fall prey to their control and have our abilities usurped. You worry too much, Zhou Jiayue dismissed, her tone nonchalant. Upon hearing her peculiar tone, Miao Wushuang asked in confusion, Huh? Jiayue, why are you speaking like that about Liu Yi? Mind your own business, you cheeky girl. Speak carelessly again, and I might just give you a good thrashing. What is happening here? Just as Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang found themselves at a loss, Zhou Jiayue suddenly drew her silver sword from her storage space and swung it towards them, causing both Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang to hastily evade to the sides. A massive crack appeared on the ground where Zhou Jiayue had struck, accompanied by a sharp blade aura. Are you out of your mind, Zhou Jiayue? Liu Yi exclaimed in shock, realizing that she had unleashed an attack using 70% of her spiritual power. It seemed Zhou Jiayue was oblivious. Her eyes reddened as she infused her lightning attribute into her sword and directed it at the two. Hey, Zhou Jiayue, calm down. Such an attack could result in fatalities. Wushuang, come help. As Liu Yi dodged Zhou Jiayue's strikes, he rushed behind her, swiftly restraining her arms and urging Miao Wushuang to seal her powers. Hurry, Wushuang. Thus, Zhou Jiayue was confined within Miao Wushuang's sealing technique, her hands bound by spiritual locks. At that moment, Dongfang Ji hurriedly approached, witnessing the room in disarray and spotting Zhou Jiayue in the corner. Assessing the situation and Zhou Jiayue's furious expression, he pondered for a moment before stating, I believe I understand the situation. It appears that Miss Zhou has been possessed. We can only wait for her rage to subside. Possessed? What does that mean? Dongfang family head, do you know something? Liu Yi surmised that Dongfang Ji was privy to some truths. To be frank, while I was out just now, I happened to encounter the heads of other families. We pieced together recent events and deduced that there is a cultivation gang operating within the capital. A cultivation gang? Indeed. In layman's terms, they resemble a kidnapping syndicate, recruiting individuals to their ranks, who then promote their cause to encourage more people to join. Dongfang Ji proceeded to recount the current state of various families in the capital, detailing the signs exhibited by those who had been possessed and the preventive measures. This recruitment and promotion sounds eerily reminiscent of some cults, Liu Yi remarked, utterly speechless, only to turn to Miao Wushuang and find her asleep. Goodness, this girl has fallen asleep while listening. At this juncture, Zhou Jiayue began to regain her senses, muttering, What is happening? Why do I feel so fatigued? And why can I not sense my own spiritual energy? It appeared she was recovering, so Liu Yi felt it was time to address their own matters. However, you must remain vigilant. The fact that Miss Zhou experienced such a state indicates that you too have drawn the attention of those individuals. After Dongfang Ji departed, Liu Yi and the others were compelled to tidy up the remnants of their room and relocate. Once back in their new quarters, Miao Wushuang inquired, Liu Yi, what did the Dongfang family head say? I feel utterly in the dark. How can you say that? He came to warn us of important matters. While you simply dozed off, Liu Yi chastised, playfully flicking her forehead. Afterward, Liu Yi summoned Zhou Jiayue and recounted Dongfang Ji's warnings and the events regarding Zhou Jiayue's earlier outburst. What? I threatened you and swung my sword at you? Zhou Jiayue and Apos' incredulous expression mirrored her disbelief. How could that be? Indeed, Jiayue, you terrified us. You called Liu Yi and Apos, smelly brat and Apos, and me and Apos, ugly girl, and Apos, and your words were quite harsh. If you doubt it, just look at the wreckage of our room, your handiwork. Miao Wuxuang pointed towards the still smoldering remnants. Liu Yi nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of her words. The three continued their conversation for a while, but feeling bored, Liu Yi excused himself to return to his room and play video games with his former comrades. Hey, Ego. We thought you had vanished after not logging in for so long. Have you been enjoying a honeymoon with your two lovely sisters? His friends began to tease him. Get lost. Who's vanished? I've been busy these past few days and finally found time to connect with you, Liu Yi replied, dismissing their banter. Oh, the busy man is back. You've got two lovely sisters to attend to, but remember, Ego, moderation is key. Otherwise, your health might suffer. They continued to jest as Liu Yi engaged in the game, momentarily forgetting everything around him. Unbeknownst to him, next door, Miao Wuxuang and Zhou Jiayue were experiencing their own turmoil. It's so hot. I can't stand it any longer. Jiayue, how about you? Miao Wuxuang exclaimed, her face flushed. Zhou Jiayue mirrored her response. I feel the same. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was blissfully engrossed in his game, exclaiming, Quick, I'm at Water City. Just hand me the Mini 14. Suddenly, as he was immersed in the action, a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind. What the? Who is it? Stop fooling around. I'm having a good time. Wake up. Come on. Guess who I am? As the game progressed, Liu Yi, feeling somewhat exasperated, casually brushed aside the distraction. However, as he observed, he had already met his demise. It was precisely at the moment when victory seemed imminent that this unexpected interruption led to his abrupt downfall, inciting Liu Yi's ire. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, he noticed that Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wuxuang were blushing profusely, occasionally exhibiting a teasing demeanor. Liu Yi, tell us. Who do you find more beautiful? If you say the right name, there might be a delightful reward for you tonight. Liu Yi, whom do you truly prefer among us? If you answer correctly, a grand prize awaits you. Observing the playful antics of Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wuxuang, Liu Yi quickly deduced that they must have inhaled some intoxicating powder, akin to a beguiling substance. Come on, just say it. In the silence that enveloped them, a sense of impending consequence loomed over Liu Yi. Observing his continued reticence, Zhou Jiayue boldly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. She then leaned in close, gently exhaling a breath against his ear. Hey, Liu Yi, do you have feelings for me? This sudden action caused Liu Yi to blush deeply, prompting him to evade. Jiayue, please do not act this way, or I may not be able to endure it. Suddenly, Zhou Jiayue pushed Liu Yi down and positioned herself atop him, while Miao Wuxuang beside them was also in the process of loosening her attire. You two should refrain from behaving this way, truly. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Not holding back, what precisely do you intend to do? As she spoke, Zhou Jiayue began to tease Liu Yi's chin with her index finger. At that moment, Miao Wuxuang suddenly leaped forward. If one were to describe the scene of the three individuals, Liu Yi appeared to be enveloped in the embrace of both women, as if he were indulging in their affections without restraint. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my rather impolite manner. With that, Liu Yi deftly pushed the two individuals back. Liu Yi, do be gentle, one of them teased, or else I might not be able to bear it. Zhou Jiayue, pinned to the ground, cast a flirtatious glance at him, her enchanting demeanor nearly causing Liu Yi to lose control. Similarly, Miao Wuxuang was not to be outdone. She delicately caressed Liu Yi's face with her hands. Initially, Liu Yi managed to maintain a semblance of composure, but the provocations from these two captivating women ignited a fervor within him. Just as he was about to proceed further, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. Undoubtedly amiss. He had intended to confine the two of them within an impenetrable barrier. Why do I find myself harboring such unseemly thoughts towards those two individuals now? Sensing something amiss, Liu Yi promptly loosened his grip. At that moment, the void pearl upon him emitted a resonance, and Ling'er emerged from within the pearl. Master, you must be cautious. Miss Zhou and Miss Miao have deviated from their usual state of mind. Upon hearing Ling'er's words, Liu Yi immediately cast a sealing spell on the two. What is happening? Do you not desire the two of us any longer? Yet Liu Yi appeared to be oblivious to his surroundings. After releasing the confinement, he turned his back and walked towards the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The enchantment had ensnared both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wuxuang, leaving them only able to watch Liu Yi while occasionally teasing him with provocative remarks. I was utterly exasperated. For someone like me, their flirtations were nothing short of torment. At that moment, Liu Yi was on the verge of tears, yearning for something that was tantalizingly close yet entirely out of reach. He understood that if Zhou Jiayue or Miao Wushuang were to awaken and discover his actions towards them, his fate would be sealed. As time passed, the two women eventually tired themselves out and succumbed to a deep slumber that lasted 5 hours. Upon awakening, they found their memories fleeting and elusive. However, the disarray of their clothing scattered across the floor was a stark reminder of the night's events, leaving them clad only in their undergarments. Upon hearing their cries, Liu Yi realized that Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were now awake. With a snap of his fingers, he lifted the enchantment that held them captive. Yet, as he turned, a pillow was hurled at his head. "You scoundrel! Rogue! Perverse wretch! Turn your head away from me! Do not dare to look! You vile Liu Yi, what have you just done to us?" Liu Yi. "I never anticipated that you could be such a person, to take advantage of others' misfortunes and to act in such a manner towards both of us. Oh, how my innocence has been tarnished." Observing Zhou Jiayue's furious expression, one could surmise that if eyes possessed the power to kill, Liu Yi would have perished countless times by now. No, please allow me to clarify. It is not as you envision. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. You are nothing but a vile scoundrel, a perverse degenerate, and indeed a despicable lecher. Miao Wushuang covered her ears, unwilling to hear another word from Liu Yi, while Zhou Jiayue brandished her silver blade. At this moment, Ling'er emerged to elucidate the situation to the two ladies. "Miss Zhou, Miss Miao, let me explain how things transpired. Is that so? Have you truly not committed any shameless acts against the two of us?" After listening, Zhou Jiayue gazed at Liu Yi with lingering confusion. It was undeniably true that Ling'er spoke the truth. If I had truly committed such an act against both of you, there surely would have been a pool of blood on the ground. Unless, of course, the two of you are not. However, it was better left unsaid. For as soon as the words escaped her lips, Miao Wushuang's face flushed crimson, akin to a freshly boiled shrimp, nearly steaming from embarrassment. Zhou Jiayue, in turn, brandished her silver fan and aimed it at Liu Yi. Similarly, Liu Yi, upon realizing his verbal blunder, comprehended from the expressions of the two that he had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament. "I could kill you. How could you say such things about us?" Thus, as Miao Wushuang wept on the side, Zhou Jiayue pursued Liu Yi with reprimands and blows. After Miao Wushuang's tears had subsided, and Zhou Jiayue along with Liu Yi had sufficiently vented their frustrations, the trio finally regained their composure. During this period of calm, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were preoccupied with a singular thought. If what Ling'er had said was true, how had they acted towards Liu Yi at that moment? Yet, it was indeed remarkable that Liu Yi could withstand the temptations posed by both, exercising restraint. However, they could not quell their own feelings of discontent, longing for Liu Yi to treat them in a similar manner. "I am sorry." At that moment, Liu Yi suddenly spoke. "I am sorry. When I signed, I realized your condition, yet, could I not restrain myself? Had I resisted your temptations at that time, perhaps you would have awakened sooner." "Humph. What is there to apologize for? Nothing has transpired, so why offer an apology?" Zhou Jiayue did not glance at Liu Yi. Instead, she turned her gaze aside and murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "It seems, could it be that you were yearning for something to actually occur?" Of course, even Liu Yi, despite his foolishness and clumsiness, could discern the underlying meaning in Zhou Jiayue's words. "You dare. If you truly dare to act in such a manner, I shall sever your third limb." Beside her, Miao Wushuang let out a soft chuckle, realizing how truly proud and aloof Zhou Jiayue was. "You all always keep me in a state of alertness. Look at you all, especially Jiayue. How could you let others take advantage of you twice in a row? There is still you. If we truly encounter any issues, wouldn't you be able to prevent it? But what if I am not around? How daring of you." Yet, scarcely had the words left my lips when an odd occurrence transpired. At that very moment, Dong Fangji entered, casting a glance at Liu Yi and the others. "That is splendid news, indeed. I am relieved to see you all unharmed. Otherwise, my recently invited esteemed guest would have been entirely subdued. Our family would surely have faced dire misfortune." "Oh, Master of the East, how did you come to know that we were in trouble?" This. Liu Yi's inquiry caused Dong Fangji to break into a cold sweat. "Was it not the peculiar sounds emanating from your room that prompted my hasty arrival?" "Oh, indeed. That is the case. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Eastern Patriarch for your concern." "Ah, it is only natural, indeed, seeing that you are all well. I can finally rest easy. Please take some time to relax. I shall not disturb the three of you any longer." With that, Dong Fangji hastily exited the room. As he made his way back to the hall, his mind was consumed with thoughts. Damn, I was utterly terrified, nearly revealing everything. It seems they are indeed formidable. Otherwise, why not utilize them for our own purposes? After Dongfang had walked for a while, Liu Yi lowered his head and discreetly began to converse with the two individuals. Inquiring, "Speak up. What are your thoughts on this matter? I have discerned that this Eastern family is undoubtedly enigmatic. Otherwise, why is it that every time we find ourselves in a frenzy, they arrive precisely at that moment and with such impeccable timing? Indeed, I concur with Sister Jiayue's perspective." Liu Yi also aligns with Zhou Jiayue and Appo's viewpoint, continuing, "Indeed, I concur with your perspective. Thus I propose that we stage a play for him and observe his reaction. Based on his response, we shall make our decision. This approach is commendable, and I am in agreement." I too. Upon seeing that both parties agreed, Liu Yi responded, "Very well." As night fell, we began our preparations. The narrative unfolds as follows. Once evening arrived, sounds began emanating from Liu Yi and his companion's dwelling. "Liu Yi, how dare you treat me this way? If not, shall we commence our dual cultivation at this very moment? Let us not dwell on grievances any longer. Instead, let us peacefully spend the remainder of our lives in a tranquil place. Liu Yi, between the two of us, do you hold any affection for me?" "I still prefer Sister Jiayue. In this performance, it is indeed Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, just as before, reclining upon Liu Yi. Remember that. Should you dare to exhibit even the slightest deviance, beware of your third leg." Indeed, in my youth, I vividly recalled. Although Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were enticing Liu Yi as they leaned upon him, he discerned from the gaze of Zhou Jiayue that he must protect his third appendage. "Jiayue, Wushuang, please refrain from such behavior. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." "Not holding back? What manner of rudeness is this?" A surge of ethereal energy begins to sweep over. "No, that cannot be right. I have not released that thing. Why then do those peculiar occurrences continue to transpire?" Upon arriving at the entrance, Dongfang meticulously surveyed the situation before formulating his plans. Indeed, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were remarkable. "Now, I will confine you within this enclosure. Please ensure your safety, and once you receive confirmation, promptly release us from this confinement." Why does my head feel so dizzy? What has happened to me now? At this moment, Dongfang pushed open the door. "How are you three faring?" "Upon hearing the peculiar sounds emanating from your abode, I hastened to your side without delay." At this moment, Dongfang was drenched in sweat, striving to convey his profound concern for Liu Yi and his companions. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi snapped his fingers, and Fengju was immediately released. At that juncture, Zhou Jiayue emerged from the confines of Fengju, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "We are truly astonished by the esteemed care of the Dongfang family head." "It is but a matter of course," Dongfang replied, but he swiftly realized that, by conventional reasoning, after executing a technique, one ought to be afforded a substantial period for recuperation and relaxation. Why do these two individuals appear utterly unfazed? Shortly thereafter, Dongfang began to gradually step back a few paces. Could it be that you? Ha. It seems that the head of the Eastern family is not as foolish as one might think. Tell me, why do you treat us this way?" Liu Yi approached slowly, wielding his true soul of the demon beast, while Zhou Jiayue held the silver sky, and Miao Wushuang brandished her sunlit halberd. Similarly, under the oppressive presence of the three, Dongfang was gradually forced into a corner. What if we talk this over calmly? Why resort to violence and weaponry? I can provide a clear explanation. Well, I am quite curious to see how you intend to elucidate." With that, Zhou Jiayue positioned the silver sky weapon against Dongfang neck. "If your explanation fails to satisfy me, then you shall have to convey your clarity in another realm." The moment Zhou Jiayue placed the silver sky against Dongfang's neck, he instantly realized that among the three of them, Zhou Jiayue was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. After all, merely the pressure emanating from this artifact indicated that it was several hundred times superior to even the finest heavenly-grade treasures. "Hey, what are you staring at? I didn't ask you to explain anything. Why are you in a daze?" Seeing Dongfang motionless, fixated on Yin Tian, Zhou Jiayue directly nudged him. "Oh, the matter is as follows." After facing a life-threatening situation, Dongfang revealed the entire truth. "Is everything you said indeed true? Is there a single untruth in that statement?" "I assure you, I swear, if there is a single falsehood within, then I shall immediately lose all my cultivation, never to attain immortality again." "Very well, let us confer before making a decision." With that, Zhou Jiayue directly cast a lightning attribute seal upon Dongfang Ji. What do you think? Do you believe that the Eastern Ji coup contained any semblance of falsehood? Liu Yi lowered his head and spoke softly to the two individuals. I observed that he did not appear to be lying. The formidable power of Yintian is well known, even in the absence of sufficient cultivation leading to inadequate offensive strength. The mere aura exuded is enough to instill a sense of oppression. Moreover, when it is poised at one's throat. Indeed, I share your sentiments. And when we exerted pressure upon him, it became evident that he was indeed unable to withstand it. After Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had finished speaking, Liu Yi remarked, "This, I believe, is my perspective. This Dongfang Ji truly seems to harbor a certain apprehension towards us, as you have described." Liu Yi continued, "If the words he just spoke are indeed truthful, then why would he be so concerned about our resistance to that particular move? What is his true intention? Have you ever pondered this?" At this moment, Dongfang Ji resumed the conversation. "Do you have something to express?" Liu Yi turned to glance at Dongfang Ji, who was trapped within the confines of the seal, and continued, "We have yet to conclude our discussion, so I kindly ask you to remain silent." "Oh, very well." He then resumed his conversation with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. "Based on his expression just now, do you still harbor any doubts?" "None. Let us trust him this once." After the seal on Dongfang Ji was lifted, Liu Yi offered a brief apology before adding, "In light of recent events, we have grown somewhat wary of you. So I beg your pardon." "No worries, no worries. I too have offended you in the past, and I hope you can forgive me." However, as soon as Dongfang Ji finished speaking, Liu Yi swiftly retrieved a talisman from his storage bag and pressed it against Dongfang Ji's face, whereupon the talisman vanished. "May I inquire what that was?" Dongfang Ji pointed at the spot where the talisman had disappeared. "Ah, that was a heart-locking talisman, designed to prevent you from lying to us. Should you dare betray us, the talisman will inflict unbearable pain upon you." "What? How can you treat me this way? Do you contest this? Why did you act as you did towards us? If you sought our assistance, why subject us to such treatment?" Zhou Jiayue scoffed and chose to ignore him afterward. "Is it not due to your lack of capability? You look down upon us." "Umph. Are you unaware of the two major factions in Jinghai City, the Night Eagle sect and the Sun Organization? We were unafraid to confront cultivators at the nascent soul stage." Noticing Dongfang Ji's lingering skepticism regarding their strength, Liu Yi continued, "It was I who dispatched Elder Miao Yin during that crisis with the Miao faction." Yet, the following remark from Dongfang Ji left Liu Yi and his companions in stunned silence. "What? You were responsible for the downfall of the Night Eagle sect and the Sun Organization?" After hearing Dongfang Ji's words, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue exchanged glances. "Hey, when we left, weren't the main leaders of both the Sun Organization and the Night Eagle sect still alive?" "Indeed, they reconciled and even merged in the end." At this, Dongfang Ji exclaimed, "Did you not know? This was a major headline in the cultivation world." "Pray tell, what do you mean?" "On the very day the Night Eagle sect and the Sun Organization held their meeting, two masked individuals arrived in the city, seemingly in search of someone." "Masked individuals? Who were they?" Liu Yi asked, perplexed, but Dongfang Ji's subsequent words left everyone in shock. "I do not know their identities, but it seemed they were looking for someone named Huolin and another named Xia Wubing. When the two claimed not to know them, the masked individuals killed them with a single strike." "Just one strike?" "Indeed, it appeared that two others, named Jiao and Du Hong, arrived shortly thereafter. But they too could not withstand the masked individuals' assault." "So formidable?" Liu Yi gasped in astonishment. And that was not all. That very night, Jinghai City was akin to a slaughterhouse. Every cultivator within its borders was mercilessly slain. Every cultivator in Jinghai City was killed. Indeed, even many innocent civilians were affected. Thus, Jinghai City has now become a city of ruins. It transformed into a city of ruins overnight? Indeed. That is why I wish to test whether you could protect us. At that moment, the door to Liu Yi's residence swung open, revealing a throng of kneeling individuals outside. "We beseech you, may you three become the saviors of our capital city." The spectacle, along with the desperate plea, could rival that of a national military exercise. "This is too much of an overestimation of us," Dongfang Ji then remarked. "If the destruction of the Night Eagle sect and the Sun Organization, along with the transformation of Jinghai City into ruins, was not your doing, then you must have had a hand in the coup within the Miao faction." Dongfang Ji cast a glance at Miao Wushuang. "Yes, indeed. At that time, as the leader of the Miao faction, both my father and I were captured. It was only thanks to the help of Liu Yi and Jiayue that we managed to escape with our lives." Miao Wuxuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude toward Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Moreover, at that time, Miao Yin had already achieved the out-of-body stage, and his top disciple had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, leaving us with very slim chances of success. It was merely luck, sheer luck. Liu Yi noticed Miao Wuxuang gazing at him with fascination, prompting Zhou Jiayue to kick him. Is it so captivating? What are you trying to do? While I may have consented to you two being together, I did not agree to you gazing at each other like love-struck fools. It makes me uncomfortable. This jolt brought Liu Yi back to reality, only to hear an even more astonishing remark. Until I give my approval, your harem and any displays of affection with your second wife are strictly forbidden. Remember, I am the supreme ruler of your harem, and all members must gain my permission to join. What? Second wife? When did I acquire a second wife? And you claim to be the ruler of my harem? Indeed. The second wife you just inquired about is none other than Miao Wuxuang. Have you forgotten? Zhou Jiayue displayed her irritation, while Miao Wuxuang, upon realizing her status as Liu Yi's second wife, flushed crimson. As second wife? With the banter drawing to a close, Dongfangji interjected. Mr. Liu, could you perhaps save the displays of affection until after we depart? We are all quite single here. Oh, right. We genuinely require your assistance. Our family strength has diminished by nearly half, and if this continues, the noble families residing in the capital will vanish entirely. Dongfangji, along with several other family heads, conveyed an air of desperation. The spectacle before them utterly startled Liu Yi and his companions. The notable figures and heads of the aristocratic families from the capital all donned expressions of entreaty. My goodness, if you proceed in this manner, what shall we do if we continue to refuse? I truly feel a sense of indebtedness. I am immensely grateful to you all. We shall refrain from imposing further upon you. Once it was confirmed that everyone had departed, Zhou Jiayue discreetly pinched Liu Yi. Why did you acquiesce to their request? Although Dongfangji allows our prolonged stay, is not the underlying condition to assist the cultivation community in Kyoto? Are we to continue residing here without acquiescing to their requests? But let us not forget the purpose of our visit to Kyoto. Rest assured, that will not happen. This night is devoid of the moon, and the stars are extraordinarily dense. Particularly after 11 o'clock, when all have succumbed to slumber, the surroundings are enveloped in profound silence. One might even hear the faintest sound of a needle dropping to the ground. The dark sky is adorned with countless twinkling stars, among which there exists a cluster whose name is unknown, forming a grand circle as if hand in hand, resembling a necklace embellished with exquisite pearls. At this moment, Liu Yi finds himself unable to sleep. He drapes a garment over himself and descends to the door, taking a seat on the stone bench, gazing vacantly at the heavens. The chaotic starlight, the tranquil night scene. Could it not evoke memories of nights spent with Zhou Jiayue during our university days? If only a crescent moon graced the sky. What kind of strength does our opponent possess? Just as Liu Yi was lost in thought, a coat was unexpectedly draped over his shoulders. What are you pondering? This individual is none other than Zhou Jiayue, with Miao Wuxuang also standing beside her. I find myself pondering the true nature of the opponent I have encountered on several occasions. What is the true height of such a realm? After all, this opponent has caused a tremendous upheaval in the entire realm of cultivation in Kyoto. What if we, at that moment, Zhou Jiayue placed her index finger against Liu Yi's lips and, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispered, "So I do not wish to hear the rest. Nor do I want to contemplate it. Just remember, regardless of the circumstances, we are together indeed. Liu Yi, do you still remember why I chose to leave the Miao faction and willingly accompany you all? Is it not my reluctance to part with you that binds us together? Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I shall forever remain by your side." At this moment, Miao Wuxuang also spoke up, expressing that her determination to be with you was evident at that time, was it not? Upon hearing the responses of the two women, Liu Yi consoled himself, saying, "Well, thank you both." However, he pondered, what is there to thank? It is entirely my doing that has ensnared you in this vortex of the cultivation realm, dragging Miao Wuxuang into the fray for the sake of vengeance. Thus, I am the one who ought to be sincerely appreciated. Zhou Jiayue promptly interjected, "Well, since you have expressed your heartfelt gratitude, I shall graciously accept it." Liu Yi's playful retort elicited a frustrated response from Zhou Jiayue, who pointed at him, exuding an expression of exasperation. Just as they were about to enter a poignant phase, Liu Yi's antics shattered the emotional atmosphere, dissipating the sentiment that had begun to blossom. Consequently, his disruption transformed the mood, invigorating the trio. As they frolicked and played, Liu Yi mused. If only every night could be filled with such delightful banter. How splendid that would be. Though moments of joy do occur, they are all too rare. Likewise, Zhou Jiayue's thoughts aligned with Liu Yi's as she yearned for a period of happiness, contemplating, if I were to abandon my quest for revenge, or if I had already fulfilled it, would I then be able to experience joy akin to this? Certainly. Although it can be said that Miao Wushuang is a newcomer among the interlopers, recent observations reveal that she harbors a profound desire to spend each day and night in the company of the one she cherishes. To put it plainly, her wish is for Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue to swiftly fulfill their quest for vengeance. Have we confirmed that those old codgers have commenced their actions? If it has indeed been confirmed, then we shall commence our actions tonight. On the rooftop of a building, a subordinate is reporting the situation to his superior. It is unequivocally certain. The three allies they seek are none other than the recently renowned pair of nascent cultivators, and unexpectedly, one of the women is the beloved daughter of the esteemed Miaojia sect leader, Miao Chong, Miao Wushuang. Very well, understood. You may leave now. Yes. There have been whispers circulating for some time, and the content of the rumors is that Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue will inevitably come to Kyoto, for it holds the treasures they seek. Ha ha ha. Indeed, has it arrived? If they manage to capture the three individuals, I shall undoubtedly be richly rewarded by those above. While the night at Liu Yi and Appo's locale is filled with joy, the darkness surrounding the enigmatic figure is shrouded in foreboding. After all, this mysterious individual is the very architect of chaos poised to upheave the entire realm of cultivation in Kyoto. Returning to Liu Yi's side, once their playful antics had exhausted them, they found themselves unwittingly ascending a small hill adjacent to Kyoto. It was there that they inadvertently noticed the horizon to the east beginning to blush with streaks of crimson, a hint of purplish-red gradually rising, transitioning from darkness to light. With a gentle leap, the sun burst forth, illuminating the sky with a breathtaking dawn, transforming Kyoto into a realm of gold. In the deep blue expanse of the western sky, two rainbows arched gracefully from the southern edge of the city to the north, rendering the scene utterly astonishing. The trio, captivated by the beauty before them, found themselves torn between gazing eastward and westward, unsure of where to direct their admiration. Observing this magnificent spectacle, Zhou Jiayue exclaimed, "Look, how beautiful it is. Indeed, it is truly beautiful. How splendid it would be if we could frequently witness the sunrise together in the future." At that moment, Liu Yi took hold of Zhou Jiayue and Appo's hand. Ahem. Similarly, Liu Yi noticed that Zhou Jiayue was signaling to him, suggesting that she too wished to grasp Miao Wushuang and Appo's hand. Thus, the three began to admire the beauty of the sunrise in Kyoto. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted in Kyoto, and this deafening sound emanated from none other than the Dongfang family, where Liu Yi and his companions resided. What could have transpired? Immediately, a tremendous explosion reverberated, followed by the sight of thick, billowing smoke rising from the Dongfang family. Quickly, we must return and investigate. With that, Liu Yi and his companions surged into the city using their wind control technique. However, as they entered, an overwhelming barrier sealed off the entirety of Kyoto. What is happening here? Liu Yi and his companions suddenly halted midair, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the sky transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Have you noticed? One of them remarked. This is neither a seal nor a restriction, nor is it a barrier. Indeed, it was the first time I had encountered such a formation. Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, signaling a catastrophic event within the Shimin clan. Soon after, we heard of explosions erupting from the Xianyuan clan and the Qinxin clan. Regardless of this formation, we should first make our way to the Dongfang clan to seek out Dongfang Ji and inquire if they possess any knowledge of these occurrences. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Dongfang clan, we were met with the grim sight of numerous cultivators, some lifeless and others gravely injured. What on earth has transpired here? What transpired, exactly? Upon discovering another survivor, Liu Yi promptly administered first aid and anxiously inquired, "Is it true that the cultivators who once departed from their clans have collectively initiated a large-scale conflict? Thus, it can be said that all noble families are inevitably destined to survive." Yet before he could finish his words, a sharp arrow pierced through his chest. Who could it be? The three individuals swiftly gathered together, their backs pressed against one another, each drawing forth their cherished magical artifacts, apprehensive of an impending assault from any direction. However, to their astonishment, The onslaught that approached was comprised of 5 distinct elemental attacks. Even more surprising was the sudden eruption of thunderous fireballs raining down from directly above them. Could it be? Was this not Miao Yan's signature move? After the 3 individuals intercepted the assault, they turned to observe the direction from which the thunderfire bomb had been launched. To their astonishment, they beheld an unexpected figure standing before them. Miao Yan, how could this be possible? Beside Miao Yan, they were utterly astonished. For before them stood those formidable cultivators whom they had once vanquished. Goodness, what is the meaning of this? Did we not slay Miao Yan? I was even more astounded by the rupture of its infant form. Subsequently, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entirety of Kyoto. The heads of the various esteemed families. Are you pleased with the gift I have presented? Particularly, I refer to the trio of newly arrived members, the illustrious duo of nascent cultivators, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Oh, indeed. I actually forgot about this matter. There is also another figure from our Miao faction, the palace master Miao Wushuang. Subsequently, the same adversaries who had previously confronted Liu Yi and his companions brandished their signature techniques against the trio. Following this, Liu Yi and his companions heard the exclamations of Miao Yan and others. How infuriating! Why must we, who have already tasted death, be forcibly resurrected? However, after being resurrected, we find ourselves unable to control our own bodies. What difference does this bear to being dead? Upon hearing this, Liu Yi recalled a particular jutsu from the anime Naruto, the Edo Tensei. Could it be that this is akin to the forbidden technique known as Edo Tensei from Naruto? Ah, how impressive. You've truly discerned this. At this moment, another sound echoed through Kyoto. I find myself increasingly in awe of this cultivator named Liu Yi, who even grasps the nuances of such spells. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with what you mentioned. However, the name of this spell is known as the Control of Living Infants. Control of Living Infants? Indeed, the living infant control, true to its name, resurrects the primordial infants of the monks, granting them life anew, yet under my dominion. It felt as though the surroundings were equipped with surveillance, and in that moment, Liu Yi merely murmured a few words. Strangely, the enigmatic figure seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of this. What on earth is happening here? How is it possible to hear our conversation? Haha. You have no authority to inquire about that. You are merely pieces on a chessboard now, always at the risk of being captured by me. Is that not so? Then it will depend on your capabilities. Immediately, Liu Yi unleashed a powerful punch with his Qilin arm towards those who had been resurrected. Indeed, this bore a striking resemblance to the reanimation jutsu from Naruto. The shattered bodies began to mend and return to their original state. How infuriating. Why is this spell so unbreakable? I too find that our unique methods for countering control spells prove ineffective. Damn it. Do not let me uncover the identity of the one who controls my very being. I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Similarly, the resurrected individual once again uttered a string of curses. Soon, a series of explosive sounds echoed from a distance. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that it was none other than the heads of various esteemed families and their trusted aides rushing towards us. However, upon their arrival, they mistakenly believed that Miao Yan and the others were merely ordinary individuals, prompting them to hurriedly exclaim, "You should flee quickly. The explosions are approaching." At that moment, vibrant lines began to emerge from the colorful formations. Liu Yi, astonished, observed this. This is a birdcage. Ah, splendid. Such discernment is commendable. You even recognize a birdcage. How infuriating. Who are you truly? Haha. You have no authority to inquire about this matter. Moreover, I have previously stated that you are akin to pawns on my chessboard, always susceptible to being captured at any moment. Come forth. The game commences. Immediately thereafter, the sound of an explosion reverberates, and those who have been resurrected surge towards the crowd in a frenzied rush. How infuriating. Everyone must heed my command. Liu Yi had previously battled against the one who released the cage. Unlike the previous cage, which induced a sense of dizziness, this one undergoes random fluctuations upon the ground. It is imperative that we all recognize our current state. We are akin to birds trapped within a cage. If we do not persuade our master to unlock the cage, we are destined to await our demise. Liu Yi then proclaimed, "Everyone, divide into 6 groups and ensure that we locate the individual responsible for the release formation. Otherwise, we shall be left to await our end here." Ha ha ha. Indeed, Liu Yi is astute, ever observant and perceptive. However, I am resolute in my determination not to allow you to succeed. Let us see if you possess the capability. Yet, Scarcely had these words left his lips when the force of the explosion intensified by several hundredfold. Liu Yi smiled faintly, pondering. I believe I have discerned your whereabouts. Jiayue, Wushuang, follow me. With that, Liu Yi led the two into the very heart of the tumultuous explosion. Are you out of your mind? How could one possibly recharge within this? Yet, Liu Yi appeared oblivious to the surroundings, fervently pulling both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang forward. After a while, Liu Yi conveyed a message to the two through a transmission of spiritual energy. Allow me to inform you. The most perilous places are often the most secure. Upon the arrival of Liu Yi and his companions at the site of the most intense explosion, they indeed discovered a towering structure. It seemed he must have assumed this location, fraught with danger, would deter the fewest visitors. Subsequently, Liu Yi instructed Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang to employ their spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings for any hidden traps or ambushes. Yet, they found no anomalies in the vicinity. It appeared he possessed considerable confidence, believing we would not venture here. Was he perhaps a practitioner relying on magical prowess rather than physical strength? With a sense of bewilderment, Liu Yi forcefully swung open the door with his powerful arm, leading Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang into the depths of the building. Welcome to my stronghold, esteemed newcomers. Shall we engage in a game together? What exactly do you intend to do with this game? What grievances do we hold against one another? Our visit to Kyoto is not intended to stir any trouble. We merely seek a moment of leisure. After discerning the emptiness of the hall and sensing no imminent danger, Liu Yi settled himself comfortably onto a nearby chair. Grievances? Young man, are you truly unaware of our grievances? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. It was you who eliminated the 4 members of the Jiangning Su clan. One of those individuals is indeed my younger brother. Remarkably, he is your sibling as well. Therefore, the birdcage he employs must be akin to the one you have learned about. Quite right. Immediately following, a figure descended the staircase. Outside, the esteemed families of the East engaged in battle with the rebellious cultivators and those remarkable masters who had been resurrected after death. Thunderfire projectiles, fire dance slashes. All members of the esteemed families began to showcase their signature skills. Master of the house, do you now comprehend? We have no desire to depart. Those distinguished families do not wish to sever ties with you either. We have come to the realization that we are indeed controlled. This understanding has long since led us to forgive you. However, after a while, Dongfang Ji and the others discovered that no matter how they suppressed the situation, a portion of individuals continued to emerge. Something was amiss, undeniably so. The suppressed cultivators had either been subjected to the spirit-removing water or bound by the spirit-locking chains. Why then were there still so many of them? Indeed, according to previous investigations, the maximum number of those who had escaped was no more than 3 clans. Yet now, it was nearing 6. Suddenly, a clan leader sensed that something was off and decided to verify his suspicions. At this moment, Liu Yi was engaged in conversation with the mysterious figure, while Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang stood by his side. If my conjectures are correct, your birdcage has already begun to operate. Initially, it was not so intense. Indeed, my foolish brother only employs the most ordinary and rudimentary birdcage, which merely blocks information. Mine, however, is capable of control. The mysterious figure then activated the projection on the large screen in the hall. Watch closely. For instance, like this. With a flick of his finger, a colorful thread descended from above the birdcage and pierced into the head of a decorated cultivator. Immediately, the cultivator turned and attacked his own comrades. Just as I suspected, Miao Wushuang, observing from the side, remarked, "Your birdcage resembles a realm of manipulation. If we do not defeat you, the birdcage shall not vanish. Moreover, the controlled individuals will only multiply, leading to mutual slaughter until no one is left standing." Indeed, your analysis is astute, but it possesses another characteristic. At that moment, several massive multicolored threads pierced through the ceiling, descending towards Liu Yi and the others. Knowing that this encounter involved cultivators well-versed in utilizing the birdcage, Liu Yi had advised Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang to keep their senses alert at all times upon entering the building. Thanks to this counsel, the 3 managed to evade with ease. In contrast, the locations where the colorful threads struck resembled bottomless pits, the depths unknown. Phew, that was close. You nearly scared me to death. A single strike would have been fatal. True. However, a mere touch would lead to. Liquid began to ooze from the punctured areas. There's poison in this. It's corrosive. Indeed. Yet its corrosive nature is not particularly strong. That is because I wish for you to experience a torment worse than death. Having said this, the mysterious figure removed his mask, revealing a handsome young man. I am Su Yan, here to avenge my brother. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Subsequently, Su Yan produced his innate treasure and, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Miao Wushuang. Thanks to her daily training, Miao Wushuang deftly countered Su Yan's attack with her Sunny Sky halberd. Earlier, it was rumored that the leader of the Miao clan, Miao Wushuang, was a cultivator without combat experience or tactical acumen. Today, the reality proved otherwise. That was merely an external evaluation of me before I left the Miao clan. Now, I train diligently every day and have long transcended my former self. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to test the fruits of your training. After hundreds of exchanges, Miao Wushuang remained unfazed, standing firm against Su Yan. Have you forgotten us? Concurrently, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue declared, wielding their innate treasures, the true demon beast soul and silver sky, to assault Su Yan. However, they were halted by the descending multicolored threads. Since I displayed the multicolored threads, it signifies my capability to manipulate them. Su Yan then turned his head slightly and said, "Please do not misunderstand. It is not that I disdain battling you, but rather, I loathe being interrupted during a duel." After saying this, he returned his focus to Miao Wushuang. "My apologies, Miao Palace Master. Let us continue and further assess your training results." From your tone, it is evident that you truly regard me with contempt. I apologize. It is not disdain, but rather a complete disregard for your cultivation and attack forms. You. Very well, I shall make you regret this. With that, Miao Wushuang infused her water attribute into the Sunny Sky halberd and thrust it forward, sending multiple droplets flying, creating small holes in the wall. Heavens! You now possess your own spiritual root attribute and can infuse it into your treasure. Impressive, is it not? Are you beginning to recognize my prowess? However, it is too late. While Miao Wushuang felt a surge of joy at Su Yan's astonishment, the ensuing events left her somewhat bewildered. Though you can infuse your spiritual root attribute into your innate treasure, you remain in the core formation stage. Thus, you cannot unleash the true power of your attribute treasure. Following this, Su Yan infused his own attribute into his innate treasure, lightning attribute. As Su Yan's weapon crackled with bolts of lightning, he remarked, "Indeed, it is lightning, specifically designed to counter your attribute." In a swift motion, Su Yan shattered Miao Wushuang's attack before delivering a kick that sent her crashing into the wall. As Miao Wushuang leaned against the wall, a multicolored thread descended from above. Oh no! Just as Miao Wushuang shut her eyes in fear, Liu Yi dashed forward, pushing her aside. Fortunately, Liu Yi and Appo's quick reflexes saved Miao Wushuang from the deadly thread. "You scared me half to death," Liu Yi exclaimed, wiping the sweat that had formed from the near miss as he glanced at the wall now pierced by the multicolored thread. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue helped the fallen Miao Wushuang to her feet, offering words of comfort. "You performed admirably. Leave the rest to me." After handing the unconscious Miao Wushuang to Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue took out her innate treasure, Silver Sky, and approached Su Yan. "It is your turn to face me." As soon as she spoke, Zhou Jiayue infused her spiritual root attribute into Silver Sky and struck. "A commendable treasure, and you too possess the lightning attribute. A top-tier thunder attribute. Truly enviable." Since you are envious, hurry and choose a new attribute in your next life. With that, Zhou Jiayue cleaved Su Yan in two. "Phew, it cannot end like this. Where is your true self?" "A clever girl. You discerned that it was merely my clone." Cultivators capable of employing control-type spells are at least in the nascent soul stage, so you cannot easily defeat me, a core formation stage cultivator. Very well. Let us see if you can endure. With that, dozens of Su Yan's clones leapt down from above. This is, indeed, my spiritual energy clone was at the mid-core formation stage, while these are at the peak of the core formation stage. With that, all of Su Yan's spiritual energy clones charged forward. Although Zhou Jiayue's spiritual root attribute is indeed superior to Su Yan's, allowing her to initially hold her ground, the disparity in their cultivation levels soon led to her defeat. "Little girl, I know that among your peers, your talent and spiritual root attribute make you a standout. Yet, do not forget that there are always those stronger than you. In the realm of cultivation, it is impossible to continuously defeat opponents beyond your level." Subsequently, Su Yan's numerous avatars surged forth, intent on claiming Zhou Jiayue's life. However, midway, a voice echoed, invoking the annihilation spell, and 2 or 3 of the avatars were effortlessly reduced to ashes. The remaining avatars turned towards the source of the spell. Is it your turn now? Practitioner of demonic arts? Indeed, it is my turn. Having already defeated the other two, only I remain. Liu Yi stepped forward, proposing, before we engage. Could we discuss a matter? Oh, please, go ahead. During our negotiation, would you refrain from exploiting the situation to attack those two girls with the 5 colored threads? Of course, that is not a problem. With Su Yan's affirmation, Liu Yi dashed forward. Utilizing the transformation technique from the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method to assume the form of Zhou Yan. Is that the transformation technique from the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method? Precisely. Although Liu Yi was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he matched Su Yan's spiritual avatars in strength through the fury of Zhou Yan and his own Qilin arm. Yet, he was acutely aware of the side effects he had previously encountered with the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method, compelling him to seek a swift resolution. It is remarkable. Despite being of the same cultivation level as the Palace Master Miao Wushuang and the girl with the lightning attribute, you appear to be their superior. Thank you for the compliment, but are you not astonished by the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method? Why should I be surprised by such a technique? Does it elicit astonishment merely for its capacity to cause mutations? If so, I apologize for disappointing you. Su Yan's next words struck terror into Liu Yi. Those who cultivate the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method are indeed formidable compared to others at the same level, yet it bears significant risks and side effects. Therefore, all I need to do is stall for time. The longer it is used, the greater the repercussions. It seems you possess considerable knowledge about this technique. Indeed, I once encountered a practitioner of the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method. During a contest, he displayed all his techniques, hence I am well acquainted with it. Moreover, the last practitioner of this technique was slain by me. What? Furthermore, since I previously claimed I would employ the living spirit control, it indicates. At that moment, a figure emerged from a nearby room. Let us see the disparity between you and the last user of the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method. The figure transformed into Zhou Yan, instantly appearing before Liu Yi. Incredible speed, Liu Yi could only think. Then, a classic move of Zhou Yan's fury struck Liu Yi, sending him hurtling out of the building like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is the power of the nine-tailed fox from Qingxiu. A searing pain radiated from his abdomen, mingled with a chilling sensation. Liu Yi recognized it as the spell damage from the nine-tailed fox. Before he could react, the figure reappeared before him. This is the Kunpeng form. The figure swiftly transitioned back to Zhou Yan, delivering a heavy blow to Liu Yi's wound. Damn, how skilled must one be to shift forms with such ease? Liu Yi cursed. Remember, only I am proficient in the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method. Gathering all of Zhou Yan's fury, Liu Yi launched a punch. Yet, the figure remained immovable. How is this possible? That punch was nearly at the peak of Foundation establishment. Su Yan remarked with a smile. You can use the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method to briefly exceed your cultivation limits, but do not forget, your current opponent is also a practitioner of this method. Liu Yi found himself in a continuous state of passive defense. No, this cannot be right. Why does he only employ the transformations I have used? To my knowledge, the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method encompasses over 100 variations. As Liu Yi evaded and minimized damage, he analyzed the opponent's attacks. If he was the previous user of the Dark Spirit Demonic Heart method, why did he not utilize other transformations? Driven by curiosity, Liu Yi removed the figure's mask. And both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were equally stunned. Why? How is this possible? The face beneath the mask bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Yi's own. You must be quite curious. He is none other than the infamous Mo Shang. Not only can he assume countless appearances, but he can also replicate his enemy's techniques flawlessly. Just a counterfeit. How can a knockoff compare to the original? Liu Yi unleashed the annihilation spell, only to have Mo Shang counter with his own. The simultaneous clash of the two spells resulted in mutual cancellation. At that moment, as Liu Yi and Mo Shang were locked in combat, stones began to rain down from the ceiling. What the hell is this? Divine retribution from the heavens. Then, the heads of various families, including Dongfang Ji, plummeted from the rooftop. What is happening? Seeing the injured family heads, Liu Yi and his companions rushed to assist them. Subsequently, over 100 cultivators descended from the sky, surrounding Liu Yi and his companions. These individuals had all been ensnared by a birdcage, while those who had broken free were all eliminated. What? Before Liu Yi could finish, everyone surged towards them. Retreat. Quickly, we must escape this building. Just as they neared the exit, Mo Shang blocked their path. You all retreat. This is a duel between me and him. Once our contest concludes, I will join you. No, you saw for yourself that you are no match for him. The only option now is to flee. We cannot confront them head-on. Zhou Jiayue urgently pulled Liu Yi towards the exit, unleashing a lightning barrier behind them. However, there are no buts to consider. Do not forget about those who have already revived and become puppets, like Miao Yan. Each one is formidable enough to handle you. With a resigned sigh, Liu Yi turned to flee. The lightning defense barrier? It does possess a degree of defensive capability. Even with my current strength, it would take about half an hour to break through. Just as Su Yin was gradually dismantling the barrier, Miao Wushuang activated her own water barrier. You should know that while you can momentarily hinder me, you cannot impede my progress indefinitely. At that moment, everyone who had successfully escaped gathered at the Dongfang residence. How many individuals remain now? Including the families of the aristocracy, the number has dwindled to less than 100. Has it truly become so scarce? Liu Yi pondered as he engaged in conversation with Dongfang Ji and the others. Well, now that Miao Wushuang and I have imposed a dual restriction and barrier on Su Yin, it will take him some time to break free. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang returned from outside and inquired of Dongfang Ji. What is the situation now? The count has fallen below 100. And they are all severely injured. Is that so? What should we do now? First, recount your circumstances at the time. And then we shall analyze whether we can unravel the control over those individuals and formulate a strategic approach. Thus, Dongfang Ji recounted the events of their battle. The scenario unfolded as follows when we clashed with those under control. Upon hearing the current state of affairs, Liu Yi felt as though he were amidst a bioweapon crisis, with everyone around them under control. After listening, he stepped outside the hall and gazed at the birdcage in the sky. The key is to maintain distance from all those controlled. For each of them is enveloped by 5 colored threads. Let us set that aside for now. Everyone must envelop this aristocratic family with their own attribute barriers. Zhou Jiayue promptly instructed everyone. Miao Wushuang and I cannot hold him for long, so we need to combine everyone and Appo's spiritual energy to create a large-scale restriction barrier. Following her words, layers of barriers and restrictions, wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, poison, ice, enshrouded the entire Dongfang clan tightly. Suddenly, a 5-colored thread shot down from the sky toward the Dongfang clan, yet the protective barrier remained unscathed. It seemed this barrier was quite sturdy. If he wished to breach it, it would likely take him a full day. Just as this thought crossed Liu Yi's mind, a loud explosion echoed. It appeared he had already broken through. Everyone, we must quickly utilize this time to restore our strength. When Su Yin arrived at the Dongfang clan, he beheld the layers of restriction barriers. Oh, such a formidable protective barrier has been erected. You all truly have worked hard. Seeing Su Yin standing before the barrier, unable to advance, Liu Yi placed his hands on his hips and remarked, Su Yin, with your current cultivation level, it would take you at least a day to break through this barrier. Indeed, it would take a day. But do not forget, within this birdcage, I am not alone. Behind Su Yin appeared those who were controlled and those who had been revived. Given the current state, how long would it take for us to break the control if we all exerted our strength together? After speaking, Su Yin gestured, and the 5-colored threads descended from above, while everyone exerted their full power against the restriction barrier. As a crack began to form in the barrier, Liu Yi urgently called out to everyone, quickly, everyone, come and hold it together, or we will all be finished. We must hold strong, Liu Yi shouted while releasing his spiritual energy. Naturally, faced with such a multitude of cultivators, their restriction barrier was completely shattered within less than half an hour. Consequently, a large-scale chaotic battle erupted in the Dongfang clan, marking the first of its kind in the history of the capital. Undoubtedly, Liu Yi and his companions faced overwhelming defeat. How infuriating to be controlled by such insignificant figures. It is truly disheartening. Damn it, forcing us to fight amongst ourselves is utterly despicable. Master of the clan, I hope you can understand our plight. We are all under control and have no choice. Amidst the chaos, those under control shouted as they fought against Liu Yi and the others. Hey, kid, master of the clan, I must. Hey, all of you, I want to. Though their bodies were controlled, their voices remained free. Thus, during the battle, they communicated their next moves to one another. Given the chaotic nature of the conflict, Liu Yi took the opportunity to rush to Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang's side. Hey, in a moment, you both strike my head, as I wish to test my hypothesis. Do you have any ideas? Yes, but you must be quick. The number of controlled individuals is increasing. Zhou Jiayue asked while dodging. After Liu Yi shared his plan with the two, he leaped into the air, scanned the surroundings, pointed to his left front, and exclaimed, quickly, "Strike there." Immediately, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang swung forward, and the sound of threads snapping reached their ears. Upon observing the individuals under control, Liu Yi wore a satisfied grin, just as I suspected. He then summoned several clones of his spiritual energy, conveying his discovery to all the clan leaders. Zhou Jiayue, noticing that Liu Yi only informed the clan leaders and not the unrestrained cultivators, curiously asked, "Why did you choose to inform only the clan leaders?" Initially, I speculated that severing the 5 colored threads above each person's head would free them from control. However, I have since discovered that some have attempted to cut the threads, but ended up ensnared themselves. Liu Yi explained while pulling Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang to the side. The individuals you were instructed to strike possessed cultivation levels lower than yours. Therefore, to free those under control, one must surpass their cultivation level, correct? Indeed. Hence, among those controlled, I could only inform the clan leaders. For I cannot guarantee that the next one to be controlled would not be an ordinary cultivator. This means that ordinary cultivators cannot assist in breaking the control, as they cannot predict when they might be ensnared. Thus, I informed only the clan leaders, who possess higher cultivation levels than anyone else here, ensuring the process would be most secure and time-efficient. One could see the 5 colored threads binding the controlled cultivators beginning to snap. Although the controlled individuals initially felt fatigued, they soon regained their strength. This is magnificent. Soon, there will be none left under control. Dongfangji exclaimed joyfully as he observed one after another being liberated from control. Our chances against that fellow named Su Yin have significantly improved. Not necessarily. Look at those reinforcements approaching. Liu Yi pointed toward the dark mass of enemies gathering, uncertain of their numbers. Could it be? Indeed. They are the fallen famous cultivators from the past. What do you think our chances are now? Faced with cultivators ranging from the peak of the core formation stage to those in the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. It was indeed a formidable challenge for everyone to extricate themselves from this predicament. In our current state, for those below the Yuanying stage, including those at the Yuanying stage, we shall save as many as we can. With that, Liu Yi dashed into the crowd alongside Dongfangji. As per Liu Yi's earlier statement, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, given their cultivation levels, were focused on rescuing cultivators at the Jedon stage and below. At that moment, Liu Yi suddenly approached, prompting Zhou Jiayue to urgently inquire. What should we do next? What else can we do? Are you foolish? We must flee, Liu Yi exclaimed, immediately pulling Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang backward in a frantic retreat. The two were caught off guard by Liu Yi's sudden pull. I thought you had a brilliant plan, Zhou Jiayue protested. Do you think I'm an idiot? Among us, the highest cultivation levels belong to a few at the early stage of the out-of-body realm, and there are fewer than 100 at the Yuanying stage. The opposing side is filled with out-of-body Yuanying cultivators. How can our mere Jedon cultivators compete with them? As they continued to flee, Zhou Jiayue asked, what about the Dongfang family leaders? Care about them? Please, do you think out-of-body cultivators need our Jedon support? If we don't create chaos by going up, that would be a significant achievement, Liu Yi replied. You have a point there. At that moment, Miao Wushuang suddenly broke free from Liu Yi's grasp and declared, No, you are not Liu Yi. Liu Yi would never act this way. Please, young Miss Miao, Zhou Jiayue, explain to her that I am your Liu Yi. We must escape quickly. The Dongfang family leaders are over there to assist us. Upon hearing Miao Wushuang's words, Zhou Jiayue also wriggled free. You are not Liu Yi. Liu Yi has never referred to Miao Wushuang as young Miss Miao but always calls her sister. And he has always called me wife instead of using my full name. Why the sudden formality? Oh. Yes. I was overly concerned for you both, and in my haste, I forgot. Forgive me this once. Sister, wife, please let me make amends. Liu Yi hurriedly reached for Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang again. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and then charged toward Liu Yi. Hey, have you both lost your minds? Quickly tell me where the real Liu Yi is. Zhou Jiayue demanded, pointing her silver finger at the impostor. I am the real Liu Yi. Why don't you believe me? Impostor, your words have completely betrayed you. Reveal your true identity. Unexpectedly, my disguise was so convincing that you still managed to see through it. A strange face gradually emerged before Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, revealing it to be Su Yin. My apologies, but as I mentioned earlier, your words have exposed you. Zhou Jiayue continued. Liu Yi never calls Miao Wushuang's sister and refers to me as wife. He always calls us Wushuang and Jiayue. I see. Well then, if you wish to know where he is, follow me at once. With that, Su Yin swiftly drew a knife from his storage space and slashed forward. Of course, Zhou Jiayue understood that even together, she and Miao Wushuang were no match for him. Thus, she immediately donned her outyin wings and fled with Miao Wushuang. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Su Yin taunted, throwing out a chain that ensnared Zhou Jiayue's feet. This is a spirit-sealing lock, Zhou Jiayue exclaimed as she plummeted from the air. Quick, go find Liu Yi. We need him. Seizing the opportunity before the spirit-sealing lock fully restrained her energy, Zhou Jiayue used all her strength to fling Miao Wushuang away. Sister Jiayue. Miao Wushuang watched helplessly as Zhou Jiayue was pulled back by Su Yin, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and Dongfang Ji were entangled in a fierce struggle with Miao Yin, Night Eagle Sect's Ho Lin, Jiao, and Nichuan Xian, who had relentlessly pursued them. Hurry, you little rascal. Think of a way to free me from this torture. Liu Yi's friend cried out. Liu Yi, please help us. Everyone implored, fully aware that Liu Yi could achieve miracles. Overwhelmed by the chorus of pleas, Liu Yi finally snapped. Will you all never cease? I will help you. Just stop the incessant noise. But the crowd continued to plead as if they hadn't heard him. Liu Yi, it appears that these individuals are not just physically restrained. Their speech has also been compromised. This seems designed to distract and disturb you. Exactly. We are trapped, and the family leaders are too preoccupied to assist us. So we can only rely on ourselves. The only one capable of breaking this control is the Dongfang family leader at the mid-out-of-body stage. Liu Yi and Dongfang Ji had indeed attempted to remedy the situation, but whenever Dongfang Ji tried to act alone, 3 or 4 other powerful cultivators rushed into support, leaving him no opportunity to break the control. At that moment, Miao Wushuang fell from the sky. Hurry, Liu Yi. Jiayue has been captured by Su Yin. We must save her. Miao Wushuang scrambled to her feet and grasped Liu Yi. What did you say? Zhou Jiayue has been captured? Liu Yi asked, gripping Miao Wushuang's shoulders. What happened? Just then, a sharp sword lunged toward them. Liu Yi, watch out. Get down. The warning prompted Liu Yi to shield Miao Wushuang as they fell to the ground. You're Jiao? Jiao stood before them, eyes bloodshot and expressionless, ready to strike again. Liu Yi, we will handle this. You hurry and rescue Miss Zhou. With that, Dongfang Ji and the others summoned several energy clones to block Jiao's attacks. Then I entrust this to you. Seeing so many allies, Liu Yi urged Miao Wushuang to lead the way. Jiayue, wait for me. I am coming to save you. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite, Zhou Jiayue found her hands bound by the spirit-sealing lock, rendered utterly powerless. Miss Zhou, do not waste your energy. The spirit-sealing lock will drain your strength. At this rate, you may tire out before you even see him. Su Yin, seated comfortably in his chair, glanced at Zhou Jiayue. Miss Zhou, in terms of beauty and appearance, you are indeed a paragon of humanity. Moreover, as a descendant of the ancient Zhou family, why would you seek a lowly partner? Noting Zhou Jiayue's silence, Su Yin continued. Consider our Su family. We hold a significant position in the modern cultivation world, and my spiritual root is of the thunder attribute among the 5 elements. As soon as the game concluded, Su Yin rose and approached Zhou Jiayue, emanating a mischievous laugh and a lecherous demeanor. Hey, what do you intend to do? Kiki. Miss Zhou, rather than associating with that loser, why not consider becoming my Dao partner? You are aware that 2 practitioners of the same elemental affinity can achieve greater results through mutual cultivation. Besides, we both possess thunder attributes. Su Yin grinned while caressing Zhou Jiayue's chin. Bah, dream on. You? I have no interest in you whatsoever. Ah, such personality. I find it quite appealing. It seems I am in for a treat once this battle concludes. You dare. At that moment, the alarm within the building suddenly blared. What is happening? Report. Boss, a man and a woman have invaded, and none of our brothers downstairs can contend with them. They have already reached the 10th floor. One of the subordinates hastily opened the door and said, Boss, perhaps you should withdraw. We can handle this, and if something happens to you, we will all face dire consequences. Get lost. What is there to fear? I am an adept at the out-of-body stage. How could I possibly be afraid of 2 mere core formation juniors? Yet, scarcely had he spoken when that subordinate fell lifelessly to the ground. Is that so? But you ought to be aware that arrogance leads to downfall. Liu Yi, Jiayue, we have come to rescue you. I certainly understand that principle. but it also depends on whether they are prepared. With that, Su Yan placed a knife against Zhou Jiayue's neck. You. Despicable. Let her go, Sister Jiayue. Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang nearly shouted in unison. Haha. Indeed. I am utterly despicable and shameless. But I possess another trait. I am lewd. He then brushed aside Zhou Jiayue's hair and planted a kiss on her cheek. You. As Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang could no longer contain themselves and prepared to charge forward, Su Yan once again pressed the knife against Zhou Jiayue's neck. Do not move. If you do, your beloved will either be disfigured or vanish before your eyes. These words nearly drove Liu Yi to the brink of explosion. If you dare harm even a single hair on her head, I will take your life. Ha. Take my life? Please, you, a mere core formation brat, cannot compare to a nascent soul expert like me. Where do you derive your confidence? Confidence? I possess it indeed. I would self-destruct my primordial spirit to take you down with me. Upon uttering this, Liu Yi revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes. Su Yan, however, felt a wave of unease wash over him, for he could discern the seriousness in Liu Yi's gaze. What? You do not believe me? Do you wish to test it? As Liu Yi spoke, he advanced towards Su Yan. Humph. Absurd. Who would jest with their own life? But I am not easily intimidated. With that, Su Yan summoned a thick barrier to shield himself. Unbeknownst to him, someone was unlocking the restraints behind him. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue pondered. Who is she? How did she silently approach me? Once the restraints were undone, Liu Yi smiled. What are you laughing at? I am amused by your previous words. You mentioned the necessity of adequate preparation before taking action. With that, Liu Yi unleashed a spell of obliteration and shouted, retreat. He and Miao Wushuang promptly fled. Is this truly the famed obliteration spell? It lives up to its reputation, capable of shattering my barrier so effortlessly. Watching his once pristine mid-grade mystical artifact be destroyed, Su Yan lamented. Could this be the genuine obliteration spell? Did the resurrected Mo Shang cultivate a counterfeit? Immediately, Su Yan dismissed the thought. Impossible. I witnessed their combat firsthand, including their dark spiritual techniques and the obliteration spell. After muttering to himself, Su Yan sensed something amiss. It had grown eerily quiet. Ordinarily, Zhou Jiayue would have mocked him by now. What is happening? Where is everyone? Upon turning around, he discovered that Zhou Jiayue had vanished completely. Liu Yi, that was a prime opportunity. I could have ambushed Su Yan from behind. What are you thinking? You were under the spirit restraint, and even when it was released, your spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. Our sole purpose for coming with Miao Wushuang was to successfully extract you. As they fled, Zhou Jiayue continuously complained. If I encounter him again, I will personally slay that scoundrel. Enough. Let us wait until we reach the out-of-body stage before discussing that. But that was the perfect moment. You just gave up. In the future, facing him will be exceedingly difficult without another chance to ambush. Let us discuss future matters later. You will understand soon enough. Afterward, Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang led Zhou Jiayue to the location where they had previously parted ways with Dongfang Ji. The scene was littered with corpses, a fitting description, as Dongfang Ji and his companions were already surrounded and battered. Liu Yi quickly called out, everyone, come over here. Upon hearing his voice, Dongfang Ji and his companions exerted their utmost strength to run toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi then activated a barrier to isolate them from the enemies. Is everyone all right? We are still okay, but our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. We cannot continue fighting. That's good. Now let us retreat quickly. With my cultivation, I cannot hold them for long. Thus, the group began to scatter, seeking a safe refuge. It was akin to a horde of zombies. Despite possessing higher cultivation and more abundant spiritual energy, they could not defeat their foes. This is the essence of the living control technique, a spell devoid of humanity, rendering the deceased unable to find peace. Our immediate priority is to recover spiritual energy and stamina, focusing first on spiritual energy, then on physical strength. Due to Liu Yi's prior experience battling within a birdcage, he skillfully led the group to another secure area. Why prioritize recovering spiritual energy over physical strength? Logically, shouldn't T1 restore stamina first to effectively replenish spiritual energy? Dongfang Ji and the others found this perplexing. Wasn't this contrary to common sense? Quickly use your spiritual sense to sense the surrounding energy, and you will understand. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Once everyone sensed the environment, they were horrified, for they comprehended the distinction between cultivators and ordinary individuals. Ordinary people require only physical strength to act, while cultivators depend on both physical strength and spiritual energy to sustain themselves. Without spiritual energy, cultivators are no different from ordinary people, merely possessing slightly greater physical stamina. You've noticed the diminishing spiritual energy, haven't you? This is due to the birdcage's defining characteristic. It isolates this realm from the outside world. Until the spiritual energy within is completely depleted, the prolonged absence of this ethereal essence will lead to a grim fate, where all cultivators revert to ordinary mortals, ultimately facing annihilation. Liu Yi then proceeded to elucidate the characteristics of the newly discovered birdcage. Thus, even if we manage to survive, we shall be rendered powerless, incapable of even subduing a chicken. Ultimately, due to the unique attributes of the 5 colored threads, we would inevitably become mere subordinates to him. Upon hearing this, Dongfang and the others felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, the likes of which they had never experienced since embarking on their path of cultivation. While death may offer the possibility of rebirth through possession, being ensnared in control would subject one to a living hell worse than death itself. What course of action should we take now? Do you possess any solutions? Zhou Jiayue inquired, while Liu Yi, exuding an expression of exasperation, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "As I mentioned earlier, our primary objective now is to restore our spiritual energy, conserve our strength, and await the arrival of the enemy. Is that all? What more do you desire? Here we are, with the most formidable leaders of the Eastern Ji, all bearing grievous wounds. Our cultivation is insufficient. Thus we are left with no choice but to wait." Meanwhile, Su Yin remains ensconced in the presidential suite, leisurely sipping coffee, listening to music, and engrossed in games. I am curious to see how long you can endure. It will not be long before your spiritual energy is entirely depleted, marking the day of your demise. Boss, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to extinguish them directly? After all, Dongfang and his companions are also cultivators in the out-of-body stage. One of the subordinates standing to the side inquired anxiously, "What is there to worry about? The spiritual energy in the capital has already diminished to less than 1/3. In such a sparse environment, in just a few days, we will only need a few cultivators at the nascent soul stage to effortlessly annihilate those in the out-of-body stage." Su Yin, completely unconcerned, continued typing on his computer, exclaiming, "What the heck? Pray, do you truly possess the strength to deliver? However, there is no room for debate. Do not question me. Let the unspoken words fade away, for I must continue my pursuit of victory in the game." By nightfall, Liu Yi and the others had all gathered together. "So, how much of your spiritual energy has been restored now?" The recovery during the out-of-body stage has reached 70%, while the nascent soul stage has achieved 80%. All those at the core formation stage and below, including those at the core formation stage, have fully restored their strength. Subsequently, the heads of various esteemed families, including Dongfang, reported the current status of their respective clans. This marks our counterattack, and indeed, it is our final opportunity for retaliation. Liu Yi stood upon a small platform, embodying the role of a leader as he rallied the spirits of the crowd while elucidating the significance of this counteroffensive. Should we falter and fail, not only will our numbers dwindle significantly, but our spiritual energy will fail to recover even to 50%. Thus, I ask you all, do we possess the confidence to vanquish Su Yin? Affirmative. The uniformity of the voices raised by everyone seems to be rivaled only by that of the National Day military parade. Very well, at precisely 12 o'clock tonight, we shall initiate our counterattack. For now, let us disperse and rest, preparing to summon 100% of our physical and spiritual strength. Indeed, then everyone returned to their respective rooms. Liu Yi, is there truly no issue this time? The side effects you mentioned are rather severe. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. After all, you have narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang hastily urged Liu Yi. Rest assured, it will be fine. I will exercise caution. You need not fret excessively. When the time comes, you must provide me with adequate cover and serve as my protectors, ensuring that no one interferes with my endeavors. Upon finishing his words, Liu Yi playfully tousled the heads of Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. One cannot deny that these two have little resistance to Liu Yi's charm, their faces instantly flushing with color. Yet, our concerns linger. Perhaps we should all engage together and seek alternative protectors. No, everything must proceed according to plan. This way, we stand an 80% chance of triumph. As the clock struck midnight in Kyoto, everyone, let's go. They arrived. Liu Yi and Su Yin spoke almost in unison. At that moment, Kyoto transformed into a battleground, with Liu Yi, Dongfang Ji, and others leading the cultivators against Su Yan's resurrected formidable beings. Each individual unleashed their attributes, confronting their adversaries one by one, ready to counter any assault. The atmosphere crackled with wind, fire, and thunder, akin to an apocalyptic scene. A portion of the crowd focused on deploying their most potent seals, striving to confine the resurrected individuals together. Meanwhile, the rest charged toward the enemy's stronghold alongside me. Liu Yi shouted as he surged forward toward the building where Su Yin resided. Inside Su Yan's building, a panicked subordinate inquired, "Boss, we are nearly surrounded, and those individuals are drawing ever closer. What shall we do now? What should one do? Of course, I remain here. I truly hold them in disdain." Meanwhile, Su Yan, seated in the boss's chair, sips coffee, listens to music, and plays games, exuding an air of nonchalance. Does he genuinely not care? Are you the boss? Or am I the boss? You must understand that the spiritual energy within this cage has nearly diminished. Su Yin took a sip of coffee, embraced the woman beside him, and continued, in a comparable number, who possesses greater prowess, the undead or the ordinary cultivators? On the other hand, when both possess the same level of cultivation, if one is abundantly infused with spiritual energy while the other barely reaches half of its potential, which one, then, is truly more formidable? At this moment, Liu Yi and his companions had just entered the building. Everyone proceeded according to the plan. Subsequently, Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang took the elevator separately, while Dongfang Ji and the heads of various prominent families led their subordinates through the main entrance. Head of the Dongfang family, we entrust everything to you before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Likewise, Brother Liu Yi, the crucial task of defeating Su Yin is entrusted to you. Afterward, the two groups split up and began their ascent to the rooftop. Boss, they have already reached the 10th floor. Good. Now, the birdcage begins to be released. Yes. Immediately, a small birdcage envelopes the entire building. Naturally, as the birdcage emerges, everyone feels an overwhelming sense of oppression. This is it. Indeed. Within this building, yet another birdcage has emerged, severing our connection with Dongfang Ji and the others completely. At that moment, the elevator came to an abrupt halt, and the doors gradually swung open. Are you prepared? Charge. Having spoken, Liu Yi, along with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the individuals stationed at the elevator entrance. It was at this very moment that a powerful gust of fist energy surged towards the trio. Has it arrived? Amidst the thickening smoke, two figures gradually emerged, revealing themselves to be Mo Shang and Su Yan. Liu Yi, you have finally arrived. Oh, Miss Zhou, are you here to seek dual cultivation with me? You speak nonsense. Today I am here to take your life. With that, Zhou Jiayue withdrew Yin Tian from her storage space and charged towards Su Yan. However, before she could get close, she was swiftly intercepted by Mo Shang, who seized Zhou Jiayue's arm and flung her away with ease. This Shu Yin form is truly vexing, possessing such great strength. Rising from the ground, Zhou Jiayue wiped the blood from her lips and spoke. According to his level, the power he unleashed should not be that of the nascent soul stage. Yet I currently find myself in the late stage of the core formation realm, utterly incapable of contending with him. After Zhou Jiayue rose to her feet, she spoke to Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang. You are correct, but do not forget that although Mo Shang possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage, he is a practitioner of the dark spirit demon heart technique, which is a force derived from demonic beasts. Liu Yi immediately shielded her behind him, while Miao Wushuang proceeded to treat Zhou Jiayue. They understood that even a practitioner in the early nascent soul stage could wield the dark spirit demon heart technique to exhibit the power of the peak nascent soul stage. Zhou Jiayue, struck by such an attack, certainly sustained grave injuries, given her specialization in spellcasting. Liu Yi glanced at Zhou Jiayue and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With your recent injury, I have a clearer understanding of his power range. It's nothing, just your best. If we succeed this time, Miao Wushuang and I will reward you with a post-battle bonus, she replied. Upon hearing this, Miao Wushuang and Apos' face flushed. Does the bonus imply that kind of benefit? Liu Yi, taken aback, nearly lost his composure. All right, just watch closely. With that, Liu Yi, invigorated as if he had been infused with new energy, utilized the transformation technique from the dark spirit demon heart to assume the form of Zhou Yin and charged forward. Watch closely, I'm about to unleash my left fist. Mo Shang quickly prepared to defend against Liu Yi's left hand. Yet Liu Yi delivered a powerful right hook to Mo Shang's face. What just happened? Su Yin exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Mo Shang being struck. Keep an eye on my legs. Mo Shang lowered his head, preparing to guard against Liu Yi's legs. But Liu Yi brought both hands crashing down upon Mo Shang's head. Liu Yi continued to employ the same tactics against Mo Shang. Mo Shang, what is going on? Don't listen to his nonsense. Seeing Mo Shang continuously on the defensive, Liu Yi grew anxious. The reason was simple. After their first encounter, Liu Yi analyzed the situation, and Zhou Jiayue's injuries served to confirm his hypothesis. Every time Mo Shang attacked, he focused on the same spot. While Liu Yi used his words to create distractions, compelling Mo Shang to shift his focus elsewhere. Ultimately, despite Mo Shang and Appo's formidable prowess, he was merely a resurrected being. His mind a blank slate, devoid of autonomous thought, and his combat style remained limited to a few prior techniques. Under such relentless assaults, Mo Shang gradually began to falter. Mo Shang quickly used the transformation technique. Yes, master with that, Mo Shang transformed into the form of Kunpeng, exhibiting incredible speed. And Liu Yi found himself unable to land a single blow. Liu Yi, it seems you have discovered his weakness, but what can you do? In terms of cultivation and strength, you still fall short. Indeed, I am acutely aware of that, but have you ever wondered why, despite Mo Shang's overwhelming strength, with merely the core formation stage, dare to confront him? The reason lies here. Suddenly, Dongfang Ji and the heads of various clans appeared before Su Yan, catching Mo Shang off guard, who was ensnared by the earth prison technique. The conjecture of your friend Liu Yi has been confirmed. Miss Zhou Jiayue and Palace Master Miao Wushuang hastily reported this situation to us. Every resurrected individual possesses a fixed combat style from their previous life, rendering them incapable of adapting freely. Thus, once one becomes familiar with their opponent's techniques, countering them becomes significantly easier. Liu Yi, brimming with confidence, addressed Su Yan. Now, all the resurrected beings have been thoroughly defeated. You are the last left standing, and you can hardly stir up any waves. It's best for you to surrender. Haha. Indeed, without them, I am significantly weakened, but do not forget that I am still a practitioner in the out-of-body stage. As he spoke, Su Yan unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure upon everyone present. During the core formation stage, you should have understood that practitioners can begin to cultivate their spiritual root attributes, and now, as an out-of-body practitioner with lightning attributes, Su Yan brandished his innate treasure, a sword surrounded by crackling lightning. Tell me, how confident are you in battling me now? With a swift motion, Su Yan sent forth a lightning-infused strike towards the crowd. Liu Yi, upon lifting his head, beheld the wall behind him cleaved in two, with the adjacent building similarly reduced. Alas, it has been ages since I last utilized my spiritual root techniques. A mere 10% of my power could only achieve this. Su Yan shook his head, murmuring softly. Observing the destruction of the building and glancing back at Su Yan, Liu Yi thought, not even a full 10% of his strength? If he were to unleash all his spiritual energy, just how formidable would he be? Is this the power of the out-of-body stage? It's nothing extraordinary. Should you reach the out-of-body stage and employ spiritual energy in combat, you too could attain such strength. Noticing Liu Yi's astonishment, Zhou Jiayue promptly reassured him. It's nothing to worry about. In unison, Dongfang Ji and the others charged forward. Wait, everyone, hold on. Liu Yi rushed to intervene as he saw everyone advancing. Su Yan smiled, observing the approach of the others, and with a mere gesture, he rendered Dongfang Ji and the others immobile. What is this? Indeed, this is the parasitic thread within the birdcage. Su Yan advanced step by step. When you entered the building, you should have noticed that I had released another birdcage. Yet I never anticipated that you, as esteemed clan heads, would be so careless as to neglect the birdcage's presence. You scoundrel, release us. I will slay you. My head of the Shiman clan, you still possess that fiery temper. However, from this day forth, you will be unable to wield your spiritual energy. What do you intend to do? Su Yan paid no heed, producing a dagger from his pocket to sever the tendons in the hands of the Shiman clan head. You beast! Those who had refrained from charging forward began to feel a twinge of fear. The once mighty clan head was so easily incapacitated. Ha! Who else wishes to test their mettle? Su Yan then gestured again, and Mo Shang began to stir. Mo Shang, Stop pretending to be incapacitated. Come forth. Although Mo Shang made a slight movement, he could not free himself. Mo Shang, what do you intend to do? Do not forget the agreement we reached. Should you defy my command, you know the consequences. At this, Mo Shang's eyes turned crimson, and he invoked the transformation technique from the dark spirit demon heart, shifting into Zhu Yan form and breaking free from the earth prison technique. As long as you do not forget, I can serve you. At will. Mo Shang lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and turned to Su Yin with resolve. Of course, this will be the last time. If you defeat them, I will assist you in realizing your wish very well. After finishing his words, Mo Shang swiftly transformed into his demon form, engaging everyone in combat just as he had done before. Everyone must exercise caution. He possesses the dark spirit demon heart method, just like me, and his combat experience surpasses mine. As Mo Shang charged forward, Liu Yi communicated with the others while utilizing the dark spirit demon heart method to alternate between demon forms to confront him. How infuriating! Is this the disparity in cultivation and combat experience? The heads of the various families, including Dongfeng Shi, gazed at their fallen subordinates with palpable frustration. Why is it that their bodies are beyond their control? If this continues, one family will face total annihilation. Seated in an unexpectedly appeared boss chair, Su Yin exuded an air of superiority as he addressed the family heads. If you do not break the control upon you soon, you shall truly face your end. Beast, you scoundrel, I will surely kill you, exclaimed everyone in unison. Ha! If you wish to kill me, you must possess the capability. Liu Yi, engaged in battle with Mo Shang, had no time to heed the conversation on the other side, for he sensed a far greater dilemma at hand. It seemed as though he had reached some sort of agreement with Su Yin. Judging by his recent actions, it was clear he harbored undisclosed secrets that compelled him to ally with Su Yin. While attacking and defending, Liu Yi pondered how he must first uncover Su Yan's secrets. Hey, Mo Shang, may I inquire about your secrets and the agreement you reached with Su Yin? Perhaps we can assist you. That is impossible. No one is willing to help me. Aside from Su Yin, no one can aid me. No one. Perhaps if you spoke up. I have already stated, no one. No one. In response, Mo Shang unleashed a surge of anger towards Liu Yi, who reciprocated with his own fury. Liu Yi immediately felt a twinge of pain and numbness in his left hand. Damn, this is remarkably solid. My anger power combined with my Qilin arm can barely contend with him. Noticing that the Zhu Yin form was losing its effectiveness against Mo Shang, Liu Yi swiftly transformed into the Qingxiu Ninetails form. Let me calm you down. With that, he encased Mo Shang in layers of ice. Listen to me. Since Su Yin, a practitioner of the out-of-body stage, can assist you, we also have practitioners of the same level here. By the same logic, we should be able to achieve this as well. As Liu Yi finished speaking, he noticed tears beginning to flow from Mo Shang's eyes. Once, I too was a practitioner at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Just as I was on the verge of breaking through to the out-of-body stage, I encountered my cultivation partner. Mo Shang then began to reminisce about his past. It was a clear day, coinciding with Mo Shang's breakthrough to the peak of the out-of-body stage. On his way home, he encountered his cultivation partner, a young maiden dressed in white, her hair flowing gracefully beside a tree. Excuse me, are you Mo Shang, the esteemed young master? I have often heard your tales in the cultivation realm. It is said you entered the nascent soul stage at a mere 18 years of age and are a genius practitioner of the dark spirit demon heart method. Indeed, that is I. And may I ask who this young lady is? My name is Ji Zining, and I have admired you for a long time. I hope. She stammered, lowering her head, her face reddening like a ripe apple, shyly speaking in a soft tone. Ji Zining? Oh, you must be the beloved granddaughter of the old master of the Ji family. You are indeed quite beautiful. Upon hearing Mo Shang and Appo's compliment, Ji Zining gasped and covered her face, fleeing down the hill, only to trip over a stone and fall. Hey, Miss Ji, be careful. Seeing Ji Zining fall, Mo Shang hurriedly rushed over to help her up. Miss Ji, are you all right? I'm fine. After being helped up, Ji Zining looked at Mo Shang, her heart overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. Your leg seems injured. Perhaps I should carry you back. Thank you. As they made their way back, the two engaged in cheerful conversation until they arrived at the Ji family home. This is a jade pendant I carry with me. I offer it to you, and upon receiving the pendant, Ji Zining stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Mo Shang on the cheek, then hurriedly covered her face as she ran home. Mo Shang stood in shock for a moment, touched the spot where she had kissed him, chuckled softly, and then turned to leave. That night, Ji Zining tossed and turned, unable to sleep as thoughts of the day flooded her mind. She took out her phone and began texting Mo Shang. On their way back, they had exchanged phone numbers. Are you asleep? Not yet. What are you doing? Cultivating, solidifying the techniques I practiced earlier. Are you free tomorrow? I would like you to accompany me for a stroll. Certainly. You choose the place and time. After exchanging messages for a while, they ended the conversation. The next day, Mo Shang arrived early at their agreed-upon location. Wow, you came so early. A short while later, Ji Zining arrived, wearing a stunning purple dress and with long, flowing hair, making her appear particularly enchanting. Mo Shang, dressed in fashionable casual attire, and Ji Zining, linking arms, created a strikingly beautiful scene together. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Whoa, this beauty is truly stunning. Am I not as good-looking? Uft. I am definitely more handsome than that guy. Passers-by began to chatter among themselves. Look, everyone is praising your beauty. You are just as beautiful. Ji Zining replied shyly, her head bowed, yet her heart soared as if filled with honey. Thus, they spent the day in Kyoto, sharing laughter as they visited shopping malls, parks, and enjoyed coffee. It was a fulfilling and joyous day for Mo Shang and Ji Zining. In the realm of cultivation, where deceit and survival of the fittest prevail, one must constantly strive to enhance their strength, lest they be consumed by others. Such leisurely moments are indeed rare, which is why many choose to pursue cultivation, seeking ascension, hoping for superiority, yearning for their own possessions, and desiring longevity. Ultimately, cultivation brings unexpected surprises and rewards to many. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with dangers, as one may easily fall into madness or have their life taken by others. In a world rife with peril, everyone must learn to protect themselves. As Mo Shang and Ji Zining strolled through the park, he remarked, "It's so beautiful. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a stunning view and felt this relaxed. Indeed, it has been far too long since I have felt this at ease. I truly hope to enjoy such moments with someone I cherish in the future," Ji Zining said, lifting her gaze to Mo Shang, subtly hinting at the feelings she wished to express. After hearing these words, Mo Shang understood Ji Zining's intentions and lowered her gaze to look at her. Although they had only spent 2 days together, Ji Zining had been secretly admiring and caring for Mo Shang long before. The past 2 days had been a testament to her feelings. Mo Shang, would you be willing to be my cultivation partner? Ji Zining gazed deeply into Mo Shang's eyes, her expression filled with fervent hope. Zining, Mo Shang, I am aware that we both come from prominent families, yet my cultivation level pales in comparison to yours. However, I shall strive to become stronger, to be worthy of you. As soon as these words left her lips, Ji Zining felt an incredible astonishment at her own boldness, for she had always been shy and insecure. I'm so sorry, please disregard what I just said. No, I do not mind at all. In fact, I would be most delighted to become your partner. Although we have only just met, I am eager to learn more about you. Will you grant me this opportunity? Of course, I would be more than willing. The two strolled through the park, sharing laughter and conversation, before heading home. All right, I have arrived home. Thank you for your company today. I am truly happy. Likewise, I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further. May you have sweet dreams tonight. With that, Mo Shang turned and left Ji's residence. Is this the young man you spoke of, Ling'er? Zhou Jiayue, the head of the Ji family and Ji Zining's grandfather, remarked. Indeed, he is quite the handsome talent, with a remarkably stable foundation in cultivation. Indeed, he is the only one of the younger generation capable of practicing the dark spirit demon heart technique. He is simply outstanding, Ji Zining exclaimed, gazing at the starry sky with excitement. Thus, Mo Shang and Ji Zining gradually became partners. Due to their differing spiritual roots, they sometimes needed to cultivate their respective techniques separately. At times, when Mo Shang was in seclusion, Ji Zining would lovingly prepare meals for him. And when Ji Zining entered her own retreat, Mo Shang would stand guard outside, protecting her. Days turned into years, and seasons changed. One day in the Ji residence, Ji Jiaming approached Ji Zining. Ling'er, you are 24 this year. It is time for you to find a suitable partner. I believe the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Qing, would be a splendid match. Perhaps you could arrange a meeting with him. Grandfather, I already have a partner, and my father is aware of it as well, Ji Zining replied. Ji Jiaming had heard from his son that his granddaughter had already found her partner and was quite fond of Mo Shang. I know this, but we must not offend the Jiang family. After all, our family's highest cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, while theirs has reached the peak. They are a powerful family, just a step away from divine transformation. Zhou Jiayue understood how much his granddaughter cherished emotion, especially considering how her cultivation had rapidly advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, thanks to emotion's care. Ling'er, I have discussed this with the elders. This is a matter of necessity. In a few days, the Jiang family will come to propose. Tomorrow, you must clarify your relationship with emotion. Zhou Jiayue shook his head and left the hall, retreating to his study, while Ji Zining ran to her room, locking the door and shutting herself off from the outside world. Miss, it is time for dinner. I will not eat unless grandfather cancels this marriage arrangement. Otherwise, I shall starve myself. Ji Zining was aware that as a cultivator, especially at the foundation establishment stage, she could survive for over a month merely by absorbing spiritual energy without needing food. Yet that night, she wept endlessly. Woo. Hello, Emotion. Could you walk with me tomorrow? On the other end of the phone, Emotion could hear Ji Zining's sobs and quickly inquired, Zining, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Let us discuss this tomorrow when we meet at the place of our first date. The following day, Ji Zining dressed as she had on their first encounter, donning a purple dress and allowing her long hair to cascade down her shoulders. However, after a night of tears, her eyes were red, and despite the ability of cultivators to alter their appearances, she did not wish Emotion to see her in such a vulnerable state. Zining, what has happened? What transpired last night? Upon seeing Emotion behind her, Ji Zining immediately turned and embraced him. Emotion, I do not want to leave you. I cannot bear it. Foolish girl, what are you saying? Did we not promise to be partners for life? I will not abandon you, even in the face of family opposition. Emotion, my family received a proposal from the Jiang family, insisting that I become Jiang Qing's cultivation partner. Ji Zining cried, burying her face in Emotion's shoulder. I do not want to become his partner. I simply do not want to. Emotion was taken aback. What is this? After all this time spent together, does your family truly not approve of us? Our entire family is quite fond of you and had hoped for us to be partners. But under the pressure and might of the Jiang family, they were forced to acquiesce. How could this be? Emotion knew well the Jiang family's power and influence, not just in the cultivation world, but also in the real world. They were a formidable family, with their patriarch having reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. In contrast, Emotion's family, while also of noble lineage, was far less prominent, with their highest cultivation level at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. In their generation, Emotion was considered a prodigy, having reached the nascent soul stage at just 18, while Jiang Qing was still at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Emotion knew that if the Ji family rejected the proposal, they would face devastating consequences, and his own family would also suffer repercussions. Yet, he could not bear to abandon the one he loved. Zining, I will not give up on you. But I wish to hear your thoughts. What do you think? I certainly do not wish for this, or else I would not have come to find you today. After all, I am supposed to break through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm in a few days, yet I could not resist coming to see you. Ji Zining gazed at Emotion and continued, This time, I intend to don the attire from our first meeting, ensuring you forever remember my appearance. I also hope you will accompany me as we revisit the places we once shared. All right, let us proceed. Today, I am solely here for you, whatever you wish. I shall oblige. Thus, throughout the day, Emotion and Ji Zining traversed every location they had once visited together. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were merely enjoying a leisurely outing, while in truth, they were immersed in cherished memories. Well, I have arrived home. Today has brought me immense joy, and I shall etch this day into my heart forever. The token of our love that we purchased today will remain with me always. I feel the same. I too shall wear mine forever. With that, Emotion swiftly departed. He has left? Indeed, he has departed. Though not with the carefree joy of the past, rather, he has flown away, burdened by sorrow. Ji Zining gazed sorrowfully in the direction Emotion had vanished, her heart heavy as she retreated to her room. Beast, Jiang family, Jiang Qing, I shall ensure you pay for this. Upon returning home, Emotion did not engage in his usual steady cultivation. Instead, he took out 100 superior spirit stones, determined to reach the pinnacle of his realm in the shortest time possible. When Jiang Qing came to the Ji family to propose, the atmosphere was jubilant, with drums resounding, firecrackers bursting, red banners fluttering, and a throng of people. The spectacle astonished all of Kyoto. Naturally, representatives from the major families of the cultivation world, as well as prominent entrepreneurs and esteemed government officials from modern society, were in attendance. Congratulations to Old Master Jiang for forming an alliance with the Ji family. The union of these two families boasts cultivators who have reached the pinnacle of their realms. They are truly formidable forces in the cultivation community. Congratulations to Old Master Jiang. In modern society, the alliance of the Jiang and Ji families ranks among the top 50 families. This is indeed a powerful collaboration. Thank you all for your blessings. But the union of the Jiang and Ji families is not solely due to Jiang Qing and Ji Zining's efforts. The Jiang family members were all smiles. Then the MC proclaimed, "On this joyous occasion, we gather in Kyoto, surrounded by blossoms and festivity, to celebrate the wedding banquet of Mr. Jiang Qing and Miss Ji Zining. It is my honor to officiate this ceremony on behalf of the newlyweds. I extend a warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude to all guests and loved ones present this evening, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves and creates unforgettable memories. Now, I am honored to announce the wedding banquet for Mr. Jiang Qing and Miss Ji Zining has commenced. Let us welcome the newlyweds." As the sounds of their entrance echoed and applause erupted, Jiang Qing and Ji Zining walked into the hall. Is this the famed Ji Zining? She is truly stunning. I hear she experienced a fortuitous encounter, rapidly advancing from the peak of foundation establishment to the late stage of core formation. What an impressive feat. Indeed, the Jiang family has gained a remarkable daughter-in-law. They are bound to flourish. The guests engaged in lively conversation about Ji Zining. Yet her heart was laden with sorrow. You are all mistaken. I have not encountered fortune. All credit belongs to Mo Shang. He willingly accompanied me in my cultivation, even sacrificing his own progress to spend time with me and help me relax. While Ji Zining wore a smile on her face, her heart bled, and the Ji family members shared her reluctance regarding her marriage. After representatives from both the Jiang and Ji families delivered their speeches, the MC continued, "Now, dear newlyweds, please exchange tokens of your affection." The MC then asked, "Handsome groom Jiang Qing, do you take the lovely bride Ji Zining as your wife?" Jiang Qing responded with palpable excitement, "I do. And you, beautiful bride Ji Zining, do you take the groom Jiang Qing as your husband?" However, Ji Zining's voice was barely audible as she replied, "I do not. It seems our dear Ji Zining is a bit shy. Please repeat," the MC encouraged. At that moment, the hall's doors were forcefully flung open. A strikingly handsome man brandishing a Jingye spear strode in, his fierce gaze coldly announcing, "I am here to claim my bride." Mo Shang's sudden entrance disrupted the joyous wedding, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Who is this? Why is he brandishing a magical artifact at the wedding? Wow, who is this handsome fellow? What is happening at this lovely ceremony? Upon seeing Mo Shang, Ji Zining's heart raced with excitement as she communicated through her spiritual energy. "Is it truly you? You have come." Mo Shang's next words were the most satisfying reply for Ji Zining. "It is I. I have come for you. Young man, may I inquire who you are?" "I am Mo Shang, the eldest son of the Mo family." Of course, among the guests were the head of the Mo family and Mo Shang's father, questioning the situation. "What is this? Is he here to cause trouble?" "Head of the Mo family, please explain this matter." Jiang Yifan, the head of the Jiang family, stood up, glaring at Mo Shang's grandfather and releasing his spiritual pressure, causing the attendees to break into a cold sweat. "This has nothing to do with my grandfather or our family. I am here to claim my destined partner." Mo Shang boldly interjected. The crowd began to murmur, with some recognizing him. The Mo family? Could this be the prodigy who broke through to the nascent soul stage at just 18? It must be him. He wields the legendary Jingye spear. This is far more exciting than the wedding. Rumors began to circulate that Ji Zining and Mo Shang were originally fated partners. But the Ji family had been coerced by the Jiang family to separate them, forcing Ji Zining to align with Jiang Qing. Hearing the gossip, Jiang Qing felt his pride wounded. After all, he had secretly harbored feelings for Ji Zining for a long time, yet she had never accepted him. His grandfather had intervened to facilitate this union. "How dare you? Today is my joyous occasion, and you are not welcome here. Leave, and I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude." If you let me leave with Zining, I shall gladly depart." Jiang Qing's anger surged, and he charged at Mo Shang, who effortlessly pushed him away, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. It took you this long to reach the pinnacle of core formation. How embarrassing. You are at the peak of out-of-body stage? All members of the Mo family were taken aback. So this is why he has been in seclusion. He has indeed broken through to the nascent soul pinnacle. Of course, others were also engaged in discussion. Achieving the pinnacle of Dan formation at such a young age, like Jiang Qing, is truly remarkable. While Mo Shang has now reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, surpassing her predecessors, a genius among geniuses. Witnessing Jiang Qing being struck and spitting blood from a single punch by Mo Shang, Ji Zining instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon seeing his grandson being attacked, Jiang Yifan leapt forward, exclaiming, "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Yet, Mo Shang showed no signs of retreat. Employing the transformation technique from the dark spirit demon heart method to shift into Zhu Yin and Apos S form, elevating her spiritual energy to its zenith, nearly reaching the early stage of the out-of-body realm. Thus, the two fists collided. Is this the dark spirit demon heart method? Observing Mo Shang's arm suddenly bulging with muscle as she absorbed Jiang Yifan's palm strike, he realized, then you should obediently follow Ji Zining with me. The power of the dark spirit demon heart method is not to be trifled with. Subsequently, Mo Shang positioned the Jingye spear against herself. Utilizing the dark spirit demon heart method combined with her peak nascent soul cultivation, enabling her to temporarily unleash the strength of the early out-of-body stage. You all should be aware that utilizing a higher cultivation level can not only shorten one's lifespan, but also results in extremely unstable power. So if I inadvertently harm those nearby, do not blame me. Humph. The young and novice, emboldened by possessing the dark spirit demon heart method and the ability to momentarily release early out-of-body power. Do you truly believe you can act as you please in this hall? You are not the only one with out-of-body cultivation here. With that, Jiang Yifan unleashed his spiritual pressure, causing those without sufficient cultivation to faint instantly. Naturally, being at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, Mo Shang was also unable to fully master her early out-of-body strength, leading to a slight cold sweat. Is this the pressure of the out-of-body pinnacle? It is akin to the conqueror's haki in One Piece. Yet, this did not deter Mo Shang's resolve, for she had come for Ji Zining, and she would not leave without her. Thus, braving the immense pressure, Mo Shang charged forward. You have guts, young man. I hold you in high regard. It is a pity, however, that your actions in vying for a partner with my grandson deserve punishment, Jiang Yifan declared, drawing his sword against Mo Shang. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jiang Yifan, with admiration in his voice, remarked, although this is an ancient divine artifact, you still cannot unleash even half its power with your current cultivation. It has been many years since someone could withstand my onslaught for so long. Humph. The ability to unleash power is not dictated by mere words, and I never intended to wield it as a weapon. Immediately, Mo Shang channeled nearly 80% of her spiritual energy and blood into the Jingye spear. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yifan understood, you are. Indeed, the dark spirit demon heart method encompasses more than just transformation techniques. This represents its second set of techniques, the parasitic beast. The Jingye spear gradually morphed into a demonic beast. Mo Shang, aware that she could not defeat this elder at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, sought to escape with Ji Zining, leveraging the swift speed of the Kunping. However, Jiang Yifan was not oblivious to this intention. He quickly instructed everyone to surround Ji Zining. Yet, Mo Shang remained undeterred, standing her ground against Jiang Yifan. To Jiang Yifan's astonishment, despite having expended 80% of his spiritual energy, he felt no fatigue. In a fit of rage, he delivered a punch that sent Mo Shang crashing to the ground. Why do you show no signs of exhaustion? Fallen on the ground, Mo Shang merely spat blood before rising to her feet, her next action leaving everyone present in shock. Although over an hour had passed, and she should have been exhausted, she displayed no signs of weariness. This was because Mo Shang had removed her upper garments, revealing her body covered in high-grade spirit stone injection fluids. Seeing this, Ji Zining gasped, This is spirit stone injection fluid. Are you insane? Insane? Mo Shang laughed, charging towards Ji Zining. And due to being covered in high-grade spirit stone injection fluids and the Kunping, the cultivators attempting to impede her were rendered powerless, easily defeated in a single blow. Ji Zining, as I approach you, please grab my hand, Mo Shang called out urgently. However, as Ji Zining prepared to reach out, she suddenly warned, Be careful behind you. Jiang Yifan lunged at Mo Shang with his sword. At this moment, the Mo and Ji families could no longer remain passive. They rushed to intercept Jiang Yifan. What are you trying to do? Are you planning a revolt? Jiang family head, please cease your actions. This incident stemmed from our two families' lack of coordination. We implore you to spare the two of them. All responsibility lies with the Ji and Mo families. Humph. What about my grandson being injured? Although Mo Shang is the most outstanding of this generation, you may hesitate to harm him, but I do not. Realizing that dialogue was futile, they resolved to risk their lives to protect the two. The hall erupted into chaos as the Jiang family clashed with the Ji and Mo families, the scene becoming increasingly dire. At this moment, after prolonged use of the spirit stone injections, Mo Shang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ji Zining, who had been watching, was already in tears. Her makeup a mess. Mo Shang, hurry, let's get out of here. Mo Shang swallowed a high-grade spirit stone, recovering nearly 40% of her spiritual energy, and immediately transformed into the Kunping shape using the dark spirit demon heart method, pulling Ji Zining along as they fled the hall. Meanwhile, the Mo and Ji families suffered heavy casualties, and upon seeing the two escape, they promptly retreated, though the Jiang family would not let them off easily, pursuing them relentlessly. Old Mo, your grandson dares to go to such lengths for Zining. I admire that. I have decided on this granddaughter-in-law. Now, let us divide our forces and regroup later. Old Ji, I hold the same sentiments for your granddaughter. Good, we shall reconnect later. Just as they were about to part ways, they were intercepted by Jiang Yifan. Where do you think you're going? 10,000 swords formation. With that, Jiang Yifan hurled his sword into the air, summoning thousands of swords that rained down upon the two, piercing them like a beehive. Within a cave, Ji Zining gazed at the severely injured Mo Shang, tears streaming down her face. Stop crying. Am I not still alive? This is so dangerous. How could you dare to do something so perilous? Stay still. Let me heal you. Forget it. Your healing is slower than my recovery. Just conceal your spiritual energy to avoid detection. You are really here, Mo Shang. At that moment, Ji Zining stood protectively in front of Mo Shang, questioning, who are you, and what do you want? I harbor no malice. I merely wish to inform you both that the Mo family and the Ji family have been annihilated by the Jiang family. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Ji Zining immediately knelt down. Who exactly are you, and why do you tell us this? I am someone who can assist you in avenging your kin. My name is Su Yan. So this is the past of Mo Shang? It is no wonder that no one here can assist him. Faced with a peak out-of-body practitioner, anyone would feel immense pressure. Liu Yi, after listening to Mo Shang's words, felt a surge of sympathy and said, so you have endured such trials. Yet, Su Yan claims he can help you with your revenge. Has it truly come to fruition? Or is your companion, Ji Zining, truly safe at this moment? Absurd. Of course. We have been recuperating under his protection, and he has ensured Ji Zining's safety. As long as I defeat you, I can go retrieve my Zining. That remains to be seen, depending on whether you can indeed best me. The two then resumed their fierce combat. As Liu Yi began to show signs of exhaustion, Mo Shang let out a fierce roar and unleashed his full strength upon Liu Yi. You ignorant fool, collapse before me. At this moment, Liu Yi could barely keep pace with Mo Shang's speed and assault. This final strike sent him crashing to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was seized by Mo Shang. Have you ever heard the phrase to strike a painting? With that, Mo Shang's blows nearly embedded Liu Yi into the wall. You know nothing. As he was battered, Liu Yi remained silent, enduring the onslaught. Since you do not speak, may I assume you feel no pain? Huh. I am eager to see how you can inflict pain upon me to elicit a cry. In truth, Liu Yi was in excruciating pain from Mo Shang and Appo's strikes. But he chose to remain silent, allowing Mo Shang to fully vent his rage. For Zhu Yan's power is fueled by fury. The angrier one becomes, the greater the strength. Thus, Liu Yi hoped that after Mo Shang's emotions were fully unleashed, there might be an opportunity for reversal. Liu Yi, brother Liu Yi. Witnessing Liu Yi being pinned against the wall, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang cried out in unison. Yet, as they attempted to rush forward, they were halted by Su Yan. To save him, you must first pass through me. At that moment, Liu Yi appeared to be nothing more than a punching bag for Mo Shang, who continued to strike until Liu Yi lost consciousness entirely. Phew, is he dead? Mo Shang kicked the prostrate Liu Yi, and upon seeing him motionless, he felt relieved, reverting to his original form and sitting on the ground. Turning to Su Yan, he said, it seems you can fulfill your promise now. Of course, Su Yan replied with a smile, and together they departed the building, while Liu Yi lay there, unresponsive to all calls. causing Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang great distress. Suddenly, the void pearl within Liu Yi's body began to glow and emerge from him, followed by Ling'er, who appeared from the pearl. Master, please stop pretending. This is simply not amusing. Upon hearing Ling and Apos' words, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang quickly pushed Liu Yi aside. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. Did that Mo Shang leave? I wanted him to strike me a little longer. What? Are you a masochist? Wanting to be hit more? Do you have any idea how anxious we were? Enraged, Zhou Jiayue slapped Liu Yi, sending him flying. That is not it. I realized that Mo Shang, in his furious state, could only be resisted by a peak out-of-body practitioner. How could I, a mere mid-core formation practitioner, stand against him? So I chose to endure the blows. Miao Wushuang gazed at the battered Liu Yi, her heart aching. But wouldn't that mean you could have been killed? At that moment, I genuinely thought I might perish, but as time went on, I noticed that Mo Shang merely struck without expending too much spiritual energy. He was almost exclusively using the Zhu Yin form, without employing the power of rage. I found it quite peculiar that he continuously shouted his own techniques. What could this mean? At that moment, Ling'er addressed Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. This is a type of passive spell from the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique. In truth, Master, once you regain your strength, your cultivation will actually be at the late core formation stage, meaning that Mo Shang has elevated your cultivation by one tier. What does that mean? Why forcefully enhance his cultivation? Such an action would create significant obstacles for future training. Miss Zhou, you misunderstand. Mo Shang did not forcibly raise his cultivation. He merely reinforced and refined the Dark Spirit Demon Heart technique within him, allowing for greater potency in future usage of such spells and accelerating his practice, effectively unblocking his spiritual roots. Yet, it does not make sense. They are from opposing factions. Why would he assist us? Miao Wushuang pondered, stroking her chin. That is because. At this, Liu Yi extracted a piece of paper from his attire. This was our final act. After I fell, Mo Shang kicked me a few times and even checked my breath, but in truth, he slipped this paper into my clothing. This is. Indeed, he was signaling us. And the message urges us to swiftly defeat Su Yin while indicating where the concentration of spiritual energy lies within this cage. The three then conferred and set about liberating the clan heads. The clan heads and various practitioners, having been restrained for so long, felt their limbs stiffen. And upon breaking the constraints, they began to stretch and restore their spiritual energy. During this respite, Liu Yi recounted the events to everyone. Assuming Mo Shang and Apos' memories are genuine. Along with his recent actions, if I am not mistaken, his companion Ji Zining must have regained half of her strength. Otherwise, Mo Shang would not be aligned with Su Yin. The terms set by Su Yin require the complete annihilation of us to fully restore Ji Zining and assist Mo Shang in his revenge. Well, I have communicated everything I needed to. Now we shall proceed to the location of abundant spiritual energy that Mo Shang mentioned. After Liu Yi finished speaking, he stood up, dusting off his pants, and returned Ling and Apos' to the void pearl, sighing inwardly. When will Ling and Apos' truly be of practical use? For now, she can only engage in conversation, which is utterly ineffective. He then took Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang by the hand, leading everyone to seek the place rich in spiritual energy. In a room within a tall building, a woman in white lay quietly on a bed, her eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. Ziqing, I have returned. Mo Shang caressed the motionless Ji Zining, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Should I have ever attempted to seize the marriage? Now we are constantly on the run, without a place to call home, and our family is no more. Gazing at Ji Zining, Mo Shang continued, if I had not intervened back then, we could still be living peacefully, our loved ones intact. We might not have been able to be partners, but we could have remained the best of friends. At this moment, Su Yin, leaning against the doorframe, spoke. Are you now filled with regret? Regret? Regret what? Regret the impulsive marriage snatching? Regret the inadequacy that led to her eternal slumber, trapped in a state of unconsciousness. Regret. At this moment, Mo Shang rushed forward, gripping Su Yan's neck, exclaiming, silence. My feelings are irrelevant, but Zining is different. She chose to stand by my side, to defy the Jiang family for my sake. It is I who have wronged her. As he spoke, Mo Shang gradually released his grip. Indeed, your family and her sacrificed everything for the two of you. Therefore, you must possess sufficient strength to seek vengeance and to restore your family. At this juncture, Liu Yi and others arrived in an area abundant with spiritual energy. What is this? Before them stood a towering tree adorned with spiritual stones. At its base lay a plethora of low-grade spiritual stones, with medium-grade stones in the center and a mere handful of high-grade stones above. Could it be that spiritual stones originate from this very place? Liu Yi exclaimed excitedly. Why not transplant a few of these and cultivate them? That way, we need not fear a shortage of spiritual stones. Although Zhou Jiayue once possessed countless spiritual stones, her recent need for urgent replenishment had resulted in an enormous depletion. Stones that should have been used for cultivation and acquiring treasures were instead consumed for healing and restoring spiritual energy, a true misallocation of resources. No, spiritual stones are typically found deep within the earth, in crystalline rock layers. The deeper they are, the rarer and more valuable they become. Liu Yi explained, gesturing towards the treasure tree. This tree is indeed peculiar. Even the spiritual stones it bears are nearly flawless. You are correct, Miss Zhou. Even low-grade spiritual stones that are perfect and flawless are rare. Why then? Dongfang Ji, intrigued by Zhou Jiayue's words, began to take an interest in the tree. Are you still discussing this? Zhou Jiayue, Miao Wushuang, and Dongfang Ji turned to see Liu Yi, who appeared utterly petrified. Liu Yi held a sack brimming with spiritual stones, low, medium, and high-grade, all flawless. Liu Yi, what are you doing? Zhou Jiayue pointed at the stones on the ground and then at Liu Yi. Practicing. You once said that spiritual stones can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, so You absorbed. No, how many did you consume? Not much, just a dozen high-grade stones, and I was thinking of getting a few medium-grade ones. The onlookers gaped in shock, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a durian whole. Have you lost your mind? You cannot absorb spiritual stones in such a manner. Quickly expel them. Zhou Jiayue shouted, urging Miao Wushuang to restrain Liu Yi and strike his abdomen. Liu Yi then retched a mouthful of acidic fluid. Hey, are you all insane? It hurts so much. This is to help you expel the spiritual stones in your belly. Hold on. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang continued to strike Liu Yi. Naturally, seeing this chaotic scene, Dongfang Ji and the others had already retreated to a safe distance. Master, what on earth are those two women? How could they be so reckless, daring to treat their partner with such severity, and they have already revealed their spiritual roots? Due to the conductivity of water, Zhou Jiayue's spiritual root is lightning, while Miao Wushuang's is water. Their combined attributes struck Liu Yi with multiplied force. Hey, what are you two doing? Miao Wushuang, let go of me, or I will ignore you from now on. You dare. Miao Wushuang, don't listen to him. Hit him harder. Liu Yi, I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. After the two grew fatigued, Liu Yi lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, scolding Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. You two madwomen, what has gotten into you today? Zhou Jiayue, exasperated, pointed at Liu Yi. How can you still ask? Didn't I tell you before that your spiritual energy cannot be replenished in excess, or it could lead to your body exploding? But I mentioned Mo Shang earlier. He was injected with spiritual stone serum and suffered no consequences. His cultivation level is on a different plane than yours. He is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, using the dark spirit demon heart technique to reach the early stage of out-of-body. You, on the other hand, are in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and after using it, you would at most hover between the late foundation establishment and peak foundation establishment. Even the usually reticent Miao Wushuang grew furious. Even if it wasn't Mo Shang, he was constantly engaged in battles, while you were resting. How can you compare? What should I do then? Liu Yi, momentarily lost for words, asked. What to do? It's simple. We're helping you expel the excess spiritual energy. Zhou Jiayue retorted as she continued to strike Liu Yi. Stop. I can't take it anymore. If you keep hitting me, I might actually die. The pain is unbearable, especially with the combined force of one having a lightning attribute and the other a water attribute. I feel like I'm about to be electrocuted. Don't worry. Your third leg will definitely not be harmed. I want to electrocute that area, as both Miao Wushuang and I still need to cultivate with you in the future, and perhaps even bear children. Bear children? This woman has lost her mind, was Liu Yi's only thought at that moment. Is there no other way? I don't want to be beaten anymore. Liu Yi feigned a pitiful expression, pleading with the two. There is. Drink plenty of water and take laxatives to expedite the process. What? Laxatives? Yes. Just now. Miao Wushuang and I only managed to expel about 70 or 80% of your excess energy. I had to temporarily suppress the energy in your body to prevent you from exploding. So if you want to avoid further beatings, this is the way. At that moment, Miao Wushuang hurriedly approached Zhou Jiayue, saying, Sister Jiayue, here is the laxative you wanted. Seeing that Miao Wushuang handed Zhou Jiayue not an ordinary bag but a storage pouch, Liu Yi immediately sensed something amiss. As Zhou Jiayue began to retrieve the laxatives from within the pouch, Liu Yi was utterly petrified. Oh my goodness! This is a recipe for disaster. Hundreds of types of initial spirit laxatives, laxative pills, and entire cases of mineral water. Hee, are you ready? Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang turned, their expressions sinister as they approached slowly. Liu Yi, however, was not about to comply quietly. Just as he prepared to flee, he was swiftly bound with spirit ropes. Ling and Appos. Come forth and pry your master and Appos' mouth open. But as Ling and Appos stepped forward, Liu Yi quickly interjected. Ling and Appos, you wouldn't dare. Master, this is all for your own good. Just endure it. Hey, what is this all about? Consuming such an excessive amount of medicine could be lethal. The onlookers, having grown bored after the master departed for a respite, decided to take a stroll, only to witness a rather alarming scene. 3 women, one prying open Liu Yi's mouth, another forcefully administering medicine, and the last relentlessly pouring water down his throat. Alas, I used to think these 3 ladies were each more gentle and considerate than the last, but today, their terrifying nature has been fully revealed. Thus, it is said, one should never provoke a woman, especially those engaged in cultivation. A glimpse of their formidable prowess through their attributes is enough to instill dread. Naturally, Zhou Jiayue and her companions possess remarkably sensitive hearing. Upon catching wind of the conversation, they swiftly turned to face the onlookers. Zhou Jiayue approached with deliberate steps, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, What were you just saying? We did not quite catch it. Could you kindly repeat? Upon noticing Zhou Jiayue's gradual approach, the crowd huddled together in terror, trembling as they stammered. And no, we said you were youthful, beautiful, and exceptionally caring. Oh, is that so? I thought you were speaking ill of us. By the way, have you consumed the spiritual stone from the spirit tree? Eaten it? Why do you ask? Zhou Jiayue produced several doses of laxative. Here, take this. I fear your excess spiritual energy might lead to a catastrophic explosion of your bodies. Everyone exchanged glances, unwilling to partake, yet Zhou Jiayue's amiable smile compelled them to comply. I can't hold it in any longer. Let me go. Liu Yi, bound by spiritual ropes, was utterly immobilized. Hearing this, Miao Wushuang promptly untied him, and as soon as he was free, Liu Yi dashed towards the restroom, followed by the sounds of distress. After nearly 3 hours, Liu Yi emerged, leaning against the wall, only to feel his stomach rumble again after a few steps. I'm losing my mind. With no choice, Liu Yi rushed back, and it took several more hours before he finally felt relief. Upon attaining a semblance of normalcy, he gradually made his way to the lounge. Despite the fact that cultivators are akin to immortals in their non-combat states, requiring no sustenance or rest and feeling no fatigue, this experience had profoundly altered Liu Yi's perception of cultivation. For the first time since embarking on his journey, he felt such excruciating discomfort outside of battle. Master, are you feeling better? Brother Liu Yi, how are you? Is everything all right now? Zhou Jiayue, Miao Wushuang, and Ling and Appos all inquired in unison. Thanks to your concern, I feel utterly drained, as if I had been hollowed out. It appears I must take a proper rest. Oh, is it that serious? What about our dual cultivation? Uft. Liu Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. What? Dual cultivation? How long has this been going on without my knowledge? At that moment, Miao Wushuang stepped forward, explaining, in the past few days, Jiayue and I have both reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. While you remain in the late Golden Core phase, we discussed it and decided to dual cultivate with you to expedite your strength. That might not be appropriate. My physical condition has yet to fully recover. 2 beauties offering to dual cultivate with you, and you are being picky? If this were back at your university, countless people would have lined up for the opportunity. All right. Meet me under the spirit tree at 7 this evening. That night, the 3 gathered beneath the spirit tree, while Ling and Appos patrolled nearby to safeguard them. This spirit tree truly is a treasure. Merely the aura it emanates rivals that of mid-grade spiritual energy. Liu Yi marveled at the sight, while Zhou Jiayue retorted, Humph. Is it not your greed that led you to harvest so many spiritual stone fruits? This afternoon, Miao Wushuang and I returned to the base of this tree and picked one spiritual stone fruit for examination. Guess what we discovered? Zhou Jiayue directed Miao Wushuang to only pick a single low-grade spiritual stone, revealing that the spirit tree and Apos' emanated aura had begun to diminish slightly. Had you not been so greedy, the aura might have rivaled that of high-grade spiritual energy. Observing the spirit tree now only exuding mid-grade energy, Liu Yi sighed. Finally understanding why Mo Shang insisted this was the prime location for restoring spiritual energy. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Sigh, now that you know, hurry and focus on your cultivation." With that, Zhou Jiayue began to remove Liu Yi's outer garment. "Wushuang, come." Zhou Jiayue beckoned Miao Wushuang, who retrieved 8 square golden stones from her storage bag. "Here, lend me a hand." Miao Wushuang arranged the stones in a circle, then infused them with her water's spiritual root, causing vibrant flowers and greenery to sprout, enveloping the 3 of them. "What is this?" "This is called a spiritual herb stone. When a water-type cultivator infuses their spiritual root, various plants will grow. Different stones yield different plants." Miao Wushuang then produced a red and a purple stone from her storage bag, saying, "Brother Liu Yi, watch closely." With her water spiritual energy infused into the spiritual herb stone, the red stone blossomed into roses, while the purple stone yielded enchanting purple flowers. Liu Yi gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, his eyes wide with wonder. "Enough idle chatter, let us commence. We must make every moment count to ensure at least one of us reaches the pinnacle of the golden core stage." Meanwhile, the movements of Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had long been the subject of keen interest among all the noble families. Thus, when word spread of their planned dual cultivation that night, many hurriedly gathered near the spirit tree to observe. However, disappointment soon set in, as Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had encircled themselves with spiritual herb stones, and with Ling'er patrolling outside, it became nearly impossible for anyone to intrude. Sigh. How enviable it must be for Liu Yi to be in the company of 2 stunning women. Indeed, within the confines of the spiritual herb stones, the 3 were clad in only a thin layer, their hands clasped together like the legendary couple Yang Guo and Xia Long, albeit with 3 participants rather than 2. And they were not scantily clad. After approximately half an hour, the 3 began to emanate their respective elemental auras, with Zhou Jiayue radiating purple and Miao Wushuang blue. However, as Liu Yi lacked any defining attributes, he was enveloped in white mist. Yet, due to his cultivation of the dark spirit demon heart method, his body occasionally underwent peculiar transformations. Undoubtedly, the thunder root was the most formidable and exceptional among all elemental roots, particularly the forging thunder attribute, which was among the finest. In a mere hour, Zhou Jiayue ascended to become a flawless Yuanying stage cultivator. Although Miao Wushuang was ranked 4th among the 5 natural elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, with Zhou Jiayue's prior guidance and the spiritual energy released by the spirit tree, she ultimately reached the pinnacle of the Jedon stage. When the 2 concluded their cultivation and donned their garments, they turned to gaze at Liu Yi, utterly astonished. At that moment, he had sprouted a pair of immense white wings and a serpentine tail. His hands bore long, sharp claws, and his arms resembled those of a beast, red and robust. His teeth protruded menacingly, and his legs had transformed into something reminiscent of a dragoness, rendering him a true monstrosity. "Jiayu, what should we do?" "Liu Yi has completely turned into a monster," Miao Wushuang exclaimed, retreating fearfully behind Zhou Jiayue. While comforting Miao Wushuang, Zhou Jiayue cautiously cast barriers around Liu Yi, retreating with her silver weapon in hand. "It's all right, it's all right. I sense that his cultivation still rests in the late Jedon stage. You are at the pinnacle of Jedon, and I am in the early stages of Yuanying. There is nothing to fear." Yet as females, both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang couldn't help but feel trepidation upon witnessing Liu Yi's transformation. "Hurry, Ling'er. Come here and see what has happened to Liu Yi," Zhou Jiayue called out, spotting Ling'er returning from her patrol. Although Ling'er, being a puppet, had existed for a long time, she too was perplexed by the situation, having never witnessed anything like it. The dark spirit demon heart method had been safeguarded by the Miao clan, which regarded it as a forbidden technique, thus few dared to practice it, leaving their understanding of it scant, especially for Miao Wushuang, the clan leader's cherished daughter. Ling'er circled Liu Yi thoughtfully and addressed the 2. "I apologize, Miss Zhou." "Miss Miao, although I am uncertain what has caused the Master's transformation, you may rest assured that he is not in any immediate danger, nor has he succumbed to madness." Upon hearing this, Both women sighed in relief, exclaiming, "That's excellent news. As long as he isn't in danger or has gone mad, we can relax." After speaking, Ling'er, having exhausted her spiritual energy during her prolonged absence, retreated into the void treasure to recover. Zhou Jiayue observed Ling'er's brief duration of support and lamented, "Indeed, as Liu Yi indicated, our current cultivation is far too low to sustain Ling'er's energy consumption." Subsequently, Miao Wushuang retrieved the celestial herb stone and placed it into her storage pouch. She glanced at the void treasure in Zhou Jiayue's hand and remarked, "I recall Liu Yi mentioning that this puppet named Ling'er has a significant connection to her contracted master. The higher the master's cultivation level, the stronger Ling'er becomes, even serving as a weapon or merging with the master to dramatically enhance power for a short period." Indeed. Yet Liu Yi remains in the Jedon stage. He must at least reach the Yuanying stage for Ling'er to be utilized as a temporary weapon. Zhou Jiayue then discussed their recent cultivation experience with Miao Wushuang and added, "Those lurking in the grass should reveal themselves." Immediately, a dozen individuals emerged, scratching their heads in awkwardness. In truth, Ling'er had detected their presence long ago, and they had been located through her spiritual awareness. However, Zhou Jiayue had instructed Ling'er to feign ignorance to allow the intruders to believe they had remained undetected. Zhou Jiayue then cast a sidelong glance at the grass beside her and continued, "This is for the best. Individuals like us, releasing spiritual energy at night while dressed so lightly, will naturally attract those with ulterior motives to spy on us. You have inadvertently served as our bodyguards." "Ha! Indeed, it is our duty. We merely wished to patrol and ensure there were no suspicious individuals nearby, allowing you to cultivate in peace." "Oh, is that so? We must express our gratitude." Miao Wushuang approached with a smile that concealed her intent. "Well, since you have both completed your cultivation, we shall not intrude further. We will take our leave now." With that, the group vanished without a trace. Once all had departed, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue turned their anxious gazes back to Liu Yi. His transformation into a beast was escalating, his ears elongated and sharpened, resembling those of a vampire. Zhou Jiayue, in her distress, exclaimed, "What should we do? I have no idea how to resolve this. Wait. That person, Imo Shang, also seems to practice the dark spirit demon heart method. Should we seek him out? Forget it. He is our adversary. It would be best not to approach him." "What then? This could truly lead to disaster." Just then, a ferocious roar erupted from within the barrier. The two women turned in unison to see Liu Yi's garments completely torn apart, leaving him utterly bare as he sat. The monstrous features began to fade, gradually reverting back. Is this the mid-stage of Yuanying? As the void treasure and Ling'er were intrinsically linked to Liu Yi's cultivation, his ascendants also empowered them. At that moment, Liu Yi opened his eyes. Though still resembling a beastess, they slowly began to revert. "Ah, why am I not wearing anything? Scoundrel!" Liu Yi shouted. Covering his eyes, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang quickly provided him with a garment. Just then, Ling'er emerged from the void treasure, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master. You have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Yuanying." "What? Me?" "Indeed. Observe the changes in Ling'er. Not much has changed. She merely shifted from being stiff to resembling a real person. Not just that. Pay close attention." Ling'er waved her hand, causing the spirit tree to be entirely absorbed into her form. She then pointed her finger forward, unleashing a powerful beam of spiritual energy. This is Ling'er's current strength, capable of absorbing objects within her body and releasing them with multiplied force. Absorbing objects and releasing them with multiplied force? Witnessing Ling'er's display of power left the three astounded. "Yes, Miss Zhou, Miss Miao, please direct a spell attack towards me." Ling'er extended her right hand, adopting a combat stance. The two individuals observed Liu Yi's expression of agreement and felt a sense of relief. "Very well, if you are injured, we shall not intervene. Let the horses run free." Thus, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang each unleashed a thunderbolt and a water sphere towards Ling'er. However, what transpired next left all three utterly astonished. As thunder and water could interweave, Ling'er caught the two magical orbs and fused them, ultimately releasing them with a power magnified tenfold. Previously, due to concerns for Ling'er's safety, the thunderbolt and water sphere had been cast at the peak level of chi refinement. Yet, Ling'er had just demonstrated a power akin to that of a peak foundation establishment stage. Since what you released was at the peak of chi refinement, I can at most amplify it to the peak of foundation establishment. Liu Yi applauded in admiration. Incredible! Master, this is merely the beginning. If I were utilizing spells from the early stage of Golden Core, I could unleash powers akin to the early stage of out-of-body. Ling'er responded. Liu Yi, realizing he had reached the mid-stage of nascent soul, inquired, if I were to cast spells, would you be able to amplify them to the mid-stage of out-of-body? That is not feasible. As Ling and Oppos, is a puppet, her strength cannot exceed that of her contract master. Therefore, she can at most exhibit power equivalent to the peak of Golden Core. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well. At this juncture, Miao Wushuang arose to comfort Liu Yi. Brother Liu Yi, you must understand that once a spirit or spirit beast is contracted, regardless of their prior strength, their power must always fall below that of their master. Miao Wushuang's eyes gleamed with envy and longing. Possessing a contracted spirit was a coveted treasure among cultivators. Even having a mere low-grade yellow-level spirit was a mark of great honor and luck. What use is that? Why would one contract a spirit weaker than oneself? Zhou Jiayue, incensed, retorted, what do you mean by that? Are you unaware of how remarkable it is to possess a contracted spirit? Most cultivators, even those who have reached the separation of spirit, cannot obtain one. Continuing, Zhou Jiayue tugged at Liu Yi's ear and added, moreover, Ling'er is a mid-grade heavenly spirit. As you progress, the abilities and accompanying spells she can manifest will be unimaginable. And if you do not wish to keep her, simply dissolve the contract and give her to me. Zhou Jiayue protectively grasped Ling'er's hand, shielding her behind herself. Wait, I never said I did not want her. Just return Ling'er to me. I was wrong. All right, you can have her back, but you must immediately apologize to Ling'er. What? Apologize to Ling'er? She is merely a puppet. How can a master apologize to a puppet? Even if I did, she would not dare accept it. Suddenly, Ling'er looked at Liu Yi with a smile and said, hee. No, I wish to accept my master's apology. At this revelation, Liu Yi was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Ling'er would gain intelligence after her evolution. Are you still the obedient Ling'er I once knew? Of course. However, I have now successfully advanced and am no longer the rigid puppet I once was. Ling'er raised her head proudly, leaving Liu Yi astonished. Zhou Jiayue burst into laughter. Huh? Ling'er, you are simply marvelous. From now on, we shall not be master and spirit. You, I, and Miao Wushuang will be the best of sisters. Should Liu Yi dare to bully you, you may emerge from the void treasure to report to me. Absolutely. Zhou Jiayue then leaned in closer to Ling'er and whispered, if he gives you any trouble, just sneak out and report. Rest assured, Miss Zhou. I shall complete the task, Ling'er replied. At this point, calling me Miss Zhou or Master is too formal. From now on, call us sisters, understood? Understood. Afterward, Ling'er, feeling fatigued from her previous exertion, returned to the void treasure to recuperate. What did you and Ling'er just discuss? Hee. It's a secret. With that, Zhou Jiayue quickly took Miao Wushuang's hand and flew away, leaving Liu Yi alone. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Due to the constraints of the birdcage, aside from a few areas with spirit plants that retained abundant spiritual energy, the rest of the places had completely depleted their spiritual reserves. All living things rely on absorbing spiritual energy to thrive. Yet, due to ignorance regarding the storage and utilization of spiritual energy, it was consumed at an alarming rate. Thus, outside the areas teeming with spiritual plants, the land lay barren, devoid of life. Let us observe how those people managed to survive. The current spiritual energy ratio has reached a critical level. If they do not promptly acquire external spiritual energy, this place will become a dead city. At this moment, Su Yan remained in his presidential suite, listening to music, playing games, sipping coffee, and occasionally monitoring the external surveillance cameras. Report. The residence of the Dongfang family has suddenly burst forth with spiritual energy, restoring the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius in just half an hour. What? How can this be? The spirit plants should have completely perished. Su Yan bellowed in fury upon hearing this news. It is said they discovered several plants that were entirely unaffected. I believe they are called spirit trees. Upon hearing this, Su Yan sat back in his office chair, pondering spirit trees. It is rumored that among all plants capable of emitting spiritual energy, only those that can survive external disturbances for an extended period are deemed spirit trees. They must have found those few that even we could not destroy, the spirit stone plants. The vibrant spiritual energy emanating from the Dongfang residence had revitalized the surrounding area. Since they dared not act independently, Everyone could only begin planting from the Dongfang family. Master of the Dongfang family, what kind of tree is this? The spiritual energy in our estate is now exceedingly abundant. I do not know. I only know these trees were given by Miss Zhou and Miss Miao, and they are cultivated from the spirit stones on that tree. What? The spirit stones can be used as seeds? Indeed, I have never seen spirit stones that can both replenish spiritual energy and serve as seeds. However, after consulting ancient texts, I discovered that this is one of the legendary 9 plants, the spirit stone plant. This is utterly astonishing. The cultivation of the spirit stone plant differs entirely from that of ordinary plants, which require watering and fertilization. Instead, it merely needs 2 cultivators with water and earth spirit roots to simultaneously infuse spiritual energy into the spirit stone before burying it in the ground. Within half an hour, it will take root and sprout, and in an hour, it will grow into a seedling and release spiritual energy. This is truly a treasure. Indeed. However, the cost of cultivation is considerable, and up to now, more than a dozen cultivators have completely fallen. Yet, at least we have a place for rapid recovery of strength. Just then, laughter echoed from above. That depends on whether you can defend this place. At this moment, Su Yin and his subordinates appeared in the sky above the crowd, and then they directly threw a mid-stage nascent soul thundercloud bomb down. Of course, Ling'er caught it. Instantly, Zhou Jiayue and others appeared before everyone. Since Zhou Jiayue was also a cultivator of the thunder attribute, she handled this level of thunderous magic with ease, pushing it back to allow Ling'er, who had just emerged from the void pearl, to absorb it directly. What is happening? Why is she able to absorb magic? Who is she? Moreover, why have I never seen her before? Faced with this phenomenon, Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. But what followed left everyone, except Liu Yi and his companions, utterly dumbfounded. The thundercloud bomb that Ling'er had caught evolved into a peak-stage nascent soul thundercloud bomb and rebounded. This unexpected event caused Su Yin and the others, caught off guard, to fall from the sky. What the heck? How is this woman so powerful? No, she doesn't exude any aura. There must be something amiss. In light of the attack just received and the cultivators encountered in this birdcage, Su Yin suddenly became intrigued by Ling. He then used his spiritual sense to probe her cultivation level. What is going on? She has no aura at all, and judging from her appearance, she resembles a contracted spirit object. It is certain that she is a heavenly grade contracted spirit object. This discovery excited Su Yin immensely. Everyone says heavenly grade contracted spirit objects are hard to find, yet I stumbled upon one so easily. Kid, hand this girl over. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yin lunged towards Ling'er like a fierce tiger. Seeing Su Yin charging over, Zhou Jiayue quickly retrieved her silver sky from her storage space and swung it towards him. Naturally, since Ling'er had gained her own consciousness after Liu Yi's successful advancement, she chose to flee when confronted by a cultivator of much higher cultivation. Unless her master commanded her to fight. Upon seeing Zhou Jiayue release her spiritual energy, Su Yin immediately halted. You've successfully advanced to the early nascent soul stage. And among us 3, there is another nascent soul cultivator whose cultivation surpasses mine. After speaking, Liu Yi suddenly appeared in the air, thrusting his dragon pattern sword directly at Su Yin. Mid-stage nascent soul? Indeed, Su Yin, it is time for us to settle this. With that, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue charged towards Su Yin. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang joined the fray against Su Yan's subordinates. It was clear that Miao Wushuang had also caught Su Yan's attention, as her displayed strength and spiritual energy indicated that she had successfully advanced to the peak of the core formation stage. This piqued Su Yan's interest, for among all present, only Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang had advanced, and their cultivation levels had risen significantly. The others had merely increased their spiritual energy slightly based on their original levels. While grappling with Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue, Su Yin pondered. Something must have transpired with these 3 in recent days, and the speed and height of their advancement suggests something unusual. On Miao Wushuang's side, her successful advancement to the peak of core formation significantly boosted the morale and strength of the various families, causing the tide of battle to shift. Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi successfully restrained Su Yin, leading to a gradual retreat of Su Yin's faction. Damn it, everyone retreat. As the situation began to turn against him, Su Yin had no choice but to order a retreat. However, ice walls and firewalls surrounded Su Yin and his group layer upon layer. Initially, it was thought that Liu Yi and the others had little spiritual energy left, and even with spirit stones, they could not recover quickly. Thus, Su Yin had brought only about 100 men, all trusted subordinates and capable individuals. Yet, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, and thus Su Yan's subordinates were completely besieged by the various families. No matter how high his martial prowess, Su Yin was still surrounded by the family heads, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue. Moreover, Liu Yi's dragon-patterned sword and Zhou Jiayue's silver sky were both superb treasures of high-grade heavenly artifacts. As for Mo Shang, who had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, he did not join the fray because he wanted to accompany Ji Zining. Furthermore, Mo Shang and Liu Yi had previously devised a plan during their battles, seemingly engaging in mutual restraint while secretly plotting to bring Su Yin down step by step. As Su Yin watched his men fall one by one, and knowing reinforcements from his headquarters could not arrive immediately, he realized Mo Shang was unlikely to assist. Su Yin understood that the two had always been collaborators, and it seemed Mo Shang and Liu Yi were once again conspiring against him. He thus declared, I admit defeat this time. I have no desire to continue this game. It is time we settle all our accounts. With that, Su Yin's eyes glinted with ferocity as he took out his life treasure from his storage space and charged at the two. You've even resorted to using your life treasure. It seems you're ready to gamble everything. With that, Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue joined in the fray against Su Yin. This time, Su Yin noticed that Zhou Jiayue's attack speed was increasing rapidly, and judging by the techniques she employed, they were highly depleting of spiritual energy. How could she recover so swiftly in such a short time? He angrily shouted. With your early nascent soul cultivation, it is impossible for you to continuously use such energy-consuming spells. Haven't you heard of the Heavenly Wing? What? You are wearing the Heavenly Wing? Upon hearing this, Su Yin, who was retreating, felt as if he had taken a stimulant. The Heavenly Wing is a legendary cultivation artifact. Su Yin lunged towards Zhou Jiayue, exclaiming, What a treasure! This item shall belong to me. Naturally, Zhou Jiayue, adorned in the Heavenly Wing, was not so easily caught. The Heavenly Wing not only possessed exceptional spiritual energy recovery abilities, but also conferred incredible speed. Additionally, Zhou Jiayue had already reached the early nascent soul stage. Thus, for a considerable time, Su Yin found himself unable to catch her. Meanwhile, Liu Yi attacked from the side, this time employing the swift transformation technique into the Kunping form. Both of them had become extraordinarily fast, making it difficult for Su Yin to defend himself. Attacks came from one side, and as he defended against that, another assault came from the opposite side. Damn it, bastards. According to reason, I had clearly indicated that if I did not return for an extended period, it would surely mean I had encountered some misfortune. Thus, those who remained at headquarters would undoubtedly come searching for me. As Su Yin gazed upon his own deteriorating situation and that of his companions, a sense of urgency began to overwhelm him. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from above. Are you wondering why those left at headquarters have yet to appear? The voice belonged to Mo Shang, accompanied by a woman beside her. Mo Shang, you. Su Yin realized that before he left to come here, Mo Shang had already arranged for someone to monitor him. The fact that she now appeared in the sky indicated that those tasked with watching him had perished. You are Ji Zining. A surge of anger welled up within Su Yin as he abruptly saw Ji Zining standing before him, startling him. You were supposed to be in a deep slumber, weren't you? Apologies for disappointing you, but I recovered from my illness several days ago. What? Impossible. According to the treatment I provided, there should have been restrictions in place preventing a complete recovery, allowing Mo Shang to serve you indefinitely. In an instant, Ji Zining teleported in front of Su Yin and delivered a punch, sending him staggering back several meters before he knelt on one knee, spitting blood. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yi could not help but exclaim, Is this the Dao partner Mo Shang spoke of Ji Zining? Her power is astonishing. And her appearance. Ji Zining had transformed from the shy, timid 18-year-old girl into an utterly aloof goddess. How stunning, how beautiful, Liu Yi marveled, only to find that a lethal glare from Zhou Jiayue pierced through him. No, to call her beautiful is an understatement. You are hundreds, even thousands of times more beautiful. At this, both Mo Shang and Ji Zining turned their heads sharply. What did you just say about me? What did you say about Ji Zining? I was just praising her beauty. Just then, Su Yin shed his outer garments and stood up, surveying the surroundings before declaring, Since my subordinates are no more, and you are all present, I shall no longer restrain my power. With that, an immense aura of spiritual energy surged around him. This is. Indeed, it is the thunder attribute from the natural elements. At the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, the out-of-body pinnacle is but one step away from the demigod level, divine spirit level. Although the distinction between the out-of-body pinnacle and divine spirit is merely one step, the disparity in cultivation, spiritual energy, and power is vast. Yet, the out-of-body pinnacle is formidable, placing him leagues above those in the nascent soul stage. Now, I present you with two choices: either perish at my hands, or surrender the proud sky wings and that spirit you referred to as a mid-tier celestial. Is that so? Then we choose the latter. Almost in unison, all present, Liu Yi, Mo Shang, Ji Ning, the heads of various clans, and their cultivators, voiced their agreement, knowing that should they choose the former, Su Yin would gain an overwhelming advantage, rendering any negotiations futile and possibly leading to their annihilation. Is that so? Then do not blame me. Su Yin sneered before charging towards them. Do not forget our dark spirit demon technique. Mo Shang and Liu Yi shouted in unison, swiftly employing the transformation technique from the dark spirit demon method, morphing into the Zhou Yin form. They then utilized augmenting spells to temporarily elevate their powers to their peak. At this moment, everyone unleashed their spiritual energy completely. Thus, the clan heads stood at the late nascent soul stage, while Zhou Jiayue and Ji Ning were at the early nascent soul stage, and Miao Wushuang along with others were at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, with Liu Yi at the nascent soul pinnacle and Mo Shang at the early out-of-body stage. Wow, so many nascent soul cultivators, and one has even reached the out-of-body stage. Su Yin, it is either your death or ours. Your death or mine. Haha. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Su Yin's laughter echoed across the battlefield. Come, let us see what you can do. With that, he summoned hundreds of spiritual energy clones, encircling everyone. The onlookers were astounded by the sheer number of spiritual clones. What is there to fear? No matter how many clones you summon, they cannot surpass the strength of the original. A mid-core formation cultivator boldly charged forward. Be careful, Mo Shang shouted, but it was too late. As the cultivator struck down one of Su Yan's clones, he was instantly electrocuted by the fallen clone. Haha. As newly ascended nascent soul cultivators, you should know that clones of nascent soul stage and above possess traces of their original's spiritual root attributes. Since I possess a thunder spiritual root, without robust defensive abilities, you are all vulnerable to their electric strikes. This revelation rendered water and earth attribute cultivators powerless, having their numbers. Among the 5 elemental attributes, thunder reigned supreme, followed by fire and wind, with water and earth trailing. The majority of cultivators present were of the water and earth attributes. Now that their ranks had diminished significantly, do you still possess the strength to contend with me? Seeing the reduced numbers, Su Yin laughed. Humph. Do not forget, we have already eliminated all your subordinates. Now, you stand alone. How can you compare with us? With that, Liu Yi and Mo Shang charged at Su Yin, but to him, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He remained unfazed. I have already stated, it is impossible for you to defeat me. As he spoke, Su Yin grasped Liu Yi with one hand and Mo Shang with the other. Release them. Zhou Jiayue and Ji Ning exclaimed in unison as they rushed towards Su Yin, yet the outcome remained unchanged as they were swiftly incapacitated. The remaining cultivators attempted to advance, but were obstructed by Su Yan's myriad of clones, leading to a stalemate. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the cage. What is happening? Su Yin released his grip on Liu Yi and Mo Shang, soaring into the air to discern the source of the commotion. However, as he ascended, the cage shattered. A masked figure appeared before him, producing a photograph. Do you recognize this person? Upon seeing the photograph, Su Yin was taken aback, pondering the individual's immense power, uncertain whether this was a matter of good or ill. Cautiously, he inquired, May I ask why you seek this person? Oh, I have some grievances with her family and wish to settle the score. Hearing this, Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Allow me to introduce her. This woman is right here. Look down. She is the one lying on the ground. Su Yin pointed towards the floor. Oh, very well, very well. Thank you. However, your actions have incited a profound anger within me. The reckoning I spoke of is not to be misconstrued in such a manner, and it is imperative that no one who obstructs her existence be permitted to live. Upon uttering these words, Su Yin was caught off guard, and her head was swiftly severed. With Su Yin deceased, the birdcage could no longer take shape, leading to a rapid restoration of spiritual energy in Kyoto, while the surrounding vitality gradually began to revive. Naturally, Given that Kyoto is a vast metropolis, the restoration would take at least 3 to 5 weeks. After dispatching Su Yan, the masked man glanced at the photograph of the individual and, upon realizing that she was no longer in peril, departed hastily. When the others regained consciousness, a full day and night had elapsed, leaving them entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Su Yan's demise. What transpired at that moment? Unbeknownst to them at that moment, Ling'er emerged from the ethereal treasure orb and recounted the events that had transpired. Her revelations left everyone utterly astonished. Why would such a formidable individual extend their aid to them? And who exactly was this person? The identity of the person in his hands remains an enigma. Everything surrounding this is shrouded in mystery. Ling'er, do you still have any recollection of what that individual looked like? At that moment, he donned a mask resembling a dragon, while the others bore no distinctive features. Indeed, it appears that locating this life-saving benefactor is proving to be an arduous task. After this exchange, everyone decided to take a well-deserved rest. During this time, due to the shared pursuit of the dark spirit demon cultivation technique between Mo Shang and Liu Yi, they became sworn brothers. Naturally, Ji Zining also formed a close bond with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, becoming the best of friends. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, on a mist-shrouded island, resided countless cultivators, each more extraordinary than the last, with the lowest among them having reached the late stage of core formation. In a resplendent hall adorned with gold and jade, 2 masked figures were engaged in a discussion about a certain individual. The man wearing the fierce tiger mask addressed the one adorned with the azure dragon mask, inquiring, "Azure Dragon, is what you speak of truly the case? Did you truly behold the descendants of that individual?" Undoubtedly, it was her. At that moment, I thoroughly examined her innate root attributes, her infant seed, and her life-bound magical treasure with my spiritual awareness, and it was unmistakably her. It seems that it is time to inform the key members dispersed across the world so that they need not continue their search. I will also find an opportunity to notify the sect leader about this matter. After discussing various topics, the 2 of them simultaneously vanished from the hall. During their days of rest, Zhou Jiayue swiftly recuperated and began practicing dual cultivation with Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang. Before long, Zhou Jiayue reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while Miao Wushuang successfully advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul. However, for reasons unknown, Liu Yi remained stagnant at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, unable to progress. The day of their departure soon arrived, and to be honest, Liu Yi was reluctant to leave. After all, the capital is a renowned metropolis, rich in resources for exceptional cultivation treasures, and the mortal realm offers countless amusements. Yet, he was ultimately compelled by Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang to pack his belongings and depart from the capital. Have you thought about your university classmates? After the 3 departed from Kyoto, Zhou Jiayue inquired along the way. Of course I have thought about it. It has been over 6 months since I last returned. Let us depart. Let us return and take a look, and perhaps visit my mother-in-law as well. Liu Yi, after more than 6 months away, felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. However, upon arriving in Pujiang, he discovered that the once thriving and beautiful city had vanished without a trace. What on earth has transpired? What exactly transpired? Upon witnessing his university transformed into a desolate ruin, devoid of life and utterly heartbreaking, Liu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue gently patted Liu Yi and said, "Do not panic just yet. If you carefully attune your senses, you will realize that there are actually a multitude of people here." What? Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Liu Yi prepared to sense his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed from a distance, as a bullet hurtled towards the trio. However, for cultivators, the bullet's velocity was akin to that of a tortoise. Who on earth are you? Why must we be subjected to such violence? Utilizing the abilities of his mental perception, Liu Yi swiftly located the individual wielding the firearm against them. Surely, you must be the legendary cultivator. Let me tell you, even if you were to take my life, I would reveal nothing. A practitioner of the mystical arts? Upon hearing an ordinary person mention the term cultivator, Liu Yi and his companions exchanged glances. How do you know about cultivators? Please, enlighten us. Moreover, what exactly is transpiring here? I have previously stated that I shall not utter a word. Observing this individual's silence, Liu Yi and his companions departed, entering the campus. Naturally, through their prior abilities of spiritual perception, the trio discerned that many individuals in this city had taken refuge underground. Utilizing their spiritual awareness, Liu Yi and his companions successfully located their university classmates who were hiding below ground. Brother Yi? Are you truly Brother Yi? You have returned, Yi. A classmate suddenly addressed Liu Yi. Do you not recognize me? It is I, Zhang Yu. What? You are Zhang Yu? How is that possible? How have you changed like this? What has happened to the others? Gazing upon the emaciated figure of the man before him, Liu Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the once plump Zhang Yu had now become as slender as a reed. As for the others, they were all present here, indeed. Li Chang looked around at the dismal state of the underground scene and, unable to bear the sight, inquired of several companions, what on earth has happened? What truly transpired during my absence? A few days ago, a group of 5 or 6 individuals unexpectedly arrived in the city, proclaiming themselves as cultivators of the mystical arts. They sought out the mayor in the urban center. The nature of their conversation remains a mystery. Cultivators of the mystical arts. Indeed, according to rumors, they demanded the mayor to surrender an individual, yet the mayor refused, leading to a verbal confrontation. Unexpectedly, the military, in their eyes, proved utterly ineffectual, succumbing in mere moments. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue let out a disdainful snort. Indeed, one must consider the nature of cultivators. How could they possibly be compared to ordinary individuals? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu remarked, Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? It seems as though you hold our military in disdain. It is not a matter of disdain. Rather, the conflict between the military and the cultivators is one that could never be won. Are you suggesting, dear sister-in-law, that you possess a profound understanding of cultivators? Or perhaps you are one yourself? Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Liu Yi glanced at his expression and was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. What absurd conjecture is this? She could never possibly be. Just as Liu Yi prepared to refute this notion, Zhou Jiayue swiftly interjected, Indeed, I am indeed a cultivator. At that moment, everyone in the basement immediately turned their gaze towards Zhou Jiayue. Not only I, but also Miao Wushuang, and oh yes, your Yi Gu is also a cultivator. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and the others instinctively recoiled several steps back. Brother Yi, for the sake of our university friendship and brotherhood, please spare us. What do you mean by that? I never said I would kill you. No. Did you not? Those cultivators who came a few days ago nearly slaughtered half the population of this city, killing anyone they encountered. As Zhang Yu spoke these words, Liu Yi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Days later, those cultivators began to compete in a gruesome contest of murder reminiscent of the Nanjing massacre, challenging each other to see who could kill the most within a set time. What? Are they treating life as a game? After hearing Zhang Yu and Appo's words, Liu Yi angrily slammed his fist against the wall. Now that he had become a cultivator, he was certainly not like an ordinary person. With that punch, the ceiling began to tremble and stones fell from above. Brother Yi, please don't be angry. The ceiling is quite unstable for you. Li Chang, trembling with fear, spoke. We Don and Appo's possess your formidable abilities. If that ceiling collapses, we cannot protect ourselves as you can. My apologies, I got a bit too emotional. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue addressed everyone in the basement. Everyone, quiet down. Liu Yi, calm your mind and use your divine sense to perceive your surroundings. It seems that since we arrived in this city, the population has decreased by about 100. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang, who had remained silent, was using her unique water spirit root energy to monitor every movement in the city. This is bad, Brother Liu Yi. We must have been discovered. 2 cultivators are approaching us. How is that possible? We have been careful not to leak any spiritual energy. Could it be because of your energy avatar? Impossible. The water spirit root's energy avatar has a unique trait that renders it undetectable. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Found you. Finally found the hiding cultivators in this city. Suddenly, a large hole was blasted in the ceiling, and Liu Yi angrily pointed at the 2 figures in the air. Are you the cultivators who slaughtered half the population of this city? Oh, it seems someone has leaked information. The 2 figures in the sky glanced down at the ordinary people below, sneering. These lower beings are ultimately incomparable to us cultivators. Thus, I will kill if I wish and spare if I do not. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Liu Yi immediately used the transformation technique from the dark spirit demon heart method to shift into the Zhu Yin form and attack the speaker. Is this all you are capable of? How foolish of the outside world to praise you so highly. One of the figures swiftly countered, striking Liu Yi with a wolf-toothed club, reverting his transformation and causing him to vomit blood and collapse. The onlookers exclaimed in unison, Brother Yi. Liu Yi. Brother Liu Yi. Upon seeing Liu Yi fall with just one blow, the two figures lost interest and departed, leaving Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang to weep over Liu Yi's unconscious form. The ordinary people present were utterly stunned. They had expected Liu Yi and the others to drive the adversaries away, but instead, they witnessed Liu Yi and Appos' vulnerability. Disappointed, they sighed and returned to their previous positions. Jiayue. Something feels off. With just that one punch, Liu Yi's spiritual energy seems so unstable. Miao Wushuang's observation alerted Zhou Jiayue. She quickly set up a barrier to shield the three of them from the outside world and began a thorough examination of Liu Yi with her divine sense. What is this? How does Liu Yi's body harbor another presence? And it is certainly not ordinary spiritual energy. Miao Wushuang recalled the warnings Mo Shang had given them before their departure about the drawbacks of the dark spirit demon heart method. This is. The implications of their findings sent chills down their spines. The dark spirit demon heart method, when one has just successfully advanced and is still unstable, can result in the demonic energy within the practitioner consuming or invading their spiritual power and body if faced with a fatal blow. The greater the intensity of the attack, the stronger the consumption and invasion. The inherent danger of the dark spirit demon heart method arises from the fact that practitioners must cultivate both the spiritual energy of cultivators and the demonic energy of beasts. Thus, if executed properly, a practitioner of the dark spirit demon heart method can wield immense power and possess superior physical capabilities compared to others of the same realm. After only a brief review, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged worried glances at Liu Yi. Their fears materialized as they witnessed the same transformation that occurred during his previous advancement to the nascent soul stage. Massive white wings sprouted from his back. A long serpentine tail emerged, and his hands were adorned with long, sharp claws, while his arms became thick and red like a beast. His sharp teeth protruded from his mouth, and his legs had transformed into fearsome, dragon-like limbs, rendering him a complete monster. Miao Wushuang grasped Zhou Jiayue's arm, anxiously exclaiming, "What should we do, Jiayue?" "Do not worry. Remain calm. This could be a repeat of the unexpected transformation during his last advancement." However, contrary to Zhou Jiayue's thoughts, Liu Yi's eyes suddenly opened, no longer black, but a striking red, completely unrecognizing Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. He lunged at them, attempting to bite. Miao Wushuang immediately cast the water prison technique to restrain Liu Yi. Water prison technique. "Liu Yi, it's us." Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. At this moment, Liu Yi could not hear their voices, furiously clawing and biting at the restraints of the water prison. "This is impossible. I am still significantly weaker than Liu Yi in terms of cultivation. Though the water prison technique is soft yet firm and resilient, it may not withstand a cultivator of a higher realm." All those in the basement witnessed Liu Yi's transformation, retreating in fear. For Liu Yi and Appos' close friends, although they were terrified, their bonds of friendship compelled them to approach Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. "Sisters, what is happening to Brother Yi? He has turned into a monster." "Oh well." Upon seeing Zhang Yu and the others, Liu Yi immediately roared at them, frightening them into a hasty retreat. "Jiayue, the water prison is beginning to weaken. Brother Liu Yi's demonic energy has surged significantly." Zhou Jiayue noticed this as well. She had hoped the water prison would hold for a while longer. Realizing it was nearing its limit, she infused her own lightning attribute into the water prison to suppress Liu Yi. This recent transformation is entirely different from the last one. It appears that if Liu Yi cannot fully withstand this ordeal, he will be completely consumed by the dark spirit's demonic techniques. As time ticks away, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang take turns employing barriers and restrictions to confine Liu Yi. In the process of trapping him, they have also securely bound him with spiritual ropes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "All right, you two have worked hard. I have fully regained consciousness." Just as they were preparing to unleash their spiritual energy for the next round, Liu Yi suddenly awoke. "Wonderful. You nearly scared us to death. You were out for an entire day," exclaimed Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, both collapsing from the exhaustion of overexerting their spiritual power. "Hey, before you pass out, could you please unlock these chains?" Liu Yi shouted towards Zhang Yu and Li Chang, who were hiding at a distance. "Ego, are you really okay? You won't turn into a monster again, will you? You frightened us terribly just now." "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine now. Look, that string of blue keys on the ground is." After being trapped by the chains for so long, Liu Yi quickly began to move his wrists and ankles once freed. These chains were akin to the sea tower stones from Andapos, One Piece, and Apos, capable of entirely stripping the bound cultivators of their strength and spells. So, you need not worry. From the beginning until now, the demonic energy within me has been thoroughly suppressed. Then, Liu Yi retrieved a piece of bread from his storage bag and began to eat. Ego, haven't you become a cultivator? Why do you still need to eat? They say cultivators don't require food. Oh, cultivators can go long periods without eating, but they do not completely forego it. Besides, now that I am bound by these chains, I have reverted to being an ordinary person, so of course, I need to eat. Zhang Yu and the others gleaned some basic knowledge about cultivation from Liu Yi, but they couldn't help but feel that cultivators had rather large appetites. In merely half an hour, he had consumed at least a dozen pots of food. What is going on with you all? It's already 6 o'clock. Why hasn't anyone begun preparing dinner? I must say, Ego, you've just consumed all the remaining rations we had in this basement, which were the last government relief supplies. If we wait any longer, we'll have to endure 3 to 5 days without food. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, just waking up, overheard Zhang Yue's response and glared at Liu Yi in outrage. You finished all the last of our supplies. Do you not realize that our storage bags have just run out of food? Do you wish to starve everyone here? Seeing Zhou Jiayue reprimanding Liu Yi, Li Chang timidly pulled Miao Wushuang aside and asked, Sister-in-law, since you are cultivators, could you help us acquire some food from the storage locations of those people? You know the location of the supplies? Why yes, while you were resting, Iga shared some knowledge about cultivators with us, mentioning that you often require spirit stones. As he spoke, Li Chang produced a red crystal stone from his pocket. According to what Iga told me, this is the crystal stone you mentioned, right? This is a top-grade spirit stone. Miao Wushuang quickly caught the crystal from Li Chang's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For ordinary folks, acquiring even a single low-grade spirit stone is quite the challenge. Possessing one can make one wealthy. How did you obtain this? A few days ago, we took advantage of the chaos when the military and those cultivators clashed to secretly gather supplies. By chance, I stumbled upon a storage facility filled with shiny stones. Time was of the essence, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity, so I took a few back. Li Chang then pulled out several more spirit stones from his pocket, causing Miao Wushuang's eyes to shine even brighter. Low grade, mid grade, top grade, my goodness. Shaoli, you are incredible. These spirit stones are even more precious than food. Thus, Miao Wushuang instructed Li Chang and Zhang Yu to bring a large iron pot. Using her spiritual energy, she melted the spirit stones into liquid form and ladled a small bowl for the two. Here, drink this. Sister-in-law, can we really drink this? Trust me. Zhang Yu and Li Chang exchanged glances before gulping it down. Though they only consumed a small bowl, they immediately felt as though they had eaten their fill. Wow, this is astonishing. Since those cultivators arrived, we haven't had a proper meal. As the others in the basement witnessed the scene, they rushed to fill their own bowls. After punishing Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, upon seeing that Miao Wushuang had magically made such a large pot of spirit stone liquid, asked, Wushuang, where did this spirit stone liquid come from? This should be made from top-grade spirit stones, right? Indeed, it is made from top-grade spirit stones, all of which were stolen by Li Chang and the others. I have a plan. Tonight, let Li Chang and the others lead an effort to steal more spirit stones. Liu Yi proposed. Hearing this, Li Chang was terrified, for he understood the terrifying abilities of cultivators, having witnessed Liu Yi being defeated in an instant. What? No way. I'm not going. I don't want to die. I've heard the government has sent special forces and snipers to deal with these cultivators. How could we ordinary folks possibly sneak in? Do not worry. We will be fine. Zhang Yu, go find a few volunteers, see who is willing to accompany us. After saying this, Liu Yi produced a map and infused it with spiritual energy, forming a three-dimensional representation, revealing numerous powerful spiritual energy responses on the map. From the distribution on the map and his previous sensing, it seemed there were 6 out-of-body cultivators, including one at the peak of that realm, with over a dozen nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of core formation cultivators. According to the general characteristics of cultivators, they must be here to seize control of this city. What? Upon hearing Zhou Jiayue's words, Liu Yi, Li Chang, and the others were immediately alarmed. I say, Ego, what was the hierarchy of cultivators you mentioned earlier? I want to confirm. The cultivation realms are as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation. void refinement, and infant transformation. Each of these includes early, mid, late, and peak stages. As for magical artifacts, they are classified into heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow grades, which also include top grade, mid grade, and low grade. So, Igu, what is your current realm? Zhou Jiayue and I are in the mid-nascent soul stage, while Miao Wushuang is in the early nascent soul stage. If you were to confront them, what are the chances of victory? At this time, Miao Wushuang, having just finished distributing the spirit stone liquid, chimed in, there is no chance of victory. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. Even a difference of one stage is like heaven and earth, let alone facing a peak out-of-body cultivator. Then how can we steal food? You need not worry about that. In due time, you shall understand. How fare you, Jiayue? No issue at all. I have already utilized my lightning attribute to assess the situation for tonight. It is quite suitable, accompanied by thick fog. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Liu Yi and his companions, along with 10 individuals brought by Zhang Yu, arrived at the warehouse. This operation relies on you, Miao Wushuang. Absolutely. After signaling, Miao Wushuang cautiously emitted wisps of water vapor. Brother Yi, what is second sister doing? She was merging the mist she released into the surroundings. While the effects of the water attribute are far inferior to that of the poison attribute, the smoke emitted by poison practitioners is always colored and odorous, whereas water vapor remains colorless and tasteless. After a while, upon seeing the guards unconscious, Miao Wushuang patted the heads of Zhang Yu, Li Chang, and the others, and then each person felt as if enveloped by a liquid. This is the sponge garment. It renders everyone besides me invisible. Although my current cultivation level can only stabilize it for 3 hours, it is sufficient for this mission. Subsequently, Liu Yi distributed storage bags to Li Chang and the others, instructing them on their use and cautioning them on several matters before declaring, all right, let us commence the operation. Thanks to the sponge garment and the guards being incapacitated by Miao Wushuang, the group encountered no obstacles on their path. Heavens, there are so many spirit stones inside, exclaimed Liu Yi upon opening the warehouse door. Marveling at the pile of spirit stones, this amount is enough for us to cultivate for a considerable time. Is that truly a lot? Retorted Zhou Jiayue. Do not forget, Miao Wushuang and I have only opened 5 storage bags, and there remains a plethora of spirit stones within. This is hardly significant. Yes, you have more. Then why are you still here to steal these spirit stones? Are you foolish? Every time we are injured during cultivation, we need spirit stones. Do you not know how to live? Moreover, during confrontations, one must first deplete the opponent's spirit stones to prevent them from having excess recovery power. These words also served as an indirect encouragement for Zhang Yu, Li Chang, and the others to collect as many spirit stones as possible, ensuring ample resources while enabling Liu Yi and his companions to swiftly enhance their strength against external threats. As the hour approached and the effects of the sponge garment began to wane, Miao Wushuang hurriedly reminded, we must retreat immediately. The garment's effect will likely dissipate in 10 minutes. The group, having gathered enough, hastily made their exit. Good heavens, this is terrifying. I have never engaged in such perilous activities before. Indeed, while stealing is not particularly difficult, doing so under the watchful eyes of these practitioners is truly nerve-wracking. Along the way, Zhang Yu and Li Chang continued to chatter, panting heavily. However, upon reaching the basement entrance, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang promptly drew their magical treasures from their storage spaces, simultaneously declaring, they have discovered us so swiftly. Yet, it is not surprising, considering the formidable beings such as nascent soul practitioners are among them. Quickly, enter, we shall handle this. Yet, the adversaries this time were not as powerful as those encountered previously, comprising primarily of early nascent soul practitioners and 10-peak golden core cultivators. Upon hearing that the practitioners had discovered them and were approaching, Zhang Yu, Li Chang, and the others dashed towards the basement like startled rabbits. At that moment, alarms suddenly blared, and hundreds of soldiers and tanks appeared from seemingly nowhere before them. Seeing the armed personnel, Liu Yi rushed forward to organize, you lunatics. Ordinary people cannot contend with practitioners. But Zhou Jiayue suddenly pulled Liu Yi back from behind, preventing him from advancing. Did your spiritual sense not detect them all along? Let them be. They must defend their homeland. We cannot just stand by and watch them perish. Brother Yi, what shall we do? With so many of them, it is already too late to retreat. Look, Zhou Jiayue pointed behind them. They are already upon us. Open fire, commanded the military's commander. and all artillery unleashed a barrage. The onslaught persisted for over 10 minutes. Haha, serves you right. You despicable practitioners, invading our city. This is your just retribution. Yet, after the smoke cleared, the practitioners remained unscathed. Of course, Liu Yi and his companions could see clearly the actions of the practitioners amidst the military's assault. However, Liu Yi noticed that the barriers created by the opposing practitioners differed from those typically summoned. Is it a barrier restriction? No. It appears they are utilizing some form of defensive magical treasure. Humph. Wealthy fools, mere pay-to-win players. What is so impressive about that? It does not represent true cultivation achievements and is hardly a cause for concern. With that, Liu Yi launched an attack on the opposing practitioner. Little brat. It seems you are unaware of the might of the Huangpu family. I am Huangpu Xing. I look forward to your guidance. Huangpu family? I have never heard of it. Thus, their fists clashed, sending waves of smoke billowing around them. The two then engaged in a duel using their magical treasures, with flashes of blades and lightning. Gradually, Liu Yi discerned Huangpu Xing's elemental affinity. He appeared to be a dual lightning and wind attribute practitioner of early nascent soul. Although he did not surpass Liu Yi in cultivation level, he possessed an abundance of high-quality magical treasures. Liu Yi understood that a protracted battle was inadvisable, as the clash of their energies would undoubtedly attract more members of the Huangpu family. While Liu Yi contended with Huangpu Xing, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang faced off against several of the Huangpu family's golden core cultivators. Who are they? How can they contend with these practitioners? These individuals could not even best our special forces, and they appear to be college students. The special forces present watched in astonishment as Liu Yi and his companions faced off against the Huangpu family, their eyes wide with disbelief. You all must escape. We will hold them off here. Ordinary people stand no chance against these practitioners. Indeed, with you present, we fear causing collateral damage, which prevents us from showcasing our true strength. Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue saw the special forces staring at them in confusion and hurriedly urged them. However, this only prompted Huangpu Xing to unleash a wind blade technique. Zhou Jiayue quickly erected her lightning attribute defensive barrier, but was still struck by the wind blade, leaving her with a wound on her back. Be careful. This is not an ordinary wind blade technique. Suddenly, Zhou Jiayue coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. What is happening? How could an early nascent soul practitioner defeat Zhou Jiayue, who is at mid-nascent soul, with a single move? At that moment, Huangpu Xing unleashed several wind blades towards Liu Yi and Miao Wushuang. This is poison. Upon collapsing, Liu Yi immediately realized that his hands could no longer exert any strength, nor could he channel his spiritual energy. For a cultivator, losing their spiritual power is akin to a tiger losing its teeth or an eagle losing its wings, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Come on. I know you want to perish like typical cultivators. Surely you have some tricks up your sleeves. Huangpu Xing, glancing at the fallen Liu Yi and his companions, continued with a look of disappointment. However, I need not worry. I am merely a scout tasked with gauging your strength, yet your performance has truly disheartened me. It is a pity that, as a nascent soul cultivator, you are so lacking in substance. As soon as Huangpu Xing finished speaking, another cultivator approached. Huangpu Xing respectfully addressed him, Master, how would you assess the strength of these three? They are utterly unimpressive. Even someone of my cultivation cannot defeat them. What potential could they possibly possess? Nonetheless, it is indeed unsettling to have other cultivators appear on my territory. The head of the Huangpu family then cast a glance at the trio, declaring, I shall spare one of you, allowing you to keep your life. After all, it is not easy for newcomers to navigate this world with that. The head of the Huangpu family delivered a kick, sending the three flying in different directions. In that instant, Liu Yi, filled with indignation, shot a furious glance at the members of the Huangpu family as he watched Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang also being propelled away. Meanwhile, Li Qiang, Zhang Yu, and their companions peered through a small opening in the basement, witnessing their glimmer of hope, Liu Yi and the others, being unceremoniously cast out into the city. I thought you said Liu Yi was formidable. One individual in the basement, upon seeing Liu Yi's defeat, poured cold water on Zhang Yu and the others. I never expected him to be so easily vanquished. What did you say? Repeat that. Li Qiang suddenly seized the person's sleeve in anger. In comparison to the Huangpu family, they were worlds apart. Their earlier attempts had been akin to striking a stone with an egg. For the Huangpu family, Liu Yi's attacks were utterly inconsequential. You with that, Li Chang and Zhang Yu proceeded to give the individual a thorough beating. 3 days later, Liu Yi awoke on an unfamiliar island, surrounded by an alien environment, with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang nowhere to be found. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he sensed his surroundings and concluded that he was on a deserted island, utterly alone. Desperately, he attempted to flee, only to find himself unable to escape the island and Appos as confines. Where on earth is this? Similarly, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had been separated and cast to different locations. Unlike Liu Yi, they did not exhibit the same urgency in this strange environment. They first employed their spiritual awareness to assess their surroundings before seeking a safe haven to expel the toxins from their bodies. On this island, it bore a striking resemblance to the Baijiao Valley Liu Yi had once traversed in search of the wood spirit fruit. Various ancient trees and peculiar flora captivated the eye. With towering trees whose roots descended from the branches, gradually thickening to support the canopy, a unique spectacle. Liu Yi walked along a rugged, muddy path until he heard the soothing sound of flowing water. Instantly, he rushed toward the source and beheld a crystal-clear stream before him. He could not help but scoop up some water to drink, experiencing a sweetness and coolness that invigorated him, restoring much of his spiritual energy. A gentle breeze occasionally swept by, carrying with it a refreshing aroma. The spiritual energy here was no less potent than that of the Baijiao Valley. One could only wonder if there existed spiritual herbs and sacred medicines akin to those found in the valley. Ah, young man, it seems you are also a cultivator. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared behind Liu Yi, startling him into retreating a few steps. Who are you? How did you approach me so silently? I have thoroughly scanned this island with my spiritual awareness, young man. Should it not be I who poses the questions? Who are you? And why have you come to my territory? Oh, my apologies. I am Liu Yi, a wandering cultivator. May I inquire about your identity, senior? Now that is more like it. One must speak with courtesy. This is indeed the domain of our Miao clan, and I am responsible for managing it, Miaoing. Miaoing then recalled that the daughter of their clan leader, Miao Wushuang, had mentioned following a young man named Liu Yi, claiming she would become his cultivation partner. Thus, he inquired, young man, since you bear the name Liu Yi, do you happen to know a woman named Miao Wushuang? I do know her, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, we were scattered and are currently unable to contact each other. Upon hearing this, Miaoing was immediately enraged, gripping Liu Yi tightly. Do you understand that Miao Gongzhu is the precious jewel of our Miao clan? I have watched her grow. Initially, she was betrothed to another family. But because of your connection to our clan leader and Wushuang, we endured immense pressure to negotiate a cancellation of the engagement at this moment. Liu Yi, now at the mid-nascent soul stage, discerned that Miaoing was only at the initial nascent soul stage. The earlier use of a simple concealment technique had prevented Liu Yi from perceiving this. With ease, Liu Yi pushed Miaoing away. You know nothing of what has transpired recently, so refrain from making baseless accusations. Were it not for your status as my senior and your connection to Miao Wushuang, I would have dealt with you quite differently due to the circumstances surrounding the Huangpu family and Miaoing's earlier attitude. Liu Yi and Appos, as frustration erupted. Take me to see the clan leader. In the hall of the Miao clan, after Liu Yi recounted the recent events, Miao Qing, the clan leader, pondered deeply, unable to devise a suitable solution. For all three of you to be nascent soul cultivators, yet unable to prevail. One can only speculate how formidable your adversary must be. Miao Qing continued. Since the rebellion led by Miao Yin, our clan has been in a state of reconstruction, and I am currently the only one at the initial out-of-body stage. Should I depart, our clan would undoubtedly be divided by other forces. You speak the truth. Miao Yin's rebellion has indeed diminished our clan's standing within the cultivation world, Miao Qing concluded. Thus, when faced with challenges, it is imperative that you young ones find your own solutions. With that, Miao Qing led Liu Yi to the storeroom, filled with spiritual pills, medicinal herbs, and magical artifacts. I understand that you may not be able to drive those individuals from Pujiang this time. However, these items may aid you in your cultivation. I hope you will make full use of them. Miao Qing led Liu Yi into a cavern adorned with countless spirit stones, a sanctuary where she had long engaged in seclusion for cultivation. For the next few days, focus on your training here, striving to stabilize your progress at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm before advancing to the later stage, she instructed before departing the cave entrance. As Liu Yi surveyed the cavern, glittering with spirit stones and the elixirs Miao Qing had provided, he found himself engulfed in a conflict of thoughts. He was acutely aware that following the mutation he experienced during his core formation stage, Each advancement seemed to amplify the demonic energy associated with the dark spirit demon heart method. The stronger the demonic energy became, the more arduous the path to advancement, increasing the risk of falling into madness. The precautions that Mo Shang had summarized for him were entrusted to Zhou Jiayue for safekeeping, should the need arise. Oh, if only Jiayue or Wushuang were here, I wouldn't have to worry about the dangers of advancement, Liu Yi lamented, reflecting on his previous impatience. Although his progress had been swift, it merely elevated his cultivation level while his reserve of spiritual energy failed to keep pace. It felt akin to a game where one possessed divine equipment yet lacked the requisite level to unleash its full potential. In the cave, Liu Yi wandered, contemplating whether to take the risk of cultivating the dark spirit demon heart method alone and challenging the later stage of the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, the void pearl illuminated, and Ling'er emerged. Having established a mental connection with Liu Yi upon acquiring the pearl, she bounded forth, exclaiming, "Master, ascend now. You are already aware of my abilities at your current nascent soul stage, so rest assured, with me as your protector, you shall encounter no issues." Her confident demeanor eased Liu Yi's anxiety, prompting him to issue a series of instructions. "All right, I shall attempt it. Should I fail, and you cannot prevent my mutation, please summon Miao Qing and the others to restrain me." After imparting his instructions, Liu Yi requested Ling'er to guard him while he activated a formidable barrier to suppress himself. Absorbing the spiritual energy radiating from the spirit stones, he gradually felt a surge of demonic energy emanating from within. As his consciousness expanded, phantoms of demonic beasts materialized before him. Was this the power of the demonic beasts he would have to confront during his advancement? Might he face even more formidable foes in the future? With that thought, Liu Yi charged into the throng of apparitions. The demonic beasts, now endowed with their own consciousness, taunted, "You lowly human cultivator, having grasped your own spiritual power, yet you still seek to wield our demonic strength." The clash between Liu Yi's spiritual power and the beast's demonic energy ensued fiercely. As the saying goes, humans excel in spells but falter in physical combat, while demons thrive in physical prowess yet struggle with spells. The prolonged confrontation began to deplete Liu Yi's magical energy, while the demonic beast's power diminished only slightly, indicating their superiority. Outside, Ling'er observed Liu Yi's fluctuating state, noting his calm demeanor gradually shift to one of perspiration and, ultimately, a pallid complexion. Upon Liu Yi's successful advancement to the nascent soul stage, Ling'er developed her own consciousness and abilities. Thus, witnessing his transformations filled her with apprehension and unease. "Master, you must endure this time. You cannot always rely on Miss Zhou and Miss Miao for mutual cultivation to elevate your realm. Otherwise, you will lose your unique path to enlightenment." Meanwhile, Liu Yi's form morphed, sprouting magnificent white wings and a serpentine tail. His arms transformed, becoming robust and red like a beast's, with sharp claws and elongated fangs protruding from his mouth, though not to the same extreme as before. Ling'er reflected on Liu Yi's previous advancements, recalling how he had begun to shift towards a beastly form since striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. The demonic power unleashed during the dark spirit demon heart method had surged forth at that moment, rendering previous tribulations from the heavenly tribulation inconsequential. As time passed, wisps of purple smoke emanated from Liu Yi, and a faint blue glow of gathered spiritual energy enveloped his form. "This is the smoke produced by the demonic beasts. Master has successfully advanced to the later stage of the nascent soul realm." Slowly, Liu Yi's beastly form began to revert. Upon concluding his cultivation, he sensed a distinct change in his strength compared to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Though the increase in spiritual energy was modest, Liu Yi pondered the disparity. Why was his advancement different from that of Jiayue and Wushuang, whose spiritual energy and realms had risen in unison? In a serene valley, abundant with flora and fauna, a blue-clad woman stood, erecting a massive barrier of flames. "I cannot afford to rely on luck this time. It must either be a decisive victory or a miraculous escape." Gradually, ominous clouds gathered overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a deafening crack split the air as a colossal bolt of lightning descended. "Come, let me witness the true strength of this heavenly tribulation for the nascent soul stage." The woman had dedicated 3 full days to prepare for this advancement. Initially, she intended to rely on spirit stones and spiritual energy for her breakthrough. But a surprise attack from a male cultivator had disrupted her at the peak of her core formation stage, compelling her to confront the heavenly tribulation instead. The assailant's prowess was formidable, and her once reliable illusory wind shield now lay irreparably damaged. Gazing at the shield in her hand, she lamented, "I truly have no suitable magical weapon left. I should have brought more when I left home." Just then, the heavenly tribulation struck the barrier, testing its strength. The ordeal of advancing through the tribulation was indeed a torment for the body and mind. However, should she succeed, the reward would be unparalleled. The blue-clad woman felt the strain of the trial. Despite her thorough preparations, she still struggled against the oncoming storm. With a sudden surge of pressure and urgency to advance, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the barrier began to tremble ominously, as the heavenly tribulation threatened to breach the barrier and endanger her life. A bolt of lightning struck, shattering the impending doom. Have you lost your senses? Your body is already worn to the bone, and your mind is ill-prepared for the nascent soul realm, she thought. I must break through to the nascent soul and exit the realm. Only then can I attain the freedom I desire from my family. Certainly. The one who cleaved through the heavenly tribulation with lightning was none other than the rare Thunderforged cultivator, Zhou Jiayue. I am Zhou Jiayue. May I ask your name? Liu Yi. Upon uttering these words, Liu Yi promptly fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a cavern, with nourishing meals laid out before her. You have awakened. Let us eat something. In your current state, consuming spirit stones or spiritual energy is out of the question. Thank you. Since your surname is Zhou, I shall call you Sister Zhou. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. With that, Liu Yi clasped her hands in gratitude towards Zhou Jiayue. Could you enlighten me as to how your body came to be in such a state? Thus, Liu Yi recounted everything that had transpired recently to Zhou Jiayue. Upon hearing Liu Yi's tale, Zhou Jiayue quickly understood that this girl, Liu Yi, had fled her family in pursuit of freedom. However, during her cultivation, she was interrupted by a male cultivator, causing her to plummet back to the late stage of the core formation realm, after which the male cultivator robbed her of all her spirit stones and treasures. In a frigid grand hall, an elder, appearing to be in his 50s, paced back and forth. This troublesome girl truly knows how to stir up trouble. How dare she publicly reject Han Guanyu at the family conference? Such disgrace for the Han family at such a grand gathering. What shall we do now? This elder was none other than Liu Yi's father, Lan Guangyu. Master, the 3 disciples we sent out have yet to return. Should we dispatch the second group as well? No need. The 3 disciples we sent are all at the late stage of core formation, possessing excellent sensory abilities. If they cannot locate her, sending out more will be futile. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue was aiding Liu Yi in her recovery and cultivation. Your physical cultivation quality is exceedingly poor. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to ascend to the core formation stage. I amassed spirit stones to achieve it. I knew that during the ascension, the heavenly tribulation is the most testing of the mind, so I avoided it and used spirit stones for my advancement. When faced with tribulation difficulties, I relied on protective treasures for defense. After hearing this, Zhou Jiayue realized that this girl was indeed a novice in spiritual cultivation, lacking a true understanding of the significance of spirit stones. Although Zhou Jiayue had ample spirit stones stored in her spatial pouch, enough to support her own advancement well beyond the current stage, she still believed in the virtue of steady and methodical cultivation. Liu Yi, let us drop the formalities. I shall call you Xiaojie instead. I advise you to cultivate steadily. Otherwise, you will have to rely on spirit stones to survive in this realm. Why? Isn't this method of cultivation quite rapid? Why not take the shortcut to success? Given your current state, I have thoroughly assessed it, based on what you previously told me. If you had cultivated steadily, you could have easily protected yourself against that man. Subsequently, Miao Wushuang enveloped herself with her thunder attribute, and after ascending to the core formation stage, she could have utilized her fire attribute for defense. Yet, she was unaware of this fundamental knowledge, relying solely on the power of a foundation establishment level. Upon witnessing Zhou Jiayue conjure a protective shield of lightning around her, Liu Yi's eyes lit up as she realized that her cultivation attributes could be wielded in such a manner. Sister Zhou, that technique looks impressive. Please teach me. I can certainly teach you, but only after you have fully recovered. We must begin from scratch, cultivating the spells and spiritual energy of the foundation establishment realm. Of course, that is no issue. Zhou Jiayue then erected a barrier to obscure their presence from those searching for Liu Yi. During this time, Zhou Jiayue guided Liu Yi while simultaneously recovering her own cultivation. Success. My cultivation has finally ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This time, I have completed my ascent without the assistance of Sister Jiayue or Brother Liu Yi. Feeling the surge of nascent soul energy emanating from her body, Miao Wushuang was overcome with exhilaration. Thanks to my water attribute and the abundant water source here, I am truly grateful to you, old man. You are too kind, young lady. I feel a connection with you, and since my spiritual attribute is also water, I wish to assist you as well. Oh, by the way, take this. The old man presented Miao Wushuang with a blue crystal and a scroll. This contains the entirety of my knowledge. Should you utilize it, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Furthermore, this blue crystal is rich in water attribute spiritual energy and can provide you with a substantial infusion in times of scarcity. After imparting this wisdom, the old man peacefully passed away. Following his instructions, Miao Wushuang absorbed all the spiritual energy from him and buried him in his birthplace. Thank you for your guidance during these days, old man. I shall never forget you. The old man who guided Miao Wushuang was the fourth-generation leader of the Hanliang Palace, Han Mingjie, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. After laying Han Mingjie to rest, Miao Wushuang set her sights on Pujiang, believing that Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi would await her there. However, to reach Pujiang, she must first rest at the Blue Sky Gate, requiring approximately 5 days of travel. Your progress these days has been remarkable. Your talent is truly exceptional. With your comprehension, you can become a core formation cultivator within a year. In a cave on an island near the Blue Sky Gate, Zhou Jiayue conversed with the finished cultivating Liu Yi. Really? Sister Zhou, is that true? How long until I can ascend to the nascent soul stage? I cannot say for certain. After all, I am not you. And you are not me. I do not fully understand your capabilities, so I hesitate to make any assumptions. Just as Zhou Jiayue was about to continue, her senses detected an approaching presence, an individual at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Quickly, hide and lower your cultivation level. Someone is coming. With that, Zhou Jiayue grasped the silver talisman and concealed herself with Liu Yi. Sister Zhou, what is happening? Is someone truly approaching? Indeed, based on this cultivator's emitted spiritual energy, he should be a water attribute cultivator at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Zhou Jiayue, drawing from her experience, concluded that this cultivator had recently ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, posing no threat to her. However, with Liu Yi by her side, Zhou Jiayue opted for a stealthy approach to subdue the incoming cultivator. Since your presence is merely a burden, it would be prudent for you to remain here without moving. I shall go and meet him. However, as Zhou Jiayue stealthily approached the cultivator, she suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Wushuang, speak quickly, or I shall take your life." At this moment, Liu Yi found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. To divulge information would betray the promise made to his esteemed predecessor, Zhou Jiang, yet to withhold it might incite the Dragon Maiden's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He summoned the Void Pearl. Liu Yi, what is the meaning of this? How could the pearl that the Dragon Maiden mentioned be in your possession? Jiayu, how could I possibly know your ancestor? He belongs to an era long past. A person of my humble status could never be acquainted with someone like him. Indeed, I thought you might know my ancestor, and it nearly frightened me. If that were true, we would truly be fated to cross paths. Is it possible that you are also quite novice? Yet, in certain respects, Jiayu, you possess remarkable qualities. The Dragon Maiden described the Void Pearl with such clarity, and you still failed to recognize it. Liu Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Jiayu, much has transpired recently, and now is not the time for explanations. We must first address the immediate issue, and afterward, I will elaborate. However, it seemed that Zhou Jiayu did not hear him. Fixating her gaze on Miao Wushuang with suspicion, as if scrutinizing a rival. Esteemed Dragon Maiden, please observe, is this not the Void Pearl you mentioned? Liu Yi approached the Dragon Maiden, presenting the pearl to her. Indeed, the Void Pearl. This is it. Boy, from where did you acquire this? You are not attempting to deceive me, are you? Please, esteemed predecessor, quell your anger. Even with the audacity I possess, I would never dare to deceive you. By a fortunate twist of fate, I encountered the esteemed Zhou Jiang and had the chance to make his acquaintance. Subsequently, that deceitful Liu Yi truly possesses a talent for lying. He seems oblivious to the fact that each species of magical beast harbors unique abilities, particularly the dragon race with their dragon eyes. Can they discern the veracity of the lies within a person's heart? Zhou Jiayue pondered internally, realizing that she must employ a strategy to ensure he dares not deceive her in the future. After activating her dragon eye, the Dragon Maiden began to contemplate, This young man appears to harbor no deceit in my dragon eye. How is this possible? That scoundrel Zhou Jiayue has supposedly perished. How could he possibly be in my presence? Meanwhile, Liu Yi secretly chuckled within himself. A lie that can foster belief must possess a delicate balance of truth and falsehood. A ratio of 3 to 7, 3 parts deception, 7 parts reality. What I have uttered contains not a single untruth, and the listeners are convinced of its authenticity. More critically, to persuade others, one must first believe in their own words. And you, indeed, have placed your faith in my declarations, trusting in the void jewel I wield. Thus, you have unwittingly fallen into the trap I meticulously crafted, entirely believing what I profess. The scales of victory are gradually tilting in my favor. The moment to witness a miracle is upon us. The true psychological warfare has officially commenced. At this juncture, Liu Yi was formulating his own clever scheme. Dragon Maiden, I have a proposal that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Do share. At present, my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and in just a few days, I shall endeavor to break through to the core formation stage. However, in my current state, I can scarcely endure for even 10 seconds. Thus, I earnestly seek your assistance. What? Is this truly your request? I find it profoundly disappointing. I anticipated something grander. I could simply end your life and swiftly seize the void pearl from your lifeless form. Alas, esteemed elder, should you choose to take my life, the void pearl shall remain forever beyond your grasp. What do you mean by that? The dragon maiden felt a sense of unease and activated her dragon eye. No worries. My heart remains untroubled. Could this young man possibly be telling the truth? When Elder Zhou Jiayue entrusted me with this item, he inscribed certain restrictions within. Firstly, if I were to perish, the puppet within the void pearl would self-destruct within 10 seconds, accompanying me in death. 3 days, you say? Very well, I shall shield you from the impending tribulation. This is what Liu Yi pondered. It appears the void pearl holds significant importance for her. Perhaps I could exploit this further. Rationality whispered, no, she has already agreed to shield you from the heavenly tribulation as a good citizen of our homeland. One must learn to be content and find joy in simplicity. Greed, however, countered, why should I hesitate? If I do not present further conditions now, I shall miss this opportunity forever. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. Esteemed elder, I have one more request. I currently possess but a single arm, making the process of core formation exceedingly challenging. Thus, how shameless of you. Very well. We, the demon beasts, possess not only formidable strength and physical prowess, but the dragon lineage boasts an even more remarkable trait, an extraordinary regenerative ability. I shall bestow upon you a single drop of my dragon blood to aid in the growth of your arm. With that, the dragon maiden directed a drop of her blood towards Liu Yi. Instantly, his left arm materialized, and as it emerged, faint dragon scales began to shimmer upon its surface. Could this be the fabled Kirin arm adorned with dragon scales? He felt an unending reservoir of primordial power surging within him. Soon after, Liu Yi succumbed to a bout of youthful bravado. He, I am the true descendant of dragons. This arm serves as proof. Hurry, kneel, and worship me, lest you incur the wrath of my crimson lotus flames and be consumed entirely. Zhou Jiayue swiftly delivered a kick that sent Liu Yi sprawling. Speak plainly. Oh, my apologies, Jiayue. I inadvertently lapsed into a moment of youthful fantasy. I assure you it will not happen again. Liu Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, his demeanor more shameless than a city wall, as he flashed a sycophantic grin at Zhou Jiayue. He then approached the dragon maiden. Esteemed elder, would you care to join us in discussing the matter of forming a golden core? No, I have no interest in such matters. The dragon maiden thought maliciously, foolish boy. Do not presume that fortune will fall from the heavens. Once you successfully form your core and hand over the void pearl, releasing the restraints upon you, I shall personally eliminate you and reclaim my precious drop of dragon blood. As time gradually passed, Liu Yi had been diligently preparing for his impending tribulation. Brother Liu Yi, although I have only had the pleasure of meeting you once, your recent conduct suggests that you are destined to become an extraordinary cultivator in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Miao. By the way, where is Zhou Jiayue? I am uncertain. She and Wu Shuang have not been present these past few days. During Liu Yi's period of tranquil cultivation, Zhou Jiayue had already entered the scripture pavilion with Miao Wu Shuang in search of treasures, and they were now merely one level away from the pinnacle of the pavilion. What is this? Before the two of them appeared a garment, unmistakably a woman's robe. Could this be the celestial-grade mid-tier treasure, the proud heaven wings, which no one in our sect can wield? The proud heaven wings? It is a garment passed down through our sect. Legend has it that a female cultivator wearing these wings can soar effortlessly through the skies, expending almost no spiritual energy. This significantly alleviates the consumption of energy during aerial battles. What is so remarkable about it? That is precisely what I was about to explain. This garment not only allows for flight without consuming spiritual energy, but it can also absorb the natural spiritual force around it, amplifying its effects manifold. What do you mean? For instance, if you expend 95% of your spiritual energy in combat and 5% for flight. Wearing this garment means that the 5% used for flying is entirely free from consumption. Moreover, not only does it not deplete its flying capabilities, but it also automatically absorbs spiritual energy from nature to replenish its own physical and spiritual strength. Observing Zhou Jiayue's seemingly perplexed expression, Miao Wushuang continued her explanation. It's akin to your phone being equipped with a power bank while in use, and a high-capacity one at that, providing an inexhaustible supply of energy, always replenishing more than it consumes. When gaming, there is an endless supply of mana. Oh, I see, Zhou Jiayue replied. Hey, what are you doing? This garment possesses spiritual properties. It recognizes its master. Anyone deemed unworthy by it who dares to wear it will not only have their spiritual energy completely drained, but will also be reduced from cultivator to mere mortal. Seeing Zhou Jiayue seemingly intent on trying on the garment, Miao Wushuang hurried to intervene, but it was too late. Zhou Jiayue had already donned the outfit. No, this is impossible. This garment cannot recognize an outsider cultivator. How can you be unaffected? As she witnessed the Outyin wings gradually merging with Zhou Jiayue and Appo's form, Miao Wushuang was filled with astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed, she felt her spiritual energy rapidly rejuvenating, and she truly felt as light as a swallow. This was undeniably an exceptional heavenly artifact. Now, Miao Wushuang, though reluctant, had to concede, since the Outyin wings had acknowledged its master. It meant that this garment would not return to our Miao clan. Kid, it is time for your tribulation. Prepare yourself. At that moment, Liu Yi's time for tribulation had arrived. At this moment, Liu Yi gathered all his spiritual energy to commence his Dan formation tribulation. Suddenly, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck downward towards Liu Yi. Here it comes. Seeing the heavenly tribulation descending, the dragon maiden leapt into the air, charging towards the oncoming storm. For me, the tribulation of the Dan formation stage posed no significant threat. However, the sensation of being scorched by the heavenly wrath was undeniably unpleasant. At this moment, the dragon maiden thought that if she could endure for just 1 minute, all would be well. Kid, I'll shield you from this tribulation, so hurry up and help me. What is this? Liu Yi tossed the jade necklace around his neck towards the dragon maiden, and in an instant, a tremendous primal force surged towards her. One was the impact of the nascent soul stage, while the other was the heavenly tribulation of the Dan formation stage. This dual assault knocked her to the ground. At this moment, the dragon maiden was gravely injured, her tail severed, with multiple fractures and blood covering her body. Cursed be it! How could they sever my tail? If it weren't for this wretched seal, I would not have regarded him with such disdain. You wretched boy, just wait. In a quarter of an hour. Once I have recovered, I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, and feast upon your flesh. Senior Dragon Maiden, since you wish to wait a quarter of an hour to regain your strength before coming to eliminate me, I shall certainly not allow you to succeed. With that, he placed the void pearl in his palm and began to strengthen the seal against the Dragon Maiden. No, I beg you, do not strengthen the seal. I will agree to anything. Just please do not reinforce the seal. Upon listening, Liu Yi felt a moment of dullness. After a brief contemplation, he was reminded, Brother Liu Yi, have you forgotten? If we relax her seal, given her current cultivation, she could easily annihilate us. Miao Wushuang observed Liu Yi's sudden recollection and urged him. Indeed, you mustn't and Appo's, hesitate. No, I cannot do that. Please trust me. I assure you, Liu Yi responded, though he disregarded Miao Wushuang and Appo's counsel and merely reinforced the seal slightly. Thank you. Thank you. The Dragon Maiden gasped. Her speech labored due to the recent seal and prior strain. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi turned and left momentarily, returning with an object in hand. What are you planning to do? She inquired, noticing he held the soul of the beast he had previously subdued. A sense of unease began to swell within her. Senior Dragon Maiden, I regret to inform you that I cannot further reinforce your seal. However, your existence poses a perilous instability. Thus, I must apologize. With that, Liu Yi sliced his finger with the beast's soul, allowing his blood to taint it before he thrust it directly into the Dragon Maiden's abdomen. No, no, I don't want this. Gradually, the Dragon Maiden's form began to be drawn into the soul of the beast. Liu Yi contemplated, deciding that rather than depleting your cultivation and sealing you within the Void Pearl, it would be preferable to allow you to remain and transform you into my very own fated treasure. You clever rascal, you are quite capable. When the day comes that I truly emerge, I shall not let you escape. Yet, that depends on whether you have the opportunity. Since it belongs to the dragon, its forms are predetermined as two, one as a sword and the other as a spear. It shall be named, True Soul of the Demon Beast. Finally. It is over. I was frightened to death, fearing the refinement had failed. Liu Yi, holding the true soul of the demon beast, remarked, it appears this sword is indeed a remarkable treasure. It is adorned with the carving of a true dragon, its crimson blade resembling one freshly scorched by fierce flames. On either side, jewels gleam like the piercing eyes of a true dragon. Truly a fine sword. It seems you have acquired a treasure today. Miao Ruofeng gazed at the sword and said, according to the records, treasures refined from demon beasts can elevate in level and power based on the cultivator's prowess. But the drawback is that as one ascends, it becomes increasingly difficult to wield, risking backlash. Indeed, as I have just entered the initial stage of the golden core and my state remains unstable, I will need at least 60% of spiritual energy to control it. It seems prudent to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. With that, Liu Yi returned it to his storage space. Senior, do you know of any effective methods? There are methods, but it depends on whether you can accept them. I will try my best. It is certainly better than having none. At the pinnacle of the Cangjin Pavilion, there exists a scroll known as the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Technique. That is a technique specifically designed for the cultivation of demonic beasts, which also offers considerable enhancement for those who practice body refinement. Upon hearing Miao Ruofeng and Appo's words, Liu Yi felt an immediate surge of interest and swiftly made his way to the scripture pavilion. However, it is worth noting that most practitioners primarily focus on spell cultivation. As the saying goes, a person may possess wisdom but lack strength. I must advise you against aiming too high. It would be wise to refrain from pursuing this technique and instead devote yourself to honing your spells. At this moment, Liu Yi pondered, is it truly aiming too high? In the current realm of cultivation, where human hearts are inscrutable and everyone resorts to unscrupulous means for their own gain, how can I safeguard myself and protect Jiayue if I do not strive to enhance my own strength? Thank you for your counsel, esteemed elder, but I still wish to attempt it. Do as you please. Just then, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang emerged from the scripture pavilion. What are you discussing? This is the heavenly wing. Miao Ruofeng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the attire adorning Zhou Jiayue. How did you achieve this? Elder. The situation is as follows. Miao Wushuang recounted how the two of them entered the scripture pavilion, sought treasures within, and ultimately discovered the heavenly wing. You are truly remarkable, Liu Yi exclaimed after hearing the account, his gaze falling upon Zhou Jiayue, who was clad in the heavenly wing. Overjoyed, he lifted her and spun around in delight. Her beauty, akin to that of a celestial maiden descending to earth, captivated Liu Yi utterly. What are you doing? Why have you stopped? No, you truly look exquisite in it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. She stammered, What is it? I will show you when we get back. All right, await my good news. With that, Liu Yi strode towards the scripture pavilion. Hey, what are you planning to do? I intend to enter the scripture pavilion to see if I can acquire the legendary Dark Spirit Demon Heart Technique from the top of the pavilion. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, Liu Yi casually began his ascent. Is this really the interior of the scripture pavilion? There's nothing particularly entertaining here. According to what they said, there are a total of 18 floors, and Zhou Jiayue and her companions reached the penultimate, the 17th floor. Liu Yi felt that there was nothing remarkable about it. However, upon reaching the second floor, a faint spiritual pressure began to weigh down upon him. As he continued to ascend, the pressure intensified. By the time he reached the 6th floor, the spiritual pressure was several times greater, leaving Liu Yi slightly breathless. I finally understand why it is so difficult to climb, he gasped. But how did those two manage to reach the top? My cultivation isn't significantly different from theirs. Based on the current situation, It seems that the pressure increases the higher one goes, and the spiritual energy becomes increasingly sparse. A snail carries its heavy shell, inching upward step by step. Finally, when he reached the 10th floor, an illusion suddenly materialized. Ego, where have you gone? Have you forgotten about us brothers? Brother E. It is time to engage in ranked matches. Have you forgotten once again? Since acquiring a wife, it seems you have forsaken our brotherhood. Such is the folly of being enamored. The figures of my comrades materialized vividly before Liu Yi. Dear child, after graduating from university, do you intend to seek employment or pursue further studies? Brother Liu Yi, when will you start earning to treat me to some delectable delights? What nonsense is this? Why does my spirit resonate with such feelings? Upon reaching the 12th level, Liu Yi immediately knelt down. Suddenly, the void pearl began to glow. Ling'er emerged from within. Master, awaken. What is this? After surveying the surroundings, Ling'er transferred her spiritual energy to Liu Yi. What is happening? How did I faint? Master, you have fallen victim to the soul destruction formation, a method that strikes at the very core of one's psyche. If your will is not resolute, your spirit may shatter entirely. It is remarkable that Zhou Jiayue and the others managed to reach the 17th level. How did they achieve such a feat? I should have inquired about the circumstances upon entering this place. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Liu Yi was filled with mixed emotions as he reflected on their abilities. Suddenly, the true spirit of the demon beast resonated with the voice of the dragon maiden. You insolent brat, do not drag me into your suffering. Otherwise, I shall not spare you when I emerge. Hey, Senior Dragon, let us not speak carelessly. How could you possibly suffer? Humph. Do you not understand why my life-bound treasure is termed as such? It is precisely because you have sacrificed your blood, forged from living beings, that we share a bond. Thus, when you fall victim to the soul formation array, I too shall suffer. My apologies. Your grace is boundless. Once I traverse this path, we shall be liberated. You impudent rascal, cannot you walk without releasing your spiritual energy? Having become a cultivator, must you be perpetually relying on it? Upon hearing the dragon maiden's words, Liu Yi retracted his spiritual energy and commenced to ascend the stairs step by step. Indeed, he felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. It was merely akin to climbing a staircase. At that moment, 3 lines of black thread appeared above Liu Yi's head. A realization dawning upon him that his earlier caution was unnecessary, born from a fear of potential danger. Truly, the scripture pavilion is remarkable. With each additional level, the height increases by at least 10 kilometers. From the exterior, it appears unimposing, yet within lies an entirely different realm. When he finally reached the rooftop, Liu Yi, utterly exhausted, surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at Ling'er. Ling'er, why do you not seem fatigued at all? Master, I am but a puppet. I do not experience fatigue. Does that mean you could simply carry me up? Indeed, master. Then why did you not assist me? You did not request it. After hearing Ling and Apos' words, the magnitude of Liu Yi and Apos' inner turmoil was profound. Oh, is that the scroll of the dark spirit demon heart method? Chapter 40. The trap on the rooftop before Liu Yi lay a neatly arranged, thick scroll, upon which the profound techniques of the dark spirit were inscribed. This was the cultivation method that the esteemed Miao Ruofeng had mentioned, and its concealment atop this pavilion undoubtedly indicated its remarkable worth. Without hesitation, Liu Yi advanced forward. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the air. What was that sound? Could it be my imagination? Barely had he spoken when thousands of flying arrows surged towards him. Instinctively, Liu Yi unleashed his spiritual energy, summoning the true soul of the demonic beast. Hey, you little rascal, why did you summon me? Are you out of your mind? Dragon Elder, what are you saying? In an instant, images of everyone he knew flooded Liu Yi's mind. Ego, let us hurry up and team up for a game. Liu Yi, let us not pursue immortality anymore. I'll be your partner, and we can live a peaceful life together, shall we? Damn, I completely forgot about that. Thus, with his spiritual energy freed, Liu Yi frantically defended against the barrage of arrows, while simultaneously enduring the torment of his thoughts for over 10 minutes. Thankfully, he had previously undergone rigorous training in physical techniques enforced by Zhou Jiayue. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Phew. Is it finally over? Creak. Randomly, small holes began to open in the floor. In the next moment, jets of flame erupted forth. Damn. After what felt like another 10 minutes, the ceiling's openings gushed forth torrents of water, cascading down like a waterfall. My primal power is nearly depleted. What should I do? Uncertainty loomed over what lay ahead. Subsequently, a tempest of fierce winds, soaring temperatures, freezing chills, and toxic vapors materialized before Liu Yi, manifesting a series of grotesque traps. The dark spirit demon heart technique was tantalizingly close, yet remained just out of reach, igniting a tempest of frustration within him. Despite a heart laden with reluctance, Liu Yi persevered, limping forward until he finally grasped the coveted text. With a thunderous roar, the floor of the scripture pavilion began to fracture, and the ceiling above commenced its collapse. Master, we must retreat. The pavilion is entering a countdown to collapse now that it has lost the dark spirit demon heart technique. It is estimated to completely crumble within a quarter of an hour. All right, can I still harness my spiritual energy? Absolutely. The traps have been disarmed. Meow, what is happening? Why is the scripture pavilion collapsing? Fear not, this is a natural occurrence. It seems he has successfully acquired the dark spirit demon heart technique. The rest now depends on his fortune, whether he can escape this final trial. Master, hurry. Less than 5 minutes remain before complete collapse. We must move swiftly. I am doing my utmost, transforming my wings for spiritual flight into the second stage. Violet hue is already my limit. Furthermore, my primal force has been entirely depleted. With a resounding crash, the scripture pavilion fell completely, yet Zhou Jiayue and the others did not witness Liu Yi emerging from the wreckage. It appears that this young man has met his demise. I had foreseen this, for the dark spirit demon heart technique is not easily acquired. No, esteemed elder, you are mistaken. Liu Yi is not dead. With that, Zhou Jiayue removed the spirit contract pendant from around her neck. The fact that the pendant still reacts signifies that he has not perished, but is rather trapped beneath the debris. Moreover, I firmly believe that he will survive. Ahem. It seems I truly possess a resilient fate. Fortunately, at the last moment, I employed my spiritual energy to cast a protective barrier around myself and shield it against the final falling stones with my Qilin arm. Indeed, I am rather fortunate. After Liu Yi expressed his thoughts, he gradually closed his eyes. As Zhou Jiayue watched the seconds tick away, her anxiety mounted. What is happening? The spirit contract pendant clearly indicates that there are still signs of life. It has been 3 hours. Why has he not emerged? Miss Zhou, Liu Yi is blessed with great fortune. Having obtained the dark spirit demon heart technique amidst numerous obstacles, he will surely be unharmed. Precisely. Furthermore, I taught him the spiritual energy defense before he entered the scripture pavilion. He should be fine. Let us hope so. Master, awaken. Ling'er, where are we? Have we become trapped in this ruin? Yes. While you were unconscious, I emerged to assess the situation. Currently, you are not gravely injured, and the debris we are buried under is not too deep. Now, Master, you merely need to restore your spirit and regain your strength, and we shall be able to escape. After listening to Ling'er's words, Liu Yi felt reassured. He began to restore his strength while cultivating the dark spirit demon heart technique. This technique harnesses the power of myriad demons through dark spells, utilizing demonic cores for cultivation. It absorbs the essence of the heavens and the earth, enduring the rigors of refining the body. Countless individuals have attempted to master this art, yet only a mere handful have succeeded. The failures, driven mad by the demons, lose their cultivation and perish in explosive demise. Liu Yi pondered at the outset. It seems this dark spirit demon heart technique is indeed complex. One must proceed with utmost caution. He decided to store it within his consciousness for future use. Given the constraints of the ruins, he thought it prudent to test the force of Zhu Yan. With that, Liu Yi harnessed the recently restored spiritual power to transform, and soon felt an overwhelming surge of Zhu Yan's wrath. As the technique foretold, Zhu Yan incites murderous thoughts, leading to a loss of mental clarity, driven predominantly by anger, consuming others in an invisible flame. This is the infamous wrath of Zhu Yan. At that moment, feeling the anger within him coalesce, Liu Yi directed a punch towards the ruins. Boom! The remnants before him were obliterated into mere rubble. What was that sound? As the onlookers remained in stunned silence, the ruins erupted, enveloping the surroundings in swirling smoke. Through the haze, a figure emerged. It was Liu Yi. I believed he would emerge unscathed. Just as Zhou Jiayue finished her exclamation and rushed towards him, Liu Yi's eyes had become utterly vacant, his body resembling a precariously stacked set of blocks, ready to collapse with the slightest push. Liu Yi. Upon seeing Liu Yi gravely injured and appearing before her, Zhou Jiayue's eyes began to glisten with tears, and she rushed forward to embrace him. Fool, this is merely a cultivation manual. You need not go to such lengths. If it cannot be obtained, then it cannot be. There is no need for such desperation on your part. Why? I do not know. But I am acutely aware that the current realm of cultivation is fraught with treachery, where everyone acts solely for their own benefit, employing any means necessary. If I do not strive to enhance my own strength, how can I safeguard myself, and how can I protect you? Is this your justification? Indeed. If I were to choose my own nature in the future, I would choose the nature of a guardian, ensuring you are never alone or lonely. I want you to know that in this realm of cultivation, I shall always stand by your side. What is happening? What is this disturbance? It seems to be emanating from Double Peak Ridge. Let us investigate. The two speakers are disciples of the Miao sect. Upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered that the tall scripture pavilion atop Double Peak Ridge had collapsed. Quick, hurry to inform the sect leader. Gazing at the ruined scripture pavilion, Miao Ruofeng turned directly to Liu Yi and the others, saying, "Young friend Liu Yi, the scripture pavilion has now collapsed and been destroyed. Thus, you two will undoubtedly face the wrath of all the Miao sect members. I am well aware of that. For it is indeed the prized artifacts and manuals of your sect. Regardless of whose family encounters such a calamity, they will exert every effort to reclaim what has been lost. Moreover, Wu Shuang, as the esteemed leader of our Miao faction, you must be somewhat aware of the consequences that arise when such events transpire within your jurisdiction." After listening attentively, Miao Wushuang lifted her head and replied, "I understand. When a major incident occurs, the following actions are typically taken. First, the individuals involved will be stripped of all their positions. Second, the faction will revoke their cultivation. Third, they will be expelled from the sect, forever severing ties. Fourth, excellent. You are well aware of this. I advise you to return promptly to report and accept the punishment. Given your unique circumstances, perhaps those old fellows will not be overly harsh on you." What? The scripture pavilion has collapsed? What on earth happened at Shuangfeng Ridge? Where has Miao Wushuang gone? Senior brother. The collapse of the scripture pavilion signifies that the Outyin wings and the dark spirit demon heart method have already fallen into someone else's hands. I shall lead my chief, second, and third disciples to retrieve them. Upon finishing his words, one of the elders rose and flew directly towards Shuangfeng Ridge. It is unwise to linger here any longer. We should make our retreat. Wu Shuang, given the circumstances, you cannot escape the responsibility. Let us flee together. I. Observing that Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue had finished packing and were ready to depart, Miao Wushuang was torn with conflicting emotions. Returning would result in severe punishment from the faction, while fleeing would subject her to relentless pursuit. At that moment, everyone sensed a multitude of cultivators approaching swiftly. This is bad. They didn't expect to detect us so quickly. We must flee. At this instant, Liu Yi, bearing the blood of a dragon and having begun his cultivation with the dark spirit demon method, exhibited a level of perceptiveness far beyond that of ordinary individuals. "Young ones, let us see where you intend to escape," he declared. The elder leading the group of cultivators summoned a colossal fireball, hurling it downwards. With the scripture pavilion now in ruins, there was no longer any need for restraint. Upon recognizing the one who conjured the fireball, Miao Wushuang broke into a cold sweat. It was he without a doubt, the grand elder of the Miao faction's right-leaning radicals, Miao Yin. After launching a single fireball, Miao Yin sensed that Liu Yi and the other spiritual energy had not dissipated. Thus, he proceeded to summon hundreds, even thousands, of fireballs, unleashing them downward. A rain of fire, meteor showers of flames, transformed the island into a sea of fire. It should be safe now. Miao Wushuang and her companions would either be dead or gravely injured. "Take them back at once and await further orders," Miao Yin commanded. Gesturing for several disciples to carry Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue, who lay before him, it struck him as odd. Why did he feel that one was missing? Could there be an issue with his consciousness? Furthermore, where had that black specter gone, the one encountered at the entrance of the scripture pavilion? A creature of its caliber should not perish under such circumstances. Once Miao Yin and the others had moved a considerable distance away, Liu Yi finally released his spiritual energy shield after waiting for about a quarter of an hour. Once more, he surveyed his surroundings. What lay before him was a scene of utter devastation. Just an hour prior, it had been an island adorned with lush forests and babbling streams, now reduced to a fiery wasteland. "Liu Yi, my spirit will vanish in less than an hour due to the recent upheaval and the passage of time. In this fleeting moment, I shall impart to you my unique technique, the Annihilation Curse, classified as mid-tier Earth Grade." "Mid-tier Earth Grade," Liu Yi exclaimed. Given my current cultivation at the early stage of forming the golden core, I can at most grasp a top-tier yellow-grade technique. How could I possibly learn such an advanced spell? Even if I were to acquire it, I would be unable to unleash even a fraction of its potential. Trust in me, the elder Miao urged. Even if you cannot yet wield its full power, it will still provide you considerable assistance in times of peril. After hearing Miao Ruofeng's words, Liu Yi set aside his apprehensions and devoted his final moments to intensive training in the Annihilation Curse. Now that you have learned the method, give it a try. Annihilation Curse. Upon Miao Ruofeng's command, Liu Yi raised his index finger and directed it towards a rock. A dark purple beam surged forth, striking the stone. To Liu Yi's astonishment, the rock did not explode. Instead, at the moment of contact, it was drawn into a swirling vortex, completely disintegrating into fine dust. This is not even 1% of it. You have merely eradicated this small fragment of rock. When it is fully usable, even magical attacks can be annihilated. Thank you, esteemed elder. This knowledge is not imparted in vain. I share it with the hope that you will rescue Miao Wushuang and the others. Furthermore, after my complete disappearance, please bequeath my infant essence to Miao Wushuang, as it will aid her in her future ascent to the nascent soul stage. Upon finishing his words, Miao Ruofeng's spirit dissipated like ethereal smoke into the air, while his infant essence coalesced into a pill. Once Miao Ruofeng had entirely vanished, Liu Yi grasped the infant essence and deeply bowed in reverence. Do not worry, esteemed elder. Even without your urging, I shall endeavor to rescue them. With that, he soared in the direction where Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had been taken. At this moment, the two were imprisoned in a dungeon, having been forced to ingest a spirit-repelling concoction, rendering them utterly incapable of wielding any spiritual power. What shall we do? Having consumed the spirit-repelling elixir, we cannot exert any spiritual energy, and Silver Sky would never be able to reach us. Alas, do not dwell on it. Having ingested the elixir and being shackled by iron chains, escape is utterly impossible. Not necessarily. There is still hope. I believe Liu Yi will surely come to our rescue. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly nearer. Who is it? The guard stationed at the door fell silent without a sound. Who? Miss Miao, do not be afraid. It is I. Are you Xuanning? Upon recognizing her, Miao Wushuang was filled with astonishment. For Xuanning had been her devoted companion since childhood. Though a servant by title, Miao Wushuang had never regarded her as such, but rather as an intimate confidant with whom she shared her innermost thoughts. Miss, you must flee at once. The elders will gather at Changxin Hall tomorrow to deliberate your punishment, and it is likely that you will face execution this afternoon. Miao Wushuang understood that Xuanning's actions had completely violated the sect's rules, and if apprehended, she would certainly meet a grim fate. Xiaoning, thank you. With that, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue stealthily followed Xuanning as they escaped from the dark prison, guided only by the faint glimmer of light. As they fled, Miao Wushuang noticed the absence of guards. After running a short distance, they encountered a corridor strewn with bodies in disarray. Xiaoning, could it be you? Miss, do not speak. We must hurry. Miao Wushuang fell silent, choosing to follow Xuanning without further question. They emerged from the bushes beside the prison. And under the moonlight, Miao Wushuang finally beheld Xuanning's appearance, her form drenched in blood, with long scars marring her arms and legs, the crimson liquid still dripping. In her haste and the dim lighting, Miao Wushuang had failed to notice the extent of Xuanning's injuries. Xiaoning, you. Seeing her battered companion, Miao Wushuang covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Fear not, my lady. From childhood to present, you have never regarded me as a mere servant, but rather as a confidant and dear friend. Thus, all my efforts have been worthwhile. With that, Xuanning presented 2 vials of potion and a storage pouch to Miao Wushuang. My lady, this is the antidote to the spirit-dispelling elixir, and within this pouch are the spirit stones I have accumulated over the years. I hope they will prove somewhat beneficial to you. Seeing the extent to which Xuanning was willing to go for her, Miao Wushuang embraced her and wept. Thank you, Xiaoning. Suddenly, an alarming report reached them. Miao Wushuang and the female cultivator who had been captured alongside her had somehow escaped from the prison, and all the guards were dead, none survived. What? Miao interrupted in fury upon hearing the news. This is insurrection. Today, my father was to plead for leniency with the elders to spare her life. And now she dares to escape? No matter what, she must pay the price. With that, She stormed out of the Changxin Hall, racing toward the prison. "My lady, this is where I must part ways with you. Take care," Xuanning said, her voice heavy with emotion. "Xiaoning, you too." As she watched Miao Wushuang flee, Xuanning sighed. "My lady, I can assist you no further. It is now up to you to forge your own path." However, just as Xuanning turned, she found Miao Yin standing behind her. "Xuanning, you are quite audacious to dare release a prisoner." With that, she hurled a fireball directly at her. Boom. After hearing the explosion, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue turned simultaneously, witnessing a raging fire igniting in the direction of Xuanning. It was Miao Yin. He had discovered it so swiftly. "No, I must return to find Xiaoning. She perished for my sake. I must go back." With that, Miao Wushuang turned and ran back, but Zhou Jiayue quickly embraced her. "Think carefully. Xuanning worked tirelessly to rescue us. If we return now, wouldn't that betray her efforts?" No, Xiaoning is not dead. I must go back to find her." "Very well. I shall reunite you both at this moment." Miao Yin suddenly appeared in the air, addressing the two. "Elder Miao, why? Why must you pursue my annihilation? And what of Xiaoning? Return her to me." Miao Wushuang exclaimed, summoning her life-bound treasure, the Sunny Day Square halberd, from her storage space and charging forward. "Breaking the rules warrants death, and I have long desired your demise. I merely awaited an excuse." Why? I have not offended you. Only by eliminating you can I seize the opportunity to assassinate your father and claim the position of sect leader. You." Miao Wushuang, upon hearing this, was utterly devastated, realizing that the kind and gentle Miao Yin of her childhood was, in truth, such a person. Die. Annihilation curse. Suddenly, a dark purple beam shot towards Miao Yin, catching him off guard and forcing him to retreat hastily. "Who is it?" "Step forward." Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang turned simultaneously, only to behold a man standing not far away. Clad in a black leather jacket and wielding a dragon-patterned sword, it was none other than Liu Yi. Upon recognizing his countenance, both Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exclaimed in unison, "You are the one who survived on Shuangfeng Ridge, aren't you? It is truly unexpected that you managed to escape the onslaught of my Thunderfire Bomb and Fire Meteor." Indeed, the fact that a mere initial stage core formation cultivator like myself could endure such an attack suggests that your prowess as an elder may not be as formidable as one might presume. Liu Yi retorted, his heart ablaze with fury at the sight of the battered Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. He provocatively challenged them, "You wretches dare to underestimate me." At that moment, Liu Yi stood resolutely before them. "I shall hold this old man back. You two should flee towards the mountain peak to the southwest." "Very well. But do take care of yourself," Zhou Jiayue responded, and with that, the two ascended into the air, making their escape. "Where do you think you're running?" Liu Yi called out as he unleashed a Thunderfire Bomb. Miao Yin, witnessing their attempt to flee, prepared to launch an attack against them. However, he was unexpectedly thwarted by a beam of light emitted by Liu Yi. "Is that your spell, the Annihilation Curse?" "Indeed it is. It appears you have encountered considerable fortune on Shuangfeng Ridge," Liu Yi declared as he unleashed his true demon beast soul. "How foolish to stand against me," Miao Yin countered, hurling his Thunderfire Bomb in retaliation. Yet, upon striking Liu Yi, he simply vanished. "Curse it, a spirit energy clone. I shall not let you escape, you wretched boy." When Zhou Jiayue and her companion reached the summit, they discovered Liu Yi was already waiting for them. "What is going on? How are you here? Could it be your doppelganger?" Indeed, it seemed that Miao Yin had also realized he had been deceived. However, he could not catch up with them now, thus they hastened their escape. As they fled, Liu Yi entrusted Miao Wushuang with the infant essence from his storage space and conveyed all the words that Miao Ruofeng intended to say to her. A few days later, while entering a city at night, the trio planned to rest in an inn. Suddenly, they sensed two distinct auras approaching from outside. "Be cautious, there are people outside." Could it be pursuers sent by the Miao clan? Instantly, they grew vigilant. "Stay here and don't move. I'll go check. Be careful." "Ah, it's our turn to patrol again. Our lovely honeymoon has been ruined like this. Who told you to insist on signing up for that little fame and fortune? Now look, I'm caught up in this mess too. All right. Next time, I'll take you to the seaside resort." Listening to the conversation of the two outside, Liu Yi deduced they were likely partners. From the sensing he had just experienced in the inn, their cultivation levels appeared to be at the early and mid stages of the core formation realm. "Do not move. Ah, we 1T move. Please don't kill us." Subsequently, Liu Yi bound the two and brought them back to the inn. "May I inquire who you are and why you have bound us?" You possess no authority to question us. Now, I demand that you answer my inquiries truthfully. The individuals faced Liu Yi and his companions, evidently filled with trepidation. Who are you? Why do you appear in this vicinity at such a late hour without fear of revealing your identities? The man responded, I am Lin Xiangtian, and this is my partner, Xia Ziming. We are members of the Night Eagle Gang in this city. The Night Eagle Gang is one of the two major cultivation factions in Jinghai City, the other being the rival organization known as the Sun Organization. Liu Yi and his companions were struck by a wave of incredulity. The name Sun Organization was rather comical, was it not? Could it be comprised of a band of jesters? The name was almost ludicrous. Brother, do you not find it amusing? They explained. They believe that a single character in the organization's name elevates its prestige, akin to the Akatsuki from Naruto. I am well aware of this. I am an avid fan of Naruto, and I particularly admire the characters from the Akatsuki, especially Itachi Uchiha. Let me tell you, upon hearing Liu Yi about to delve into his discourse on the anime, Zhou Jiayue swiftly kicked him, admonishing, pay attention to what they are saying. Do not indulge in your whims. Do you wish to repeat last time's debacle? Liu Yi suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Recalling how he had forgotten the training session he had arranged with Zhou Jiayue due to a conversation about One Piece, which led to him kneeling on a washboard during the day and eventually sleeping on it at night. No, I shall not speak further. You may continue. After their playful antics subsided, Lin Xiangtian resumed, stating, Our gang is named the Night Eagle Sect, while they, our rival faction, have chosen a name that embodies the opposite of night. It is a classic embodiment of yin versus yang, shadow versus light, darkness versus brightness. Thus, they have opted for the singular name Andopos, Sun and Opos, for their organization, calling themselves the Sun Organization. They find it quite fitting, poetic, and imposing. Impressive. Those within this organization are undoubtedly a bunch of fools. Their faction is utterly toxic. It is astonishing that such a group constitutes one of the two major factions. Liu Yi and his companions could only listen in silence to the toxic faction while also assessing whether this city would be a suitable place to settle. The Night Eagle Sect and the Sun Organization have reached a critical point in their struggle for territorial dominance over the city, with war on the verge of eruption. Consequently, they dispatch us daily to patrol and prevent any surprise attacks from the rival faction. Wait a moment, let us three confer. Liu Yi and his companions retreated to a private room to deliberate. It seems they are not here to hunt us down, yet we can conveniently utilize their presence. How do we intend to do that? Currently, we are being pursued by both the Miao sect and the Su family, so we must seek the protection of a faction. Now we find ourselves in a position to exploit the irreconcilable conflict between the Night Eagle Gang and the Sun Organization. Miao Wushuang, upon hearing this, suddenly comprehended. Are you suggesting that we join the Night Eagle Gang and assist them in seizing control of Jinghai City? Thus, when the Night Eagle Gang ascends to dominance in this city, we shall find ourselves in a precarious situation. Indeed, and they will be oblivious to our presence amidst the warring factions. At that point, we can. After concluding their discussions, Liu Yi and the others exited the room, revealing their intentions to join the Night Eagle Gang to the two individuals. You wish to join our Night Eagle Gang? What is your purpose? You wouldn't happen to be affiliated with the Sun Organization, would you? No, we are not. We are merely independent cultivators who have inadvertently offended certain individuals and thus seek refuge within a gang. Liu Yi contemplated that he could only speak the truth at this juncture. Otherwise, they would certainly be denied an audience with the higher-ups. Gaining their trust would ensure our safety. Subsequently, Liu Yi elucidated their circumstances to the two and expressed their desire to join. To demonstrate sincerity, he allowed them to depart. Thus, Liu Yi and his companions lingered at the inn for several days, and finally, at the end of the month, the Black Eagle Gang sent an envoy expressing their willingness to meet with the three of them. Consequently, Liu Yi and the others followed the envoy to the Black Eagle Gang's stronghold. On their journey, the group discovered that the strongholds of the Black Hawk Gang and the Sun Organization were not located in the city, but rather on the remote mountain peaks in the outskirts. These two mountains stood in stark contrast to the city of Jinghai, which was nestled between them. Jinghai served as a vital hub for interaction and exchange with the outside world. Thus, whoever ultimately gained control would effectively monopolize the nearby resources for cultivation. Such a lucrative prize was tempting to all, yet the prospect of war would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. If a third-party force were to intervene, it would spell disaster for everyone involved. This precarious balance of power explained why the two factions had yet to engage in open conflict. Upon arriving at the Black Hawk Gang's stronghold, the trio was taken aback by the sight before them. The central hall of the stronghold was adorned with trees cultivated in soil ground from spirit stones. Such an endeavor would require a staggering investment of resources annually. Liu Yi, do you sense it? Indeed, each tree nourished by spirit stones emanates boundless spiritual energy, which would undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation significantly. As Liu Yi and his companions surveyed their surroundings, a messenger from the gang reassured them, "Do not worry, you will not have access to such resources. Only our leader and a select few trusted aides are privileged to enjoy this treatment. Individuals like us on the periphery will never gain such access." Access is unattainable? Liu Yi pondered. It seemed that in order to reach such resources, one must first ascend to a position of authority within the organization and subsequently become a trusted confidant of the leader. You may rest here for the night. Should you wish to take a stroll outside, it is permissible, provided you do not wander too far, lest you draw the attention of the day organization. Furthermore, the afternoon after tomorrow marks the conclusion of our leader's seclusion. At that time, you may seek an audience with him. Once the envoy departs, the three individuals began to deliberate their future plans. When we encounter him tomorrow, merely offering spirit stones will undoubtedly fail to convey our sincerity. What then shall we do? Presently, we possess only spirit stones. We lack any other resources. Please allow me to finish speaking. First and foremost, we must comprehend the strength of this faction, enabling us to adapt and ascend step by step, or achieve significant accomplishments. However, do we truly have any accomplishments to claim? We have a day's time. And did you not hear about the Night Eagle Gang and the Day Organization's strength when we arrived? The Day Organization primarily relies on its leader and 3 key executives, while the Night Eagle Gang counters with its numerical advantage. Thus, we have only one day, during which we must capture one of the 3 key executives alive. Subsequently, Liu Yi, recalling the envoy's words, delineated the power distribution of the Day Organization and the territories governed by each executive, ultimately presenting his entire plan. Noticing that Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang had no objections, he declared, "Very well, we shall commence our actions tomorrow, starting with this individual." The next day, the trio successfully ventured out under the pretense of procuring supplies for the city. On the road, Zhou Jiayue expressed her unease, saying, "Are you certain your plan is feasible? I still harbor some doubts. Rest assured, I have triumphed in games like Honor of Kings and League of Legends, achieving quintuple kills and team wipes with ease. Indeed, you are an avid player of these games, but it is always others who secure the quintuple kills, and you are often the one dragging your team to defeat. Well, it's not entirely your fault. I possess decent skills, but your constant requests for shopping, training, and not allowing me to play frequently have dulled my abilities, resulting in my losses." Although Liu Yi mumbled this under his breath, Zhou Jiayue could hear him. "What did you say?" "And nothing. As the Nightshade Cultivation Shop is a chain, there are numerous branches in various locations. This time, we require the teleportation artifact, the Alien Source Talisman. When the time comes, Zhou Jiayue shall lead the offense. I shall handle the defense, and Miao Wushuang. You are tasked with eliminating all the guards without sparing a single one. Understood?" "Understood. It is now 10 o'clock, according to their information yesterday. The disciples of that individual will change shifts at the foot of the mountain at noon. How exhausting. Why must we fight over territory? It would be far better for the two factions to share resources rather than engage in conflict. Indeed, it burdens us with endless shifts that leave us utterly exhausted. Very well, I shall rest here for a moment before coming to relieve you." At this moment, Liu Yi and his companions, cloaked and concealed, were lurking nearby. Upon discovering that only one individual remained, they sensed an opportune moment ripe for exploitation. The two companions were at the latter stages of foundation establishment. Thus they need not exert themselves. Liu Yi declared, "Allow me to handle this swiftly." After conferring with Zhou Jiayue, he transformed his appearance into that of the man who had just gone to rest and approached. "Hey, have you recuperated so quickly?" he inquired. I just remembered something I forgot to tell you," he continued, edging closer to the man's ear. "What is it? Why the mystery? You are about to perish." "What?" With that, Liu Yi plunged a dagger into the man, ending his life in an instant. He then assumed the guise of the fallen individual and proceeded towards the resting man, successfully eliminating him as well, following the same tactic. These two, with such meager cultivation, have yet to even refine their spiritual roots, yet they complain incessantly. This is their fate. Why did it happen so swiftly? I didn't even hear a sound of struggle. Dear sister, if we had heard a commotion, we would have exposed ourselves. We are ambushing, not confronting them head-on, retorted Miao Wushuang, unable to suppress her disdain at Zhou Jiayue's naive question. Thus, the trio stealthily advanced, employing their earlier stratagem to infiltrate the command center of the duty room. Du Heng, at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, possessed a soil-type spiritual root, making him the only one among the three leaders to embody the 5 elemental attributes. Continuing his explanation, Liu Yi stated, thus, according to the principle of elemental counteraction, lightning overcomes earth, making you, Zhou Jiayue, the most suitable candidate for the battle. However, remember that while you possess the advantage in elemental affinity, you still find yourself at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. As the clock struck 12, when everyone began to take a break, Liu Yi and his 2 companions discreetly concealed themselves in a nearby grove. Whispering to Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, it is now noon. We must complete our plan within at least an hour and a half. Understood? Good. Let us commence our actions. On a summer afternoon, the sun blazed like an enormous fireball, relentlessly pouring excessive light and heat upon the earth, making the ground feel as if it were on the verge of igniting with scorching intensity. After a morning of patrolling, they finally had the opportunity to rest. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when, unbeknownst to him, he met his untimely demise. Well done, Miao Wushuang. Your technique is impressive, capable of silently eliminating the enemy. Liu Yi remarked, however, a good plan does not always unfold as we desire. We are now surrounded. At that moment, an increasing number of cultivators began to encircle them, totaling approximately 50, all at the peak of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of core formation. A towering man stood at the back of the group, commanding attention. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon our sanctum? Upon realizing that the plan had been disrupted, Liu Yi clasped his hands together, adopting an expression of detachment akin to that of a monk. Ah, esteemed brother, we are merely humble wanderers seeking alms as we pass through this land. We earnestly hope for your benevolence. Humph, do you take me for a fool? From the foot of the mountain to this very spot, I have noticed the dwindling spiritual energy of my disciples, one by one. How could I possibly remain oblivious? Having recognized their exposure, the 3 individuals exchanged knowing glances. And since their assassination attempt had faltered, they resolved to engage in combat as per their designated roles. Thus, armed with the sunlight celestial halberd, Miao Wushuang entangled herself in battle with the others, while Zhou Jiayue confronted Du Heng with her silver sky weapon, and Liu Yi provided assistance wielding the true soul of the beast. Du Heng, a formidable figure among the 3 chief officers of the organization and a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, adeptly countered the assaults of Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue with ease, drawing upon his extensive experience from skirmishes between the factions, all without relying on magical artifacts. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang, though initially holding the upper hand against the mid-level cultivators, found herself gradually overwhelmed, as it is difficult for one fist to contend with 4 hands. This is intolerable. We shall inevitably be captured at this rate. Zhou Jiayue, Miao Wushuang, we must retreat and devise a long-term strategy. With that, Liu Yi raised his index fingers toward the crowd, declaring, Doom Incantation. Upon completing the incantation, he transformed into a Kuanping, intent on breaking through the enemy lines alongside Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. You shall not escape. Heavenly Gate. Before Liu Yi stood a stone gate that seemed to pierce the heavens, transformed into the swift and formidable Kuanping due to his demonic metamorphosis. Liu Yi found himself unable to halt his momentum, crashing directly into the gate before plummeting to the ground. This phenomenon resembled the legendary technique of the Miao sect, the dark spirit demon heart method. As Liu Yi reverted to his human form upon his descent, Du Heng pondered. I never anticipated that this young man not only wielded the annihilation curse, but had also mastered the dark spirit demon heart method. He appears to be quite extraordinary. Thus, the assassination attempt by Liu Yi and his companions ended in failure. Meanwhile, the leader of the Night Eagle sect, having completed his secluded training ahead of schedule, heard of the incident that evening and felt at a loss regarding Liu Yi and his companions. How could the organization's 3 principal officers be so easily eliminated by an assassination? If it were feasible, the Night Eagle sect would have dispatched their assassins long ago. Leader, should we concern ourselves with those 3 newcomers? After all, they made an attempt on our lives to demonstrate their sincerity, one remarked. Of course we must rescue them. We are in dire need of talent and manpower at this moment. Zhou Jiayue, awaken, awaken. Ah, what an unpleasant sensation. Once again, I find myself trapped in a prison cell. Observing her surroundings, Zhou Jiayue began to vent her frustrations at Liu Yi. It's all your fault for insisting on achieving some worthless feat. Look where that has led us. No accomplishment to show, and now we've been captured. Blame me all you wish, but did you not ultimately agree? Liu Yi retorted. And are you unaware of the significant amount of spiritual energy and stamina required to execute the annihilation curse and the demon transformation technique? In the end, we found ourselves imprisoned once more. I refuse to take the blame. It is entirely your fault. Observing Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue escalating their quarrel, Miao Wushuang rose to her feet, asserting, enough. You must cease this bickering. Our primary objective remains to devise a means of escape. I have endured confinement within the Miao clan's prison on numerous occasions. After a while, as the tension between Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue subsided, he began to propose ways to discover any potential means of escape from this dungeon. Yet Liu Yi remained obstinate, claiming he lacked the strength to assist. Thus, Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue commenced their search alone, but after a prolonged effort, they uncovered no apparent weaknesses. Very well, let us see what I can do. Your method? But before Miao Wushuang could finish her sentence, Liu Yi pointed a finger towards her and Zhou Jiayue. What do you intend to do? Suddenly a swift, dark purple beam of light surged between them. Almost instantly, a small section of the wall disintegrated before their eyes. The energy accumulated was merely a fraction, resulting in a modest opening. Liu Yi then pressed his left hand against the area where the wall had crumbled and, with a gentle push, the entire structure toppled like a house of cards. This is rather brazen, Zhou Jiayue remarked, observing Liu Yi's actions. We are supposed to escape stealthily, yet this is an outright act of destruction. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the urgency of their situation. Lingering here was ill-advised, and they needed to depart swiftly. Upon the guards' arrival, they were left utterly stunned. How could this be possible? This is a cell adorned with ice crystal stones. How could they create such a large opening? Hurry, inform Lord Duhong. However, upon hearing this, Duhong did not appear particularly astonished, considering he possessed the dark spirit demon heart technique and the indulgence curse. If such a cell could restrain him, it would indeed be a waste of his extraordinary abilities. What should we do, Lord Duhong? They must have escaped back to the Black Eagle sect. If the members of the Black Eagle sect become aware of this, they will undoubtedly use it as an excuse to trouble us. Fear not, for I have stationed personnel at all exits. They are utterly trapped with no means of escape. Yet, Duhong had miscalculated this time, as he overlooked the fact that the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. The one reporting to Duhong was none other than Liu Yi. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Shaolin, what is the matter with you? Duhong suddenly noticed something amiss with the figure before him. It's nothing, just. Suddenly, Shaolin transformed back into Liu Yi, who immediately launched a powerful left punch. Duhong, caught off guard, was sent flying like a loose kite. Goodness, no wonder they call it the Qilin arm. With merely my core formation level of cultivation, I can send a nascent soul practitioner flying such a distance. What kind of power will it wield when I attempt to break through to the spirit-severing stage? As Duhong marveled at his own Qilin arm, he had already emerged from the rubble. What is going on? How can the punch of such a minor core formation practitioner possess such formidable power? Goodness, moments ago, the overwhelming might was palpable, yet you remain unscathed. Now, it is Liu Yi's turn to be astonished. How could such tremendous power fail to affect you? Behold the sword. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue, wielding the silver sky, prepared to launch a sneak attack from behind. Given your earth attribute, your defensive capabilities must be exceptionally formidable. However, no matter how robust your defenses, they cannot withstand the onslaught of my full-powered thunder refinement body. Ha ha ha. Apologies, though your thunder attribute indeed counters my earth attribute. Who has claimed that I possess merely a singular attribute? What? A cultivator is permitted only one attribute? Indeed, it is true that a cultivator typically possesses a single attribute. Yet it is not forbidden to practice others. Your thunder attribute may be the nemesis of all attributes, but as long as my cultivation level and other attributes surpasses yours, you remain powerless against me. At last, Zhou Jiayue comprehended why Duhong could ascend to one of the three chief officers. The reason lies in his formidable earth attribute, coupled with his simultaneous cultivation of 4 other attributes. You have all attacked me. Now, it is my turn. With that, Du Heng drew forth a sword from behind him. This is my life treasure, sword spirit. Immediately, the blade began to ignite, its body ablaze. This sword can unleash varied attributes in accordance with its wielder's own. With that declaration, Du Heng surged forward, disregarding Zhou Jiayue at his side, and aimed a lethal strike at Liu Yi. Prepare to meet your demise. Liu Yi directly brandished the genuine soul of the demon beast towards his opponent. Youngster, your magical artifact is impressive. How come you possess so many enhancements? He remarked with a chuckle. Yet, no enhancement can surpass a cultivator of your caliber, possessing 5 distinct elemental roots. Meanwhile, as Liu Yi and Du Heng engaged in fierce combat, Zhou Jiayue, adorned with the proud sky wings, joined the fray. Proud sky wings, little girl. Do you intend to engage me in a war of attrition? However, Zhou Jiayue paid him no heed, striking fiercely with her silver heaven. It appears I have indeed been underestimated. If 3 nascent soul juniors can defeat me in battle, I might as well resign my position among the 3 chief disciples. Concurrently, Miao Wushuang was embroiled in combat outside against those sent forth to confront her. What is happening? These individuals are predominantly foundational cultivators, yet they seem to outmatch me. She pondered as she was gradually forced closer to Du Heng. The duo, Liu Yi and Du Heng, who were locked in a stalemate, noticed Miao Wushuang's approach. What is going on? Miao Wushuang, were you not supposed to be outside holding back his subordinates? Why have you come here? How would I know? The cultivators outside are mostly at the foundational stage, yet I cannot defeat a single one. Du Heng observed the trio encircled once more, their panic evident, and could not help but chuckle. It seems you are quite astonished, but since your demise is imminent, allow me to elucidate why our day organization, though fewer in number, can contend with the Night Eagle faction, which far outnumbers us. The secret lies in our manipulation abilities. Manipulation abilities? Could it be? Indeed. The 3 principal leaders of our day organization, including myself, possess such powers. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the number of individuals one can manipulate. And those who are manipulated share a similar level of cultivation as we do. It makes sense now. No wonder we often find ourselves at a stalemate. Suddenly, a figure clad in black, with a long sword slung across his back and shoulder-length hair framing his sharp gaze, appeared above the dwelling. You are the crow from the Night Eagle faction. Indeed, that is I. Immediately, a throng of Night Eagle members swarmed in, encircling everyone. Since you have arrived. It seems our 2 organizations' leaders must engage in a proper duel. With that, Du Heng's companions clashed with those led by Crow. True to his reputation, Du Heng adeptly wielded 5 elemental attributes with remarkable finesse. Likewise, your swordsmanship is quite impressive among the sword cultivators of the Night Eagle faction. Perhaps none could surpass your skill. At that moment, Crow matched Du Heng's prowess with his own refined swordplay, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched confrontation. 3 junior disciples in the core formation stage, you have performed admirably. Our leader has been made aware of your endeavors and has now consented to your joining the Night Eagle sect. Having spoken, I cast a sealing spell that ensnared Du Heng within a barrier. I am aware that this confinement can only last approximately 15 minutes. However, that is ample time for us to make our escape. Subsequently, I led everyone away from Du Heng's subordinates. How infuriating it is to have been so easily deceived. It turned out to be merely a minor barrier. 15 minutes later, Du Heng, noticing that the seal had not yet dissipated, began to feel perplexed and cautiously prodded at the barrier. To his astonishment, it appeared to be precisely the same as the barrier he had encountered earlier. At that moment, Jill was leading the group toward the Night Eagle sect's main headquarters. Liu Yi was quite intrigued by the events that had just transpired, despite Jill clearly holding the upper hand during the earlier skirmish. Why had he chosen to employ a barrier to escape? Mr. Jiao, the barrier you deployed earlier must have been quite formidable, yet why did you opt to flee? What? A barrier? I did not cast one. That was merely a semblance of a seal. Who would have thought he would believe me so readily? Furthermore, my mission was to ensure your rescue, and I had not received orders to engage Du Heng in combat. Upon their arrival at the central hall of the Night Eagle sect, they discovered that all the hall masters had convened. Boss, Liu Yi and the others have successfully rescued the team and are now waiting at the entrance for further instructions. Upon entering, Liu Yi noticed 6 individuals seated beside him, 3 on each side, all gazing intently in his direction. Before him sat a man clad in black, the leader of the Night Eagle faction, Huolin. Under the illumination of the lights, his sculpted visage was highlighted, with a straight nose that appeared even more formidable in the glow, emanating a chilling aura. His pitch-black eyes resembled two bottomless abysses, occasionally revealing elusive shadows that danced within, shrouded in mystery. His thin lips formed a cruel arc, with the corners slightly raised, hinting at a cold smirk, as if an eternal resentment resided deep within him. "Are you Liu Yi?" Lin inquired as he descended towards Liu Yi. Upon seeing this man's countenance, Liu Yi involuntarily shivered. Indeed, it was him. Lin patted Liu Yi on the shoulder and continued, "Impressive, truly impressive. To possess merely the cultivation of the initial stage of core formation, yet dare to confront a nascent soul cultivator is remarkable, indeed. Thank you for the compliment, Boss Hua. I have a question that piques my curiosity. How did you infiltrate Du Heng's camp? I also heard that you were imprisoned by him, yet somehow managed to escape. It happened like this." Liu Yi recounted how he, along with Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, infiltrated the enemy's camp, engaged in a confrontation with Du Heng, was captured, and eventually escaped from the prison. Remarkable. To possess such cunning at such a young age is truly commendable. Indeed, the decision to send Zhou to rescue you was the right one. Following this, Lin conversed further with Liu Yi and the others, understanding each of their circumstances before permitting them to retire for rest. It appears that these individuals are indeed the three named in the substantial bounty issued by the Miao faction. One of the hall leaders rose to speak, suggesting, "Should we not capture them and hand them over to the Miao faction?" However, another voice interjected, "No, we must not surrender them to the Miao faction. Rather, we should retain them." Judging by the recent encounters involving Liu Yi and the female cultivator named Zhou Jiayue, it is evident that even as mere core formation practitioners, they have managed to elude the pursuit of two sects, repeatedly escaping from the encirclement of both core formation and nascent soul-level cultivators. They are undoubtedly formidable. At this moment, while Lin was also calculating his own strategy, it was imperative to keep these three individuals. In the Hall of the Sun organization, Du Heng knelt before a man, adopting a demeanor of contrition. "Chief, I apologize for failing to capture the intruder and those three individuals." The man he addressed was none other than the leader of the Sun organization, Xia Wubin, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, with a fair complexion. He donned a slightly fitted black outfit that accentuated his perfect physique. His flaxen hair gleamed strikingly, and his smooth, pale face was marked by sharp, handsome features. Beneath long, drooping eyelashes, his deep-set eyes sparkled like black crystals. His high nose and exquisitely shaped lips contributed to an aura that was both complex and captivating, embodying a blend of nobility and elegance, while also exuding his unique ethereal charm and striking handsomeness. Particularly noteworthy was the dazzling diamond earring adorning his left ear, adding an air of wild abandon and seductive allure to his already striking visage, accompanied by a subtle, refreshing fragrance that lingered around him. "This matter is not your fault. After all, the person who came is Jiao, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. However, I find it exceedingly curious why that Hualin would dispatch someone like Jiao to rescue three mere core formation cultivators." Xia Wubin muttered to himself, "Head, these three possess extraordinary abilities akin to cheats. Oh, among the trio, there is a man named Liu Yi who seems to wield the Miao sect's lust-extinguishing curse, and he has hardly cultivated any root spells, instead focusing on the dark spirit demon heart technique." Suddenly, Xia Wubin was taken aback. "What? That man can master the dark spirit demon heart technique and the lust-extinguishing curse?" "Indeed, and there is also a woman who appears to be named Zhou Jiayue. During our last encounter, I noticed she was adorned in the Miao sect's ancestral Outyin wings. Furthermore, her weapon is a silver sword, likely superior to even top-tier treasures. Yet her current cultivation is merely at the core formation stage, which seems to prevent her from unleashing the full potential of that artifact." Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned upon Xia Wubin's face. "Do you recall their appearances?" The man named Liu Yi is approximately 20 years old, with lustrous black hair and an oval face. The female cultivator, Zhou Jiayue, is tall and slender, dressed in purple, with long black hair cascading like water and bangs framing her face. It must be them. Who are they? These two individuals are undoubtedly the three figures mentioned in the high bounty issued by the Miao faction, while the other must be the leader of the Miao faction, Miao Wushuang. At this moment, it is reported that the other two officials requested by Xia Wubin have also arrived. "Brothers, our benefactor has come. If we can annihilate the Nighthawk faction this time and capture the recently joined Liu Yi, Zhou Jiayue, and Miao Wushuang. We shall revel in endless wealth and glory. Boss, are those three the same individuals for whom the Miao faction offered 500 superior great spirit stones not long ago? Indeed, the day after tomorrow. We shall seek to negotiate with them and ascertain if they can be handed over to us. Should that fail, we must prepare for war and inform Elder Miao Yin of the Miao faction. Upon hearing Xia Wubin's words, Kang Yi, one of the three senior officials, directly stated, "Boss, I believe that negotiating with them will be futile, as they have already dispatched a courier to rescue the three. There are currently two possibilities. Either they intend for these three to become their own fighting force against us, or they plan to deliver them to the Miao faction themselves." After listening to Kang Yi's reasoning, everyone found it quite persuasive and thus began to devise a new plan. That night, Xia Wubin led Du Hang and several trusted aides to the Nighthawk faction. "Lin, how do you find my proposal? Shall we jointly deliver the three to the Miao faction? I am willing to relinquish a quarter of my territory to demonstrate my sincerity. Apologies, but I shall not surrender the three," Lin replied. "Courier, please see him out." Having spoken, Lin waved his hand and returned to the hall. "This is what you said. Do not blame me in the end." Xia Wubin snorted and turned to leave. Upon learning of this matter, Liu Yi and the others were taken aback, for during that period, they had been preoccupied with evasion and recuperation, remaining oblivious to any external news. With a look of anxiety, Zhou Jiayue inquired, "Liu Yi, we have actually been placed under a bounty. What shall we do? This means sooner or later, we will be targeted by many. I am uncertain at the moment. We should remain vigilant and observe the developments," Liu Yi replied. Miao Wushuang, who had been quietly listening, interjected, "What if it is thus? I speculate there are two possibilities. First, they wish for the three of us to become their combat force against the Japanese organization. Second, they intend to hand us over to the Miao faction. While that is not without merit, I believe the first possibility is more plausible based on your earlier conjecture," Miao Wushuang concluded. After reflecting on Miao Wushuang's words for a moment, Liu Yi spoke. "Firstly, seizing the cultivation territory of Jinghai City would equate to possessing an endless source of resources. Secondly, the Night Eagle faction and the Japanese organization are already embroiled in a fierce conflict, especially after their recent negotiations collapsed. It will not be long before they engage in battle due to our involvement, and at that juncture, combat strength will be essential. Hence they will seek individuals like us who possess unique advantages." Zhou Jiayue began to see the logic in their discussion and felt her initial anxiety start to dissipate. However, what Liu Yi did not anticipate was that his actions would inadvertently lead to a significant influx of bounty cultivators from the cultivation world, thereby giving rise to an underground third-party force. "It seems our objectives are aligned. Perhaps we should wait for these two factions to engage in a fierce and destructive conflict, allowing us to reap the benefits afterward. I believe that is a prudent strategy. The Nighthawk sect and the Sun organization are indeed of comparable rank, and their very existence signifies a level of capability. Indeed, which sect or organization today would dare to operate without a cultivator of the nascent soul stage? That would be utterly impossible. Moreover, it is rumored that within the Sun organization, the distribution of cultivators is uneven. Most are at the foundation establishment to early core formation stages, with only a handful at mid-core formation. However, their three main leaders have reached the late to peak stages of the nascent soul. Even more formidable is their leader, who has attained the out-of-body stage. In contrast, the Nighthawk sect boasts a more balanced array of cultivators, with none at the foundation establishment level, all positioned between early to late core formation stages. Their 6 leaders are at mid-nascent soul, with their chief only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The underground third-party forces are beginning to unify, and the repercussions of this incident will determine the delineation of control over Jinghai City. If one seeks to maximize their benefits from this situation, it will undoubtedly influence their cultivation level and status within the realm of cultivation. This may well be the most significant battle in Jinghai City. Within the Sun organization, Xia Wubin addressed all present. "Are you ready, brothers?" "Ready." "Good. Tomorrow night, we shall confront the Nighthawk faction in a decisive battle." Simultaneously, the leader of the Nighthawk faction, Lin, addressed the gathered crowd. "This will be our most significant conflict with the Sun organization. If we emerge victorious, we shall claim the city of Jinghai. If we fail, you should be aware of the dire consequences. We will lose everything." On the eve of battle, the eerie path lay shrouded in silence, save for the pervasive stillness. The moonless night was ominous, a night of slaughter. The heavens were illuminated, Yet the earth remained shrouded in darkness, as if the chill had obstructed the very light. The inky blackness enveloped the sky, akin to an unfathomable darkness smeared across the horizon, obscuring even the faintest twinkle of stars. A night mist descended, bestowing a slight chill upon the midsummer evening. Under the hazy moonlight, the stars were scarcely visible. The sky was not an absolute black. Rather, it revealed an infinite deep blue that stretched into the distance. All members of the Nighthawk faction stood vigilant at their posts, none daring to relax their guard. Suddenly, a voice from the east called out, "The forces of the Sun Organization are approaching." A dark throng surged forth, led by Du Hong, one of the 3 chief officers. Soon after, from the west, came the troops of Kong Yi, another of the 3 leaders, while directly ahead stood the commander of the Sun Organization, Xia Wubin. Upon receiving this news, Hualin promptly dispatched all available personnel to confront the enemy. The battle would undoubtedly pit officer against officer, leader against leader. At the forefront, Hualin discreetly instructed Liu Yi and the others. "Remember, you 3 are the trump cards that will determine the outcome of this war. Therefore, regardless of what transpires outside, you must remain here until the conclusion of the conflict." However, the leader of the opposing faction is a transcendent cultivator. Although you stand at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, you are still but a step away from transcending, and the disparity is indeed considerable. I understand. Yet the reason our Night Eagle sect has managed to withstand prolonged confrontations with them lies in our numbers and balanced strength. While Hualin asserts this, Liu Yi is acutely aware that war is war, and unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise. Outside, the transcendent Xia Wubin wields a spear, facing Hualin, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, alongside a late nascent soul hall master. "Hualin, you are no match for me. I advise you to surrender and hand over those 3. Should you comply, I would not mind the presence of 2 major factions within this city. However, should you refuse, do not blame me for the consequences." Haha, the condition you proposed is indeed tempting, yet I shall never relinquish those 3, and I intend to grant that fellow Liu Yi a hall master position. Haha, then let us see who prevails. Meanwhile, Du Hong had lifted the restrictions, engaging in a fierce one-on-one battle with Jiao. "Jiao, this time I must make you understand the price of trifling with me. Is that so? Very well. However, I suspect that your intellect may be slightly overestimated. You fail to even discern the illusion of a barrier." Listening to the sounds of combat outside, Liu Yi, having never witnessed a genuine battle between cultivation sects, felt a surge of curiosity. Previously, he had only encountered such scenarios in novels and films. Peering outside, he observed that the 5 elemental cultivators were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Trees were engulfed in flames, trenches were inundated with water, houses were struck by lightning, and fierce winds swept through the vicinity, while columns of rock erupted from the ground. The fallen were a testament to the chaos, having been scorched by fire, drowned by water, battered by wind, struck by lightning, or buried beneath the earth. If one were to describe the scene of battle, it would resemble an apocalyptic nightmare. My goodness, is this truly the combat between cultivation sects? Witnessing such a sight, Liu Yi instinctively knelt, nearly losing control of himself. It was utterly terrifying. Observing Liu Yi in a state of panic, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged exasperated glances. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the tension, exclaiming, "Ah, Miao Wushuang, what is wrong with you?" Shouting out of the blue. "Sister Zhou, did your spiritual senses not detect that numerous cultivators are nearby?" After Miao Wushuang's remark, Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi began to extend their spiritual awareness, confirming the presence of many cultivators in the vicinity, most of whom were at the core formation stage, with the strongest reaching the pinnacle of that realm. At that moment, Liu Yi pondered. It seems that this war involves more than just a conflict between 2 sects. There are many unknown factors at play. It is imperative that I inform Hualin at the opportune moment. Xia, have you noticed that a multitude of individuals is gradually approaching us? So what? Regardless, we have opened the barrier, and outsiders cannot enter, came the reply. Suddenly, it became evident that individuals from both the Day Organization and Nighthawk faction began to collapse one by one. Observing this situation, Hualin and Xia Wubin simultaneously exclaimed, "Xia, did you spread the news? And Hua, did you summon these reinforcements?" In unison, they retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I would never request assistance. You're talking nonsense. I would never divulge such juicy information." Thus, the 2 continued to bicker and fight. However, Xia Wubin suddenly revealed a sinister grin. Hee hee. Although I would not leak the information to others, I will forge an alliance. What do you mean? Before Huolin could comprehend the implication, he felt a sharp pain as he was stabbed in the back. What? You? The assailant was none other than Ling, the leader who had been fighting alongside Huolin against the barrier. Ling, I have treated you fairly, and you and Zhou are both esteemed vice leaders of the Nighthawk faction. Indeed. Hua, you have indeed treated me well, but when it comes to me and Zhou, you lean more towards Zhou, haven't you? Zhou is even poised to be the next leader, isn't he? Ha. Huolin, it seems your internal unity is merely a facade. After hearing their exchange, Xiao Wubin kicked Huolin, who was leaning on his sword. Allow me to share another piece of news with you. Initially, Deputy Ling advised you to hand them over to the Miao faction in exchange for a substantial bounty. Yet you chose not to do so, and ultimately decided to shelter them. What? Is this the reason for your betrayal against me? Upon hearing Xiao Wubin and Apos' words, Huolin spat out a mouthful of blood and incredulously inquired about Ling. Indeed, no one would willingly forsake wealth, nor would anyone jest with their own life, and certainly, no small faction would dare to confront the Miao faction. After this, he aligned himself with Xiao Wubin. Meanwhile, Zhou and the various hall masters nearby began to take notice, each displaying expressions of indignation. When Zhou and the hall masters glared at him, Liu feigned indifference, saying, Hey, please don't look at me like that. It makes me quite embarrassed. Haven't we spent some time together? Then, unexpectedly, something rather astonishing unfolded before everyone. Have you not noticed that Ling's manner of speaking and behavior starkly contrasts with the person you once knew? Furthermore, why have only 2 of the 3 main cadres appeared while the other has yet to show themselves? Immediately following, an even more astonishing revelation transpired before all present. Ling's face suddenly turned a shade of deep green, and then a stranger's visage emerged before everyone. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Nichuan Xin, the true leader of the Sun Organization, and he is indeed the foremost among the 3 main cadres of the Sun Organization. Nishikawa Shin pointed at Huo Wubin beside him and then unleashed his spiritual pressure, instantly rendering everyone around him breathless. Is this the true power of someone in the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm? Huolin leaned against a nearby rock and remarked, It seems our battle is doomed to fail. With your organization's strength, Nishikawa Shin, you could easily annihilate us, couldn't you? Why take so long? Why? Because it's entertaining. In the realm of cultivation, you must have heard of the elusive trickster known as the 1,000 Transformation Sorcerer, who enjoys leading others in circles. Could it be that you are that person? Bingo! It appears you are not as foolish as you seem. In the end, you will die enlightened. Nishikawa Shin teased, lifting Huolin's chin with his index finger and grinning wickedly. Well, it's time to send you on your way. As he spoke, he cruelly severed Huolin's tendons. Boss! Outside the barrier, the onlookers shouted desperately while attempting to break through. Damn it! Seeing the dire situation, Zhou was compelled to dissolve the pact he had made with Huolin, waiting until he became the sect leader to reveal his true strength at the initial stage of out-of-body. He rushed madly towards Huolin. So, you are indeed the true trump card of the Night Eagle sect, Zhou. However, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity, Duheng unleashed the power of the Earth attribute, striking forcefully at Zhou's back. Puff! A spurt of fresh blood erupted from the mouth of the dove, followed by a heavy collapse. Despicable. In the heat of battle, notions of propriety hold little weight. It is the attainment of victory that reigns supreme. Liu Yi and his companions observed the dwindling numbers of cultivators from the Night Eagle sect outside, their hearts racing with anxiety. What shall we do? Liu Yi lamented. At this rate, the Night Eagle sect is bound to face defeat. Do not panic. Allow me a moment to think. At that moment, Liu Yi understood that the outcome of this conflict was all but sealed. The Night Eagle sect was cornered. The sect leader was on the brink of crisis, with one deputy severely injured and the other long since slain. The remaining hall masters possessed only mid to late stage yuaning powers, which were insufficient to alter the course of battle. Meanwhile, the third-party forces, bounty cultivators lying in wait, were equally astonished. What they had anticipated as a balanced clash between 2 formidable sects had devolved into a one-sided affair. What should we do? If this continues, we shall reap no benefits. And instead, we risk exposure to the scrutiny of the Sun Organization. Should we retreat? How could we? To have infiltrated so deeply into a sect is already a remarkable feat. We cannot let it all go to waste. Which is more important, wealth or life? Perhaps we could orchestrate a sudden ambush, akin to the legendary Qing Yaojin. A swift intervention could thoroughly disrupt the battle, leaving them unable to discern friend from foe, allowing us to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. I find it acceptable. After all the bounty hunters consented to the plan of disruption, they surged in from all directions. Although the Nighthawk faction and the Sun organization were aware of their presence nearby and remained vigilant at first, the subsequent turn of events threw the Nighthawk faction into disarray, while the Sun organization let down their guard, completely oblivious to the bounty hunters lurking nearby. What is happening? Suddenly, the barriers of Duhang and Jiu, as well as those of Nichikawa Shin and Hualin, shattered simultaneously. Be cautious. I possess only 2 of these disintegration arrows. When I escaped from the Miao faction, Xiao Ning entrusted me with a storage pouch containing just this amount, having brought along various special artifacts from the Miao faction for emergency use. Understood. With that, Liu Yi launched the 2 dissolving arrows, and immediately transformed into the form of a Kuanping using the art of demon transformation, swiftly carrying Zhou Jiayue, adorned in the wings of Outyen, and Miao Wushuang into the heart of the battle. Retreat. Upon witnessing that Jiu and Hualin had been rescued by the 2, he urgently called for everyone to flee the battlefield. You have finally made your appearance, lad. Seeing Liu Yi appear before him, Nichikawa Shin slowly approached with his 3 chief aides. Hualin and the others have become inconsequential. What matters now is you. Capture you, and the Miao faction shall surely offer a substantial reward. Once Liu Yi felt that Zhou Jiayue and the others had distanced themselves, he merely smiled and unleashed all his spiritual power. What? The pinnacle of the core formation stage. At that time, Du Hong remarked that when he first encountered Liu Yi, Liu was merely a minor figure at the initial stage of the core formation. Yet, just a few days had passed, and he had ascended to the pinnacle of core formation. What does it matter? We are all figures of the Yuanying and out-of-body stages. Your cultivation still falls far behind ours, Du Hang stated nonchalantly, before charging forward with the intent to deliver a heavy blow to Liu Yi's head. However, Liu Yi effortlessly blocked the attack with his left arm. As he touched his left arm, Liu Yi realized he had sustained a fracture. Truly, the power of a Yuanying cultivator is formidable. It was only due to my Qilin arm and the peak of core formation that I managed to withstand the blow. Otherwise, my arm would have surely shattered. Based on the Qilin arm and my current cultivation, recovery will require at least 10 minutes. Subsequently, Liu Yi produced the true soul of the monster beast, given the cultivation levels imparted to me by Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue. I could typically utilize it for approximately 1 hour, 30 minutes while employing the transformation technique, and I could cast the devastation spell 4 times. Little brat. Although you currently rely on various external aids, do you comprehend the burden your body will endure afterward? The Dragon Maiden, sealed within the true soul of the monster beast, inquired. Furthermore, you face the formidable challenge of confronting out-of-body and Yuanying cultivators alone. This is akin to courting death. Senior, I am fully aware of that. But I possess a means of escape, Liu Yi chuckled. Alas. Regardless, I shall eagerly await the moment you choose to release me. Liu Yi did not utter a word, but directly employed the demon transformation technique to metamorphose into the formidable Zhu Yin form, wielding his sword as he charged forth. Everyone, seize him. I shall appoint him as an officer. Observing Liu Yi and Oppo's singular advance, the 3 prominent officers, Nichuan Exine, Du Hong, and others, disdainfully remained seated, biding their time for Liu Yi's inevitable capture. Thus, Liu Yi fought while patiently awaiting the restoration of his Qilin arm. At last, the moment arrived. Sensing the restoration of his Qilin arm, Liu Yi promptly stowed it away in his storage space. In his demon form, Qingqiu Nine-Tailed Fox, he transformed. Nine Tails, this is troubling. Nichuan Xian had always assumed that Liu Yi was limited to the fury of Zhu Yin and the swiftness of Kuanping, never anticipating his ability to wield the Qingqiu Nine Tails. Suddenly, fluffy white ears sprouted atop Liu Yi's head, his eyes gradually shifting into the form of a mystical fox, while 9 ethereal white tails unfurled behind him. Foxfire. Liu Yi then swept his left arm forward, and in an instant, the backs of the advancing cultivators were engulfed in fox flames. This was the Qingqiu Foxfire, capable of extinguishing any blaze. Seeing his subordinates engulfed in flames and surrounded by foxfire, Du Hang began to grow restless and unleashed a torrent of water spells. Yet Liu Yi merely chuckled, waving his right hand, and all the water was immediately encased in ice. The scorching flames cannot contend with the foxfire. The waters of the channel cannot compete with the brilliance of the icy sea. Damn it! I refuse to believe this. How can a mere peak foundation establishment child rival a nascent soul cultivator? Furious, Du Heng charged forward, launching an attack. Yet, I possessed the two forbidden curses. With a swift motion, I directed my hands toward Du Heng, who, taken aback, immediately evaded the strike. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals, along with the other two high-ranking officials and Nichuan Xin, surged forward. Liu Yi, however, chose to dodge and flee. Just as he was about to be captured by Nichuan Xin, he abruptly halted in place, made a face at them, and declared, "Farewell, my friends." In that instant, a radiant light enveloped his feet, and he vanished before their eyes. Infuriating. It was a teleportation array. At that moment, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, along with the surviving members of the Night Eagle faction, found refuge in a concealed cave. Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death. I almost didn't make it back. Just as Miao Wushuang had completed setting up the teleportation array, Liu Yi materialized atop it. No worries. Just a bit drained of spiritual energy, he reassured, patting his chest, only to suddenly black out and collapse. Upon awakening, he discovered Miao Wushuang sleeping against the adjacent wall, while he rested on Zhou Jiayue and Appo's lap, who was dozing. Glancing around, he noticed Huolin and Jiao had been bandaged and lay nearby. Unable to restrain himself, he gently caressed Zhou Jiayue's smooth, luminous skin. "Thank you both for your efforts. You've cared for so many injured during my absence." "Indeed. Yet, it's been taxing. Allow me to look after you for the next 2 days. And how does my face feel to your touch?" "Ah, yes. You've worked hard." "Oh, you're awake." Surprised, Liu Yi wished to sit up, yet the excessive strain he had placed upon his body rendered him incapable of doing so. "Do not move. It is best for you to lie here and accept this as a reward for aiding our successful escape." Upon saying this, Zhou Jiayue bestowed a gentle kiss upon Liu Yi. "Now, simply relax and relish the comfort of my lap and the gift of my affectionate kiss." "Thank you." At that moment, Miao Wushuang, still in a daze from her slumber, awoke to the scene before her. Covering her eyes and blushing, she exclaimed, "Ah, what are you two doing?" "Oh, right, I saw nothing. I didn't see a thing." Startled by the sound, Zhou Jiayue quickly tossed Liu Yi aside. It's nothing. We were just..." Liu Yi, lying on the ground, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Nothing? You just threw me out while I was severely injured. And my lap pillow, my affectionate kiss. How could you ruin that? Thank you both." Upon seeing Liu Yi awake, Huolin slowly approached, his body marked with injuries. He then knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude. "Were it not for your assistance, the Nighthawk clan would likely have met with annihilation." "Leader Hua, you exaggerate. Had you not sheltered us back then, we would still be without a refuge." Deprived of any respite, Zhou Jiayue hurriedly assisted Huolin to his feet and continued, "The present situation necessitates that you swiftly regain your composure, rally our forces, and reclaim Jinghai City. The members of the Sun Organization are undoubtedly on the lookout for us. Thus, it is imperative that we refrain from any rash actions in the near future. Furthermore, we must ensure that capable personnel are stationed at all checkpoints." With Huolin severely injured and Vice Chief Ling having been replaced by Ri Chuanqin, Jiao has become the backbone and acting chief of the Night Eagle faction. The remaining 4 leaders, all of whom are Yuanying stage cultivators, are currently leading their subordinates, strategically positioned in the 4 cardinal directions to guard against the Sun Organization. Jiao briefly elucidated the current distribution to Liu Yi, yet Liu Yi remarked, "Indeed, your strategy is commendable, but considering that all the leaders have sustained injuries, can you guarantee that any one of them can withstand an assault from the Sun Organization? Who is the Sun Organization most eager to capture at this moment? Surely, it is the 3 of us along with Chief Hua. Therefore, the 3 of us, Chief Hua, Jiao, and his subordinates must remain concealed, while the 4 leaders serve as the main force." "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we sacrifice the 4 leaders for the sake of safety?" Upon hearing this, Jiao immediately seized Liu Yi by the collar, glaring fiercely at him. "Do not presume that just because you saved us, we will heed your commands. This is the Night Eagle faction." Overcome by exhaustion, Liu Yi could only submit to Jiao's grip. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, witnessing the scene, rushed over to intervene, only to be halted by Liu Yi. "I am well aware that this is the Night Eagle faction, but are you familiar with the empty city stratagem? We could attempt a brief imitation of it. How can we mimic it when our territory has been seized? Are you foolish? Our territory is represented by our current refuge, while the city comprises the 4 leaders. And what of it? We are still unable to contend with the Sun organization. Indeed, we cannot prevail. But a Night Eagle should be capable of besting one of the 3 top officials, should we not? Therefore, we shall await the arrival of the official they send. What if they do not come? Are we to sit idly by? No, they will undoubtedly come, and it will be that individual. Zhou Jiayue suddenly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "You mean Du Heng?" "Precisely. Among the 3 top officials, who do we have the most connections with?" "It is undoubtedly Du Heng, and I even managed to outmaneuver them in the end." Liu Yi then recounted how he transformed into the Qingxiu fox, detailing his battles with them, and how he employed fox fire and ice ocean to counter Du Heng's magical assaults. "You have certainly pushed your limits. Transforming twice in succession must have taken a significant toll." Just as the group was conversing, Ling'er appeared before them and announced, "Master, the Void Pearl has reacted." "What? Is not the Void Pearl a type of sealing jewel?" "Master, you, Miss Zhou, and Miss Miao Wushuang, please come over here." After surveying their surroundings, he quietly whispered to the 2, "Allow me to reveal a secret about the Void Pearl." "Ling'er, please speak your mind," Liu Yi said as the 3 of them reached a secluded corner. "What secrets does the Void Pearl hold?" "Master, the Void Pearl, also known as the Void Demon Stone, is an exceedingly unstable artifact." "The Void Demon Stone? What on earth is that?" Ling'er glanced around and continued, "The Void Pearl has always been an unstable artifact. When referred to as a pearl, it purifies all harmful elements in its vicinity, such as toxic gases and dizziness. Conversely, when regarded as a demon stone, it retains its purifying ability and can even assist in healing others. However, the injuries sustained by the healed individual are returned to the healer severfold." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Jiayue suddenly gasped and lowered her head. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Miao Wushuang. "What is happening?" Liu Yi exclaimed. Just after his words, he noticed Zhou Jiayue's complexion turn pale, and she abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, letting out a mournful cry as well. Could it be that during my unconsciousness, they were continuously healing me? Indeed, at that time, Master had exhausted his body by repeatedly casting high-level spells. If spiritual energy had not been promptly transferred to the Master, he would have succumbed to the loss of energy. Subsequently, both Miao Wushuang and Zhou Jiayue began to writhe in agony on the ground, enduring immense pain. Is this all right? They are suffering so greatly now. Could it pose a threat to their lives? This shall not be the case. The Void Pearl merely transmits the multiplied suffering and mental torment inflicted upon its master to Miss Zhou and Miss Miao. I cannot believe it. Why did you not intervene at that moment? Master, Ling'er did her utmost, yet Miss Zhou and Miss Miao were resolute in their decision. I feel so cold. Suddenly, Miao Wushuang began to shiver uncontrollably, while Zhou Jiayue was drenched in sweat. I feel so hot. Shortly thereafter, both of them collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. Ling'er, did you not mention pain? What is happening now? Liu Yi, while embracing Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang, wept. Master, Ling'er is also at a loss. The Void Pearl is an exceedingly unstable divine artifact, and throughout history, even the esteemed Zhou Yangzi could only master 70% of its usage. Upon hearing the agonized cries of Liu Yi and the others, Huolin and the others hurriedly arrived, only to find themselves in a state of distress. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 2 began to recover gradually. You are awake. It appeared as though they had just returned from the brink of death, their faces extraordinarily pale. Liu Yi then embraced both of them, crying out, "Remember, you must never do this again. Do you understand? A man who allows his women to suffer is truly unworthy of being called a man." All right. We shall remember." However, just as those words were spoken, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang suddenly sensed a change. This is the strength of the late stage of the core formation. I never expected that this would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Just as the 2 were reveling in their excitement, a voice from outside the door interrupted them. "Master, the Hall Master, that Du Heng has discovered us." However, when everyone emerged, they found that only he had arrived, without a single subordinate in tow. At that moment, Du Heng appeared before them, battered and bruised. "You must flee. Nichuan Xin will soon find you." Everyone was taken aback by Du Heng's words. Despite being from opposing factions, why would he wish to assist the Night Eagle sect? This left them all incredulous. Subsequently, Du Heng recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that Nichuan Xin, unable to locate Liu Yi and the others, sent a subordinate daily to search for them. If they failed to find them, they would face execution. Upon hearing this, Huolin immediately inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Are you not his subordinates? Why would he act this way? The reason Nichuan Xin is known as the chameleon demon is not due to his ability to change form, but rather his unpredictable temperament. No one can ascertain what he might become at any given moment. Thus, since you have not completed your tasks to his satisfaction, he intends to vent his frustrations upon you, correct? Indeed, a few days ago, unable to endure his tyranny any longer, the three of us senior officers and several junior officers resolved to assassinate him. Yet, to our astonishment, he was able to employ his divine sense even during his rest, resulting in most of us falling victim to his treachery. As he arrived enveloped in a cloak, the subsequent revelation left all who beheld him in utter disbelief. A distinguished cultivator at the nascent soul stage had inexplicably lost an arm, though he could restore it through his cultivation. The extent of his injuries would undoubtedly cause him to plummet to the core formation stage. How could this be? This was still a relatively fortunate scenario. One of the three high-ranking officials had been slain, and in his attempt to rescue me, Xia Wubin had exhausted his cultivation, now reduced to the initial foundation establishment stage. What? How could a transcendent cultivator be relegated to the initial foundation establishment stage? Such declarations sent numerous individuals collapsing to their knees in terror. Therefore, Liu Yi and Huolin, you must flee at once. No, I shall not run. Liu Yi and Apos' sudden declaration drew the collective gaze of all present. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Jiayue grasped him firmly and exclaimed, at this moment, the three of us, myself, you, and Miao Wushuang are left with you being the weakest at the initial core formation stage, and the strongest among us only at the late core formation stage. How could we possibly contend with him? Moreover, the most formidable among us is merely an injured initial transcendent stage cultivator. This, Zhou Jiayue's words rendered Liu Yi momentarily speechless. But, what is there to say? Are you implying that since the Night Eagle faction sheltered us, we must repay their kindness? Precisely. Indeed, they have taken us in and bestowed upon us great kindness. Yet one must ponder the implications. Above the foundation establishment stage lies the nascent soul, and beyond that the out-of-body stage. Do you truly wish to challenge those whose cultivation far surpasses your own? This sentiment resonates with everyone. Although Liu Yi is fervently determined to reclaim all that the Night Eagle sect has lost, he must also weigh the reality of his own strength. My young friend Liu Yi, I appreciate your goodwill, but we are no longer a match for the likes of Nichuan Xin. Moreover, we have grown indifferent to territorial matters. It is unnecessary to risk further injury to our subordinates over a mere city like Jinghai. Since you feel this way, I have nothing more to say. However, I shall find a way to defeat him. This is Liu Yi and Apos' secret, the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method and Apos' auxiliary spell. The Devouring Infant Seed can significantly enhance one and Apos' cultivation for a brief period, granting access to its signature spells. At that moment, Ling'er seemed to perceive Liu Yi's intentions and interjected, Master, I would advise against that method. The risks are far too great. Zhou Jiayue turned to Ling'er and directly inquired, what do you mean? What does he intend to do? The Devouring Infant Seed, an auxiliary spell within the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method, can temporarily amplify one's cultivation and bestow its signature spells. Yet the consequences, are they not akin to what we have just experienced, resulting in severe depletion of both physical and spiritual energy? Indeed, while practicing the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method may render one several times stronger than peers of the same level, the toll it exacts is not to be underestimated. Ultimately, one must rely on their own willpower to sustain breakthroughs and enhance their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang exchanged glances with Liu Yi and continued to inquire, what happens if one's willpower is not strong? They would be consumed by the dark attributes of the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method, transforming into a creature devoid of kinship, neither human nor ghost. After hearing this, the expressions of Liu Yi and the others suddenly turned solemn. It turned out that although the Dark Spirit Demon Heart Method is a supreme cultivation technique, no one dared to practice it. If one perseveres until the end, the spirit attributes of the demonic energy will unleash spiritual power, bestowing the cultivator with formidable physique and abundant reserves of spiritual energy. After Ling and Apos finished speaking, Liu Yi pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute as he declared, I have made my decision. I shall undertake its cultivation. Meanwhile, in Jinghai City, Ri Chuanxin was orchestrating a significant consolidation within the reorganization, meting out severe punishments to those who had previously attempted to assassinate or oppose him. Next month marks the impending tribulation I must face during the late stage of my out-of-body experience. During this period, it is imperative to locate the Night Eagle faction and eliminate them to prevent any ambush during that time. As Du Hong was once a member of the three major leaders, he is acutely aware that next weekend is my day of tribulation. The mere thought of Du Hong's ultimate betrayal incensed Ri Chuanxin further. Du Hong, since you dare to betray me, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance, "Report. Xia Wubin has committed suicide." Suicide is merely an act of despair. There is little merit in reporting it. He has devolved into a mere shell of his former self. However, this act was committed upon his realization of Du Hong's demise. What did you say? Upon finishing his words, Ri Chuan swiftly rushed towards the cell, but upon witnessing the current state, he sighed, lamenting, "Alas, it is too late. I had hoped to extract information while the infant seed still lingered, but it has now dissipated, rendering my spiritual search futile." He then leisurely returned to his hall. "Phew, you nearly frightened me," he exclaimed, expressing gratitude to those present. The reporting cultivator transformed back into his original form, revealing himself to be none other than Xia Wubin. "No need for concern. Chief Xia, this is merely our duty. When you served as our interim leader, you treated us with exceptional kindness. This is our way of repaying you. We willingly offer our infant seeds and are determined to bring down Ri Chuan." Upon finishing, every individual present sacrificed their infant seeds in a collective act of self-termination. "I shall not disappoint you," Xia Wubin vowed. After obtaining the infant seeds from everyone, Xia Wubin returned to the guise of an ordinary cultivator and, under the cover of night, made his escape. Once he successfully fled from the organization, he promptly employed the technique of distant communication to inform Du Hong of his safe departure, detailing the current circumstances. Upon receiving the information, Du Hong felt a profound sense of relief. All the cultivators within the prison had selflessly contributed their life essence to expedite Xia Wubin's escape from the Sun organization. Realizing this, everyone understood that those cultivators must have sacrificed themselves. What stage of cultivation might he currently be at? At this moment, Hualin hoped that Xia Wubin, having absorbed the life essence, would become sufficiently strong to bolster their resistance. Unfortunately, it appeared he had only reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Du Hong, perceiving Hualin's sentiments, expressed a sense of helplessness and continued. However, considering he was once a cultivator of the out-of-body stage, achieving this level is indeed remarkable. "Du Hong, are you there?" Upon hearing this voice, Xia Wubin appeared before them, his countenance reflecting the toll taken on his cultivation in the process of restoring his physical form. "Damn it, I toiled so hard, giving my all, only to end up with such a result. I will ensure he pays for this." Suddenly Liu Yi, who had been silent, spoke up. "Indeed, that fellow is quite the scoundrel. You sacrificed so much for him, and in the end, your cultivation has been rendered futile. But have you considered how to exact your revenge? What plans do you and Hualin have to reclaim your territory? Trust me on this. We are all bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. I would never harm you. No, there is hope. Next month, Ri Chuanxin will undergo his tribulation to ascend to the late stage of out-of-body. That will be his most crucial day. It was settled. That day would be the one when he faced his tribulation. Moreover, vigilance must not wane during this period. Over a month had elapsed, and the injuries of the group had nearly healed. Yet, why had he not sought us out yet? I pondered that we were merely biding our time and expending our energy, waiting to see who would ultimately falter and reach out first. Perhaps he was preparing for his own tribulation. Although Nichikawa Shin had attained a mid-stage exit from the aperture, both Jiao and Xia Wubin were only at the initial stage. Additionally, the Hall Master in the nascent soul stage could at least contend with him on equal footing. However, if on that day no one succeeded in organizing against him, it would indeed spell certain doom for us all. This battle would determine the fate of every individual involved. Thus, success was the only option, and failure was not permissible. Do you understand? Understood. After listening to the words of Hualin and Xia Wubin, everyone was eager and readying themselves for the night's ambush. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and the other two were preparing in the shadows to exploit Zhou Jiayue's thunder attribute, aiming to deliver a lethal strike. Naturally, what Liu Yi and his companions could conceive, Nichikawa Shin could undoubtedly anticipate as well. Therefore, that evening, he had already established his spiritual consciousness and barriers as a precaution. This night was pivotal. If successful, I would ascend to the late stage of exit from the aperture. As I gazed at the heavenly tribulation manifesting in the sky during my advancement, it became evident that this tribulation was indeed unlike any before, shifting from blue to purple. At this moment, the crowd outside the barrier was ever vigilant, awaiting the arrival of the fateful tribulation. Suddenly, Nishikawa Shin's expression turned grave as he gazed skyward. A long bolt of purple lightning descended, striking with ferocity. Witnessing this, Huolin and the others surged forward from all directions. However, Nishikawa Shin, consumed with the urgency of defending against the tribulation, failed to notice that the barrier he had erected had already been breached. Charge! Eliminate Nishikawa Shin. Seeing him seated in the clearing, bracing for the impending tribulation, Xiao Wubin and Huolin brandished their magical artifacts and rushed forward. Yet, as they approached, a second layer of barrier materialized before them. Did you really think I would only establish a single barrier to thwart you? Then, a confinement spell ensnared everyone. Nishikawa Shin slowly approached the group. Du Hong, Xiao Wubin, I once held you in high regard. Yet, I never anticipated that you both would ultimately choose to betray me. You have only yourself to blame for your excessive actions. It was merely a matter of finding someone. Was it truly necessary to brutally eliminate your own subordinates? Such a ruthless nature will surely lead you to be forsaken by all. Ha! Subordinates? Do not embellish it. They are merely pawns in my game, and their lives hold no value for me. He then cast a glance at one of his subordinates standing nearby. Watch closely. With that, he seized the man by the throat. Nishikawa, quickly assist me. Huolin and the others gritted their teeth and shouted, You are nothing but a deranged pervert. Gradually, the color drained from that person's face, yet he exhibited no sign of pain. It seemed he had completely brainwashed them, leaving them devoid of independent thought. Is it not done yet? Liu Yi, who was hiding in a corner, addressed Zhou Jiayue. Not yet. You should consider this carefully. This is the tribulation of the late stage of soul separation. It must last at least an hour. We're running out of time. If it drags on, he will certainly sense something is amiss. As Liu Yi had anticipated, Ri Chuanxin began to feel an unsettling shift, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation with them. Something feels off. Why am I chatting with you? I've been led astray. Huolin and the others were taken aback. Has he discovered us? At that moment, Liu Yi transformed into his Zhu Yan form and rushed forward, wielding the true beast soul, praying, Please, I must endure for an hour. Finally, someone capable of transformation has arrived. Initially, Liu Yi managed to hold his ground with his transformation skills and Qilin arm, but the disparity in cultivation levels gradually tilted the scales against him. Zhou Jiayue, is it not done yet? I can barely hold on. Ultimately, after half an hour, Liu Yi collapsed, unable to endure any longer. Ha! At last, you've reached your limit. I shall cherish and exploit your essence. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. This is bad. You must prevent me from transcending and attaining the later stages of the out-of-body realm. I apologize, but you have only spoken half the truth. It is not merely to stop you, but indeed to eliminate you. Eliminate me? Surely, you jest. At that moment, a woman appeared, one hand wielding a silver sword and the other conjuring a bolt of lightning. She shouted at him, I am not deceiving you. Nichuan Xin, look here. Nichuan Xin abruptly turned, only to witness Zhou Jiayue thrusting the silver sword and lightning towards him. Caught off guard, he lost an arm and a leg in an instant. You little girl, are you seeking death? With those words, Nichuan Xin swiftly regenerated his limbs, albeit at the cost of his own cultivation. Now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he charged forward. Meanwhile, Miao Wushuang seized the opportunity to break the restraints binding Huolin and the others. Everyone rushed towards Nichuan Xin in unison. As he observed the encroaching crowd from all directions, coupled with the impending tribulation of the out-of-body realm, a tremor of fear began to settle in his heart. You may come, but await your doom. The formidable cultivators, Jiao and Xiao Wubin, both at the out-of-body stage, alongside numerous nascent soul practitioners, engaged in battle with Nichuan Xin. Yet, true to his past as a mid-stage out-of-body practitioner, he could still hold his ground against them despite the depletion of his power. Even if I must perish, I shall take you down with me in this heavenly tribulation. Nichuan Xin now realized he was utterly isolated, surrounded by foes on all sides. Your surname is Ri, and despite being a formidable practitioner in the mid-transcendent stage, surrounded by elite warriors, do you not realize that they ultimately betrayed you? Huolin directed his sword at Ri Chuanxin, declaring, You may have triumphed. Yet you still seek to eliminate all those who have not been found among our ranks. This is the root of your failure. Await the heavenly tribulation. We shall perish together. Is this what you meant? At that moment, Zhou Jiayue brandished a bolt of lightning towards him. How can you wield heavenly tribulation? Ri Chuanqin stammered. Are you not aware that I possess the forged thunder body within the thunder attribute? With sufficient cultivation, I can grasp lightning barehanded. With that, she thrust the heavenly tribulation towards Ri Chuanqin. In an instant, a mighty practitioner transitioned from mid-transcendence to the peak of the nascent soul, only to be vanquished by the heavenly tribulation. Bah! Scoundrel! Following this, many spat at him or delivered a few kicks in retaliation. The next day, the Night Eagle faction and the reorganization commenced the reallocation of their territories, vowing to Liu Yi and his companions that they would not betray them to outsiders. Thus, Liu Yi and the others quietly recuperated in Jinghai City for a few days before preparing to depart. Are we not staying a bit longer? One inquired. No. This battle has likely attracted considerable attention, Liu Yi replied. We must leave. Otherwise, the Miao faction will inevitably come knocking at our door. He then expressed his gratitude to those who had seen them off, saying, Thank you for your care these past few days. May we meet again by fate. With that, he departed Jinghai City alongside Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. However, they were unaware that just after their departure, two masked individuals appeared in Jinghai City. Do you recognize this person? One of them inquired, producing a photograph and directing it towards Huolin and Xia Wubin. Upon seeing the individual in the photograph, both Huolin and Xia Wubin were taken aback. Why do these two know her? I'm sorry. We have never encountered her before and have no knowledge of her identity. Is that so? Apologies, but we cannot allow you to leave alive. With that, both individuals unleashed their formidable powers. The mere pressure of their spiritual energy left the two gasping for breath. Who on earth are you? I'm sorry, but insignificant creatures such as yourselves have no right to inquire about us. At that moment, Jiao and Du Heng suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the hall, prompting them to hasten their steps towards it. Upon arriving, they witnessed Huolin and Xia Wubin already kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by the pressure of the spiritual energy, while the two masked figures wielded daggers, occasionally toying with them. Who are you truly? At this juncture, Jiao and Du Heng immediately released their own spiritual energy, early stage of departure from the corporeal realm. Late stage of the Yuaning. Remarkable, I did not expect that in the relatively lowly Jinghai City, there would still be individuals of such caliber. What a pity. Truly a pity. What do you mean? I lament the knowledge that your Night Eagle faction and the Sun organization possess. Having spoken, in the blink of an eye, two formidable cultivators at the initial stage of separation from the corporeal realm, along with two others at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, perished without even a fleeting glance. After dispatching the four, upon exiting the grand hall, they discovered a throng of several hundred cultivators gathered at the entrance. The two masked figures exchanged glances. An estimated 591 individuals were present. Among them, 6 were nascent soul cultivators, 290 were at the core formation stage, while the remainder consisted of mere foundation laying and chi refining practitioners. Shall we have a competition? Proposed one of the masked male cultivators. A competition in what regard? Inquired the masked female cultivator. Let us see who can claim more lives, he suggested. What shall the stakes be? I refuse to partake without a wager. The wager shall be this. If I win, you must accompany me on a date, he declared. And if you lose? She countered. If I lose, I shall serve as your male attendant for a day. What do you say? Absolutely not. She retorted firmly upon hearing the wager. What do you propose then? If you lose, you must serve as my male attendant for a month and also surrender your treasured infant protection jade pendant to me. The male cultivator was left utterly astonished. The infant protection jade pendant? That is a low-grade earth-tier artifact. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? If so, it matters not. I am not short of admirers. Should you refuse, I shall seek my dear Jingo, she remarked with a huff. Very well, it is a pact then. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. This was your declaration. After listening to the remarks of the Night Owl faction and the members of the Sun organization, they angrily exclaimed, How dare they look down upon us? Brothers, let's eliminate these two who killed our leader. However, scarcely 30 seconds had passed when all of them lay in a pool of blood. You have lost. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on a date. That is not the case. The last person was slain by both of us simultaneously, hence the wager is void. Thus, within a mere afternoon, the two largest cultivation factions in Jinghai City faced complete annihilation. Yet, no one knew the true identities of the two masked figures, nor the individuals they sought. I am utterly exhausted. Shouldn't we take a proper rest now? Liu Yi remarked, dragging his weary body along the road. Who told you to cease your training recently? Retorted Miao Wushuang. Look at me. I am still fresh and unwearied. Miao Wushuang countered, Sister Jiayue. I have actually been tired for quite some time. It's just that you have not turned around. There were countless moments when brother Liu Yi was carrying me. After more than a month, the trio finally arrived in Pujiang that evening. The city remained as vibrant and bustling as ever. Neon lights illuminated the urban opulence, obscuring the gentle radiance of the stars and moon, brazenly casting shifting hues into the sky. The atmosphere was hazy. Even the darkness lacked its purity. Ah, Pujiang. I, Liu Yi, have returned. Liu Yi shouted from the pinnacle of the city's tallest tower. I, Liu Yi, have returned. Hey, is it really that exaggerated? It's just a trip back to school, isn't it? Sister Jiayue, is Liu Yi's school located here? This city is truly beautiful. Aren't we about to reunite with our brothers? Of course, I'm excited. With that, I dashed toward the school. At this moment, evening classes had just concluded. Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang accompanied Liu Yi as they stood at the long-awaited entrance, waiting for Liu Yi's close friends. Oh, who is that? Goodness. It really is that person. As Zhang Yu and Li Chang emerged, they immediately spotted Liu Yi and Zhou Jiayue at the gate. Brothers, ego. I've missed you all so much. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Yi felt a warmth in his heart, thinking, after all this time, they haven't forgotten me. Truly, they are my steadfast friends. Just as he was about to embrace his brothers, they all rushed past him. Sister-in-law, it's been ages. You haven't changed a bit. You're just as beautiful as ever. What are you talking about? Our sister-in-law is becoming more and more beautiful. Yigu is indeed blessed to have such a wife. Zhang Yu and the others praised Zhou Jiayue, exchanging compliments. Hey, is this lovely lady? Could she be the second sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, Miao Wushuang's face instantly flushed like an apple. I am not. By the way, where is Yigu? Sister-in-law, did Yigu bully you? If so, let us know, and we will support you. Zhou Jiayue's head was adorned with 3 black lines of exasperation as she silently pointed behind the group, indicating, there he stands. Right behind you. Zhang Yu and the others turned around to find Liu Yi, who appeared equally at a loss for words. Hey, Yigu, when did you return? And have you been bullying our 2 sisters-in-law? What bullying? What do you mean, The sisters-in-law just told us everything. You lot. Thus, Liu Yi began to bicker with everyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue took Miao Wushuang for a stroll around, showing her the scenic beauty of the campus. You needn't take what Liu Yi's friends say to heart. They are simply that kind of people. It's nothing. I didn't think much of it. Miao Wushuang replied, her face flushed, her heart racing wildly at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, she was uncertain how to regard Liu Yi, from their first encounter at Shuangfeng Ridge to the Miao sect and the various organizations in Jinghai City, including the Night Eagle faction. They had faced numerous life and death situations together. Yet, Miao Wushuang was acutely aware that Liu Yi ultimately belonged to Zhou Jiayue. What's the matter? You seem lost in thought. And nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired from the past few days. Jiayue, how long until we find a place to rest? Hey, what are you 2 up to? Come on, my brothers want to treat you. Come. Let us celebrate Yi's marriage to sister-in-law Miao Wushuang as she joins Yi's harem. Get lost. She is not your second sister-in-law. Still denying it? Since the beginning. Miao Wushuang has kept her head down, and now her face has flushed a deep crimson. After hearing their remarks, Zhou Jiayue turned to Miao Wushuang and said, Wushuang, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red and hot. Oh no, I'm fine, she stammered. Look at you. You're already rambling, and yet insist you're fine. Zhang Yu and the others continued to jest at Miao Wushuang's expense. You all be quiet, or I swear I will hit you. Zhou Jiayue and Liu Yi exclaimed in unison, causing Zhang Yu and the others to promptly fall silent. Wushuang, let us go somewhere else. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang preparing to leave, Liu Yi attempted to slip away with them. You should stay and enjoy your time with your friends. She must be exhausted. Zhou Jiayue quickly pushed Liu Yi aside and asserted, you've only just gathered. Cherish this time, for it is fleeting. All right, but do take care not to overexert yourself. I understand. With that, Zhou Jiayue took Miao Wushuang and departed from the dining hall. Yigu, why did the 2 sisters-in-law leave? Isn't it because you all were being raucous? She was displeased. Come, let us eat. The group then resumed their cheerful banter and continued their meal. At this moment, Zhou Jiayue wandered aimlessly down the street with Miao Wushuang. Hey, Miao Wushuang, can you be honest with me? Have you started to develop feelings for Liu Yi? What? How could that be, Jiayue? How could I possibly like him, especially since he is already your partner? You needn't deceive me. We have endured such life and death experiences together. We are bound by the trials we have faced as close sisters. Therefore, there is no need for falsehood. Well, perhaps I have indeed developed feelings for brother Liu Yi. Lately, I have been feeling something inexplicable towards him. But after what his friends said today, I. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of a park, and Miao Wushuang's head hung low, almost buried in the ground. So, you have realized your feelings for Liu Yi? Yes, but rest assured, Jiayue, I want to compete with you for him. I only hope to be with both of you. Don't worry, if you wish to join us, I will always welcome you. This isn't against the rules, is it, Ling'er? Zhou Jiayue suddenly called out to Ling'er, who had been stealthily following behind them. Indeed, that doesn't count as breaking the rules. Miao Wushuang was startled to see Ling'er suddenly appear before her. What is going on, Ling? Shouldn't you be in Liu Yi's void pearl? When did you arrive? I suspect Liu Yi was worried about us and sent you to follow us secretly. Indeed, Miss Zhou, it is the master who instructed me to act thus. And what you mentioned earlier does not constitute a violation. Miao Wushuang inquired immediately. How would he know of our difficulties? Miss Miao, Ling'er exists within the void treasure pearl. Allowing the master to maintain a constant connection with her, came the reply. Thus, everything we just discussed, indeed. Yes, because Ling'er is one with the void treasure pearl, the master is fully aware of the events that transpired and of your conversations. Hey, Ego, what troubles you? At that moment, Liu Yi, having just learned of the matter through the void treasure pearl, sat there, dumbfounded, his chopsticks frozen midair. Liu Yi pondered. Could it be that Miao Wushuang has taken a liking to someone like me, a mere commoner? Impossible, utterly impossible. He then downed a glass of wine in one go. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang sat quietly on a long bench. When he attempted to enter the sutra repository to seize the most supreme treasures and spells, I perceived him as a fool. Over the years, many from the Miao clan have come and gone, yet none have dared to aspire to scale the highest peaks. Yet he wished to try, but you prevented him at that time. Indeed, my thoughts were solely focused on how to drive him away, so I could expiate my sins at Shuangfeng Ridge. However, we soon encountered that black specter. How was I unaware of this? What transpired with the black specter? Zhou Jiayue, realizing she was in the dark about this matter, quickly inquired. In truth, I remain uncertain regarding the origins of the creature known as the Black Ling. The only certainty I possess is that Elder Miao Ruofeng once fled to Shuangfeng Ridge to safeguard the precious cultivation materials within the scripture pavilion from its destructive grasp. Subsequently, Miao Wushuang continued to reminisce about that fateful day. On that day, we were both eager to escape. Liu Yi appeared more terrified than I, fleeing at a swifter pace than my own. As she recounted this, tears began to cascade down Miao Wushuang's cheeks. When that monstrous Black Ling was on the verge of overtaking us, I was acutely aware that its intended target was none other than myself. Thus, it was Liu Yi who sacrificed his arm in a bid to save me. Indeed, as I was the guardian stationed by the Miao clan. It was at the moment the creature nearly seized me that Liu Yi instinctively shielded me with his own arm. At that time, Liu Yi also adeptly utilized the connection between Ling'er and the Void Pearl, listening intently from afar. Did that girl possess eyes on her back? How else could she perceive such things? Alas, what are you murmuring about? Ever since the two sisters departed, you have appeared utterly distracted. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Come, let us continue to drink. After approximately an hour had passed, Liu Yi, having finished his meal with the others, made his way to the park. Upon arrival, he found Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang seated on a bench, engaged in conversation. Ladies, have you finished your meal? We have, and you? Not yet, but we are not hungry. Would you accompany us for a stroll? Thus, the three of them strolled in the park for a while. Liu Yi, what are your thoughts at this moment? Suddenly, Zhou Jiayue turned and inquired. I do not know. Sister Jiayue, today marks your return to school. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for now and address it later. That evening, Liu Yi returned to his original dormitory, while Zhou Jiayue accompanied Miao Wushuang back to her former quarters, taking the opportunity to introduce her to everyone. The abundance of revelations that night was overwhelming. Miao Wushuang actually harbored feelings for him. Liu Yi lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Similarly, Miao Wushuang was troubled by the realization that her hidden affections for Liu Yi were now known, pondering how she would face him in the future. Zhou Jiayue was equally at a loss about what to do. Consequently, the trio was destined to spend the night in wakefulness. The following morning, as the three planned to visit the cultivation shop to procure some items, a palpable silence enveloped them during the journey. What do you intend to purchase? I plan to buy some materials for weapon restoration, along with some maintenance supplies. I shall do the same. Once they exited the shop, they found a man standing directly in front of them. This aura of spiritual power, it cannot be mistaken. It is Miao Yin. Run. Without hesitation, the three turned and fled. Thinking you can escape? This time, it shall not be so easy. With that, Miao Yin activated a barrier. It hurts terribly. How infuriating. What kind of barrier is this? It burns. Liu Yi, in his haste, collided directly with the barrier. This is an elemental barrier. Observing the flames erupting from the spot where Liu Yi was ensnared, Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang were instantly taken aback. It seems we are truly doomed this time. Zhou Jiayue glanced around and spoke. What is there to fear? We have faced off against practitioners at the out-of-body stage before. How could we be intimidated by a mere nascent soul cultivator? Yet, last time we had the support of the Nighthawk sect and the Day organization. Now it is just the three of us. How shall we escape? Zhou Jiayue said anxiously. No, I have a plan. With that, Liu Yi retrieved 2 talismans from his storage bag and affixed them to Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. What are you doing? Zhou Jiayue asked, puzzled. But Liu Yi offered no reply. He then produced a circular disc from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. The disc began to emit a faint glow, and Liu Yi turned to step out of the illuminated circle. After a brief glance, Zhou Jiayue exclaimed, Is this? Indeed, this is a teleportation array. Zhou Jiayue suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, only to realize that her body had become immobile. Is this a binding talisman? Liu Yi nodded and explained. The reason I separated from you two to procure items was precisely for this, as I did not wish for you to be harmed. He then turned, smiling reassuringly at Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang. This is unacceptable. The spirit stones in your storage pouch would cost half just to purchase this. Transporting a single individual consumes a substantial amount as well. If you truly believe you can defeat Elder Miao Yin, then your supply of spirit stones will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Liu Yi, we cannot face Elder Miao Yin. We must escape together, urged Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang anxiously. Liu Yi, I command you to return and deactivate the immobilization talisman. You all carry my tracking signals. If I manage to escape, I will certainly seek you out. At that moment, the radiance of the glowing circle intensified, separating Liu Yi from Zhou Jiayue. Liu Yi. Initially, Miao Yin assumed they were conjuring some protective formation, so he approached leisurely. However, he soon realized that Miao Wushuang and Liu Yi were gradually obstructed by a beam of light. This is bad. It's a teleportation array. With that, Miao Yin rushed forward to intervene, but Liu Yi instantly employed the transformation technique, shifting into the form of Zhu Yan, and sent him flying with a surge of fury. Just then, the immobilization talismans on Zhou Jiayue and Miao Wushuang expired, and as they prepared to rush forward, they found themselves completely ensnared by the luminous barrier formed by the circle. Liu Yi, brother Liu Yi, confronted by the two inside who were howling. Liu Yi turned his head to glance at them, then addressed Miao Wushuang, saying, Jiayue, I promise I will come to find you. Take good care of yourself, and Wushuang. This is my answer to you. Although your cultivation level is comparable to ours, your practical experience and life skills are still lacking. Therefore, remember to heed your sister Jiayue's advice. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were directly transported away by the teleportation array. Then, Liu Yi summoned Ling'er from the Void Pearl. Ling'er. Yes, Master. What are our chances of victory? Master, our probability of winning is less than 1%. Is that so? Less than 1%, which means there is still a sliver of hope. At this moment, Liu Yi had already retrieved the true demon beast soul from his storage space. Meanwhile, Miao Yin, furious because Liu Yi had sent Miao Wushuang out of the barrier, was seething with rage. Having just been struck, he was now at the peak of his fury. You brat, your name is Liu Yi, right? You have thwarted my plans time and again. This time, I will ensure your demise. With that, he hurled a thunderfire orb toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi simply swung his sword, cleaving the thunderfire orb in two. Early stage of core formation? Impressive. Young man, the last time I saw you, you were merely an inconspicuous foundation establishment cultivator. I never expected that in just a few months, you would achieve this level. Humph. Without any distractions. I fear the pace of my promotion. Subsequently, Liu Yi engaged in close combat with Miao Yin. However, after only a few exchanges, Miao Yin remarked, "Even though you have reached the core formation stage and are employing the demonic transformation technique, there remains a considerable gap in close combat against someone at the nascent soul stage like myself. Is that so? Thank you for the reminder, Elder Miao." Liu Yi then executed a backward somersault, retreating several meters, and returned the genuine soul of the demonic beast to his storage space, promptly transforming into the Qingxiu Ninetails. Oh, quite impressive indeed. The ability to transform into the ice and fire attribute Qingxiu Ninetails is no small feat. Upon saying this, Miao Yin slapped the ground, instantly transforming the surroundings into a vast sea of molten lava that surged towards Liu Yi. Let us see whose mastery prevails, your ice and fire or my flames. Yet, Liu Yi did not engage in idle chatter like Miao Yin. Instead, he continued to unleash his ice and fire, systematically extinguishing Miao Yin's flames. However, just as the fire was snuffed out, it would reignite in an unyielding cycle, a true testament to the relentless nature of ice and fire. Master, although the fox fire is revered as the king of flames, it still cannot contend with flames from a higher realm, Ling'er, who stood beside Liu Yi, promptly cautioned. I am aware of this. Regardless of the realm, any fox fire, even in its nascent stage, can extinguish flames of peak level, but at present, the only demonic beast I can transform into is the Qingxiu Ninetails, which is of the spellcasting type. At this moment, Liu Yi began to feel the strain of the encounter. It seems you are at your wit and oppos's end. I am aware that you possess numerous external aids, and thus I must gradually deplete your spiritual energy, rendering you incapable of utilizing them. With that, another fireball struck Liu Yi in the abdomen. Given that the nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu belongs to the magical transformation category, it possesses high magical power but remarkably low defense. This directly caused him to collapse to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he gasped for breath, realizing the ferocity of the attack. Despite both being fire-based, the ice that counters fire had still forced him into this dire situation. Liu Yi glanced at the advancing Miao Yin, estimating that his spiritual energy had been depleted by approximately